Engineers aircraft transform warfare, sorcerers dark arts conjure calamity, wizards magic weaves wonders, alchemists formulas revolutionize technology, warlocks psychic powers govern consciousness, and the Pope's holy light purifies all beings, while the Huazus people conquer all with their sharp blades. Whether in the realms of fantasy or reality, the collision and convergence of civilizations serve as the driving force behind the transformation of the world. In this world where Eastern and Western civilizations coexist, there exists a young man from the East, endowed with a dual-edged sword lineage that allows him to turn back the Han. DS of time, the hand of destiny. He treads a solitary path in this realm, forging a new civilization. Chapter 1. Do not look back, or your head will roll. In a remote desert of the Aeotian Empire, a stout man in his 30s, weathered and darkened by the sun, lay atop a small mound, brimming with discontent. Boss, are you certain they will pass through here? We have spent an entire week digging traps, and if this fails, our efforts will be in vain. Old Lou lamented. While other teams indulge in brothels and squander fortunes in gaming houses, I, Old Lou, who has never engaged in honorable pursuits, long for a grand score to EA, are in some military merit and improve my lot in life. If this fails, I am destined for a life of misery. Grand score? The girls in our town's brothel could very well be your mother's. Their faces are more haggard than those of men, retorted the lean man beside Old Lou. Old Lou chuckled. Monkey, you rascal. Instead of touching what you should in the brothel, you only caress their faces. All that money wasted. A face exposed to the wind and sun is just the same. But surely the lower regions must be a world apart, right? Monkey spat disdainfully, turning to the young officer beside him with a smirk on his fair face. Even down there, it cannot compare to the softness of our leader's face, so smooth. ND, tender, just the thought of it is exhilarating. Zheng Chao, lying on the hillside, frowned upon hearing this. You dare compare someone else's backside to our leader's face? You must be courting death. Monkey simply chuckled. Boss, you've been here with us for 3 years now. Your face hasn't changed a bit. Care to share some secrets of your skincare routine so we can all learn? That's a wonderful idea, worthy of encouragement. Zheng Chao, unable to contain himself, interrupted. But first, you must complete the task at hand, otherwise, for those words, you'll be cleaning the latrine for a week. Monkey promptly fell silent, and Old Lou wisely feigned sleep. Currently, Zheng Chao lay in ambush for a week, aiming to capture the commander of the Crimson Flame Army, a notion that his superior, Captain Jones, deemed utterly absurd. Thus, only Zheng Chaos Lieutenant Squad participated in this operation. As night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings. Old Liu's snoring rivaled the howling winds of the desert night. Zheng Chao rubbed his eyes and suddenly noticed a faint glimmer of light approaching. Everyone, rise and prepare for battle. Old Liu awoke, his eyes brightening at the sight of the light. You were right, boss, there truly are people coming. The monkey's teeth chattered incessantly, and his hand trembled like a sieve gripping the long spear. Boss, as you said, the bloodline of the Crimson Flame Army's commander is formidable. Do you think we stand a chance against them? Zheng Chao remained silent, fixated on the encroaching flames. As the darkness receded enough to reveal the scene, a chill ran through Zheng Chaos' heart. Goodness, 3 flame steeds. That means there are 3 generals of the Crimson Flame Army present. This encounter is far more rewarding than I had anticipated. The Flame Steed, a 6th-level magical beast hailing from the Demon Kingdom, is enveloped in flames and can traverse vast distances in a single day. IT also serves as a status symbol, for only officers of general rank in the Demon Kingdom are permitted to ride them. As the Flame Steeds drew nearer, Zheng Chao discerned 5 figures in total. 3 donned the magical armor of the Demon Kingdom's generals, while the other 2 wore the armor of Ma. Jors. This was a windfall. Just as Zheng Chao was about to issue a command, the monkey suddenly leapt up with a cry and turned to flee. This panic triggered a chain reaction, causing the entire squad to rise and flee in a frenzy. These individuals, stationed in the border desert and never having stepped onto a battlefield, had never encountered anyone from the Demon Kingdom, let alone the towering Flamines. Consed steeds, which sent them into a terror-stricken flight. Zheng Chao felt a wave of despair wash over him. How could he alone hope to subdue 3 commanders and 2 majors from the Demon Kingdom, whose bloodlines were undoubtedly superior to his own? The five figures, equally bewildered, watched the fleeing silhouettes illuminated by the light of the flame steeds. And a moment later, a major from the demon kingdom lowered his voice and said, "General Agus, we must leave this place swiftly, otherwise the empire of the gods will surely take action." At the border, Zheng Cheng rose to his feet, realizing that his only option was to take matters into his own hands. The five men were taken aback, noticing that someone remained behind rather than fleeing. The leader frowned. "Eliminate him and continue our journey." With that, all five launched themselves toward the small hill. As they reached the base of the hill, five figures landed with a dull thud in the darkness. Thud! Zheng Cheng was astonished that the trap he had dug managed to ensnare all five men. He had initially thought he might capture one or two at most, yet the outcome was unexpectedly fruitful. The earlier panic had caused these five to lower their guard, resulting in their collective downfall. As the saying goes, a setback may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Early the next morning, the border garrison in the remote town erupted in chaos. Inside the garrison, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. "Have you heard? Zheng Cheng has captured the commander of the Demon Kingdom's Crimson Flame Army, along with 2 deputy commanders and 2 majors. Is it true? I have no idea, but the rumors are quite vivid, portraying this lad as exceptionally brave and powerful, almost to the point of exaggeration. I suspect it's false. This kid often frequents the captain's residence, excelling in flattery." The clamor continued. Zheng Cheng had not yet had a moment to rest when he was summoned to the captain's office early that morning. Upon entering, he found a plump, fair-skinned officer seated in the chair, none other than the captain of the local border garrison, who was vigorously chewing on a freshly cooked whip. "You, my friend, have indeed accomplished a remarkable feat. You have captured a commanding officer of the demonic realm, and a genuine one at that, complete with the emblem of authority." As he spoke, a greasy hand placed a box upon the table. "Behold, the authentic tiger talisman of the Crimson Flame Army, crafted from pure gold and weighing a staggering 2 pounds. Zheng Chao opened the box, revealing a resplendent golden talisman, intricately adorned with a vivid depiction of a fierce tiger. In this remote town, such a hefty lump of gold was a rarity. Silver was the norm, and even fragments of gold were seldom encountered. "Have you reported this on my behalf?" The lieutenant, having finished his venison jerky, absent-mindedly wiped his hands and remarked, with a glint of emerald in his eyes, "Imagine if this were melted down into gold bars. One would be exceedingly wealthy." Zheng Chao was taken aback. Noticing Zheng Chaos' expression, the lieutenant burst into laughter. "Fear not, you have lingered in this borderland for 3 years, awaiting such an opportunity. If I were to melt this down, you would surely devour me whole." Zheng Chao sighed in relief. The lieutenant whispered, "This time, I bypassed the major and sent the report directly to the Imperial Command. Otherwise, that old rogue would have intercepted it, claiming the credit for himself." Zheng Chao smiled and replied, "I owe you my gratitude for your unwavering support throughout these years." Every moment, Zheng Chao yearned to leave this place, which fueled his relentless efforts. "Rest assured, once I manage to depart, I shall certainly speak highly of you, ensuring your own escape from this wretched place." The lieutenant waved his hand dismissively. "No, I have no desire to leave. I am entrenched here. Even if I were to step outside, I would merely be a lost soul." Yet in his heart, he muttered, "Here I am, at least a second in command. After I leave this place, they'll have to bow and scrape for others, and that I shall not do." Zhang Xuan's eyes glinted as he chuckled. "Perhaps in a few days, you shall ascend to the role of the supreme commander here." With a nod, Zhang Xuan took his leave. Observing Zhang Xuan's retreating figure, the captain reclined with his legs crossed, drifting into a deep slumber, his snores resounding like thunder. In this desolate place, being a local sovereign was not a bad fate, far preferable to the peril of battle where one's life hung by a thread. Deep into the night, in the most opulent residence of the town, a boozy major staggered through the door, collapsing onto a chair as he loosened the buttons of his uniform. "Damn it, they've learned to act without consulting me. Such a significant matter reported without my knowledge. Tomorrow, I shall flay you alive." The major pounded on the table in frustration. Hey, can't you even pour a glass of water, you wretched woman?" At that moment, a trembling young matron sat on the bed, her golden hair and azure eyes betraying her as a captive brought by the major to serve as his concubine. Despite the major's fury, she remained motionless, her complexion pale. "Are you deaf?" Once more, the major bellowed, his voice echoing in the room. At this juncture, a youth who had been seated beside the matron let out a cold laugh. 12 years ago, at the Ice Soul Mountain, 2,000 souls were slaughtered in a single Nigeria. HT at the foot of a small village. You were there too? Weren't you, Major? Upon hearing this, the previously irate Major froze, beads of sweat forming on his brow as a shiver ran down his spine. The effects of the alcohol vanished in an instant, leaving him utterly sober. The Major swallowed hard, feigning composure as he inquired, "Who are you? What are you saying? I cannot comprehend your words. What is this Ice Soul Mountain range? If you're in need of money, I possess ample funds, secured in the safe by my bedside." The youth cast a fleeting glance at the dark safe. "The code? 314526. The Major furrowed his brow. "Who on earth are you?" The young man sneered. It is a pity that a 6-year-old boy from a small village was too playful and failed to return home one fateful night, thus evading disaster. Years later, he spared no effort to uncover your whereabouts, and when he turned 15, he arrived in this small town. It has been 3 years since then. Chapter 2. Seeds of Revenge. The death of the Major. 3 years had passed, and a peculiar smile crept upon the Major's lips. "Zheng Chui, it is indeed you. I could scarcely recognize your voice. 3 years ago, when you joined the border troops of this small town, your voice was all too familiar to me. Who would have thought you were the wild seed that escaped from the Ice Soul Mountains?" Zheng Chui, seated casually on the edge of the bed, remarked. "Given your current rank, you must have been a mere soldier back then. After the Ice Soul Mountains, you have spent over a decade here as a Major. That is quite a modest elevation in fortune." The Major sneered coldly, capturing a commander of the Demon Kingdom, along with 2 vice-commanders and 2 majors. According to the Empire's reward system, you truly have transformed from a wild chicken into a phoenix. You could leap from this desolate place to the Central Army, but alas. What a pity. Zheng Chui frowned. What a pity for what? The Major's expression darkened as he patted his protruding belly. "It is a pity that I know you are merely a fish that slipped through the net of the Ice Soul Mountains. Tonight, you shall perish here. The Central Army? That is a fantasy." Zheng Chui rose and stretched his limbs. "Are you so confident? With your fire lineage, let us examine yours. TSK. Merely the lowest tier of the golden lineage, the most inferior of the light bloodlines. How strong could your hidden lineage possibly be? Moreover, you remain utterly ignorant of my hidden lineage, so tonight, you shall pay the price for your foolish decision." After the establishment of the Aeotian Empire, a superpower that spanned the continent from north to south, a rigid hierarchical system was instituted, categorizing nobility based on light bloodlines. The lineage of light is hierarchically arranged from lowest to highest as follows: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, electricity, light, destruction, space, and fate. 12 major bloodlines in total. The Huazus ethnic group is innately endowed with the 5 primary light bloodlines: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, thus categorizing them as commoners. In contrast, the Western ethnic groups and certain minority populations are naturally endowed with the 4 noble light bloodlines: wind, thunder, electricity, and light, designating them as aristocrats. The bloodlines of destruction, space, and fate belong to the ancient gods and are exceedingly rare, transcending the distinctions of nobility and commonality. This stratification of status was primarily instituted to suppress the Huazus, whose military resistance was most formidable during the Empire's conquest of the continent. Beneath the light bloodlines lies a concealed lineage, which is not easily revealed. Outsiders, unless they have witnessed an individual in action, remain oblivious to the concealed abilities associated with that lineage. According to the Empire's propaganda aimed at disparaging the Huazus, their light bloodlines are deemed inferior, and thus, it is assumed that their hidden lineage cannot contend with the concealed combat bloodlines of the Western aristocracy. It is evident that the Major had unwittingly accepted the Empire's fallacious narrative, which accounted for his misplaced confidence in his martial prowess. However, Zheng Chong had long since discerned that the hidden offensive bloodlines of both the Huazus and the Westerners possess their own advantages and disadvantages. The Huazus excel in close combat, while the Westerners dominate in ranged warfare. He would not be deceived by the Empire's propaganda. These 2 hellhounds are indeed a manifestation of your hidden combat bloodline under the fire-based light lineage, perfectly suited to you. Zheng Chong remarked with a slight smile as he rose. "I have spent 3 arduous years here, solely to eliminate you. I am intimately familiar with all aspects of your being. The major's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. This cannot be. I have never revealed my hidden lineage. You cannot possibly know. Zheng Chong gestured for the trembling woman, whose teeth chattered in fear, to rise. One by one, she discarded her garments, revealing a body marred by myriad scars reminiscent of scratches from cats and dogs. Unfortunately for you, a peculiar proclivity for the torment of women has betrayed you, as the marks upon her body testify to your misdeeds. The major, pale-faced and weak-kneed, could hardly fathom that this particular vice would be his undoing. However, he remained resolute, attempting to maintain his composure as he declared, "Even if you have uncovered my concealed lineage, do you truly believe that your hidden bloodline, stemming from the golden lineage of light, could rival mine?" With a cold smirk, the major continued, "As a mere major of the Border Defense Forces, should I perish within my own abode? Do you imagine that the imperial capital would refrain from launching an investigation?" Zheng Chong clapped his hands, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "No need to fret. Everything has been meticulously arranged." As the applause subsided, the door was suddenly burst open. Old Lu and the monkey entered, flanked by all the reliable members of the Border Defense Unit, while simultaneously escorting 2 captives, majors from the Demon Kingdom. Upon witnessing this, the major seemed to foresee his impending doom, exclaiming in alarm, "What are your intentions? The murder of a major from the Aoshan Empire is no trivial offense." Zheng Chong retrieved 30 gleaming silver coins from his pocket, handing them to the woman. "Here are the 30 silver coins I promised you. You may leave now, and the farther you go, the better. Ideally, you should vanish from this world, never to be found again. If possible, abandon this life of fleshly trade and seek a decent man to marry." The young woman was purchased many years ago by old Lu and the monkey for 3 silver coins. While the 30 silver coins represented the entirety of Zheng Sua's savings accumulated over 3 years of military service. Without hesitation, the young woman hurried away with the 30 silver coins. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became heavy and stagnant. Old Lu spat, visibly anxious. "Is this truly the course of action we should take?" Zheng Sua had spent 3 years cultivating loyal confidants, and he had already informed them of his plans prior to this moment. There was no turning back now. Should this matter become public, the border troops, excluding those of the rank of major and below, would face execution by hanging. Even the captain, who had treated him well, would not be spared. In the empire of the divine god, the murder of a superior officer by his subordinate was utterly intolerable, and the entire empire would surely erupt in fury. At this moment, Zheng Sua held the fates of over 200 lives in his hands, and failure was not an option. With a command, the group drew their weapons, all aimed at the major. Upon witnessing this, the major bellowed, and 2 fiery hounds materialized on the ground, their bodies engulfed in flames, baring their teeth and emitting a low growl. The previously spirited 20 or so loyalists stood frozen in place, as they had never set foot on a battlefield and were utterly unaware of the existence of hidden combat bloodlines within them. Zheng Sua had anticipated this. He swiftly drew his polished standard-issue dagger from the empire of the divine god, his hand gliding over the blade, which glimmered faintly. The hidden combat bloodline, under the influence of the golden lineage of light, imbued the blade with a low-level magical sharpness that enhanced its lethality. This was Zheng Sua's only reliance as he swung the blade toward the major's head. Before the major, 2 hellhounds lunged towards Zheng Chao's arms. With a swift motion, Zheng Chao pivoted his blade and struck the heads of the hellhounds with a crisp clang, sparks erupting as 2 notches were carved into the standard blade, sending the beast sprawling. Almost immediately, a faint, piercing sound followed, a hissing noise, as Zheng Chao's military boots skidded several inches against the ground. The ebony armor on his arms was swiftly melted by the flames emanating from the hellhounds, fusing directly to his skin, wisps of white smoke rising as blood dripped down. Observing this, the major scoffed. "Do you think you can kill me?" After a brief pause, he turned to the remaining 20 or so soldiers, frowning as he declared, "Zheng Chao has colluded with the demon race, plotting rebellion. Kill him, and each of you shall be rewarded with 50 silver coins." The soldiers' eyes gleamed with greed. 50 silver coins represented an immense fortune for these border guards. Even after a lifetime of service, one would scarcely earn that amount. A soldier's annual pay amounted to merely 2 silver coins, equivalent to 200 copper coins, an undeniable temptation. Zheng Chao gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "If you kill him, I will grant each of you 100 silver coins." A soldier shuddered in confusion and asked, "Boss, where will you find such wealth?" Clutching the blade tightly, Zheng Chao produced an imperial bankbook from his bosom and replied slowly, "There will be wealth if he is slain." The power of money proved to be omnipotent, transforming the previously timid group into a force of boundless resolve. 100 silver coins, a risk worth taking in pursuit of wealth and glory. Lao Lu, having lived for half a lifetime, had never beheld such wealth. With a standard military sword raised high, he aimed to strike at the major. Witnessing this, the others felt a surge of fearless fortune and charged towards the major. The two hellhounds, formidable as they were, found themselves overwhelmed by the advance of over 20 individuals. Indeed, two fists could not contend with for powerful legs. Zheng Chang's gaze was fixed intently on the two hellhounds, their heads split open. As he too lunged forward with his blade. With a swift motion, he followed the previously inflicted gashes to cleave through the hellhounds that were retaliating. The blade, honed through years of rigorous training, struck with precision, aiming to pierce the same spot with every slash. It proved effective. The skulls of the two hellhounds shattered, and their blood, as searing as molten lava, gushed forth, igniting the ground in flames that danced wildly. Zheng Chang's military sword, once imbued with the faint luminescence of its golden lineage, was rendered useless, melting into mere scrap. Discarding the now-defunct weapon, he turned to face the major, who, despite being riddled with wounds and drenched in blood, still clung to life. Several of his loyal followers had met a tragic fate, slain by the major's bare hands, their heads crushed by his fierce blows. With a deep sigh of relief, Zheng Chong casually liberated a finely crafted sword from the waist of a fallen demon major. The blade shimmered brilliantly, its edge sharpened to perfection. He approached the now defenseless major, exhaling softly upon the blade, shrouding it in a veil of mist. Who else had participated in that massacre? Suddenly, the major broke into a grin, blood spilling forth from his mouth in a gruesome display. Abandon all hope, for revenge is futile. Will you seek retribution? I shall not divulge anything to you, haha. Zheng Chao's blade swiftly descended, severing the nose of the major. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, as the major neared the brink of unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. Kill me, just kill me. Yet, Zheng Chao, with an air of insatiable delight, coldly remarked, if you refuse to speak, I shall methodically carve away at your flesh until you breathe your last. I imagine that would be an exquisite experience. The major, teetering on the edge of despair, held his ground for a moment before weakly uttering, Instructor Lance from the Imperial Military Academy. That is the only name I know. He was my superior at the time, and it was through his arrangement that I secured this position as a Frontier Army major after that incident. Zheng Chao nodded, his fingers gliding ominously along the blade's edge, and with a chilling inquiry, he asked, what is his hidden lineage? The major shook his head, replying, I do not know. No sooner had the words left his lips than Zheng Chao struck down, severing the major's head from his body. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of their next course of action. Zheng Chao discarded the bloodied sword onto the ground and bellowed, two captives from the demon race have escaped. The major has unfortunately been captured. He refused to yield and was slain by the captors. Soldiers, heed my command, avenge the major. Upon hearing this, the troops quickly comprehended the directive, their weapons raised to strike down the two demon majors, already rendered powerless in their combat lineage. The two majors were reduced to a bloody pulp, and Zheng Chao nodded in satisfaction, placing a bankbook into old Lu's chest. As promised, each of you shall receive 10 gold coins upon the successful completion of this task, along with the previously pledged 100 gold coins. There should be a surplus to be distributed to the families of our fallen brothers. These individuals willingly enlist in the military, risking their lives at the edge of a blade, solely to ensure a better life for their families. The notion of military merit feels distant to the frontline soldiers. The honor of a soldier pales in comparison to the tangible worth of a single coin. For instance, when ambushing the commander of the demon nation, they would never sacrifice themselves for the sake of so-called military achievements, preferring instead to flee in the heat of battle. The savings account from the Imperial Bank represents a substantial and concrete wealth. It is for this wealth that they grit their teeth and resolutely follow Zheng Chong on this reckless venture. As accomplices, they will undoubtedly keep this secret under wraps, treating it as if it had never transpired. Even if the truth were to emerge one day, they would bear the consequences for the gold they have pocketed. For Zheng Chong, his relationship with these subordinates is not one of life and death, it is merely a business transaction. When they fled during the ambush of the demon commander, Zheng Chang's continued trust in them stems from the fact that he is not offering empty promises of military glory, but rather tangible monetary rewards. These individuals are driven solely by wealth and are willing to risk their lives for it. This is fortuitous for Zheng Chang. As long as he promises them benefits, they will execute their tasks without fail. Sweat dripped from the brows of Lao Lu and the others as they gasped for breath. At this moment, upon hearing Zheng Chang's shout, a large contingent of border soldiers arrived, their expressions filled with shock at the grim scene within the room. Chapter 3. Departure. The mysterious imperial capital. Zheng Chang, do you take me for a fool? The injury on your arm was caused by the flames of a hellhound. Your men stormed the prison, and the bolt on the gate of your 5th squad knocked out the guards. The wounds on the major's corpse are clearly inflicted by standard weapons of the Imperial Border Army. If this matter comes to light, your ancestors will be exhumed and subjected to public humiliation. The captain, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, spewing saliva onto Zheng Suo's face, and carelessly tossed the door latch before him, inscribed with the words of the Border Defense Force's 5th Squad of the Shajin Outpost. Zheng Suo nearly fainted from the shock. These incompetents were more adept at causing trouble than resolving it. Nevertheless, he had already devised a strategy. With a playful smile, he remarked, Captain, one of your lieutenants has assassinated your superior. If this information were to leak, according to the Empire's military law, what would the repercussions be? The captain, instantly deflated, slumped into his chair, muttering to himself, what was I thinking? Why did I entrust you with such an important task? Hearing these words, the captain bellowed, You dare to threaten me? Zheng Suo, do you truly believe I would hesitate to report this? With a smile, Zheng Suo retrieved a bankbook from the safe and discreetly slipped it into a book on the major's desk. He murmured, You only need to find a charge of negligence against the informed prison guard, and it will be just between us. As for my confidants, they participated in the operation, and if this were to leak, they would share the same fate. So you may rest assured. The most important thing is that with the major's demise, it will not be long before you become the highest commander here. Opportunities like this are rare. I am merely assisting you. The captain, rising in anger, seized the door latch from the table and hurled it at Zheng Suo, shouting, Get out. I want you to leave, as far away as possible. I do not wish to see you. As Zheng Song fled the office with the door latch in hand, the lieutenant's expression shifted dramatically. He produced a passbook from the Imperial Bank, fixating on the figures inscribed within. Adjusting his military uniform while seated, he exclaimed with exuberance, I thought I would be forever overshadowed by that rotund major, yet fortune has smiled upon me in such an unexpected manner. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. With this thought, the lieutenant feigned a sorrowful countenance and declared in a commanding tone, Adjutant Lin, a man with a sharp, monkey-like visage entered, grinning, Commander, did you call for me? The lieutenant miraculously squeezed 2 tears from his eyes, lamenting, the major has fallen victim to treachery. He cared for his subordinates and cherished the populace as his own. Truly, the heavens are envious of such talent. Adjutant Lin suppressed a chuckle, managing to produce a few tears of his own, and replied with a quavering voice, Indeed, who would disagree? The lieutenant dabbed at the corners of his eyes and inquired, Where is his body currently laid? Adjutant Lin hastily wiped his face with his sleeve and responded, It is at his residence, already placed in a coffin. Nodding in acknowledgement, the lieutenant murmured, The weather has been exceedingly hot lately. Might this lead to an outbreak of disease? Pale with fear, Adjutant Lin asked quietly, What do you suggest we do? Feigning deep contemplation, the lieutenant remarked meaningfully, In such heat, a fire would be disastrous. You must be vigilant to ensure that after the major's passing, there is even a body to bury. Adjutant Lin's understanding dawned, and he replied with a grin, I comprehend. I shall take care of it at once. Once the Adjutant Lin had departed, the captain settled into his chair, raising a glass of wine, and merrily hummed a risque tune typically sung by the courtesans of a border town. The following morning, emissaries from the imperial capital arrived forthwith. The commander of the Crimson Flame Army of the Demon Kingdom, Argus, had been captured, and the bureaucrats of the capital were understandably eager to act. However, 2 majors from the Demon Kingdom had managed to escape. One was assassinated, his body reduced to ashes in a great fire. The officials from the capital were incensed, nearly executing the captain on the spot. Due to the capture of General Argus, Zheng Suo was recognized for his merit and summoned to the capital to receive his due accolades. Clearly, the matter of the Demon Kingdom's commander was far more significant than that of the slain major. After a brief interrogation, 3 senior military officers from the Demon Kingdom were brought forth, and the emissaries from the capital escorted Zheng Suo out of the border army camp. Leading the group was a notably handsome lieutenant from the Imperial Central Army, whose fair complexion seemed to surpass even that of the women in this border region, leaving Zheng Suo somewhat overshadowed. Soldiers of the border army stood at a distance near the camp entrance, whispering amongst themselves, likely remarking on how the Imperial Central Army personnel were indeed of a different ilk, more beautiful than women. A light rain began to fall incessantly from early morning, an unusual occurrence for a place that had not seen rain in years, yet it commenced exactly today. Standing in the muck, the lieutenant from the Central Army cautiously shook the mud off his feet and tightened his raincoat. The border army captain held an umbrella at his side, his expression decidedly unnatural, clearly still shaken by the earlier harsh reprimand. Zheng Sung stood by, burdened with a heavy load, devoid of an umbrella or even a raincoat. Before long, he was drenched, resembling a drowned rat. The imperial hierarchy was rigid, with the border guards being either impoverished commoners' offspring or the errant scions of the Central Army. While the Central Army was exclusively composed of noble lineage, representing the elite of the empire. Consequently, the Central Army was well-equipped, and raincoats, crafted from animal hides, were standard issue, rendering them impervious to rain. In stark contrast, the border guards lacked such privileges. The timely disbursement of their meager salaries was a luxury, let alone the prospect of raincoats, especially in a region that had not seen rain for many years. Zheng Sung would report the incident of the major's assassination truthfully to the imperial capital, and soon, they would likely dispatch personnel to investigate, at which point he urged everyone to cooperate fully. Observing the drizzling rain intensifying, the Central Army captain spoke with an impassive countenance, asserting that the dignity of imperial soldiers was not to be desecrated, and that the truth would inevitably surface. Upon hearing this, the captain shuddered, quickly nodding in agreement, and added, "Indeed, indeed." After a brief pause, he glanced at the entrance of the main camp and, with a forced smile, addressed the commander. "Sir, I have a humble request, and I wonder if you might consider it." Though the border guards were not on par with the Central Army, the title of commander was still reasonable. "Go on," he replied, the Central Army captain maintaining his stoic demeanor, his brow furrowing slightly, evidently distressed about his leather boots. As he impatiently acquiesced, the captain smiled busily and said, "Our border camp has relied on this griffin for delivering messages for many years now. It is likely nearing the end of its flying days. Might you consider accommodating us with a replacement? It would facilitate the reporting of military affairs to the higher-ups." At that moment, the several griffins at the entrance of the border camp, adorned in armor and exuding a regal demeanor, were evidently in their prime, far more impressive than the weary griffin from the camp. The Central Army captain furrowed his brow, nodding in agreement. "Very well, military intelligence is paramount. We shall leave you one, but you must take good care of it, unlike the current one which, even in the rain, lacks a shelter." As he spoke, the captain's eyes glinted sharply like blades, sweeping over the lieutenant. The urgency of the situation had evidently not softened the Central Army captain's demeanor. His gaze remained cold, ignoring Zheng Chong entirely. "You will accompany us to the capital, leaving one griffin behind. Remove the armor and protective gear from that griffin and drape it over the old one. You shall ride it shortly." Zheng Chong nodded and proceeded with the task. The 11 junior officers accompanying the Central Army captain cast disdainful glances at Zheng Chong, clearly regarding him with contempt. The recent capture of the Demon Nation's Flame Army commander, Argus, was of great significance to the capital, hence the delegation comprised solely of Central Army officers, with all but the captain being second lieutenants. Once the protective gear was exchanged, the Central Army officers, along with the captured commander Argus, soared into the sky atop the griffin. Zheng Chong followed closely behind, riding the melancholic griffin. The border army captain rendered a military salute, his expression shifting dramatically as he watched the griffin depart. With a sudden outburst, he exclaimed, "What audacity! In terms of rank, I am your equal." Chapter 4. Midnight Flames Assemble. The deployment of the griffin for personnel transport was solely due to the significance of the prisoner. If one were to investigate the circumstances surrounding the major's demise, it would likely take the mounted officials a month to arrive, by which time the major's remains would be irretrievably lost. Zheng Sung was untroubled by the prospect of any evidence revealing the true cause of the major's death. After several hours, the rain began to subside, and visibility improved, revealing the expansive scenery beneath the griffin. However, due to its advanced age, The griffin Zheng Sung rode lagged behind the others. A lieutenant from the Central Army scoffed, adjusting his raincoat and muttering, "How did such a creature manage to capture the commander of the demon nation's Crimson Flame Army? It dawdles along the way, bringing disgrace to the honor of our imperial soldiers." This remark conveniently reached Zheng Sung's ears. Soaked and disheveled, he clasped his hands in apology, smiling. "Perhaps it is merely my good fortune that has delayed you all. I beg your pardon." The members of the Central Army cast a glance at him, evidently indifferent to whether he had overheard their previous comments, and they paid no heed to Zheng Sung's apology, their faces betraying their disdain. The Central Army captain gazed into the distance, wiping away a few raindrops that had dripped onto his face from the brim of his raincoat, and inquired, "William, which province lies ahead, and who is the governing governor?" Due to the relentless downpour, the journey had already slowed considerably, compounded by the age of Zheng Sung's griffin, which caused further delays. The group had paused several times, and as twilight began to envelop the horizon, they had yet to reach the imperial capital, indicating a necessity for a brief respite. Upon hearing this, Zheng Sung exhaled in relief. Having been drenched by the rain throughout the journey, he now felt the chills seeping into his bones, and without timely rest, he feared he might succumb to a severe illness. The Central Army's second lieutenant beside him nodded and produced a piece of parchment, likely a map of the empire. The raindrops pattered against the leather paper, creating a rhythmic sound, and with the group now elevated, the strong winds made it difficult to unfurl the map. Even the inclement weather seemed to conspire against them. Adding to their misfortunes, an officer named William, frustrated, waved his hand in an attempt to disperse the raindrops, but his efforts were in vain. Ahead lay Pingyang City in Pingyang Province, governed by Lord Lu Zhan. Just as they were feeling exasperated, a voice broke the silence. "How do you know?" Zheng Sung replied with a smile. "I often study maps. While your griffins have been meandering, mine has not paused for breath. Given the speed of my griffin and our current trajectory, we should be nearing Pingyang Province. In roughly an hour, we shall catch sight of Pingyang City." From a young age, the imperial capital had captivated Zheng Sung's imagination, having studied its geography countless times. He could envision the route they needed to take with his eyes closed, and responding with certainty felt as natural to him as satisfying a hunger. Lieutenant William, suppressing his astonishment, attempted to unfold the map once more, while the others also masked their surprise, wearing expressions tinged with mockery. The captain harbored doubts regarding Zheng Sung's assessment, awaiting William's confirmation. After a moment of persistence, the tempest seemed to tire, abruptly pausing, allowing the map to be opened. William swallowed hard, diverting his gaze from Zheng Sung's face, as the other Central Army officers prepared to deride the border guard lieutenant. According to the map, it indeed appears that we are approaching Pingyang Province, under the governance of Duke Lu Zhan without a doubt. The empire boasts 4 marquises and 12 earls, with Duke Lu Zhan being one of the 12 earls. The Lu family has produced valiant warriors for 3 generations, their merits well recognized. Now over 40, Lu Zhan serves as the governor of a province, marking him as a distinguished figure among the younger generation. The captain's gaze softened slightly as he regarded Zheng Sung, gradually remarking, "You seem quite well versed in the empire's territories. If all junior officers of the border guard were as knowledgeable as you, the current state of the border forces would surely be different." There was an evident undertone of disdain regarding Zheng Sung's affiliation with the border guard in his words. Zheng Sung chose to remain silent, while the others reined in their incredulous expressions, reverting to their haughty demeanor. "The capture of the prisoners is paramount. Any misstep could prove detrimental for us both. We must reach Pingyang City before nightfall, rest for a night, and then proceed." As he spoke, the captain wiped the rainwater trickling down his pale neck. The griffin continued its journey, and within half an hour, darkness encroached, obstructing visibility, making it difficult to see even 20 paces ahead. The rain has ceased, and the night following the downpour approaches, with temperatures plummeting to an intolerable chill that seeps into Zheng Chao's very bones. He yearns to reach Pingyang City soon, to don dry garments and indulge in a restful slumber. The terrain surrounding him is exceedingly intricate. Though his province is barren, it comprises vast plains and deserts, while Pingyang Province is replete with towering mountains and dense forests. As they journey onward, the night deepens, and the lush underbrush below teems with life, punctuated by the occasional calls of owls and other nocturnal creatures. Suddenly, a flicker of firelight materializes, casting an eerie glow before their eyes. Zheng Chao glances down, and is jolted by a piercing scream emanating from the vicinity of the fire, a shiver running down his spine, prompting him to tighten his grip on the griffin and quicken its pace. The others, too, are startled by the anguished cries, their brows furrowing in concern. The captain raises a hand, commanding the group to halt. Observing this, Zheng Chao reluctantly reins in his griffin. The screams grow increasingly distinct, sharp and shrill, the firelight illuminating the scene with greater clarity. The captain's delicate brow furrows as he coldly remarks, "Under the Empire's rule, peace reigns across the lands, and the hearts of the people incline toward righteousness. It is truly disgraceful to encounter bandits who dare to plunder in the dead of night." Beside him, a young lieutenant, feeling the dampness of his rain-soaked blade at his waist, grins with confidence, declaring, "As soldiers of the Empire, we cannot stand idly by." The others share his enthusiasm. These officers of the Central Army, pristine and unblemished in appearance, especially the captain, whose complexion surpasses that of many women, are clearly untainted by the blood of battle. Unfamiliar with the horrors of warfare, they perceive this situation with eagerness, desiring to taste the thrill of combat and to manifest the might of the Central Army through the theories learned in military academy. The captain furrowed his brow, his gaze glinting with coldness as he declared, "Within the Empire, how can we distinguish between you and I, shirking responsibilities and leaving innocent civilians to suffer?" Zheng Chao secretly scoffed. The lofty Central Army cared little for the lives of the common people. They merely sought to showcase their prowess to suppress me. A colleague from the Border Defense Forces, William, let out a disdainful snort and addressed the captain, saying, "It is said that the Border Defense Forces are inept, and I find no fault in that assertion. Associating with such individuals is a disgrace to our Central Army. If he is unwilling to go, then we shall." Zheng Chao wished to emphasize the gravity of escorting the commander of the demon nation, urging them not to be distracted by trivial matters. However, the captain took the lead, spurring his griffin toward the ground, and the others followed suit. Zheng Chao sighed and shook his head in resignation. Upon entering the forest, the Central Army did not plunge directly into the enemy ranks, but rather halted at a distance of 50 paces. After securing their griffins, several individuals drew their standard sidearms and stealthily advanced toward the flickering flames, with the captain leading the way and the others flanking him, forming two disciplined lines reminiscent of seasoned warriors. These men were graduates of the Central Military Academy in the imperial capital and were not entirely ignorant of battle formations. As they approached with a semblance of order, they were unperturbed by the prospect of a sudden ambush from the sides. After traversing approximately 50 paces, they found themselves in an open expanse, devoid of villages or bandits. Before them knelt a solitary figure, back turned, trembling shoulders betraying the sound of muffled sobs. Surrounding the flat ground were a dozen or so torches, remarkable in their ability to move seemingly of their own accord. Scattered across the ground were numerous corpses, their flesh ripped and torn, as if having met their demise days prior. The rain had rendered the sight even more harrowing. The captain glanced around, swallowed hard, and called out, "Hey, were you robbed by bandits?" The use of "you" indicated the captain's firm belief that this place had recently witnessed a massacre at the hands of marauders, leaving only this solitary survivor while the rest lay slain. The figure did not respond, continuing to kneel with their back turned, sobbing quietly. An impatient lieutenant stepped forward and shouted, "We are asking you a question. In which direction did the bandits flee?" The individual remained unresponsive, as if deaf to the inquiry. The captain gestured for his comrades to sheath their standard issue blades and approached, gently patting the kneeling person's shoulder. "Hello, we are the Central Army." It seemed he intended to inquire about the bandits' whereabouts. However, upon that touch, the person's head turned, revealing a ghastly smile. Their face, slack and decaying, allowed bits of rotting flesh to fall onto their shoulder. The captain was jolted, stumbling backward in shock, his expression one of horror, fingers instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. "Who are you?" he exclaimed. At that moment, the others had drawn their blades, their faces pale, spirits nearly extinguished, their stomachs churning. The decayed figure rose, emitting a chilling laugh, their mouth stretching unnaturally to reveal a vivid red gum line, visible even from afar. Chapter 5, Terror. The maddened monstrosity, despite instilling fear in the hearts of many, immediately assumed a defensive formation upon receiving orders. The steel blades in their hands produced a faint yet crisp sound as the rain cascaded down the edges. The captain, gripping his sword, steadied himself and proclaimed, "These are but dying souls. Fear not. Charge with me." After all, those who had transformed into such grotesque forms were surely on the brink of death. With that, the captain was the first to surge forward, his blade descending swiftly, and the others followed suit, their blades falling like raindrops in a tempest. After a frenzied assault, the figure remained unyielding, resembling a lifeless puppet. It extended its skeletal hands, each grasping an eerie, violet flame, exuding an unsettling aura. With its bony palms reaching toward one of the soldiers, the head of a Central Army lieutenant contorted grotesquely before erupting in a violent explosion. The remaining soldiers, gripped by horror, momentarily forgot their fallen comrade, withdrawing their blades and retreating to a distance of 10 paces. Though the creature proved impervious to their strikes, its slow movements allowed them a brief respite, yet fear still lingered upon their faces. "What shall we do, Captain?" a trembling lieutenant inquired, instinctively tightening his grip on his weapon. The captain, taking a moment to gather his composure, his face obscured by rain or perhaps cold sweat, replied, "There is but one of this creature, and we are many. We need not fear it. Let us surround and attack in unison." The soldiers swiftly dispersed, encircling the bizarre entity from all directions. However, before they could launch their assault, a lieutenant, aghast, shouted, "Captain, look behind you." Turning to glance, he was met with the sight of no fewer than 20 such monsters, leaving the captain at a loss, uncertain of what command to issue next. To the astonishment of all, the monstrous beings launched an attack, their movements swift as phantoms, surging towards the nearest individuals, including the captain. In the midst of this chaos, a voice rang out, calling for the protection of the captain. The previously stunned junior officers of the Central Army swiftly encircled the captain, brandishing their blades with ferocity. The clash of metal resonated, a symphony of steel striking the exposed bones of the creatures, producing a sharp, ringing sound. Following this, a series of dull thuds echoed through the air as several junior officers met a gruesome fate, their heads exploding upon impact, their lifeless bodies collapsing into the mud with a soft thud, splattering water that drenched the captain. Suddenly, one of the junior officers exclaimed with excitement, "Captain, quickly activate your battle lineage." Before him lay a severed monster, and the blade in the officer's hand shimmered as if kissed by a layer of clear water. It seemed that in the heat of the moment, he had inadvertently activated his battle lineage, enabling him to cleave through the creature. Initially, the group had mistaken these beasts for mere bandits, believing that defeating them did not necessitate the use of their battle lineage. All that was required was to reveal their identity as members of the Central Army, and the bandits would surely flee. However, upon realizing they were confronted by such monstrosities, panic had caused them to forget to summon their battle powers. Now, reminded of their potential, the remaining junior officers rallied around the captain, each invoking their respective battle lineages. The officer who had first spoken possessed a water lineage, and thus his battle lineage was inherently linked to the water element, manifesting as a technique of turbulent currents, albeit a basic combat lineage under the auspices of the waterlight lineage. With their battle lineages activated, the remaining junior officers gained the upper hand, momentarily stifling the onslaught of the monstrous adversaries. As the chopping continued, one individual cried out in alarm, "This is bad. They can resurrect after being struck." At this exclamation, the crowd turned to observe, and indeed, it was as he said. The monsters on the ground rose once more within mere moments, their bodies mending before their eyes. By this time, several of them began to feel the strain in their arms, yet the relentless assault from the monsters showed no signs of abating. This could not continue. A decisive strategy was imperative. An anxious lieutenant spoke hastily, directing his words towards the captain who was shielded by several men, ensuring his safety. After glancing around in a state of panic, the captain urged, "Cover each other and retreat to the griffin for escape." Although they were outmatched in numbers, the griffin possessed immense strength. Once they reached its side, the monsters would no longer pose a threat. Upon hearing the command, the group rallied with fervor, determined to carve a path through the chaos. However, after a fierce struggle, they had advanced a mere 10 meters. One young lieutenant, already fatigued, faltered in his efforts. In that moment of negligence, a skeletal hand of a monster reached forth, its fiery palm pressing against his forehead. With a thunderous explosion, his head shattered, and he collapsed. Their numbers were already at a disadvantage, forming a barrier to protect the captain, and with one of their own lost, their ranks were thrown into disarray. With two more resounding blasts, two additional lieutenants met a similar fate, their heads exploding. The remaining members, witnessing this grim sight, shouted in panic to retreat. Yet, the horde of monsters showed no decrease in number, surging forth like a relentless tide. Observing this, the captain gritted his teeth and stepped forward, positioning himself alongside his men to stabilize their formation, urgently calling out, "Stay calm. Do not lose your footing." As soon as the words left his mouth, panic ensued among the crowd. Some even discarded their weapons and fled, only to collide with a resurrected monstrosity. With a thunderous crash, their heads exploded instantaneously. The moment one person fled, the formation faltered, allowing the creatures to surge through the gap. Flames danced upon the skeletal hands, accompanied by ominous sounds, as three heads burst apart on the spot. The lieutenant, witnessing this chaos, turned pale, momentarily frozen in place, utterly at a loss, and the others were equally disoriented. One creature's hand was already reaching for the lieutenant, the flames approaching rapidly, when suddenly, a series of heavy, ominous footsteps echoed from the flank. A blinding blade descended, glinting faintly as it sliced through the air. The creature's arm was severed, landing in the muddy water with a splatter. The lieutenant, on the brink of despair, was startled to see a familiar face beside him. Zheng had just cleaved off the creature's arm and swiftly pulled the lieutenant to safety. This abrupt motion caught the lieutenant off guard, causing him to stumble and drop his helmet with a crisp sound. Zheng handed his torch to the lieutenant and produced a pouch of powder from his cloak, scattering it with urgency. "Light it quickly." Instinctively, the lieutenant extended the torch, and flames ignited the nearest creatures, who collapsed in a cacophony, vanishing without a trace. The remaining junior officers from the Central Army hastened to Zheng's side. Frowning, Zheng remarked, "Blades cannot kill them. They fear ignited sulfur." At that moment, he drew sulfur from his cloak and flung it at the advancing monstrosities. As the lieutenant thrust the torch forward, unleashing a torrent of fire, monsters fell in droves, and in but a moment, only a handful remained. However, Zheng Chang's supply of sulfur had been entirely depleted. Lacking sulfur, the remaining creatures, undeterred by fear, continued to charge forward. The other junior officers of the Central Army appeared utterly paralyzed by terror, while the captain gasped for breath, clutching a torch. Observing this, Zheng Chang, with a faint glimmer on the blade, swiftly seized the torch from the captain's hand and coldly instructed, "With the sulfur gone, you shall drag the dismembered corpses to the pyre of the fallen." Without delay, Zheng Chang advanced alone, his blade shimmering with a subtle light, slicing like lightning as it pierced the chest of a wraith, cleaving it in two with a deft flick. Just as he evaded another specter, Zheng Chang executed a horizontal slash, severing the creature in half. "What are you waiting for? Quickly drag it to the pyre." Zheng Chang called out again when he noticed no one responded. Employing his keen blade, he dispatched the final specter, casually tossing the lifeless body onto the flames. The onlookers stood before the fire, their faces illuminated a fiery red, and it was then that Zheng Chang noticed the captain's cascading hair. A realization striking him with dread: she was a woman. Has the Central Army begun recruiting women? He pondered. The captain, gazing into the flames, drained of color, trembled as she spoke. "It's nothing. Did you already know what this place was?" She surveyed the devastation, signaling the others to dig a grave for the corpses, before carelessly sinking to the ground, hugging her knees, shivering uncontrollably. Zheng Chang, accustomed to such scenes, felt no discomfort and turned to collect the bodies. "Come, sit here." He beckoned. The captain suddenly called out to Zheng Su, her eyes betraying a sense of anticipation, clearly shaken by the recent fright that left her feeling insecure. Zheng Su cast a glance and moved to stand beside the captain, saying, "This area is densely forested with a complex terrain, devoid of water sources, making it unlikely for such a large population to reside here. Furthermore, this place lies deep within the heart of the empire, perilously close to Pingyang City, where military patrols are frequent, thus ruling out the possibility of banditry." Upon hearing this explanation, the captain understood that Zheng Su had indeed discerned the nature of this place. She tightened her embrace and, with a tremor in her voice, asked, "Are you suggesting they are the undead?" Chapter 6. Who are you? Zheng Su nodded, stating, "In areas where corpses abound, there exists a heavy aura of Yin. After a day of rain, the atmosphere here has reached its limit, allowing these foul entities to emerge. I have encountered some of them before at the borders. They fear sulfur flames most of all. We used to carry such flames with us at the border garrison. But regrettably, I left them behind this time, not anticipating their necessity, and now we find ourselves lacking." The captain, her gaze filled with uncertainty, remarked softly, "Yet, in the graveyards outside the imperial capital, Where corpses are abundant, why do we not see the undead after rain? Zheng Su pondered to herself that the capital is the epicenter of the empire. Any undead that might arise would have long been dealt with by the capital's patrols. You, esteemed graduates of the Imperial Military Academy, have lived in comfort, never having witnessed bloodshed. How could you possibly encounter such entities? Yet, she replied, in the capital, the majesty of His Majesty casts a protective light, and with renowned generals safeguarding the city, alongside the central army of the empire. These vile creatures would not dare to show themselves. The captain's face flushed as he awkwardly wiped the mud from his hair and said, "Please do not mock us. In comparison to you, even the collective efforts of us junior officers from the Central Army pale insignificantly." Zheng Suo clasped his fists and replied, "There is no intention of mockery. These are my heartfelt words." A silence ensued, while the other junior officers gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades, deeming the excavation of graves too troublesome, and instead carelessly dragged them to the pyre. Zheng Suo furrowed his brow at the sight, yet refrained from commenting, aware of their pre-existing biases against him. On the battlefield, comrades were akin to brothers and family. During his time with the border guard, he had ensured that the deceased were buried with dignity and headstones erected, and would never resort to burning the bodies of his fellow soldiers unless absolutely necessary. For such an act could chill the hearts of those who remained alive. The captain seemed to tacitly acquiesce to the burning of the corpses. Perhaps overwhelmed by a mix of fear and fatigue, her gaze distant and unfocused. Yet remaining in this location felt excessively eerie. "Let us hasten our departure. We shall rest upon reaching Pingyang City," she declared before moving on alone. The others, unwilling to linger in the unsettling atmosphere, quickly followed suit. Zheng Suo, trailing behind, paused after taking a few steps, suddenly startled, and frowned, saying, "Wait a moment." Their faces turned pale as they fixed their stares on Zheng Suo. He glanced at the flickering light in the distance, furrowing his brow again, and commanded, "Everyone, lie down." The junior officers of the Central Army, gripped by trepidation, promptly dropped to the muddy ground, their expressions rife with panic. As the flickering light approached within 100 paces, they could clearly hear one of the junior officers sobbing, evidently believing that the spirits of the dead had come to visit. As Zheng Suo observed the flickering flames and the occasional sparks falling, he confirmed they were not the ghostly fires. Gripping the standard dagger at his waist, he called out loudly, "Who are you?" 100 paces away, the flames abruptly halted, and a voice replied, "We are the guards of General Liu from Pingyang City. May I inquire if you are the Central Army brothers who have received the imperial decree to proceed to the border garrison?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Suo was about to investigate further, for it was indeed late at night, and caution was prudent, a habit cultivated during his 3 years with the border troops. Suddenly, the Central Army officers beside him rose excitedly, exclaiming, "We are from the Central Army." Without hesitation, a group of them rushed towards the distant flames. As Zheng Suo approached, he noticed that the newcomers were clad in the armor of the Jinshi Army. Given that Duke Lu Jun of Pingyang hailed from the Jinshi Army, it was hardly surprising that the province was predominantly comprised of troops from this force. The foremost figure, a mustachioed man in his 40s, brandished a torch, and his major insignia gleamed brightly in the firelight. He advanced, recognized the newcomers, and promptly knelt. "I am honored to meet your highness, Princess Yulia." The other soldiers of the guard also knelt in reverence. Before Zheng Suo could reach them, he overheard this address and was taken aback. The Central Army lieutenant was, in fact, a princess of the empire. The imperial capital had dispatched a princess to escort the commander of the demon kingdom. Such a farce. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The lieutenant's expression softened slightly as she gestured for everyone to rise and furrowed her brow, inquiring, "How did you come to be here?" The major had just risen when he heard the inquiry and hurriedly knelt down, saying, "General Liu received a message from the capital and instructed us to wait at the city gate. However, by nightfall, the princess had yet to arrive. Fearing for her safety, Lord Liu ordered us to proceed 30 miles outside the city to welcome her. Upon witnessing the flames in the sky, we hastened over, and fortunately, the princess is unharmed. How many men have you dispatched?" Julia scanned the area, noting that there were at least 300 troops from the Western Town Army present, far exceeding a mere guard regiment, and inquired further. The major respectfully responded, "A total of 3,000 men have been deployed. To avoid any oversight, we divided into groups to search. 3,000 men venturing out to search for someone, whether within 30 miles or even 50, could leave no stone unturned. The Empire was indeed inviting trouble for itself by sending a princess to lead the charge, ultimately necessitating the involvement of the Western Town Army from Pingyang Province. All in the name of precaution, which amused Zheng Chong internally. Julia cast a glance at herself, feeling rather disheveled, and noticed that the remaining Central Army lieutenants were equally in disarray. The major paused before asking, "Princess, Lord Liu is aware of your arduous journey and has prepared a feast at the governor's residence in Pingyang City to welcome you and wash away your fatigue." At that moment, the Central Army personnel were eager to leave, promptly walking towards the prepared mounts, each taking a horse to ride onward. The terrain of Pingyang Province was intricate, making horses less convenient. Thus, Lu Jun had personally trained a unit of Black Wolf soldiers, utilizing robust black wolves as mounts, enabling them to navigate the complex landscape with remarkable efficiency. These individuals are undoubtedly members of the Black Wolf Brigade. Upon observing several Central Army personnel mounted on black wolves, the major turned and instructed, "You few shall proceed on foot to the camp." With that, the major hastily mounted the foremost wolf and pursued, positioning himself alongside the princess, casting not even a glance at Zheng Suo. After taking a few steps, Yulia appeared to recall something, glancing around with a look of perplexity. Noticing her demeanor, the major promptly reassured her, "Fear not, Your Highness. We are accompanied by the guards of the Western Town Army, and no one would dare to cause trouble here." Furrowing her brows, Yulia inquired, "Where is Zheng Suo?" The major hesitated, unsure of whom the princess was referring to. Yulia's perception of Zheng Suo had significantly shifted, and she felt a pang of guilt towards him. Just as she intended to apologize, she realized he was absent, prompting her question. "He is a second lieutenant from the Border Defense Forces, accompanying us. It was he who captured the Demon Kingdom's commander. And it was he who saved us just moments ago." The commanders of the Demon Kingdom are remarkably formidable. Thus, upon their capture, they were immediately administered the wizarding potions brought by the Central Army, rendering them unconscious for 3 days. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Western Town Army who had mounted the leading wolves did not abandon Zheng Suo, allowing him to have some company along the way. However, these soldiers exchanged not a single word with Zheng Suo, clearly looking down upon him as a member of the Border Defense Forces. Despite this, Zheng Suo understood their disdain. They would feign ignorance of his presence. He waved his hand and chuckled, "It matters not. I still have to tend to these griffins. The demon captives are also here. So please inform the princess that, due to my duties, I cannot afford to be negligent. It would be best for them to proceed ahead. The journey to the imperial capital is of utmost significance, compared to the disdain of others. It is the potential misstep involving these griffins and the imperial commander that truly concerns Zheng Su." The captain of the Jinshi army cast a glance and exclaimed, "What are you all doing? Hurry and assist Second Lieutenant Zheng in handling these griffins." Upon hearing his voice, the soldiers of the Jinshi army hurried over, eager to take the reins from Zheng Su. The captain turned respectfully and said, "Second Lieutenant Zheng, my earlier negligence is regrettable. If you are displeased, feel free to chastise me or strike me, but I implore you to accompany me. Otherwise, I will be unable to provide an account to the princess." Seeing the earnestness in the man's words, Zheng Su, realizing the necessity of cooperation, nodded and inquired, "What is your name?" "Bai Zheng. If it pleases you, Second Lieutenant Zheng. You may call me Old Bai." Zheng Su nodded and replied, "Brother Bai, it is imperative that you keep a close watch on these griffins and the prisoners aboard. We must not allow any mishaps." Bai Zheng nodded in agreement and promptly arranged for a lead wolf to be brought forth, declaring loudly, "You may send someone to escort Second Lieutenant Zheng, while I remain here to oversee the prisoners." Mounted on the lead wolf, Zheng Su found the creature remarkably swift. The uneven terrain did not impede their progress in the slightest. Truth be told, Zheng Su was reluctant to be in the company of these high-ranking officials, as it made him feel constrained. As he caught up, he clasped his fists and said, "I am Zheng Su, here to pay my respects to the princess." Yulia glanced at him, nodding slightly, and asked, "Where did you go earlier?" Zheng Su understood the implication behind her words. Having spent many years within the Empire's military, he was well versed in the art of flattery and could easily engage in such discourse. At this moment, the princess recalled the purpose of her journey. In her haste to flee the area, she had completely forgotten such a significant matter, and those around her from the Central Army had neglected it as well. Fortunately, with Zheng Suo managing the situation adeptly, she exhaled deeply and said, "Zheng Suo, I apologize for the journey. As fellow soldiers of the Empire, We had previously harbored some reservations towards you. Her self-identification as an imperial soldier rendered her apology more akin to human sentiment, making it appear more amiable. Had she merely identified herself as a princess, the young lieutenant would likely have been overwhelmed with trepidation. Zheng Suo understood this, but was acutely aware of his current status. Thus he clasped his fists and replied, "Your Highness, your esteemed self need not apologize to someone of my humble standing. It is I who feels unworthy." At this moment, the major breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the junior lieutenant did not impose any difficulties upon him. Nonetheless, the remaining lieutenants maintained their unyielding demeanor towards Zheng Suo. As they discussed the spirits, the major explained that the location in question was originally a site for executing death row inmates in Pingyang City, resulting in an abundance of corpses. Subsequently, fearing the presence of malevolent forces, the Count of Pingyang ordered the trees in that area to be felled to prevent the accumulation of ghostly and resentful energies. Chapter 7. General Zheng, please follow me. In less than half an hour, they had entered Pingyang City. The city was eerily silent. According to the major, several homicides had occurred recently, prompting the imposition of a curfew. Upon arriving at a residence in the western part of the city, they found numerous guards stationed at the entrance, standing on either side, with one individual in military attire standing in the center. As the group approached, the individual hurried over, kneeling and proclaiming, "I am honored to meet your highness." Yulia lowered her head and stepped forward to assist Lu Zhan, saying, "Uncle Lu, it has been quite some time. You are still quite busy, even donning your armor at night." Lu Zhan, having served the empire for 3 generations, hailed from a long line of esteemed officials. First elevated to the title of Duke of Pingyang by his grandfather, then demoted to Marquis of Pingyang under his father in accordance with imperial decree, and ultimately, he held the title of Count of Pingyang. In his youth, Lu Zhan accompanied his grandfather and father to the imperial capital on several occasions, during which he had met the princess, who was then receiving her education, and thus he felt a sense of familiarity. Addressing her as uncle was not out of place. Rising with a smile, Lu Zhan remarked, "I received a message from the capital indicating that your highness personally came to escort the commander of the Demon Kingdom. Thus, I sent someone to await your arrival, but as midnight approached and there was still no sign of you, I contemplated donning my armor to venture out myself. Now that I see you are unharmed, I can finally ease my anxieties." The other young officers of the Central Army also approached, respectfully introducing themselves. Zheng Chui listened, noting that they were all noble scions. After extending his compliments, Yulia glanced around. Count Lu Zhan inquired, "Did you misplace something, your highness?" Yulia shook her head and replied, "Uncle Lu, that is not the case. Accompanying us is Lieutenant Zheng Chui of the Border Defense Forces, who is a celebrated hero of the Empire for capturing the commander of the Demon Kingdom. Were it not for him, we might have faced disgrace in our mission." Lu Zhan's expression turned to one of astonishment as he urgently asked, "What transpired?" Yulia briefly recounted the matter of the deceased, and Lu Zhan, with a face filled with trepidation, knelt and said, "I am to blame. That place was originally where the commoners of Pingyang City were executed. It was due to my negligence that the princess nearly encountered peril. Please, punish me, your highness." Yulia assisted Lu Zhan to his feet and replied, "Fortunately, thanks to Lieutenant Zheng, a grave incident was averted. Uncle, do not be too hard on yourself." The young major nodded and promptly took his leave with his men. Lu Zhan surveyed his surroundings and clasped his hands in salute, inquiring, "Might I ask who is Zheng Chui?" Zheng Chui stood in a rather inconspicuous spot, shielded by the surrounding guards. He stepped forward and bowed, introducing himself, "I am Zheng Chui, a lieutenant of the Imperial Frontier Army. Honored to meet you, Duke of Pingyang." Lu Zhan's expression was inscrutable, yet his tone remained exceedingly calm as he instructed, "Come closer." Obeying the command, Zheng Chui approached, still processing the situation. Lu Zhan clasped his hands in salute and remarked, "Lieutenant Zheng, despite your youth, you have captured the commander of the Demon Kingdom. Truly a paragon of our empire and a pillar for the future. Now that the princess has been valiantly protected by you, I express my gratitude." This unexpected praise left the previously commended lieutenants of the Imperial Central Army astonished, while the surrounding guards were equally taken aback. Witnessing a provincial governor bowing to a frontier army lieutenant, Lu Zhan continued to shower Zheng Chui with compliments, expressing a familiarity that surpassed that which he had shown to the noble lieutenants of the Central Army. Yulia, standing beside him, joined in the accolades. Observing this shift in dynamics, The Central Army lieutenants, who had briefly regained their composure, now appeared utterly despondent, overshadowed by this lieutenant from the frontier army whom they had previously looked down upon. Zheng Suo was taken aback. He had initially assumed that Lu Zhan, a provincial governor and a renowned veteran of the empire, would hardly concern herself with a mere lieutenant from the border defense forces. However, her warmth and attentiveness starkly contrasted with that of the Central Army personnel. Upon reflection, although Lu Zhan had inherited her title, she had not been devoid of military experience. In fact, she possessed a deeper understanding of the hardships faced by soldiers, which in turn fostered her capacity for compassion and care towards her subordinates. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Zhan raised her voice, instructing, "Quickly send someone to prepare the rooms for Her Highness and her entourage to bathe and change." Originally, Yulia had endured quite a tumultuous journey and longed for rest, yet she felt it inappropriate to voice her weariness, promptly following the servants into the residence. Zheng Suo was escorted to a chamber that had already been equipped with a bathing tub filled with warm water. After shedding his garments and immersing himself in the soothing liquid, he heard a knock at the door. "General, Lord Lu has instructed me to bring you some clothing," came the voice from outside. "Come in," Zheng Suo replied. The door swung open to reveal a young woman, no more than 18, with a visage as smooth as a pebble and a figure that was both graceful and striking. She placed the garments on a hanger and approached the bathing tub, kneeling in greeting as she said, "I am here to assist the general with his bath." Having spent lengthy periods in the remote frontier, encounters with women were rare. Thus, a maid from the governor's residence would be regarded as a rare beauty in such desolate regions. Zheng Suo, merely a lowly lieutenant, had never before received such exquisite treatment, and the unexpected attention left him agitated. With a start, he waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for that. Please just leave the clothes and step outside." The young woman glanced at him, nodded in understanding, and gracefully exited the room. After Zheng Chao finished his ablutions and changed his attire, he stepped outside to find a woman waiting at the door. She promptly said, "General, the banquet is ready. Please follow me." Standing at the threshold, he clasped his fists and replied, "Lieutenant Zheng Chao of the Border Defense Army has arrived late. I beg the princess and Lord Lu for your forgiveness." At that moment, a voice from within the door called out, "Lieutenant Zheng has arrived. Please invite him in." As the words were spoken, a servant emerged to usher Zheng Chao inside. Upon seeing him, Yulia, now dressed in women's attire after her own preparations, was momentarily taken aback, as was Lu Zhan, while the other Central Army lieutenants looked on in astonishment. None had anticipated that Zheng Chao, in his altered guise, would appear rather striking. After a brief pause, Lu Zhan smiled and said, "Lieutenant Zheng, please take a seat." As Zheng Chao settled at the table, the banquet commenced with an abundance of laughter and merriment. Yet he remained largely silent, allowing the Central Army lieutenants and Lu Zhan to engage in conversation. It would have been inappropriate for a mere border defense lieutenant to interject amidst such illustrious company. "Has General Lu retired for the night?" Zheng Chao inquired, rising from his seat. "Not yet," came the reply. The voice continued, "General Zheng, Lord Lu requests your presence." Uncertain of the reason behind Lu Zhan's summons, wondering if others had also been called, he felt reluctant to decline. Upon exiting, he encountered a figure clad in armor. It was Bai Zhan, who had previously conversed with him in the woods. Clad in his battle gear, Bai Zhan greeted Zheng Chao, saying, "General Zheng, please follow me." As they walked, Zheng Chao learned that Lu Zhan had summoned only him, leaving the others uninvited. This left him perplexed, pondering what could be the purpose behind such a solitary invitation. Following the individual, they exited the palace and boarded a carriage. After a brief journey, Bai Zhan remarked, "We have arrived. General Zheng, please accompany me. This is the military camp of Pingyang Province, lest we be misunderstood by the sentinels on duty." Zheng Suo was utterly perplexed as to the purpose of visiting the military camp at such an hour, yet he followed Bai Zhan into the camp. The vastness of the encampment astonished Zheng Suo. Although the Western Town Army stationed in Pingyang Province comprised 10,000 troops, the camp appeared ample enough to accommodate 50,000. As they walked, Bai Zhan explained, "Lord Lu does not reside in the governor's mansion at night. He has taken to living within the military camp. Accustomed as he is to the life of a soldier, he claims he cannot sleep away from the barracks." Upon hearing this, Zheng Suo silently lamented, "Indeed, Lu Zhan was a formidable general, sharing the hardships and joys of his soldiers. Under such leadership, it was no wonder the troops vowed to serve with unwavering loyalty." Upon reaching a large tent, they were met by 2 rows of guards who blocked their path. Bai Zhen called out, "Lord Lu has summoned General Zheng Suo. Please announce our presence." Before the guards could turn away, a voice from within the tent commanded, "Let them enter." Zheng Suo and Bai Zhen stepped inside, where Lu Zhen was bent over a table, fervently writing. Without raising his gaze, he instructed, "Bai Zhen, you may leave." Bai Zhen cast a glance at Zheng Suo, a smile gracing his features, before he turned and exited. Zheng Suo approached, clasping his fists in respect, and said, "Zheng Suo pays his respects to Lord Lu." At that moment, Lu Zhen seemed transformed, markedly different from his demeanor at the banquet. He exuded a certain vigor. He appeared exceedingly refined, resembling a scholar. Yet the years spent in the military had darkened his complexion. With a calm expression, he addressed Zheng Suo. "You must have observed quite a bit upon entering." Zheng Suo understood that he was referring to the military camp, and promptly remarked, "Lord Lu governs his troops with exceptional skill, cherishing his soldiers as if they were his own children. He is indeed a commendable general of the empire." Lu Zhen stood with his hands clasped behind him, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor, clearly pleased with Zheng Su's assessment. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "I summoned you late at night to inquire about a particular matter. How did you ascertain that the commander of the Demon Kingdom would flee towards the border troops?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhen furrowed his brow slightly, his right middle finger gently tapping the wooden surface of the table, which was made of camphor wood, producing a resonant sound. "Are you able to read maps?" Zheng Su nodded and clasped his hands in respect, replying, "I have studied a bit on my own." Lu Zhen acknowledged, "Few junior officers in the border troops possess the ability to read maps. You have indeed shown diligence." Maintaining a slight bow, Zheng Su responded, "As a member of the military, receiving the empire's stipend, I dare not be negligent." Lu Zhen, showing little interest in such formalities, waved his hand, signaling Zheng Su to continue. Chapter 8. A renowned general? Merely a butcher. Zheng Su continued, "After General Ludwig defeated the demon forces, he had long since blocked the direct route to the west, setting up checkpoints along the way with the intention of capturing the commander of the Demon Kingdom. Hence, that path is unfeasible. Instead, one must head south along the empire's border, circumventing the extensive Kuka mountain range, reaching the desert's edge near a small town, and then westward into the Demon Kingdom. Along the way, there are only 200 soldiers in the border camp where I serve, rendering the defense relatively weak, which might allow for passage. I have already excavated ditches and set traps at the crucial juncture, and with the Empire's protection, I have ultimately prevented this individual from escaping." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhen stood up and exclaimed. Bai Zhen then said, "Come, let us take a stroll outside." Earlier, Bai Zhen had already dismissed the guards stationed outside the tent. Upon hearing the call, he lifted the curtain and entered, approaching the side of the bed to retrieve a warm cloak, which he draped over Lu Zhen. The bed within this tent was exceedingly simple, comparable to that of a junior officer, reflecting the man's genuine concern for his subordinates, sharing in their hardships. Upon exiting the tent, Lu Zhen walked ahead, with Zheng Suo on his left and Bai Zhen trailing a few paces behind. "What do you think of Ludwig?" Lu Zhen inquired. Zheng Suo was taken aback by Lu Zhen's question, hastily replying, "General Ludwig is a master strategist, skilled in the art of war, and is a cornerstone of our imperial army. In this battle, he decisively defeated the demonic nation's Crimson Flame army, thereby enhancing our military prestige. But let us dispense with such empty flattery." Lu Zhen, somewhat impatient, interrupted Zheng Suo, saying, "In Pingyang province, speak candidly, share your genuine thoughts." Zheng Suo was momentarily stunned. As a junior officer, it felt inappropriate to comment on a powerful figure within the army. He hesitantly remarked, "I have not had the honor of meeting General Ludwig, so I am at a loss for words. However, in this conflict with the demonic nation, he can indeed be regarded as a renowned general." Lu Zhen paused, clearly having not considered this aspect when he posed his question, and then scoffed, "A renowned general? Merely a butcher, nothing more." Zheng Suo's back was drenched in cold sweat at the thought that if these words reached Ludwig's ears, as the governor of Pingyang province, Lu Zhen would undoubtedly face no repercussions, at most inciting Ludwig's dissatisfaction with him. However, for a mere second lieutenant such as himself, merely hearing this without rebuffing it was tantamount to a capital offense. "General, such words cannot be uttered. Both you and General Ludwig are esteemed ministers of our empire. It would be ill-advised to speak ill of one another behind closed doors." Zheng Suo managed to protest, steeling himself. fully aware that offending Lu Xun was a risk he had to take. He was currently a captive of the Demon Kingdom's commander and was due to report to the capital for military briefings. Lu Xun could not execute him at this moment. Once he reached the capital and submitted his orders, Lu Xun would find it exceedingly difficult to reach him. Thus, he preferred to incur Lu Xun's ire rather than that of Ludwig, for the journey to the capital could prove perilous if he did not tread carefully. Lu Xun seemed to disregard his words, coldly retorting, "You only recognize that Ludwig achieved a resounding victory in this battle. Yet you fail to comprehend that to secure this triumph, he conscripted over 100,000 of our people along the way, forcing them to shield his central army from the Demon Kingdom's blades. This victory, purchased with the lives of countless souls, what does that make him but a hollow general? The Empire's vast expanse is populated by myriad ethnicities, with the Western and Hua peoples being the most numerous. The current emperor hails from the Western ethnicity, thus placing them as the first-class citizens of the Empire, while the remaining minority groups are deemed second-class, and the Hua people are relegated to third-class status, followed by the slaves, rendering the Hua people the lowest of the low within the Empire. Zheng Suing was suddenly struck by an unsettling thought. He recalled that prior to the outbreak of hostilities, his small town had also been requisitioned for a considerable number of laborers from the Huazus ethnic group. The individuals who came to recruit them claimed they were being sent to the rear to repair bridges and roads, offering wages as an incentive, which led many to enlist. In truth, they were being sent to sacrifice their lives for the Central Army. At this moment, he remembered the curfew imposed in Pingyang City, likely due to a significant number of laborers being conscripted, resulting in a rather desolate atmosphere. However, the Empire had certainly issued a decree forbidding any discussion of the matter, prompting local officials to deceitfully assert that a murder had occurred to justify the curfew and avert civil unrest. After expressing this sentiment, Lu Xun seemed unsatisfied, continuing to voice her opinions, none of which were particularly flattering. At this juncture, Zheng Suing felt no inclination to defend Ludwig. After surveying the camp, he noted that as they walked, Lu Xun greeted the patrolling soldiers with warmth and concern, exhibiting no airs of superiority, which was strikingly approachable. Zheng Suing observed all of this, but more importantly, it solidified a troubling realization in his mind. Based on the number of tents, the soldiers present indeed exceeded 50,000, far surpassing the 10,000 of the West Town army. This revelation filled Zheng Suing with greater trepidation. The Empire had decreed that no province's garrison should exceed 10,000, and private troops were limited to the same number, with a total cap of 20,000. Yet this place had vastly exceeded that limit, a heinous crime warranting the annihilation of 9 clans. Upon entering the command tent, Lu Xun took her seat, while Bai Zhen remained stationed outside, vigilant as ever. Zheng Chong stood uneasily within the tent, apprehensive about what Lu Xun was about to unveil. He had already discerned the secrets of his counterpart, and it appeared that Lu Xun was intentionally leading him into a precarious situation, seemingly attempting to ensnare him into an act of treachery. Should he acquiesce, his plan for vengeance upon entering the imperial capital would be irrevocably thwarted. Yet, should he decline, he harbored a genuine fear that Lu Xun might disregard any imperial decrees and orchestrate his immediate demise. However, upon reflection, he pondered the fact that he was merely a junior lieutenant in the Border Defense Army of lowly status, and thus Lu Xun need not take such risks to compel him to remain. The true motive eluded Zheng Chong's understanding. Lu Xun fixed his gaze upon Zheng Chong from across the table and, after a brief silence, remarked, "You have captured the commander of the Demon Kingdom. This is indeed a remarkable achievement. Upon your arrival in the imperial capital, what rewards do you believe you shall receive?" Beads of sweat formed on Zheng Chong's forehead as he mustered the courage to clasp his fists and replied, "I merely hope to serve the Empire to the best of my ability. As for rewards, I dare not make demands. The Central Army comprises the sons of the Western tribes, who consider themselves superior. As a mere Huazus ethnic lieutenant from the border defense, you would inevitably face ostracism, finding it impossible to establish a foothold, ultimately becoming the subject of ridicule, and thus your prospects for advancement would be utterly extinguished." Zheng Chong had indeed contemplated this predicament, yet his most pressing need was to enter the imperial capital. It was only there that vengeance would become a tangible possibility. Therefore, despite the risks, he felt he had no alternative. At this juncture, Lu Xun picked up a personal seal from the table and affixed it to the letter he had previously inscribed. Originally, the Imperial Military Academy did not accept students of the Huazus, Yet now there are signs of a thaw. Huazus candidates, recommended by military leaders of a province, may enter the academy for their studies. You, too, are a gem among the Huazus military, possessing some understanding of military principles. It would be far more advantageous to refine your skills at the military academy than to lead a mundane life in the Central Army. This letter, I urge you to keep safe. Upon your arrival in the capital, present it to the esteemed General Han Jiping, the chief instructor of the academy, who is an old acquaintance of mine. With my recommendation, he will surely accept you into the academy. Zheng Chao was momentarily taken aback, for such delightful news had come as a complete surprise. Initially, he was troubled by the thought of entering the capital and drawing closer to his adversary within the military academy. However, the Empire's prohibition against Huazus attending military and civilian schools had always posed a significant obstacle. As a mere second lieutenant, he found it implausible to approach an enemy who held the rank of a well-placed major within the academy. After much contemplation, he found no suitable means to confront this opponent. Moreover, the capital was under strict law enforcement, restricting the movement of the Huazus. Even an assassination attempt would be futile. The opportunity to study at the military academy was indeed a fortuitous gift from the heavens. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward, took the letter, knelt, and expressed, "The general's nurturing grace will forever be etched in my memory, and I pledge to dedicate myself to the nation, even to the point of death." Zheng Chao, also known as Zheng Chang'an, uttered these words, prompting Lu Zhen to let out a light scoff, half smiling, and remarked, "Though we have just vanquished the demonic nation's Crimson Flame army, it seems the Empire may already be in its twilight." At this moment, Zheng Chao became increasingly convinced of Lu Zhen's rebellious intentions. However, his singular focus on revenge rendered such matters irrelevant to him. Immediately, Lu Zhen picked up a letter and handed it to Zheng Chui, her voice suddenly rising, as if fearing she might not be heard. "This letter is my correspondence to Lord Han. You must keep it safe and deliver it to him personally, ensuring that no one else is aware of its contents." Zheng Chui nodded, accepting it and tucking it into his bosom. After engaging in casual conversation about the border troops, Lu Zhen, feeling somewhat drowsy, dismissed Zheng Chui. Upon exiting the tent, Bai Zhen summoned his trusted soldiers and then led Zheng Chui out of the main camp. Once Zheng Chui was inside the carriage, Bai Zhen took the reins himself. "Brother Zheng, what did General Lu speak to you about?" Bai Zhen inquired softly, gripping the reins. He had been just outside the tent earlier, hearing everything clearly. It was evident that Lu Zhen held a great deal of trust in this lieutenant of the Western Town Army, hence her candor. Bai Zhen's inquiry was likely to alleviate the monotony of the journey and to invigorate their spirits. Zheng Chui felt no need to withhold any information, responding, "The general recommended me for military academy studies." No sooner had he spoken than the carriage came to a brief halt, followed by the curtain being drawn back. Bai Zhen leaned in with a joyful expression. "Congratulations, Brother Zheng. Upon graduating from the military academy, you will surely achieve great renown. If you still remember Bai Zhen, I hope you will extend your support. Graduating from the military academy indeed holds far greater prospects than serving as a lieutenant in the Western Town Army." And Bai Zhen's words were not unfounded, considering the difficulties subordinate officers in the Huazus lineage face in promotion. Zheng Chui clasped his fists and smiled. "I am grateful for your esteem, Brother Bai. I shall not forget you when the time comes." "Then I thank you," Bai Zhen replied, continuing to drive the carriage. "I hear the general has given you 2 letters, correct?" Zheng Chong found the situation amusing. It was evident that Bai Zhen had rehearsed his words in his mind countless times before finally speaking the truth. However, he refrained from exposing this in front of Bai Zhen and replied with a smile, "Indeed, one letter is a letter of recommendation, while the other is intended for an old friend of the general." Lu Zhen harbored rebellious intentions, and it was certain that there were those in the capital who shared his sentiments, likely including Han Jiping. Now, recommending him for military school served to cultivate talent for the future, yet it seemed that Lu Zhen would soon be disappointed, as after dealing with his enemies at the military school, he intended to remain in the capital for revenge. Chapter 9. An unexpected turn of events. The following day, early in the morning, Zheng Chong rose to freshen up. The maid entered, donned in a rather unremarkable outfit, yet her beauty was undeniable. She held out a set of clothes, saying, "General Zheng, these garments were prepared by Marshal Lu. I have washed your clothes, but they are still not dry, so I have put them away." Lu Zhen was indeed audacious. Although he held the position of provincial governor and ruled over a territory, His rank as a major general was insufficient to warrant the title of marshal. Nonetheless, the people in the household had already begun to address him as such, indicating that Lu Zhan's rise to power was all but assured. Zheng Chong glanced at the bundle on the maid's back, which presumably contained his clothes, and said, "Please hand me the bundle." "Thank you for your assistance, my lady." The maid offered the military uniform, stating, "I will carry it for the general." Zheng Chong thought little of it and accepted the uniform, only to discover it was the attire of a second lieutenant from the Jinshi army. He inquired, puzzled, "Is there no uniform from the border defense forces?" The maid, with a courteous bow, remarked, "Originally, I intended to procure a frontier military uniform for General Zheng. However, none could be found in the residence at this moment, and it is too late to hastily prepare one. So I have instead provided a uniform from the Western Town Army." Zheng Chao chose to remain silent. Yet he was acutely aware that acquiring a frontier military uniform should not pose a challenge for the governor's office of Pingyang. The insistence on providing a uniform from the Western Town Army signified that he was now affiliated with Lu Zhan. Since receiving the letter of recommendation from Lu Zhan last night and being shown around the camp, he understood that today's arrangements were deliberate. This area still lay within Pingyang province, and should he refuse, it might prove difficult to exit Pingyang city. Once he left the province and reached the imperial capital, Lu Zhan would be powerless to intervene. Donning the uniform of a second lieutenant from the Western Town Army indeed appeared far more spirited than that of the frontier forces. After a brief meal, Zheng Chao proceeded directly to the entrance of the governor's office. Moments later, Lu Zhan emerged accompanied by Princess Yulia, who, along with the other second lieutenants, had donned brand new uniforms of the Central Army, all of which Lu Zhan had procured. "Your Highness, I, as your humble servant and governor, am ensnared in military and political affairs, making it difficult to see you off, and I beg your pardon," Lu Zhan respectfully stated upon reaching the entrance. Princess Yulia promptly replied, "Uncle Lu, you are preoccupied with official duties. We have already caused you considerable inconvenience. Upon our arrival in the imperial capital, I shall convey your regards to my father, so please do not worry." Zheng Chao stood nearby, noting that Lu Zhan did not even cast a glance in his direction today, likely to avoid any suspicion regarding last night's events. As they exchanged pleasantries, a group approached from a distance, led by Bai Zhan, who, upon reaching Lu Zhan, bowed and reported, "I have made all necessary arrangements." Lu Zhan remarked, "Escorting the commander of the Demon Kingdom is of utmost importance. The princess suffered considerable losses last night. I have arranged for them to accompany us, just in case." Turning to Zheng Xiaowei, she continued, "Let us depart." After Zheng Keng performed a respectful bow, he turned to the maid and said, "Please bring me my attire." At that moment, Lu Zhan approached and said, "This maid has been in the household for quite some time and is skilled in attending to others. As you have captured the commander of the Demon Kingdom, a remarkable feat indeed, I shall gift her to you to serve by your side." Zheng Keng was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. He realized that Lu Zhan did not trust him and had placed an informant beside him. He feared that should he exhibit any unusual behavior along the journey, this maid would surely inform Bai Zhan, leading to his swift demise. Lu Zhan's meticulous nature was indeed striking, as she had considered even this. Observing the murderous intent in Lu Zhan's eyes, Zheng Keng understood that he could not refuse. The party set off without delay. The journey proved to be uneventful, and by dusk, they had arrived in the imperial capital. The capital, truly the heart of the empire, boasted towering walls that reached several meters high, exuding magnificence. Within the city, prosperity reigned supreme. Bustling merchants traversed the streets with ceaseless vigor. Upon reaching the relay station, the princess led the remaining members of the Central Army to attend to official duties. That night, the maid shared a chamber with Zheng Keng. The thought of having her by his side, even while he slept, troubled him, rendering restful slumber elusive. The following morning, after a modest breakfast, Zheng Keng was soon visited by a member of the inner court. Presently, the inner court officials of the empire were predominantly of the Hua ethnicity. This particular official, with a piercing voice, entered the relay station and inquired, "Who is Zheng Keng? Come forth and heed the summons." Zheng Keng hurriedly stepped forward and knelt. "Zheng Keng, your majesty summons you to the court." After Zheng Suixing completed his bow, the yellow gate attendant said, "Zheng Xiaowei, please follow me directly. The morning court is about to commence." Zheng Suixing nodded and followed the yellow gate attendant out, with Bai Zhan trailing behind. Zheng Suixing was taken aback. Why was Bai Zhan accompanying him to the court session? Since arriving in the imperial capital, Bai Zhen had transformed entirely, ignoring Zheng Suixing altogether. Thus, Zheng Suixing refrained from inquiring, pondering that Bai Zhen's earlier claim of seeking to assist him in Pingyang province had merely been a formality. Moreover, given Bai Zhen's purpose was to monitor him, Zheng Suixing chose to disregard him. The imperial capital's vast palace complex was bewildering. Without the Yellow Gate attendant's guidance, Zheng Suixing would have likely lost his way. Upon reaching the entrance of the court hall, the morning assembly had already commenced. With their modest ranks, both Zheng Suixing and Bai Zhen could only wait outside the grand hall, yet they could hear the proceedings within distinctly. As the deliberations neared their conclusion, a voice proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I have a report." After a brief silence, the voice continued, seemingly at the emperor's behest. Governor Lu Zhen of Pingyang province, having amassed military power, defies your Majesty's command to lead the troops against the Red Flame Army of the Demon Nation. Each province must provide full support. However, Governor Lu Zhen has resisted the imperial decree, refusing to supply funds, provisions, or troops, and obstructing the conscription of laborers. Given that Lu Zhen has enjoyed the empire's favor for 3 generations, such behavior is truly treasonous. A wave of astonishment rippled through the court. Zheng Suixing, kneeling at the entrance, was taken aback. This individual must be Ludwig. Moreover, from what he had just heard, his earlier assumptions were flawed. Lu Zhen had not permitted Ludwig to conscript laborers from Pingyang province. He had underestimated Lu Zhen, who displayed both audacity and meticulousness. A tremulous sound emanated from the court, calmly stating, "Lu Zhen has already sought my pardon regarding this matter. The population in Pingyang province is sparse, and its development is sluggish. Should we further conscript laborers, it would undermine the very foundation." His actions were not without reason. Zheng Xuan understood, of course, that this was the emperor speaking. It appeared that Lu Zhen had long since devised a strategy, which explained his audacity to defy the heavens. Ludwig, upon hearing this, urgently interjected, "I fear this is merely Lu Zhen's excuse. According to my investigations, this individual harbors treacherous intentions. He commands an army of 100,000 in Pingyang province and is privately fabricating banners. His motives are glaringly evident. Your Majesty, I implore you to discern the truth." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuan felt a pang of realization. Ludwig was no fool. All matters had been thoroughly investigated, and this time, Lu Zhen was cornered. The court erupted in a clamor once more. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor responded, "Lu Zhen has served as a high-ranking official for 3 generations. This is no trivial matter. Do you possess tangible evidence?" Ludwig promptly replied, "I have summoned one of Lu Zhen's associates, who can attest to the claims. He awaits just outside the hall." Everyone regarded Ludwig as a pillar of the military, solely knowledgeable in martial affairs. It was only now that Zheng Xuan comprehended the extent of this man's political acumen. The individual he mentioned as a witness was none other than Bai Zhen, who stood beside him. Zheng Xuan mused that Lu Zhen would never suspect Bai Zhen to be his covert informant. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief for not having spoken ill of Ludwig. Otherwise, he too might have met a grim fate. Soon, Bai Zhen was summoned into the hall by the Yellow Gate attendant. The voice of Bai Zhen resonated within the grand chamber. "Your Majesty, Lu Zhen commands an army of 100,000 and has encamped for 30 miles outside the city. In secret, he has ordered the creation of banners, intending to engage in treasonous acts. I have long been displeased with this situation. However, being in Pingyang province and of lowly status, despite my desire to vanquish these traitors, I find it difficult to take action. Thus, I have endured humiliation and hardship, waiting for this opportunity to enter the imperial capital to report to your Majesty." Bai Zhen spoke with heartfelt sincerity, yet Zheng Chao regarded him with disdain, perceiving him as a sycophant who seeks favor and personal gain. The emperor within the hall exclaimed, "Is this truly the case? Should you dare to slander a loyal minister of my empire, I shall ensure the annihilation of your entire lineage." It was evident that the emperor was somewhat perturbed. Bai Zhen prostrated himself and declared, "It is undoubtedly true. Lu Zhen has spies within the imperial capital who report on its movements. Last night, he sent word to his accomplice, the chief instructor of the military academy, Han Jiping, to discuss nefarious plans. This man is currently outside the hall." Zheng Chao felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, drenched in cold sweat, as he had not anticipated this turn of events. The letter he carried from Lu Zhen was explicitly marked as confidential and should not be shown to others. Thus, he had kept it with him at all times. Lu Zhen had provided him with 2 letters, and due to the immense importance of the first recommendation letter, he had become so exhilarated that he momentarily lost his guard and inadvertently carried the second letter with him. If this letter indeed contained conspiratorial content, his life would be forfeit. Was it truly time to reveal his most trusted card so soon? Recalling Lu Zhan's cautious demeanor, Zheng Chao became increasingly convinced that the contents of this letter must pertain to some confidential matter, most likely a plot of rebellion. At this moment, the eunuch conveyed orders, and the imperial guards approached, seizing Zheng Chao to bring him into the great hall. In the grand hall, the ministers gazed at Zheng Su, who, at that moment, paid no heed to their scrutiny. Instead, he was secretly clenching his fists, poised to unveil his hidden card. At this juncture, the Huang men beside the emperor approached and retrieved 2 letters from Zheng Su's possession, presenting them to the sovereign. The emperor opened the envelopes, perused their contents, cast a fleeting glance at Zheng Su, and subsequently set aside the first letter. Upon unsealing the second letter, he frowned as he examined its contents. Zheng Su's mind buzzed with anticipation. His hidden card was quietly coming into play. In the final moments, the emperor slammed the letter onto the table and barked, "Seize this man and take him away to be executed." Chapter 10. A False Alarm, a Threefold Strategy. Zheng Su was wholly engrossed in the operation of his hidden card, rendering him oblivious to the emperor's decree within the hall. However, 2 members of the Imperial Guard circumvented Zheng Su and dragged Bai Zhan out of the Grand Hall. With Bai Zhan's removal, it became evident that the 2 letters posed no issues, causing Zheng Su to breathe a sigh of relief, albeit with caution in his heart, as he was grateful that Lu Zhan had refrained from embedding any ulterior motives within the correspondence. At that moment, all eyes in the hall were fixed on Ludwig, who had accused Lu Zhan of rebellion. Yet, judging by the emperor's earlier demeanor, such a claim seemed unfounded. Although Ludwig was a trusted minister of the emperor, should the allegation reach Lu Zhan's ears, it would undoubtedly incite his wrath. To placate Lu Zhan, the emperor would certainly impose punishment upon this minister. "Ludwig, both you and Lu Zhan are pillars of my empire's military, yet you have failed to act with unity and have nearly deceived the heavens, wrongfully accusing Minister Lu. Henceforth, I hereby strip you of your position as commander of the Central Army. You must reflect earnestly on your actions and avoid reckless behavior in the future." Ludwig appeared disheartened, while Xie stood quietly beside him. Zheng Chong understood that although Ludwig had been stripped of his position as the supreme commander of the Central Army, he still retained the substantial authority of the First Minister of the Military Affairs Office, which would not be affected. However, this incident truly represented a significant loss, both in terms of reputation and resources. As the court assembly concluded and the ministers departed, Ludwig cast a glance at Zheng Chong and calmly remarked, "You have indeed captured the lieutenant of the border army from the Demon Kingdom, have you not?" Zheng Chong clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Thanks to your majesty's benevolence. It is indeed so." After inquiring further, Ludwig stated, "Your contributions are considerable. I have already informed the emperor and arranged for your transfer to the Central Army. You are to report to the Ministry of War, where someone will guide you through the process." Zheng Chong hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, General. Lord Lu has already recommended me to report to the military academy." Upon hearing this, Ludwig nodded and turned to leave, his expression remaining unchanged. At that moment, a eunuch approached with 2 letters, handing them to Zheng Chong before escorting him out of the palace. Once outside, the eunuch said, "Lieutenant Zheng, I shall take my leave now." Zheng Chong was taken aback to hear the eunuch refer to himself as a servant in his presence. Though the eunuch held no official rank, his long-standing presence in the palace commanded respect even from high-ranking ministers. Such deference felt excessive. He promptly clasped his hands, replying, "You overstate the matter." After the eunuch departed, Zheng Chong carefully tucked away the 2 letters, suddenly recalling how Lu Zhan had deliberately raised her voice the previous night, ensuring Bai Zhan could hear. A chill ran through him at the memory. The events of today were not mere happenstance or accidental strikes. Rather, they were meticulously orchestrated by Lu Zhan, who deliberately raised his voice, emphasizing the significance of the letter he presented to Han Jiping, clearly intending for Bai Zhan to overhear. Subsequently, he arranged for Bai Zhan to escort Her Highness the Princess to the imperial capital. It appears that Lu Zhan was already aware of Bai Zhan being a covert pawn placed by Ludwig, yet he refrained from taking direct action. Instead, he cunningly ensnared Bai Zhan in a trap, utilizing this strategy to manipulate the situation to his advantage, thereby inciting the emperor to act against Bai Zhan. The content of the second letter did not pose any substantial issues, and in having the emperor eliminate Bai Zhan, Lu Xun simultaneously inflicted significant losses upon his nemesis, Ludwig. As the bearer of this letter to the imperial capital, Ludwig would undoubtedly perceive Lu Xun as an ally, consequently forcing Zheng Suo into opposition against Ludwig. Once Zheng Suo graduates from military academy, he will inevitably find himself aligned with Lu Xun. At this moment, Ludwig must harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Just moments ago, Ludwig had conversed with him amiably, seeking to transfer him to the Central Army. It seems Ludwig is not one to be trifled with, displaying remarkable patience and strategic acumen. Throughout this ordeal, Zheng Suo miscalculated, unwittingly becoming a pawn in Lu Xun's game. This scheme effectively achieved 3 objectives with one stroke. As for the Huang men, having witnessed numerous political intrigues within the court, he likely discerned some elements of this plot, which explains his earlier courtesy towards Zheng Suo, extended out of respect for Lu Xun. With these realizations, Zheng Suo felt as though he had traversed the gates of the underworld, a chill creeping down his spine. Upon returning to the post station, Zheng Suo wasted no time and hurried to the Imperial Military Academy. Once there, he inquired earnestly and located the office of the academy's head instructor. Standing at the doorway, Zheng Suo clasped his fists and declared, "Lieutenant Zheng Suo of the Imperial Border Defense Force requests an audience." The door swung open to reveal a man of Han descent. His hair a striking blend of black and white. Although advanced in years, he exuded an air of competence. "You must be Zheng Suo," he remarked. The recent arrival of a lieutenant from the Border Defense Force to the Imperial capital can only pertain to one individual, the illustrious capture of the Demon Nation's commander. It's not difficult to surmise. "Your humble servant, Zheng Suo, seeks an audience with General Han Jiping," Zheng Suo responded. The Han gentleman smiled and replied, "That would be me. Please, come inside." Zheng Suo was taken aback to discover that the elderly figure before him was indeed Han Jiping. He had anticipated that, as the head of the Imperial Military Academy, Han would carry an air of bureaucracy after years in the capital, yet he found him to be remarkably approachable. Once inside the office, Zheng Suo presented 2 letters to Han Jiping, stating, "These 2 letters were opened by the Emperor. I could not refuse them. I hope for your understanding." Han Jiping smiled and replied, "I am aware. I have already heard the news." Zheng Suo felt a deep admiration for him. This man had long been cognizant of the affairs within the court. Had Lu Xun's accusations been substantiated, Han Jiping would certainly have faced repercussions. Though the situation ultimately turned out to be less dire than anticipated, it would have unnerved an ordinary person. Yet Han remained calm and unaffected. After perusing the letters, Han Jiping looked up and said, "Brother Lu has recommended you for studies at the Imperial Military Academy. I have approved this. Lieutenant Zheng, at such a young age, has managed to capture the commander of the Demon Nation. Upon graduating from the academy, you are bound to achieve great feats." Zheng Suo had not anticipated such ease in his endeavor. For a military officer of the Huazus lineage to gain admission to a military academy is no trivial matter. Although it is said that the regulations have now thawed, permitting recommendations, one must still undergo a selection process thereafter. It appears that Han Jiping had readily acquiesced out of respect for Lu Xun. Zheng Suo expressed his gratitude with delight, vowing to the empire that he would dedicate himself wholly, even if it meant sacrificing his very life. Upon entering, Zheng Suo noticed a maid dozing against the wall and sighed. The presence of Lu Xun's spy beside him instilled a sense of discomfort, yet he could not dismiss her. Clearing his throat, he nodded and said, "Let us gather our belongings. We must depart." The maid did not inquire about their destination, but swiftly collected the items she had prepared earlier. Zheng Suo observed that this maid indeed facilitated his escape from mundane concerns. Stepping out of the room, he awaited her in the hall of the relay station. After a while, the maid joined him. "General Zheng, shall we be on our way?" Zheng Suo led the maid out of the relay station, seeking a modest residence to the west of the imperial city. It was a small courtyard adorned with some flora, and the rent was reasonable, merely 1 gold coin per year. However, for Zheng Suo, this sum weighed heavily, as his annual salary as a second lieutenant amounted to only 30 silver coins. Fortunately, he had managed to secure a portion of his savings from a major, enabling him to afford the rent. The maid, curtsying gracefully, introduced herself, "I am Turan." Zheng Suo was taken aback. It was rare to encounter someone of the Huazu ethnicity bearing such a name. Yet, Turan distinctly possessed the features of a Huazu. He inquired, "Are you not of the Huazu clan?" Turan replied, "No, I am of the Ming clan. In the realm of the ethnic minorities, Turandao remarked. I was once the concubine of General Liu. At that moment, Zheng Chong was further convinced that this woman had been dispatched by Liu Zhen to surveil him. Otherwise, sending a concubine was excessively grandiose for someone of his modest rank as a mere second lieutenant in the Border Defense Army. Liu Zhen was indeed a master strategist. Well, you may proceed with your tasks, he added, placing the books down to adorn his study. With the 4 treasures of the study complete, it looked quite impressive, far superior to his time in the border forces. On the following day, after a hearty breakfast, Zheng Chong made his way to the Imperial Military Academy. The majority of the cadets were of the Western ethnicity, characterized by their red hair and blue eyes, with very few from the Huazu community. The Westerners held a certain disdain for the Huazu, leading the latter to congregate in a corner, exchanging names among themselves. The Empire had previously barred the Huazu from entering the literary and military academies, and these Huazu students were only recently recommended. Zheng Chong approached them, standing amidst the crowd. Where he was the youngest, the other Huazu students were all over 30, likely selected from various military ranks. With no political path available to them, the Huazu had only the military as a viable route, suggesting that these individuals were indeed the elite chosen from various armies. I am Yu Chongqing from the Eastern Town Army. A burly man with a thick beard stepped forward, clasping his fists. May I ask how to address you, young brother? We shall be learning together, and it would be prudent to become acquainted. His straightforward manner was indeed a reflection of military customs, and Zheng Chong, not one to take offense, clasped his fists in return. I am Zheng Chong'an from the Border Defense Army. I hope for your guidance in the future. However, Yu Chongqing's expression shifted immediately, and he turned away, disregarding him entirely. The Central Army looks down upon other military factions, while the Jinshi and Jindong armies hold the border defense forces in contempt. Zheng Suang offered a sheepish smile, choosing not to respond. After a brief interval, a young man approached, seemingly of a similar age to Zheng Suang. His features were somewhat peculiar, bearing characteristics of both the Western and Chinese ethnicities. Yet his complexion was notably fair, unlike those typically hailing from various military backgrounds. Chapter 11. Young Cadets of the Military Academy. I am Ding Muhua. This young man stepped into the crowd and clasped his fists, announcing, I am Athos, with the Chinese name Ding Muhua. It is a pleasure to meet all of you, esteemed colleagues, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Zheng Suang pondered the fact that this individual possessed both a Chinese and a Western name, spoke in an eloquent manner, and appeared to be anything but a soldier. It was perplexing that he was present at the military academy and mingling with them. The rough men from various armies, upon seeing this, hurriedly engaged in introductions, expressing their delight. When Ding Muhua reached Zheng Suang, he reiterated his formal introduction with an air of sophistication. After Zheng Suang reciprocated, Ding Muhua displayed no hint of disdain and exclaimed, Brother Chang'an is the one who captured the commander of the Demon Kingdom? I had assumed you were a middle-aged man. At this point, his face flushed slightly. Zheng Suang, noticing this, chuckled. I did not expect you to be so youthful. Caught off guard by Zheng Suang's observation, Ding Muhua quickly expressed his apologies. Please do not take offense, Brother Chang'an. It is commonly said that the students of the Huaz are all seasoned veterans from the military, leading me to harbor such assumptions. No offense taken, Zheng Suang replied, while harboring a question of his own. He inquired, Are you of Huaz? Ding Muhua regained his composure and smiled, saying, My mother is of the Huaz, while my father is of the Western ethnicity. Thus, I embody both heritages. Zheng Suo suddenly realized why this individual had been assigned among the Huazu students, yet bore a demeanor that seemed somewhat incongruous with that of a typical Huazu person. Judging by his complexion, it was evident that he had resided in the imperial capital for an extended period, and it was likely that his father held a distinguished position. Soon, someone arrived to take attendance. The Huazu students were organized into a single class comprising 22 members, who were subsequently escorted into the classroom. As there was only one class for Huazu students, they could not be divided into different subjects and were all assigned to the infantry department. The first day was spent discussing various military academy regulations. As noon approached and the students prepared to leave the academy, the rest of the Huazu members intended to gather, yet they did not extend an invitation to Zheng Suo, who was part of the border defense forces, leaving them with lingering reservations. Just as Zheng Suo was about to depart alone, a voice called out from behind him, Brother Chang'an, wait for me. Zheng Suo turned, perplexed, and inquired, Aren't you joining them for dinner? I shall not, replied Ding Muhua. They are going to drink, and I do not partake in alcohol. I noticed you were not going either. So how about we go for tea instead? Ding Muhua continued. I know of a delightful tea house in the imperial capital. Zheng Suo, who had little enthusiasm for tea and could hardly differentiate its nuances, contemplated declining the offer. However, Ding Muhua persisted. Since we will be staying in the capital for a considerable time, if you do not mind, I can help you get accustomed to the place. Indeed, navigating the imperial capital necessitated a guide. And given that Zheng Suo was only acquainted with two individuals familiar with the city, Princess Yulia and Han Jiping, both of whom he could not rely on, having Ding Muhua as a companion seemed to be a prudent choice. Then I thank you for your kindness. Two individuals meandered through the streets, with Ding Muhua and the stranger initially reticent in conversation. However, familiarity soon blossomed, and the floodgates of dialogue opened, leading to an abundance of discourse. They exchanged numerous tales about the customs and culture of the imperial capital, which Xiaoqin attentively absorbed. Suddenly, Ding Muhua inquired, Brother Chang'an, do you recall the 3 captives from the demon kingdom that you apprehended? Zheng Chui, taken aback, responded, what of it? At that moment, he discerned that Ding Muhua's father must hold a significant position within the imperial hierarchy. Otherwise, such matters would elude the awareness of ordinary officials in the capital. However, given the long-standing animosity and frequent hostilities between the two nations, it was improbable that the empire would acquiesce to the demon kingdom's emissaries seeking to ransom their people. Yet, Ding Muhua appeared to possess a compassionate heart, willing even to release the enemy, and Zheng Chui refrained from voicing any objections. As the conversation shifted to the Imperial Military Academy, Zheng Chui's interest peaked. He, however, approached the topic with caution, fearful of arousing Ding Muhua's suspicions, and thus circled around the subject with great care before finally asking, are you familiar with an officer named Lance at the academy? Lance. Yes, I know him. This instructor is often solitary, as if he harbors some secret. He occasionally attends to matters at my father's office, but speaks very little. It appeared that this individual was quite circumspect, harboring caution regarding past events, which led Zheng Chui to completely abandon any thoughts of assassination. Ding Muhua remarked, he seems rather refined, yet there is an air of menace about him. He lacks a notable reputation within the academy. How did you come to know of him? Brother Chang'an, Zheng Chui, having already devised a strategy, replied, the commander of the border defense battalion I serve under was once his subordinate and often speaks of him. He suggested that I pay a visit to the imperial capital, and I thought I might inquire further. Lance once served in the military, and thus there is no flaw in this assertion. Ding Muhua expressed no doubt, responding with an O, and continued, by the way, I have encountered him several times at the Tongwen bookstore. He seems to have a penchant for calligraphy and painting, as the bookstore boasts numerous masterpieces, particularly Zhou Tianxiao's Journey Through the Mountain, which has garnered praise even from the emperor. Zheng Chui inquired, is that so, Brother Muhua? Would you be able to take me to the Tongwen bookstore? Your mention of it piques my interest. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Ding Muhua's eyes as he eagerly placed his hand on Zheng Chui's shoulder, his face flushed with enthusiasm. That would be splendid. I had no idea that Brother Chang'an also shares an interest in the study of calligraphy and painting. This is truly delightful. Observing Ding Muhua's fervent demeanor, Zheng Chui was not surprised. Having spent considerable time in the capital, Ding Muhua exuded an air of scholarly grace, undoubtedly possessing profound insights into calligraphy and painting. It was unclear why he had entered the military academy, but his passion for the arts was surely not easily forsaken. He would have been better suited for a literary institution. Zheng Chui chuckled, Brother Muhua, you flatter me. I have long been in the military, a rough sort of fellow. And while I do enjoy calligraphy and painting, I do not delve into its study. It is merely a pursuit of elegance for me. Please do not mock me for it. Seeing that Zheng Chui took no offense at his excitement, Ding Muhua rose and called over a waiter from the tea house. Settling the bill, then let us be off. As they walked, Zheng Chui asked, Brother Muhua, why did you not attend a literary institution? Ding Muhua sighed. I would have loved to study at a literary school, but my mother belongs to the Hua clan, and my father has toiled tirelessly for that cause. However, circumstances did not favor me. I am too old to enroll in a literary school, and thus I had no choice but to attend the military academy. Zheng Suo nodded. The military academy had lifted its restrictions, yet the literary school remained bound. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this young man born into a family of officials. Observing Ding Muhua's despondent expression upon the mention of this topic, Zheng Suo gently patted his shoulder. Brother Muhua, do not be disheartened. A true man can achieve greatness anywhere. The military academy may not necessarily be inferior to the literary school. Ding Muhua's countenance brightened somewhat, and he smiled, saying, Brother Chang'an, please do not mock me. I have always aspired to be a grand literary figure like Feiyang Jushi, but my father insists that I am squandering my potential. Alas, Feiyang Jushi refers to the pen name of Zhou Tianxiao. Doesn't your mother support you? Zheng Suo inquired casually. Ding Muhua offered an awkward smile and replied, My mother passed away the year I was born, which has been 17 years now. Zheng Suo, realizing his unfortunate misstep, quickly expressed his apologies. I am truly sorry for bringing up such a painful subject. Ding Muhua, however, appeared remarkably composed and continued. I cannot even recall what my mother looked like. She has been gone for so long that I feel little connection. His mother had died when he was less than a year old, making it impossible for him to remember her. After turning a few corners, they arrived at a quaint bookstore. Upon entering, they found it not very large, yet exuding an air of elegance. Zheng Suo had little interest in books or paintings. He was merely scouting for future observations of lands. Ding Muhua, however, immersed himself in the collection, marveling at each piece he picked up. Zheng Suo chimed in with a few agreeable remarks. Suddenly, a newcomer entered. This individual was clad in the uniform of the Imperial Military Academy, bearing the rank of major. Clearly a military instructor, with a fair complexion adorned with numerous freckles. As Ding Muhua lifted his gaze, he hastily beckoned Zheng Suo to approach the individual before them, clasping his fists in greeting. Master Lance, you too have come to appreciate the art of calligraphy and painting? Zheng Suo's eyes flickered with a sharp glint, a fleeting aura of murderous intent, but it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, and he too offered a respectful salute. Both Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua nodded in agreement, and just then, Lance attempted to pass by them. Ding Muhua quickly interjected, Master Lance, I am Athos. Do you not recognize me? He continued, My father is the esteemed Ding Rulong, head of the Ministry of Revenue. It was only then that Lance regained his composure, approaching with a smile. Ah, young Master Ding, it is a pleasure to meet you. I had not anticipated your enrollment in the military academy. Zheng Suo was equally taken aback to discover that Ding Muhua's father held a prominent position within the empire, while he himself was merely a minor official. Clearly, Lance's demeanor had shifted, now imbued with greater respect due to the connection to Ding Muhua's father. Lance then turned to Zheng Suo, saying, Master Lance. This is Second Lieutenant Zheng Suo. Before joining the military academy, he served under your esteemed command. Gratefully acknowledging Ding Muhua's introduction, Zheng Suo stepped forward and said, Master Lance. Zheng Chang'an extends his regards. My superior has asked me to convey his greetings. Lance regarded Zheng Suo with a hint of wariness, inquiring, Which of your superiors do you refer to? Zheng Suo recounted the name of the deceased major and fabricated a few pleasantries, noting that the major had indeed served under Lance. Although the news of the major's demise had reached the capital, it was likely that Lance, as an instructor at the military academy, had yet to hear of it, as it was merely a minor affair. Lance nodded in understanding, offering some words of encouragement. With this exchange, Lance's attitude towards the two young men softened considerably. Do you both have an affinity for calligraphy and painting? Then let us explore together. Zheng Su and Ding Muhua trailed behind, while Lance casually picked up some paintings to examine, offering slight commentary. However, these were all old artworks he had seen numerous times before. Occasionally, Ding Muhua would chime in with a few words, yet Zheng Su remained silent, fearful that excessive speech might draw Lance's attention. As they approached a particular painting that lacked a signature, Lance casually inquired of the shopkeeper, Pray tell, who is the creator of this piece? I have not encountered it before. The shopkeeper approached, apologizing. This painting was left by a renowned artist just a few days ago. It is a recent work. He insisted that we not disclose his identity, but should anyone guess correctly, the painting shall be gifted to them. It is not uncommon among literary figures to exhibit eccentricities and unorthodox behaviors, so the trio was not particularly surprised. Lance nodded, studying the piece intently before exclaiming, This painting possesses grandiosity and an unconventional composition, soaring beyond the ordinary. The use of ink is predominantly subtle. In the Empire, only Mr. Qingchuan Gao Bolin could create such a masterpiece. Upon saying this, he turned to the shopkeeper, who clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied with a smile. Sir, you have guessed incorrectly. As Lance turned away, Zheng Su stepped forward, asserting, This must be the work of Mr. Zhang Tong. Ding Muhua, standing nearby, felt somewhat embarrassed and whispered, "Brother Chang'an, Mr. Zhang Tong's works are typically delicate and nuanced, lacking such boldness." Lan's expression revealed a hint of impatience, clearly displeased by Zhang Su's abrupt interjection, which seemed to miss the mark entirely. At this moment, the shopkeeper, with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, gazed at Zhang Su and said with a cupped fist and a smile, "Indeed, young master, you possess a discerning eye. This is the esteemed work of Mr. Zhang Tong." Both Lans and Ding Muhua were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. Ding Muhua exclaimed, "Brother Chang'an, how did you come to know this?" Zhang Su promptly cupped his fist and replied, "Earlier, while accompanying Mr. Lans to appreciate paintings, I had the fortune of seeing a collaboration between Mr. Zhang Tong and Mr. Qingchuan. That piece was only partially completed, yet it exuded a bold and unrestrained spirit. I surmise that Mr. Zhang Tong is well versed in this domain, albeit not revealing it to ordinary folks. Although today, as painting appears to reflect Mr. Qingchuan's style, Mr. Lans has already speculated otherwise. Thus, only Mr. Zhang Tong could adeptly emulate Mr. Qingchuan's artistic manner, achieving a remarkable illusion." Ding Muhua chuckled, "So, Brother Chang'an possesses an extraordinary memory." At this moment, Lans regarded Zhang Su with newfound admiration. Although Zhang Su made such claims, Lans believed that even in imitation, there would be distinctions. Thinking that this official was merely flattering him, which instantly fostered a favorable impression. He had not anticipated that there existed an art connoisseur among the border troops. It was quite unexpected, and he looked forward to more exchanges in the future. Zhang Su was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected delight, though he maintained a composed demeanor and remarked, "Your words are too kind, Mr. Lans. In the future, I shall seek your guidance." When the painting came into Zhang Su's possession, he presented it to Lans, who had always held a deep affection for it. After a modest pretense of refusal, he accepted it without hesitation. As they departed, the shopkeeper revealed the truth. The painting was indeed a tribute from Mr. Zhang Tong, commemorating the late Mr. Qingchuan. Lance and Ding Muhua both lamented the fleeting nature of life, yet Zheng Chong had never been particularly fond of such melancholy musings, nor did he harbor any strong sentiments regarding them. Upon arriving at Lance's residence, situated to the south of the imperial capital, the abode appeared neither too grand nor too modest, yet it exuded a certain artistic charm from the outside. After escorting Lance to his dwelling, Zheng Chong and Ding Muhua exchanged respectful gestures and prepared to take their leave. However, just as they had taken a few steps, a voice called out from behind them. "Ah, there is something I must convey to you. In a few days, you may be required to perform before the emperor. It would be wise to prepare in advance, ensuring that the emperor and the members of the military council remember your presentation." The two expressed their gratitude and watched as Lance entered his residence. Ding Muhua then remarked with a smile, "Brother Chang'an, it seems that teacher Lance holds you in high regard. You must strive to excel." Zheng Chong nodded, reflecting inwardly that Lance appeared considerably more amiable, yet he remained ultimately an adversary. The days spent at the military academy passed swiftly, with daily instruction focusing on fundamental skills, such as interpreting diagrams and soldier drills. After a fortnight, the academy indeed issued an order for the Huazus class to perform. However, the specifics of the performance were not disclosed. On the appointed day, an instructor led the Huazus class to the training grounds in the imperial capital, where 5,000 Central Army troops were already assembled, presumably for a military review. The soldiers stood in immaculate formation, presenting an impressive spectacle. Among these 5,000, there was also a contingent mounted on colossal dragons, which was truly awe-inspiring. Having heard tales of the Central Army's dragon riders, Zheng Chong was eager to witness them firsthand. The sight surpassed his expectations. Each dragon measured an astonishing 7 to 8 meters in length, embodying a majestic presence. Upon arrival, the students of the Hua clan had already formed a line, trailing behind 5,000 others. However, Zheng Chao's gaze fell upon the imposing palanquin at the forefront, where the emperor was seated. To his right sat the regent, and to his left was none other than General Argus from the Demon Kingdom, who appeared to be engaged in light-hearted conversation with the emperor and his entourage. The remaining individuals on the left were all from the Demon Kingdom, numbering more than a dozen. Ding Muhua tilted his head and whispered, "Brother Chang'an, did you see that? Those individuals from the Demon Kingdom are the envoys for negotiations. The one at the front is the commander of the Demon Kingdom. It seems they have indeed reached an agreement." Zheng Chao could not fathom what sort of concessions the Demon Kingdom had proposed that compelled the Empire to relent. The intricacies of these geopolitical maneuvers eluded his understanding. Soon, the military parade commenced, with the central army of 5,000 soldiers entering the training ground in turns. The selected soldiers were the Armée de l'Armée, exhibiting remarkable prowess, particularly the dragon riders. Upon their entrance into the parade ground, they garnered considerable applause from the imperial officials. Training a dragon is no simple feat, for dragons are inherently fierce creatures. To train them, one must begin with newborn hatchlings, ensuring ample human interaction, as only when they mature can they be approached safely. Thus, the Empire's cadre of dragon riders is relatively small, exclusive to the Central Army, as this is a specialized unit unique to the Western tribes, alongside the wizarding forces. The Emperor, radiating vitality, engaged in animated discourse with the envoys and commanders from the Demon Kingdom. Shortly thereafter, soldiers wheeled in an array of weapons. The military instructor promptly commanded, "Hurry, change your weapons." The students of the Hua clan were perplexed by the sudden change in weaponry, and Zheng Chong was equally taken aback, wondering what had transpired. When they arrived for the military parade, they carried wooden training weapons, as it was forbidden to bear genuine arms in the presence of the Emperor. To prevent any potential threats against him, the group promptly advanced to select suitable blades, most of which were standard-issue sabers of the Empire, while Zheng Chong chose a military knife. Soon, a messenger arrived, instructing the Hua clan students to enter the arena. Zheng Chong glanced at the visibly anxious Ding Muhua and reassured him, saying, "Do not worry, it is merely a military parade." The other students from the Hua clan, having been selected from the military, were well acquainted with swords and firearms, but for Ding Muhua, this was likely his first encounter with a genuine weapon, making his discomfort entirely understandable. Ding Muhua pressed his lips together, his expression softening slightly. However, as the Hua clan students entered the arena, 5,000 central troops immediately formed a vast circle around them, and soon, 20 iron cages were pushed into the center. Inside these cages were living, breathing individuals, disheveled but with eyes that gleamed with vitality, devoid of any signs of despair. Zheng Chong discerned that these were prisoners from the battlefield, although not from the Demon Kingdom, as the individuals from that realm were present, and it would be inappropriate to display captives before them. The Empire's territory was vast, bordered not only by the Demon Kingdom, but also by a few minor nations that occasionally encroached upon the Empire, making the capture of prisoners a common occurrence. Nevertheless, Zheng Chong had surmised that the recent change in weaponry, coupled with the introduction of the 20 iron cages, clearly indicated that the 22 members of the Hua clan were to engage in a brutal contest against these condemned souls. The remaining students of the Hua ethnic class also discerned the intention, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. One student, slightly incensed, remarked, "Wasn't it agreed that this would be a military parade? Why has it turned into a fight?" The instructor, equally dissatisfied, recognized that this decision had surely received the Emperor's approval and felt powerless to intervene. He sternly admonished, "Do not speak foolishly. It is an honor to represent the military academy before the Emperor and showcase the spirit of our cadets." The student retorted, "To hell with this honor. I would rather forego it." His discontent was palpable. Being men from the military, their language was coarse and harsh. The instructor understood that the student's frustration was warranted and chose not to argue further, allowing the Hua class students to vent their grievances. However, despite their angry words, none dared to take more extreme actions. After all, to refuse to participate in the contest would likely result in a death sentence afterward, the most despairing outcome imaginable. Thus, it was preferable to engage in the fray. At that moment, Zheng Chong felt a surge of irritation compared to the Hua class. The Western students would better exemplify the spirit of military cadets. Yet, they had ultimately been chosen for this class. And he began to suspect that the establishment of the Hua class from elite military personnel was merely a pretext for combat against death row inmates. The convicts stared intently at the arena, their expressions filled with confusion, clearly unaware of their purpose. Just then, a yellow-robed official approached the prisoner transport and proclaimed, "The Emperor is merciful. If you can survive this ordeal, your death sentences will be commuted." The students of the Hua clan were in an uproar, facing the grim prospect of engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the inmates, whose eyes were already filled with murderous intent, eager for the chance to fight. Once condemned to death, they now had a glimmer of hope for survival, an exhilarating prospect indeed. The others hailed from the military, seasoned in the art of battle. Yet Ding Muhua from the Hua clan had previously lived a life of privilege. It was entirely understandable that he would be disconcerted at the thought of fighting for his life. Zheng Chuan, I am afraid. I do not wish to kill, nor do I want to be killed. Chapter 13, A Surprise Attack, A Battle for Survival. Zheng Chuan glanced at Ding Muhua, who he had come to regard as a close friend. Were it not for Ding Muhua, he might never have had the opportunity to approach Instructor Lance. With a reassuring smile, he patted Ding Muhua's shoulder and said, "It's all right. They are merely prisoners, unarmed and no match for us. Just stick with me." No sooner had he finished speaking than the prisoners were released, shackled in heavy iron handcuffs while their leg irons had been removed. A total of 20 inmates were surrounded by a group of central military personnel and brought before the weapons rack, where they were allowed to choose their arms. This is madness. They are actually arming these prisoners, treating us like we are the inmates. This is utterly outrageous. Some Hua clan students were on the verge of voicing their outrage. Zheng Chuan stood frozen in place. Arming the prisoners was indeed excessive, far beyond his expectations. Although they had not been relieved of their handcuffs, their combat potential was not to be underestimated. This was truly a struggle for survival, and he felt a surge of frustration welling up within him. Ding Muhua was on the verge of tears, grasping the back of Zheng Sua's garment and refusing to let go. Zheng Sua sighed and said, "Just stay with me. I will do my utmost to protect you. If you cling on so tightly, we will both perish." Upon hearing this, Ding Muhua finally released his grip. Soon, they completed the selection of weapons, and the prisoners eagerly fixed their gaze upon the Huazus squad. Once preparations were finished, the instructor glanced at the 20 death row inmates present and declared in a commanding voice, "At my command, enter the arena." At this moment, there was no turning back. The 22 members of the Huazus squad began their entrance, with Ding Muhua closely trailing Zheng Sua, who could almost hear the rapid breaths of Ding Muhua behind him. As they stepped into the arena, soldiers from the Central Army immediately pushed the barriers onto the training ground. These barriers were quite tall, reaching a height of 1.5 men, signifying that whoever lost would ultimately face execution. Upon entering the arena, Zheng Sua swiftly ran his palm along the blade, which emanated a faint golden glow. The others were also of Huazu descent, whose lineage was recognized as the 5 elemental bloodlines of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, their combat prowess was derived from these 5 elements. The prisoners on the opposite side similarly harnessed their respective bloodlines, also embodying the 5 elements, suggesting they were of Huazu origin as well. In this duel, the one who could maintain composure would gain the upper hand. In the battle formation, seizing the initiative was paramount. However, in the chaotic melee, unfamiliar adversaries would find that the one who acted later held a psychological advantage. The initial round of attacks would inevitably lead to mutual reconnaissance, as the first aggressor would unwittingly reveal their own capabilities. Thus, neither side was in haste to attack, both watching each other intently. Ultimately, the prisoners were ensnared in their predicament, while the military academy students, resting on their laurels, held a positional advantage. Even if they refrained from striking for an extended period, the military students would suffer no significant loss, whereas the prisoners would inevitably forfeit their chance for survival. In a moment of desperation, one prisoner let out a fierce roar and charged forward, brandishing a blade aimed directly at the head of a military student with tremendous force. The military student swiftly evaded, retaliating with a rapid strike of his own. In an instant, the remaining prisoners surged forward, their blades converging upon the military student. No matter how skilled he was, it was impossible for him to withstand the assault of 20 prisoners. Suddenly, someone shouted, prompting the other military students to rally to his aid. Over the past days, these students from various military backgrounds had grown acquainted with one another. Though they had not formed deep bonds, they shared a camaraderie of a common class and could not simply stand by and watch one of their own be slain. Moreover, the military students held a numerical advantage, and if their numbers dwindled, it would diminish the benefits for everyone involved. As the two sides clashed for the first time, both gained insight into each other's strengths. The prisoners wore expressions of surprise, clearly not anticipating that the military students possessed such capabilities. They were unaware that these individuals had already honed their skills within the military ranks. Conversely, the military students were astonished. Aside from their slight numerical superiority, the prisoners were hindered by their shackles. Surprisingly, the initial assault yielded no significant advantage for them, likely due to the prisoners' resolute determination to fight to the death. which undoubtedly enhanced their combat effectiveness. Lu Ziguan, Yu and Zheng Yuqing, Lin Xiong, and Wu Zhen secure the left flank. Among the military academy students, it was unclear who first took command. Yet, upon hearing the order, the others complied without hesitation, promptly shifting to the left. He Rong, Tai Xintong, Lu Chongfeng, and Mo Xiaoran, you four shall guard the right flank. The quartet immediately positioned themselves to fortify the right. At this moment, Zheng Suing finally discerned the source of the command. It was Yu Chongqing, the leader of the Huazu class. When he entered the academy, he already held the rank of major, a commendable position, making him the highest ranking among his peers. Thus, it was only fitting for him to assume the role of leader. Yu Chongqing commanded the protection of both the left and right flanks, declaring in a clear voice, Feng Guozhang, Zhao Nanqing, and Nie Shiqing, you three shall take the lead. The trio promptly advanced, not daring to falter. Yu Chongqing steadied himself and instructed, the rest follow me, and do not cause disarray. With guidance in place, the 22 individuals coalesced into a unified entity, executing commands seamlessly, leaving no opportunity for the adversary to strike them down individually. Zheng Suing found himself admiring Yu Chongqing. He was typically the elder brother figure within the class, adept at fostering camaraderie. Now, amidst the crisis, his composure and capability underscored his suitability for leadership. Ding Muhua closely followed Zheng Suing, feeling a slight sense of relief within the ranks, as the flanks were protected, ensuring his safety. At this moment, the prisoners, witnessing the military academy students form a well-organized formation, understood that their chaotic advance would lead to certain doom. At that instant, one prisoner whispered a few words, and to everyone's surprise, the remaining prisoners followed suit, forming a solid defensive formation, resolute and unyielding. What a spectacle! Zheng Song sighed, reflecting on the fact that these prisoners were indeed soldiers, united as one. Both sides understood that the consequences of failing to band together were dire. Yu Chongqing surveyed the scene and bellowed, Vanguard, advance. Move forward on both flanks. Maintain order, and the Central Army, follow my lead. Retreat is not an option. As the successive military orders were issued, the formation of cadets began to advance. The vanguard, consisting of 3 members, outpaced the others, charging into the enemy ranks. Their assault created a breach, but as they penetrated the enemy lines, the prisoners swiftly closed the gap, sending 4 individuals to block the advancing Central Army led by Yu Chongqing. The phrase "close the door and strike the dog" resonated in the air. Once the prisoners secured their formation, the 3 would find themselves in grave peril, facing a barrage of attacks. The bravery of these 3 individuals was commendable. They had entrusted their lives to the Central Army, a testament to their immense faith. As the 4 prisoners prepared to seal the breach, Yu Chongqing leaped forward, diving into the narrow gap among them. With a swift motion, he wielded his blade, unleashing a fiery strike, the flame blade, a manifestation of his fire lineage. The Central Army members followed suit, launching their attacks with blades clashing against metal, igniting flames that erupted around them. The prisoners' attempt to close the breach was utterly thwarted, leaving the formation torn apart and divided. The vanguard's blades rose and fell, with one panicked prisoner losing his head, blood spurting forth with a visceral sound. Yu Chongqing and the remaining members of the Central Army fought fiercely, managing to fell one enemy. As he lifted his gaze, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Expand the flanks and move swiftly. It turns out that the prisoners had no intention of confronting the 3 members of the vanguard directly. They deliberately feigned a weakness. They had already designated 4 individuals within their ranks, and once the main force infiltrated the prisoners' formation, these 4, previously excluded, seized the opportunity to dash forward, circumventing the left flank and charging straight towards the rear. Previously, the prisoners had also employed a wedge formation. The cadets of the vanguard surged in from the center, closely followed by the main force. Meanwhile, a portion of the prisoners retreated from the center, while those on either side began to extend outward. However, the true lethal maneuver lay with the 4 individuals who had broken away, for they were the most formidable of surprises. Even if their ambush were to fail, they could still disrupt one of the flanks of the cadets' wedge formation, preventing them from providing assistance. The 2 extended wings of the prisoners could then take the opportunity to encircle the cadet main force and vanguard that had already penetrated enemy lines. By the time Yu Chongqing's warning rang out, it was already too late. The 4 prisoners had thrown the left flank into disarray and had reached the rear. Realizing the dire situation, The blades of the four prisoners descended from behind, with Ding Muhua at the forefront. As he beheld the swiftly approaching, chilling edge of the blade, Ding Muhua was nearly paralyzed with fear, on the verge of crying out. Suddenly, a hand shot out to block the incoming strike, sending a shower of bright sparks cascading down around Ding Muhua's head. He stood there, stunned and unresponsive, when a hand abruptly yanked him back. The golden blade that had intercepted the strike tilted slightly, deflecting the prisoner's blade, and the entire body was drawn in, as if on the brink of collapsing. A piercing scream echoed through the air, and the source of the sound was none other than Ding Muhua. Never before had Ding Muhua witnessed an act of murder, and upon this shocking revelation, he could no longer contain himself. After a single cry, he felt his strength wane, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yu Changqing initially believed that all hope was lost, as they had always held a disdainful view of Zheng Su. Rarely did they engage in conversation with him. And thus in this battle, Zheng Su had not been factored into their calculations. To his surprise, however, this young lieutenant from the Border Defense Forces had withheld his true strength, thwarting an ambush, slaying one assailant, and successfully blocking the combined assault of 3 others. Chapter 14, The Battle of Life and Death, Agus's Plea. With the desire to rise again and the rear secured, they could charge forward with renewed vigor. And morale surged instantly. One individual from the flanks was dispatched to stabilize the rear, while the remaining 2 wings swiftly converged. With a command from Yu Changqing, the military formation shifted dramatically. The flanks advanced rapidly. He Rong and Wu Zhen maneuvered to join in, their blades aimed at the 2 adversaries previously obstructed by Zheng Su. The trio, caught off guard by Zheng Su's defense, were startled as they noticed the imminent threat approaching from either side. In haste, the 2 flanking enemies swung their blades, attempting to parry the incoming attack. With the pressure on his shoulders significantly alleviated, Zheng Su breathed a sigh of relief, releasing Ding Muhua with one hand. He angled his blade downward, deflecting the strike of the remaining assailant, and stepped forward, executing a diagonal slash. The prisoner, undeterred by hesitation, had previously witnessed Zheng Su's prowess and hurriedly positioned his blade across his shoulder to intercept the blow, resulting in a shower of sparks. A sharp clang resonated as the prisoner staggered back 3 steps, his grip on the weapon faltering, blood oozing from where the handcuffs constricted his wrists. Gritting his teeth, he glared defiantly at Zheng Su. The strength of the prisoner was formidable, yet he was still encumbered by handcuffs, which hindered his movements compared to Zheng Su's swiftness. Zheng Su's strike was only momentarily thwarted, and upon observing the prisoner flinch in pain from his wrist, he surged forward, taking 2 decisive steps without granting his opponent a moment to breathe, executing a sweeping slash. However, Zheng Su found it increasingly difficult to divert his attention. As he turned, he noticed Wu Zhen and He Rong each engaged with a prisoner. Although they held the advantage, victory was not imminent. With nimble footwork, Zheng Su swiftly maneuvered behind the prisoner confronted by Wu Zhen, who was flustered and vulnerable, leaving an open flank with no time for defense. Zheng Su seized the opportunity, delivering a fatal blow that rendered the man lifeless. Wu Zhen, finally extricating himself, expressed his gratitude to Zheng Su before immediately rushing to assist He Rong. In the presence of the emperor, it was imperative to act decisively. Any hesitation from Ding Muhua would surely displease him. While Ding Muhua's father held a prestigious position and would likely not face severe repercussions, it was nonetheless unwise to risk tarnishing the emperor's reputation. Thus, Zheng Su felt compelled to keep Ding Muhua close, ensuring he did not stand out in the fray. Yu Changqing and his companions surged forward like a tempest, systematically dispatching 5 or 6 adversaries, creating chaos amongst the prisoners as their numbers dwindled. The flanking forces had successfully encircled the remaining prisoners, leaving them besieged and desperate. Yet, in the face of life and death, an indomitable courage arose within one prisoner. With a fierce cry, he discarded his blade and reached out with both hands to grasp the edge of Yu Changqing's descending sword. The blade bit into his flesh, and blood gushed forth, splattering across his face. The prisoner shouted, "Kill him quickly, don't mind me." Several inmates, with eyes ablaze, simultaneously swung their blades towards Yu Changqing. The others, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, stood frozen, unable to offer assistance. Just as it seemed Yu Changqing was about to be reduced to a mere mass of flesh by the frenzied assault, a figure emerged from his side. With a swift stroke, the assailant's hands were severed from the blade, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Withdraw the blade. Yu Chongqing turned to see Zheng Chong. His eyes filled with gratitude. The desperate tactic had proven ineffective, and the prisoners, realizing their resistance had crumbled, lost the fearless bravado they once exhibited. Chaos ensued as the military cadets swiftly dispatched the remaining inmates, transforming them into a gruesome sight upon the ground within mere moments. As the conflict subsided, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Among the military cadets, only the 3 who had taken the lead sustained minor injuries, which were of little consequence. Forming a line under the instructor's guidance, the cadets of the Huazus class began their retreat. Ding Muhua, nearly supported by Zheng Chong, struggled to walk. Once beyond the view of the emperor, Ding Muhua succumbed to violent retching. The cadets observed with furrowed brows, and Zheng Chong sighed inwardly, lamenting that Ding Muhua, in his pursuit of violence, had truly taken on an arduous burden. He should never have entered the military academy. Their performance had concluded, and it was time to exit. As everyone awaited the command, their weapons now confiscated. At this moment, Yu Chongqing approached Zheng Su, his eyes devoid of prejudice, softening as he clasped his fists and spoke. Brother Zheng, had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have met my demise. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. I had underestimated you before, and I sincerely apologize. Just then, a Yellow Gate attendant hurried over, glancing at the two before inquiring, "Who is the leader of your military academy students?" Yu Chongqing stepped forward, kneeling and clasping his fists. "I, Yu Chongqing, temporarily serve as the leader of the Huazu class." The Yellow Gate attendant replied, "Follow me." This indicated a summons to meet the emperor. Yu Chongqing cast a glance at his armor, now nearly drenched in blood, and said, "But to present myself before His Majesty in this state would be quite disrespectful." "Quickly, we must not keep the emperor waiting," the attendant urged. With no choice but to comply, Yu Chongqing followed. Nearby, a military instructor smiled and remarked, "Indeed, your Huazu class might receive commendation from His Majesty." The group buzzed with excitement, inciting envy among the soldiers of the Central Army. Zheng Su turned to see Ding Muhua, who appeared somewhat panicked, slumped on the ground, dazed and lost, resembling a wooden puppet. He approached, bent down, and assisted Ding Muhua to his feet, inquiring, "Are you all right, Brother Muhua?" Zheng Su patted Ding Muhua's shoulder and offered a gentle smile. It is natural for anyone to feel unsettled during their first battle. Many soldiers experience such feelings when they take a life for the first time. In time, one becomes accustomed to it. Upon hearing these words, Ding Muhua seemed as if struck by a jolt of electricity, murmuring to himself, "It is better to grow accustomed to it, better to grow accustomed to it." Must one truly become accustomed to murder? How many lives must we extinguish? Zheng Chao felt a sudden pang of horror upon hearing this. How could he utter such a statement? Can one truly grow accustomed to taking lives? If one becomes desensitized to murder, what remains of their humanity? Ding Muhua clutched Zheng Chao's hand tightly, his pleading gaze fixed upon him as he said, "Those prisoners were living beings, and I witnessed the sorrow in their eyes as they perished." Zheng Chao could only place a comforting hand on Ding Muhua's shoulder, at a loss for words. Just then, the Yellow Gatekeeper approached, addressing the crowd. "Who is Zheng Chao?" Zheng Chao was momentarily taken aback, unsure why he was being called. He gestured for Ding Muhua to release his grip, and although Ding Muhua still appeared somewhat dazed, he did let go of Zheng Chao's hand. Zheng Chao stepped forward and knelt in reverence. "I am Zheng Chao, a humble student of the Military Academy's Huazu class. Follow me," replied the Yellow Gatekeeper, who immediately led Zheng Chao hastily towards the emperor's presence. Upon reaching the emperor, Zheng Chao knelt and bowed, stating, "Humble servant Zheng Chao pays his respects to your majesty." The emperor, with a radiant countenance, regarded Zheng Chao and remarked, "I have heard from your instructor that you displayed remarkable bravery in battle, being one of the foremost contributors." To Zheng Chao's surprise, Yu Chongqing had not claimed the credit. Zheng Chao quickly clasped his fists and replied, "With your majesty's divine might leading us, even an army of thousands would not dare to flaunt their strength. Moreover, this battle was a testament to the collective effort of all my classmates, and not the result of my efforts alone. I beseech your majesty to acknowledge this." The emperor, filled with joy, laughed heartily and declared, "Very well. Let it be known that all members of the military academy shall be rewarded. The Hua ethnic class shall receive a bounty of 1,000 gold pieces as a token of commendation." Yu Chongqing and Zheng Su promptly clasped their fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, your majesty, for your generous gift." At that moment, As the two were about to withdraw, the commander of the demonic kingdom, Argus, rose and clasped his fists, saying, "Esteemed Emperor, is this military academy student the one who captured me?" The Emperor, disregarding Zheng Suo, turned and jovially responded, "General Argus, do you have something to say?" General Argus replied, "Your Majesty, I am truly impressed that this young lieutenant managed to capture me alive. May I request that he accompany me at tonight's banquet? I wish to toast him with a few drinks." Upon hearing this, the Emperor chuckled and stated, "Since General Argus has made such a request, how could I possibly refuse you?" He then turned to the eunuch and whispered a few instructions. The eunuch immediately ordered Zheng Suo to step aside. Zheng Suo finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the commander of the demonic kingdom was not a petty man seeking vengeance. Instead, he wished to share a drink with the one who had captured him, which endeared him somewhat to Argus. The eunuch then dismissed the others, saying, "Zheng Su, the emperor commands you to attend the banquet at the palace tonight. Do not make any mistakes. Ensure your attire is presentable, for you must not appear disrespectful." Zheng Su nodded, and the eunuch departed. The students of the Hua ethnic class gathered around to congratulate Zheng Suo, their impression of him greatly transformed. Moreover, since Zheng Suo had been invited to the palace banquet, it was likely that he would soon soar to great heights, basking in wealth and prestige, prompting them to seek his favor. In contrast, Ding Muhua found himself isolated, a consequence of his previous conduct during the event. With a humble demeanor, Zheng Su walked up to Ding Muhua and remarked, "Brother Muhua, there is no need to take it to heart." Ding Muhua nodded, having fully recovered at this moment, letting out long sighs yet remaining taciturn. Chapter 15, Peculiar Actions and Lancelot's Mobilization. In recent days, Lancelot and Zheng Su had grown quite close, often inviting Zheng Su to the literary bureau, where they would admire calligraphy and paintings together, sharing an uncanny rapport. One could only wonder what expression would cross Lancelot's face upon discovering that Zheng Su was his adversary, ultimately leading to his demise. Regaining his composure, Zheng Su approached the door with haste and respectfully stated, "I have come to greet you, Teacher Lancelot. Why do you not enter?" In the past, Lancelot would have entered unbidden. Lancelot sighed heavily, appearing burdened with thoughts, and replied, "The Ministry of Justice has issued a directive, summoning me to the border camp to investigate the death of the Major. I must depart shortly, so I shall not be entering." A slight shock coursed through Zheng Su's heart. It seemed that matters at the border camp were far from resolved, and the capital had deemed it necessary to send someone to investigate. However, the Major's body had already been incinerated, leaving little to uncover. It was perplexing that the inquiry into the border camp's affairs had fallen upon Lancelot, a military academy instructor. Suddenly, he was struck by a troubling thought. The higher-ups involved in that incident from years past must have sensed something, thus dispatching Lancelot, who had also participated. It appeared that those individuals had not entirely forgotten the events of that year and remained vigilant. Steeling himself, Zheng Su deliberately inquired, "Teacher Lancelot, what business does the Ministry of Justice have that requires your presence?" Lance furrowed his brow, a hint of wariness in his voice as he remarked, "As a loyal subject of the Empire, one must always bear the burdens of the realm, regardless of one's position. Please refrain from inquiring further. I have come to entrust you with the safekeeping of certain items." Lance was a man of considerable caution, not even employing servants over the years for fear of the past being unearthed. While he claimed it was to guard against thieves, Zheng Chui understood that this must pertain to a matter of utmost confidentiality. Otherwise, Lance would not exhibit such vigilance. Having spent many years in the imperial capital, Lance seldom engaged with others, and now, the only individual he could think to confide in was Zheng Chui, indicating a profound trust in him. Zheng Chui accepted the burden, assuring, "Rest easy, Master Lance. I shall safeguard it diligently." Lance nodded, and before departing, he felt compelled to impart a final warning, contained within our classified military academy documents. Should they leak, it would spell trouble. Do not peruse them, lest misfortune befall you. Zheng Chui nodded in agreement, yet found amusement in the notion that Lance was incapable of deceit. What secrets could possibly reside within a military academy? After bidding farewell to Lance, Zheng Chui entered, clutching the package. Tu Lan approached, bowing respectfully, "Young Master Zheng, the meal is prepared." This form of address was a directive from Zheng Chui, as it would be inappropriate for a military academy student in the capital to be referred to as General. Zheng Chui replied, while holding the package, "I shall be heading to the palace for an evening banquet shortly, so I will not partake in the meal. Please enjoy it yourself." Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice echoed from outside. Young Master Zheng, Master Lance has arrived. Before Jing Chui could respond, Lance had already pushed open the door, appearing quite anxious, his gaze fixated upon the package on the table. Lance's face broke into a smile as he said, I forgot to take something. It's in the bundle. As he spoke, he approached the bundle, opened it, and retrieved a book. This book was intended to alleviate my weariness, and in my haste, I had placed it inside the bundle. My memory seems to be failing me. Zheng Suang, upon seeing the contents of the bundle, felt a chill run down his spine. Everything inside was intricately sealed with fine golden threads, undoubtedly marked for a purpose, and I had nearly exposed it. Lance took the book and secured the bundle, saying, I was reckless just now. Please don't take offense. Zheng Suang replied with a smile, It's of no consequence. With that, Lance turned and left. Zheng Suang sighed in relief, daring not to touch the bundle again. He waved his hand dismissively and said, Find me a decent outfit. I must attend a banquet at the palace. Talon pondered for a moment before responding, Young Master Zheng, when you arrived, you only had one set of border guard uniform and one set from the Western Town Army. The border guard uniform has been mended, but it is in too poor a condition to wear. The Western Town Army uniform would be inappropriate for the palace, and this military academy uniform is all that you have. It then dawned on Zheng Suang that he had not purchased any clothes since coming to the imperial capital. He nodded in acknowledgement, urging Talon to proceed, while he arranged the bundle and made his way out to buy a new outfit. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Ding Muhua. Brother Chang'an, are you headed to the palace? Ding Muhua approached Zheng Suang immediately, holding a bundle in his hands. Zheng Suang, curious, wondered if Ding Muhua was also going, though he had no need to hand anything over to him. As for Ding Muhua lingering outside, it was undoubtedly due to the embarrassment from the events of the day. He stepped forward and said, No, I must first procure a decent set of clothing. These garments are unsuitable for entering the palace. A look of joy appeared on Ding Muhua's face as he handed over a bundle, saying, I noticed that you have been wearing military academy attire, and with the evening upon us, the shops have closed. Allow me to fetch you a suitable outfit. Please see if it fits. Zheng Chao was taken aback by Ding Muhua's thoughtfulness, having even considered what he typically wore. He accepted the clothing without hesitation, retreated to his room to change, and found it quite fitting. Thank you, Muhua. Otherwise, in my haste, I truly would not have known what to do. Ding Muhua smiled, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet hesitated. Zheng Chao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, There are no outsiders here. Feel free to express your thoughts. Only then did Ding Muhua lower his head in embarrassment and say, Regarding my behavior earlier, do you look down upon me? It seemed that he had not yet overcome the hurdle from that day. Zheng Chao responded earnestly, Muhua, taking a life is not a matter of pride. If we could avoid it, we would all prefer not to kill. There is nothing to be ashamed of. A peculiar light flickered in Ding Muhua's eyes as he exclaimed with delight, Really? Indeed, it is true, Zheng Chao replied, leading Ding Muhua out. The two of them proceeded toward the palace, and along the way, Ding Muhua's spirits noticeably lifted as he shared some important matters to heed within the palace, escorting Zheng Chao to the palace gates. Stop. Who goes there? Zheng Chong clasped his fists and spoke. I am Zheng Chong, a military academy student. Hereby decree to attend the banquet. I kindly request that you inform the relevant authorities. In the imperial capital, both the Central Army and the Imperial Guard were composed of the Western ethnic group, who naturally held the Hua ethnic group in disdain. Furthermore, as merely a student from a military academy, it was inconceivable for Zheng Chong to be invited to the Imperial Palace for a banquet. Please wait here. I shall relay your message, said the captain of the Imperial Guard, his gaze vigilant. As he departed, he instructed several guards to keep a watchful eye on the two, as if they were apprehending thieves. This made Zheng Chong quite uncomfortable, yet he felt powerless to object. Before long, the captain returned with a yellow-robed official, the very same who had been beside the emperor during the day. The official hurriedly approached, saying, General Zheng, you have arrived. Please come with me. At that moment, the captain realized the authenticity of the situation. This Hua Military Academy student was indeed summoned by the emperor. Moreover, the yellow-robed official had addressed him as General Zheng, which indicated that Zheng Chong was no ordinary individual. The captain quickly apologized, saying, My apologies, General Zheng. It is my duty, and I hope for your understanding. The other soldiers of the Imperial Guard immediately shifted their demeanor, their eyes now filled with respect rather than suspicion. Subsequently, Zheng Chong followed the yellow-robed official into the palace. traversing an unknown number of corridors until they reached a grand hall. This hall featured 3 entrances, 1 main door and 2 side doors. Naturally, the emperor and esteemed guests entered through the main entrance, while others had to use the side doors. As a mere second lieutenant, Zheng Chong entered through a side door accompanied by the yellow-robed official, who gestured towards a corner before swiftly departing. Zheng Chong settled into the corner seat, pondering the grandeur of the hall. Sitting there, in the furthest position, he could barely discern the emperor's visage. After taking his seat, Zheng Xuang followed the others in bowing 3 times and consuming 3 cups of wine. It was evident that the emperor was addressing the assembly, for only then did they rise to pay their respects and drink. However, the distance rendered Zheng Xuang unable to hear anything. Subsequently, he found himself seated alone at the back, overlooked by all. As a mere second lieutenant amidst high-ranking officials, he felt rather constrained, compelled to bow to anyone he encountered, and unable to eat in peace. Yet, this also afforded him a certain leisure. The wine, however, was rather unpalatable, its spiciness searing his throat as if it were ablaze. After 3 cups, a fiery sensation surged within his chest, rendering him uncomfortably warm. Yet, in the presence of the emperor, he could not simply depart. He grabbed a piece of pastry from the table and put it in his mouth. The confection melted away like tofu, sending a chilling sensation coursing through him, which, upon meeting the internal heat, transformed into a soothing balm, sweet yet not cloying. He was astonished by the marvel of such delightful fare. Taking another sip of wine and another bite of pastry, he found it utterly refreshing. Suddenly, a voice broke through his reverie. This icy treat was crafted from a blend of fruits and cheese, chilled with frost, perfectly complementing the fiery liquor, a delightful contrast akin to a cold bath on a sweltering summer day. Startled by the voice, Zheng Xuang turned to see Augustus beside him and quickly rose to bow. Though as a student of the Imperial Military Academy, he need not extend excessive courtesies. General Augustus nodded and said, "The emperor has departed. You need not stand on ceremony. Come, let us step outside for a stroll." Zheng Chui had not anticipated that the emperor had already departed. His line of sight could not penetrate the space around him. He offered a respectful bow and followed Agus out of the grand hall. In Chapter 16, The Secrets of Ding Muhua, Alchemy, this location, although within the royal palace, was distinctly separated from it, serving as a designated venue for the emperor to entertain guests. Here, visitors were free to roam, especially since the citizens of the Demon Kingdom were currently esteemed guests, and none would dare to hinder their passage. Upon arriving at a secluded area, Agus remarked, "I did not expect the empire to possess such a remarkable talent as yourself from the Hua clan." Zheng Chui quickly replied, "Your praise is undeserved, General." After a brief silence, Agus continued, "You have exerted considerable effort to capture me, yet the empire ultimately released me. Do you know the reason behind this?" Zheng Chui was indeed curious about the rationale, but refrained from expressing his thoughts, hastily saying, "The emperor's foresight is profound, far beyond what a humble servant can fathom. In former times, the imperial capital was located in Sardin City. However, after the empire quelled the regions inhabited by the Hua clan and established an unprecedented great empire, Sardin City, despite its prosperity, could not rival the foremost city of the Hua clan, which is now the current imperial capital. Thus, the capital was relocated to its present site to showcase the emperor's majesty." Zheng Chui had not expected such a reason. Suddenly, he recalled Lu Zhan's words about the empire's current state of decline, no longer resembling its former glory, with even Sardin City raising banners of rebellion. Agus, having reached this point, turned and gazed intensely at Zheng Chui, stating, "Indeed, the empire is powerful, yet its governance is inequitable, relegating your Hua clan to the status of inferior beings akin to slaves. As a member of the Hua clan, do you not harbor any discontent?" Zheng Sua was taken aback. It seemed that Agus had brought him to a desolate place with the intent of disparaging the empire. Such words, if spread, could cost Zheng Sua dearly, even if he possessed 10 lives. "General Agus, you are intoxicated," Zheng Sua stated, attempting to take his leave with a bow. However, as he turned, Agus reached out to stop him, his gaze piercing as if it could penetrate Zheng Sua's very heart. In a hushed tone, he continued, "In the past, the Hua clan established a flourishing nation, proving that they are not the uncivilized and inferior beings the empire claims them to be. You are exceptionally gifted. Do you truly wish to remain forever oppressed by your clan's adversaries, leading a life of mediocrity?" Zheng Sua felt his heart leap to his throat. for he had never contemplated such matters. His sole desire was vengeance. As a mere junior lieutenant, he believed his aspirations were futile. Noticing Zheng Sua's silence, Agus lowered his voice further, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. If you are willing, our demon nation has always treated the Hua people equally. Go to the demon nation and carve out your own legacy. You shall never be one to accept a life of insignificance. The people of the demon nation were unfamiliar with Hua culture. Their manner of speaking was direct and unrefined, lacking in subtlety and nuance. Within Zheng Sua, a fire was ignited momentarily, yet it flickered out just as swiftly. He clasped his fists and replied, General Agus, I implore you to exercise restraint. Our empire has only just established friendly relations with your demon nation. Your words are a breach of our agreement. Please refrain from speaking thus in the future. Upon hearing these words, the flame in Agus's eyes gradually dimmed, yet a brilliant blue electricity surged forth from his right palm, indicative of his electric lineage. Zheng Chao, sensing the shift, prepared to take action. Within the confines of the imperial palace, Agus had already taken the life of a young lieutenant without inciting significant uproar. For according to his assertions, it was imperative that the empire maintain cordial relations with the demonic realm. However, after a brief moment, Agus retracted the lightning from his hand and smiled, exclaiming, I must have indulged a bit too much. My earlier words were ill-considered. My apologies. With that, he hastily departed. Yet Zheng Chao understood that Agus had caught a whiff of a certain fragrance. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly sought to eliminate him. For the failure to secure an alliance could potentially leak out, endangering the lives of all associated with the demonic nation present. Agus would surely not spare him for the sake of the demon's people. Zheng Chao, however, was acutely aware of the origin of that familiar scent. He withdrew his fingers from the hilt of his dagger as a figure emerged from behind a tree, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon the retreating figure. It was Princess Yulia, who had previously collaborated with Zheng Chao. She had not attended the banquet earlier that day. What could have brought her here now? Zheng Chao felt a twinge of curiosity, yet her presence ultimately spared his life. He clasped his hands in respect and declared, I am Zheng Chao, Your Highness. I am honored by the Empire's favor and would never dare to engage in such treasonous acts. Yulia nodded, responding, I heard during the day that you were summoned by my father to the banquet, so I came to see you. I also learned that Uncle Lu recommended you to the military academy. How are you finding it? Zheng Chao replied, thanks to Uncle Lu's kind regard. I am faring quite well at the military academy in the imperial capital. Yulia fell into a moment of silence before releasing a sigh and remarked, he speaks the truth. The empire is no longer as it once was. I have heard from my father that Sardin City is in peril, yet fortunately, it is merely a minor affliction. Nothing to be overly concerned about. Zheng Chao nodded, though he felt a sense of disbelief. If it were truly a minor issue, the empire would not engage so solemnly in an alliance with the demon kingdom. It seemed likely that Sardin City was on the brink of disaster. Yet as a mere junior officer, he felt it unwise to voice such thoughts. Yulia continued, before long, I expect my father will send someone to Sardin City to quell the rebels. At that time, the military academy will surely select a group to participate. This presents a splendid opportunity for merit. Alas, as a woman, I am unable to partake. Zheng Chao understood that this was Princess Yulia subtly advising him, implying that the rebels in Sardin City were not formidable and that the empire would undoubtedly prevail, thus presenting a prime opportunity for glory. Furthermore, with selections being made from the military academy, she urged him not to let this chance slip by, reminding him of her gratitude for his past act of salvation. Zheng Chao clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Yulia nodded and turned to depart. As for the expedition to Sardin City to eliminate the rebels, he had no desire to go. His heart was set on seeking vengeance in the imperial capital. Soon, the envoy from the demon kingdom, along with Commander Argus, was sent off by the emperor. Ding Muhua, having been isolated by classmates due to his performance before the emperor, found that Zheng Chao was now being treated with a newfound warmth by those same peers. In the days that followed, Zheng Chong found himself languidly passing time at the military academy, yet a profound curiosity lingered within him regarding the contents of the parcel from lands. The thought that it might be empty gnawed at him, for it could lead to his exposure. However, the prospect of leaving it unopened was equally unbearable. Brother Chang'an, you seem rather distracted these days. Is there something troubling you? Inquired Ding Muhua, approaching him. Zheng Chong shook his head in response, but Ding Muhua, with an air of mystery, said, Brother Chang'an, Come to my place today. I have some intriguing items to show you. Upon arrival, Ding Muhua awaited him at the entrance and promptly ushered him inside. The Ding residence was expansive, and they traversed a considerable distance before reaching a particular room. Ding Muhua opened the door and led Zheng Chong inside, where he discovered an array of jars filled with substances of various hues. What are these? Zheng Chong asked, intrigued. Ding Muhua replied with a smile. These are unique to our Western tribe. You, from the Huazus tribe, have likely never seen them. Do you recall the sorcerers from the Imperial Commander's parade? Zheng Chong, uncertain of Ding Muhua's intent, nodded. I have little affinity for blades and firearms. Yet I find myself quite fascinated by these sorcerous artifacts. Ding Muhua continued, lifting two distinct jars and pouring out their contents. As the two substances mingled, Ding Muhua closed his eyes and murmured incantations. After a moment, the combined powders emitted a brilliant radiance, transforming into genuine gold before their eyes. Zheng Chong, astonished, reached out to grasp the gold, confirming its authenticity rather than mere sleight of hand. How did you achieve this? He exclaimed. Ding Muhua chuckled and said, Brother Chang'an, you may not be aware that our Western clan possesses unique alchemists endowed with extraordinary magic, capable of altering the very essence of objects. This art is known as alchemy, and with these two materials, one can transmute them into gold. Zheng Chao found this revelation truly astonishing. It seemed that Ding Muhua could harness this method to fabricate gold and become a wealthy man. Observing the expression on Zheng Chao's face, Ding Muhua felt a surge of pride and continued. However, this technique exacts a significant toll on the alchemist, and what I described is merely the most rudimentary form of the craft. A typical alchemist can accomplish a myriad of remarkable feats, including concocting wondrous potions for healing. Zheng Chao, intrigued, inquired, what distinguishes this from a sorcerer? Noticing Zheng Chao's keen interest, Ding Muhua explained, sorcerers typically delve into darker, more malevolent arts, such as unleashing plagues or invoking natural disasters, while alchemists stand as their antithesis. Having come from the border, Zheng Chao was unaware of such distinctions and, with growing curiosity, said, what else do you know? Please, share more with me. Ding Muhua, pleased by Zheng Chao's admiration, replied, in our Western clan, besides sorcerers and alchemists, we also have wizards, warlocks, and engineers, among others. The distinction between sorcerers and magicians is not particularly pronounced. As you are aware, our Western lineage is comprised of the elements of wind, thunder, lightning, and light. However, it is noteworthy that while some individuals acquire these elemental abilities through training, others are born with them innately. Those who learn to wield one of these four elemental powers are referred to as magicians, whereas those who possess an innate connection to one of the elements are called sorcerers. Sorcerers have the unique ability to summon creatures, a skill that magicians lack. I see. The lineage of the Huazus ethnic group primarily revolves around the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yet they do not categorize their professions as meticulously as we do in the West. Zheng Chao recalled the Major, who has the capability to summon hellhounds, thus identifying him as a sorcerer. At this juncture, Ding Muhua's eyes sparkled with admiration as he expressed, my greatest admiration lies with engineers. They are the profession I aspire to, yet I lack the innate talent. Engineers possess the remarkable ability to create extraordinary inventions, transforming the mundane into the miraculous. After absorbing this wealth of information, Zheng Chao felt as though he had unlocked a new realm of understanding, which would greatly aid his plans for vengeance, particularly since his adversaries hail from the West. Chapter 17. A shift in plans, taking action early. As he observed Ding Muhua demonstrating a plethora of peculiar contraptions, Zheng Chao increasingly perceived that the young man was far more capable than he initially appeared. After a lengthy demonstration, hunger began to gnaw at both of them. Upon reaching the dining hall, they found the meal prepared, and to Zheng Chao's surprise, Ding Muhua's father was also present. Upon seeing Zheng Chao, Ding Muhua's father inquired with a hint of confusion, "Who are you?" Ding Muhua introduced, "Father, this is Zheng Suan, my classmate. During the last performance before the emperor, had it not been for his protection, I would have encountered a grave mishap." Upon hearing this, Ding Muhua's father rose with a smile. "Ah, so he is a benefactor of our empire." Zheng Suan clasped his fists in salute. "I humbly greet you, my lord." Ding Muhua's father assisted Zheng Suan to his feet, and after they were seated, they engaged in casual conversation. Once they finished their meal, Ding Muhua's father suddenly remarked, "You should prepare yourselves, soon." Your Hua clan class will be dispatched to Sodan City. Mu Hua is rather timid, so I kindly asked General Zheng to look after him. Ding Mu Hua felt a surge of indignation upon hearing this, but chose to remain silent. Zheng Suo was taken aback. The entire Hua clan class was to be relocated? It seemed he could not evade this fate, and thus, matters concerning Lance would need to be expedited. However, Zheng Suo considered Ding Darren's description of Ding Mu Hua as timid to be a fair assessment. After all, a father knows his son best. My lord, will there be no selections from the other Western clan students? Ding Mu Hua's father sighed slightly and replied, Your Hua clan class was specifically requested by the second prince. It is likely due to your courageous display before the emperor that the second prince has taken such an interest. As for the other classes, I am not entirely certain if they will be selecting anyone. This indicated that the commander leading the forces to Sodan City would be the second prince. And the requisition of the Hua clan class suggested that this deployment might not involve the central army. Zheng Suo immediately grasped these two crucial pieces of information. As he opened the contents, he discovered numerous letters and a diary. Upon opening the letter, Zheng Suo glanced at the name it bore, Wilson. In recent days, he had become quite familiar with affairs in the imperial capital. Wilson was a major in the central army, and as he perused the content of the letter, it became evident that it was deeply connected to the massacre. It seemed that Wilson was destined to be the next target. After finishing the letter, Zheng Suo turned to his diary, where he indeed found records of Lance's lineage, though Zheng Suo primarily focused on those particular entries. Both he and Lance were engulfed in remorse for past events, spending each night in a state of anxiety. After all, he was merely a small figure with little room for choice at that time. Had he refrained from taking action then, the matter of unwrapping the package would undoubtedly have come to Lance's attention, thereby exposing his own identity. However, there remained a significant challenge. Eliminating an instructor from the military academy, a major, in the imperial capital was no trivial matter. How could he extricate himself from suspicion? For several days, Zheng Suo pondered this dilemma without finding a viable solution when Ding Mu Hua unexpectedly visited him. Brother Chang'an, come to my house today. I have made new progress that I wish to show you. Later, Zheng Suo accompanied Ding Mu Hua to his abode. Upon entering, Ding Mu Hua produced several potions and prepared a concoction, subsequently taking a sip. In an instant, Zheng Suo was astonished to see Ding Mu Hua vanish completely. Brother Chang'an, can you still see me? The voice resonated before him. Zheng Suo, astonished, replied, I cannot see you. What is this? After a considerable pause, Ding Mu Hua reappeared, laughing. This is an invisibility potion, a recent creation of mine. Is it not fascinating? Zheng Suo found it amusing. Indeed, Ding Mu Hua was a peculiar genius. However, a thought suddenly illuminated his mind, and he curiously inquired, Brother Mu Hua, do you possess anything that can swiftly erase the scars from a person's body? After pondering for a moment, Ding Mu Hua replied, I have yet to experiment with such a remedy, but I have heard of one called the Rapid Recovery Elixir. I shall practice its formulation, perhaps I can achieve it. Upon hearing this, Zheng Suo was elated and exclaimed, Brother Mu Hua, once you have perfected it, do summon me, and I would like to acquire some of your concoction from today. Ding Mu Hua, assuming Zheng Suo had taken a liking to these remedies, chuckled, Very well, I shall. Within a week, Ding Mu Hua sought out Zheng Suo, brimming with excitement, and announced, Brother Chang'an, I have successfully created the elixir you mentioned. Come with me at once. Upon entering the room, Zheng Suo was even more anxious than Ding Mu Hua. Where is it? He asked eagerly. Ding Mu Hua prepared the elixir but hesitated, stating, I have indeed concocted it, yet I have not tested it, so I am uncertain of its efficacy. Aware that Ding Mu Hua was apprehensive about inflicting wounds, Zheng Suo drew a knife and swiftly made a cut across his palm, blood seeping forth. Brother Mu Hua, please do try it. The wound indeed healed rapidly. Though the pain lingered, it seemed the elixir could only mend the injury while the sensation of pain persisted. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Zheng Suo, who took away 2 vials of the potion. As he departed, Ding Mu Hua cautioned, Brother Chang'an, please do not experiment recklessly with the Rapid Recovery Elixir. I cannot guarantee its effectiveness on every occasion. Only then did Ding Mu Hua feel a sense of relief. After a brief wait, Lance appeared, weary and disheveled, hurriedly approaching under the cover of night. His demeanor exuded exhaustion, fatigue etched upon his face. Upon spotting Zheng Chao, Lance paused in surprise and inquired, What brings you here? What are you and your companions doing in Sodan City? Lance mused aloud, slightly furrowing his brow. The second prince is leading an expedition? But isn't the military authority held by the first prince? At that moment, Zheng Chao was preoccupied with contemplating how to deal with the aftermath of his impending actions. Oblivious to Lance's words, the sky darkened ominously, and raindrops began to fall, chilling the air around them. It's raining. Would you like to step inside for a moment? Zheng Chao considered that entering would put him at risk. Should he proceed to eliminate Lance while there were still passers-by on the street, it would surely expose him. He needed to depart swiftly to remain inconspicuous. Just as he took a few steps away, a voice called out from behind him. Zheng Chao, your people have a saying, good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Do you believe in that? Lance's tone was tinged with desolation. Zheng Chao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the events at the border had been uncovered, and they had traced the links back to that massacre from years past? He nodded silently and turned to leave, seeking refuge in a shadowy corner. Whether it was the results of the investigation or his own forthcoming military engagement, or perhaps that he had tampered with his burden, he realized he must act preemptively. There was no time to waste. Zheng Chao swallowed hard, retrieving a potion that promised invisibility. He drank it, uncertain whether it would truly render him unseen. After all, while he could still perceive his own form, he had no means to ascertain if he had indeed vanished from sight. Zheng Suo stepped outside and noticed a passerby who, without even a glance in his direction, hurriedly sought shelter from the rain. Upon reaching the entrance of Lance's abode, Zheng Suo's fingers instinctively rested on the hilt of his knife as he pushed the door open and entered. He positioned himself beside the window, directly behind Lance, gradually closing the distance. With Lance possessing a lineage of thunder, his ability to unleash long-range attacks necessitated proximity. Just as Zheng Suo approached, Lance unexpectedly spoke. I never anticipated that the one seeking vengeance would be you. What connection do you have to that incident from years ago? Taken aback by this revelation, Zheng Suo paused. Had he been discovered? He noticed he was still 3 paces away from Lance, but upon looking down, he realized the floor was marked with numerous water stains, and there were footprints at the entrance. Since his cover was blown, there was no longer any need for concealment. With a cold expression, Zheng Suo furrowed his brow and replied, when you committed murder back then, there happened to be a child who narrowly escaped due to his playful nature. That child was me. Lance let out a grim smile, retorting, was it also you who killed the major? It became evident that Lance had been aware of Zheng Suo's identity the moment he entered, patiently waiting for his arrival. Thus, Zheng Suo had unwittingly walked into a trap. In that moment, the distance between them was abruptly widened as Zheng Suo was forcefully thrust backward, his form fully revealed within the room. Lance did not rush into action. He paused momentarily, his gaze intensely fixed on Zheng Chong, and slowly spoke. In that incident years ago, I had no choice. It was an order from my superiors. As a soldier, I must obey commands. To refuse would mean death, and I was powerless in that situation. I am truly sorry. Zheng Chong let out a cold laugh and replied, yet you ultimately took a life. Lance fell silent, a strange glimmer appearing in his eyes as he continued. Initially, I believe this was my just punishment. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. However, I have a wife and children to consider. If I perish, what will become of them? I must survive. I apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue glow gathered around Lance's arm, and a series of 5 or 6 thunderbolts struck down upon Zheng Chong, accompanied by a deafening roar. Zheng Chong swiftly evaded, rolling along the ground to escape the first 4 strikes, but the 5th bolt directly struck him overhead. Pain surged through his body, his head ringing incessantly, and everything before him blurred into a double vision, as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. A burnt odor emanated from his arm, warm liquid flowing along his skin, blood seeping from the charred flesh. Without hesitation, Zheng Chong bit down on his tongue, the pain sharpening his focus. In an instant, clarity returned, and he brushed his hand over the blade, which glimmered faintly, an unyielding weapon capable of severing hair with ease. In the next moment, the thunderclouds roared above him. Zheng Chong executed a forward roll, closing the distance, yet still 3 steps away. Just as he prepared to roll again, a thunderous boom resonated overhead. He halted abruptly. Rising swiftly, the blade held aloft. The thunderbolt struck the edge of his weapon, sending sparks flying, and the once brilliant blade was instantly darkened, though its surface still retained a faint glow. Zheng Suing's body trembled slightly, momentarily hesitating as the thunderous strikes continued to descend from above. Should he advance, he would surely be struck by another bolt. Yet, retreating would render the prospect of getting closer even more challenging. Nevertheless, he opted to execute a forward roll. As the thunder crashed down, Zheng Suing abruptly retracted his forward momentum, his body pivoting to roll sideways, catching Lancy off guard. Lancy had anticipated Zheng Suing would continue his advance, but the latter's reaction was remarkably swift. He managed to utilize the momentum to roll aside. The first bolt of lightning missed its mark, but another was still lurking in Lancy's arsenal. The thunderclouds, however, were not invincible. Each strike was accompanied by a brief interval, and it was during this pause that Zheng Suing found his opportunity. Close combat was the inherent advantage of the Huazus lineage. Having engaged in brutal skirmishes along the border for years, Zheng Suing's acute instincts and physical prowess had reached their zenith. After rolling to the side, he maintained the distance from Lancy, swiftly rising to his feet and darting forward in a rapid roll, arriving instantly before Lancy. Upon standing, his scorched blade surged toward Lancy's chest. Lancy raised both hands defensively, a layer of crackling thunderclouds thrumming ominously between them. As the blade made contact with this buzzing barrier, its advance slowed dramatically. With each inch the blade progressed, it became increasingly warped, resembling scrap metal. Yet, Zheng Suing could not afford to relinquish this moment. To retreat now would mean his own demise. His movements had been deciphered by his adversary, leaving no room for a second approach. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the hilt tightly with his left hand, while his right positioned itself firmly behind the hilt. As half the blade penetrated the thundercloud and twisted into a semblance of useless metal, Lancy, drenched in perspiration, slowly uttered, "Give up. You have no chance left." Zheng Suing was drenched in sweat, his arms charred by the lightning clouds, the scorched skin cracking under the strain, blood oozing from the fissures and dripping onto the ground, melding with the gradually intensifying sound of rain outside. I cannot succumb. However, this also afforded the opponent an opportunity, as the right hand, which served as a brace behind the hilt, loosened, diminishing in strength. Lance summoned the lightning clouds to shield the blade, freeing one hand, which he swiftly pressed against Zheng Suing's left arm, producing a resounding crack of thunder, rendering it a gruesome sight. The lightning erupted directly upon the left arm, tearing through flesh and sinew. At that moment, after executing the divine blade technique with his right hand, Zheng Suing quickly repositioned it behind the hilt. Seemingly impervious to the pain in his left arm, seizing the chance when the opponent wielded only one hand to command the lightning for defense, he surged forward with vigor. The remaining half of the blade, aglow with brilliant golden light, pierced through the lightning clouds, embedding itself into Lance's chest. Lance gazed at Zheng Suing, his grip on Zheng Suing's left arm slackening. His right hand, pierced by the lightning, faded into nothingness, and soon his eyes closed. Observing Lance's lifeless form, Zheng Suing maintained his stance for a moment, and once he confirmed Lance's demise, he withdrew the blade, collapsing to the ground, his left arm a mangled mess. Gasping for breath, Zheng Suing's pallid complexion betrayed his exhaustion as he struggled to rise, stumbling to Lance's side, retrieving a rapid recovery potion from his bosom, and applying it to Lance's soul wound. Subsequently, he swiftly applied the potion to his left arm, watching as the charred skin began to mend at an astonishing pace. Yet, the excruciating pain left him in a daze, teetering on the brink of death. Struggling to step outside, Zheng Chong stood in the gentle drizzle, fetching water with a wooden bucket and splashing it upon the ground, washing away the sanguine remnants. The rain fell steadily, creating a rhythmic patter on the surface, while the streets lay deserted, devoid of any passerby. Zheng Chong staggered, taking 3 steps before needing to pause. It was unclear how long he persevered, but eventually, the sight of his own front gate materialized before him just as hurried footsteps approached. Who could it be? One of the Central Army soldiers advanced, inquiring with a hint of confusion, "Zheng Chong?" Upon hearing his name called, Zheng Chong was struck with terror. How could someone from the Central Army know him? Had the border issues been thoroughly investigated, and were they here to apprehend him? His mouth opened, yet the pain rendered him nearly devoid of sensation, making speech almost impossible. The Central Army soldier abruptly pushed down the brim of their raincoat, and Zheng Chong, who had been prepared to reveal his last resort, momentarily froze upon recognizing the face. What could someone from the Central Army possibly want on a rainy night? A breath of relief escaped him. They were not there to capture him. Gritting his teeth against the searing agony in his left arm, he struggled to clasp his hands together in a salute, collapsing to his knees. Upon my arrival before His Highness, I had scarcely finished speaking when Zheng Chong collapsed, a piercing scream escaping his lips, followed by a gentle sensation against his cheek. A familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and then darkness engulfed him. On October 3rd, 368 of the Empire, an instructor at the Imperial Military Academy, Lance, a major, met his untimely demise. According to Imperial military regulations, the death of a military academy instructor mandates a promotion of 3 ranks for burial. In the case of Western officers, their families may annually receive a stipend from the Ministry of Revenue and are granted 100 acres of fertile land, along with 2 servants from the Huazus clan. However, Huazus officers do not receive such benefits. Following an investigation by the Ministry of Justice, it was determined that Lance succumbed to exhaustion while investigating a case at the border. His funeral was attended by numerous high-ranking officials of the Empire, as his promotion to general rank warranted a burial of equal stature. Zheng Chong felt a dryness in his throat and abruptly sat up, a slight pain lingering in his arm. It dawned on him that he had attempted to assassinate Lance before encountering Princess Yulia, after which he lost consciousness. As these memories flooded back, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in his own room. Listening to the sounds outside, it seemed the rain was still falling. Indeed, he must have fainted due to pain that day. Yet, he pondered the purpose of the princess's presence with the Central Army in the imperial capital that night. At that moment, a figure entered the room, Talon, holding a bowl. Upon seeing Zheng Chong awake, he exclaimed joyfully, "Young master, you are awake." Talon continued, "You were brought in by several members of the Central Army that day. I summoned a doctor who informed me that you had a fever and advised you to rest well." It seemed the princess had not disclosed her identity. Clad in a raincoat, Talon, of course, could not discern it. He rose from the bed, and Tehran brought over a cup of syrup, which he drank in one gulp. Feeling somewhat revitalized, Zheng Chong inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" Tehran replied, "You have been resting for 3 days. Young Master Ding has informed the military academy on your behalf, allowing you to recuperate without haste." He was eager to ascertain whether the news of Lance's death had spread. If it had, and he was still here, it would imply that Her Highness had no suspicions and the assassination had succeeded. After pondering for a moment, Tehran remarked, "I heard that an instructor from the military academy has passed away and is being buried today. Everyone from the academy has attended." Zheng Chong was overjoyed, sensing that there were no flaws in the plan. He moved his shoulders, which no longer ached much. Though the rapid healing elixir did not alleviate pain, it hastened the recovery of wounds. He casually said, "Please bring me my clothes. I need to step outside." Tehran fetched the military uniform, which had already been washed. Clad in his attire, Zheng Chong prepared to leave. Young Master Ding has asked you to rest well," Tehran interjected, noticing Zheng Chong's intention to depart. Zheng Chong reassured him, "It's all right. I feel much better now." The rain was not heavy, but the autumn drizzle carried a chill. Upon stepping outside, Zheng Chong inquired and made his way to the cemetery beyond the city. Chapter 19. A royal visit and an unexpected imprisonment. The gathering was considerable, indeed. All the personnel from the military academy had arrived. Zheng Chong even spotted Ludwig, along with the regent, and 2 young men standing alongside them, all paying their respects. Upon hearing Zheng Chong's voice, Ding Muhua appeared astonished and exclaimed, "What brings you here? Weren't you ill?" Zheng Su sighed and said, "It is better now. I just woke up today to hear that Teacher Lance has succumbed to excessive fatigue. I came to pay my respects." Ding Muhua felt that Zheng Su's relationship with Lance during his lifetime was quite amicable, so it was only natural for him to come and bid farewell. Indeed, perhaps the exhaustion from the border was too much. It is truly a pity, for he was a commendable individual. Upon hearing this, Zheng Su mused to himself that if Lance were not his adversary, he would indeed make a fine military academy instructor. After the burial, the military cadets paid their respects and dispersed. "Your Highness," Zheng Su's heart sank as a sense of foreboding washed over him. While Ding Muhua beside him stared wide-eyed at Zheng Su, finding the situation utterly incomprehensible. Zheng Su smiled and remarked, "It was your Highness who escorted the Demon Kingdom's commander to the border. I suppose we are acquainted." Ding Muhua nodded, though still with a hint of skepticism. For even with such a superficial connection, there seemed no need for the princess to come in person. Upon reaching the entrance, Zheng Su and Ding Muhua both bowed in unison. "We have seen the Highness." The princess had reverted to her feminine form, flanked by 4 royal guards and 2 maidservants. "Very well, please enter," she said, proceeding alone into the drawing room, while the 4 guards remained at the doorway and the 2 maidservants followed her just outside without entering. Zheng Su and Ding Muhua rose, and entered the drawing room alongside her. Yulia was seated in the main position, and Ding Muhua and Zhang Su stood before her as she regarded them. Yulia glanced at Ding Muhua and inquired, "You are the son of Lord Ding Rulo, are you not? I have heard that you are currently at the military academy. How is it going?" Ding Muhua was taken aback to discover that Her Highness the Princess recognized him. With a slight surprise, he hastily clasped his fists and said, "I was in the same class as Zheng Sui at the military academy, and he has taken good care of me." Their conversation was quite amicable, and Yulia inquired about a few mundane matters. Afterward, she stated, "You may go now. I have some words to exchange with Zheng Sui." Ding Muhua glanced at Zheng Sui, a peculiar smile gracing his features, before bowing and turning to leave. This left only Zheng Sui and Yulia in the hall. Suddenly, Yulia's expression darkened considerably, and with an icy tone, she asked, "Zheng Sui, what were you doing that rainy night?" Upon hearing this explanation, Yulia fell silent for a moment before nodding and saying, "I heard someone saw you at General Lance's residence that night, delivering something at his doorstep. If that is the case, then it is of little consequence. The death of General Lance has left the Ministry of Justice quite occupied, and General Tang Ning of the Central Army is also displeased with the demise of his former subordinate. You must exercise greater caution in the days to come. In light of Lance's passing, it was only fitting that he be buried according to the regulations for a major general." However, a troubling sensation suddenly gripped Zheng Sui's heart. The princess had previously mentioned his visit to Lance, and now referred to the Ministry of Justice's busyness, clearly indicating that the ministry was aware of his meeting with Lance, who had died that very night. Hence, the princess's admonition to be cautious was not merely a concern for his well-being, but also a warning to be wary of the Ministry of Justice, suggesting that an investigation might be forthcoming. This was indeed a double entendre. Originally, the Ministry of Justice had concluded that Lance succumbed to death due to overwork. However, the princess has just mentioned Tang Ning, indicating that this investigation was instigated by Tang Ning's request for a re-evaluation by the Ministry of Justice. This implies that Tang Ning was indeed one of the participants in the massacre. Tang Ning, the commander of the Central Army's Dragon Cavalry Regiment, holds a prestigious position within the military, possessing the rank of Major General and the title of Count. Zheng Sui was perplexed as to why the princess would extend her assistance to him, and he hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall remain vigilant." Pausing momentarily, Zheng Sui suddenly recalled the night he encountered the princess during the rain and inquired, "What was Your Highness intending to do with the Central Army that night?" Yulia replied with a slight smile, "Originally, after our encounter with the undead, you mentioned that the spirits would not dare to appear under the Emperor's divine authority. That rainy night revealed to me that indeed, the capital harbors its own spirits, though I was unaware of their removal at the time." Zheng Sui suddenly comprehended that she had followed to assist in the eradication of the undead. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yulia rose and departed with her entourage. The following morning, just as Zheng Sui was preparing to report to the military academy, officials from the Ministry of Justice arrived. "Who is Zheng Sui?" one of them inquired. Zheng Sui promptly stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting, and said, "I am Zheng Sui. May I inquire as to your identity?" The visitor, a member of the Western ethnicity, glanced at Zheng Sui and stated, "I am from the Ministry of Justice. The head of the ministry has instructed me to bring you in for questioning." As anticipated, the moment had arrived. However, having been forewarned by Yulia, Zheng Sui was somewhat prepared and replied, "Then I shall inform the military academy." The individual frowned and remarked, "There is no need. The ministry will issue a formal notice." A few soldiers from the Ministry of Justice approached, seemingly intent on apprehending Zheng Sui. The officials waved their hands dismissively, their impatience palpable as they urged, "Hurry up, do not keep the esteemed official waiting." Upon entering the grand hall of the ministry, Zheng Sui found himself before the head magistrate, a man marked by a multitude of freckles upon his pale face, reminiscent of many from the Western tribes. Despite his advanced age, the freckled visage remained pronounced, framed by sharp features. In the court, Zheng Sui was not yet a criminal and was not required to kneel. He stood, cupping his fists in respect, and stated, "Military cadet Zheng Sui pays his respects to the esteemed official." The magistrate regarded him with a sudden frown, his voice rising sharply as he exclaimed, "Impudent rogue! You have slain General Lance, an instructor at the military academy. Do you not understand the gravity of your crime?" This unexpected accusation left Zheng Sui momentarily dazed, a torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind. Had he been exposed? Did they discover that Lance had been killed by a knife? Was the princess aware of this, merely attempting to placate him? Did they also know about his quest for vengeance for the massacre years ago? Such notions seemed implausible, especially considering the princess's efforts to calm him. If she truly sought to reassure him, she would not have warned him to be cautious nor mentioned that Tang Ning was leading a renewed investigation into the matter. Moreover, if his exposure was imminent, those sent to apprehend him would have employed torture devices. Having deduced this, Zheng Suo realized that the officials might be attempting to intimidate him into revealing the truth. He clasped his fists again and declared firmly, "Esteemed official, I do not comprehend your intent. I implore you to clarify." On his return, Zheng Suo utilized an invisibility potion, ensuring that no one would observe him. For in the rain, footprints were rendered invisible. Several soldiers from the Ministry of Justice arrived subsequently and escorted Zheng Suo to a cell. Zheng Suo understood that the officer's brief departure likely involved consulting certain individuals within the ministry, possibly someone dispatched by Tang Ning. Given that the incriminating items had been left in his possession, it was inevitable that Tang Ning would soon be aware of their contents. Therefore, regardless of whether he was a murderer or not, Zheng Suo had to remain detained to prevent any details of the incident from leaking out before a decision could be made. After all, executing a military academy student was no trivial matter. The empire had strict regulations, with military academy laws and imperial statutes holding equal weight. To carry out such a sentence on a military student, the approval of the academy's president was essential. Currently, the figure holding the title of military academy president was the second prince, while the president of the civil academy was the first prince. Both institutions were esteemed nurseries of talent for the empire, thus necessitating that their presidents maintain a position of utmost authority. As Zheng Suo sat in his cell, he contemplated that the notion of a subsequent decision was, in truth, a fanciful delusion. The grim reality was that Tang Ning, in his quest to keep secrets from reaching a wider audience, would undoubtedly devise some method to eliminate him. Leveraging Tang Ning's status, he could easily approach the academy president, the second prince, and assert that Zheng Suo was a murderer. The second prince would likely acquiesce, for Zheng Suo was merely a member of the Huazus ethnic group, considered worthless in the eyes of the Western nobility. To label him a murderer would probably not even raise suspicion. All that was needed was for the ministry to fabricate some evidence and reports. To his astonishment, his secret remained undiscovered. Yet he was unjustly accused of a heinous crime and faced imminent death. Fate plays its cruel games, but Zheng Chong would not succumb to despair. He resolved to bide his time for one more night. Should there be no miraculous turn of events by dawn, he would have no choice but to reveal his trump card. This marked the third occasion he had contemplated such a move, having narrowly escaped peril on the previous two instances. Surely, such fortune could not grace him again. Chapter 20. The second prince's inspection. A piece of news emerged. Early the next morning, the prison door swung open, and the jailer presented a sumptuous meal before Zheng Chong, saying, "Zheng Chong, please eat." Zheng Chong surveyed the lavish spread before him, suspecting it to be a final meal before execution. Seeking confirmation, he raised his gaze and inquired, "Am I to be executed?" The jailer, taken aback by the question, chuckled, "Young Master Zheng, as a student of the military academy, the Ministry of Justice lacks the authority to execute you, especially since you have not been convicted of any crime. Nevertheless, this meal was ordered from above, and I am simply following instructions." Clearly, the jailer was perplexed. Yet he was certain that this was not a death sentence meal. Just as Zheng Chong closed his eyes, a cacophony erupted in his mind, a flurry of images racing through his thoughts. At the moment of peak tension, the prison door emitted a sharp sound, the unmistakable sound of it opening. Surely, this heralded his execution. Zheng Chong hastily summoned his resolve, the clamor within his mind intensifying. The jailer remarked, "I do not know the details. I only know that this is what the higher-ups have instructed." The prison guard was of the Hua ethnicity. The role of a prison guard does not carry the same honor as that of a soldier, and only members of the Hua clan would willingly take on such a position. Therefore, Zheng Chao, who bore no guilt, was treated with utmost respect, particularly because he was a military academy student destined to achieve some distinction in the army. This filled the guard with a sense of pride in his own heritage. Upon arriving in the imperial capital, Zheng Chao had yet to encounter someone of such noble stature. The only person he could think of was Ding Muhua's father, Ding Rulong. However, Ding Muhua worried that her father might be called upon. Yet, Ding Rulong was merely the Minister of Revenue, a civilian with scant connections to the military, and it was unlikely he had any rapport with Tang Ning. So who could it be? Princess. Although Yulia had hinted at it that day, it was merely a suggestion. If she intended to assist him, she would have made that clear during their encounter instead of offering a vague warning. As Zheng Chao pondered this, he arrived at the door where Tulan and Ding Muhua awaited him. The moment Ding Muhua spotted Zheng Chao, she rushed over, concern etched on her face. Brother Chang'an, are you all right? I heard you were imprisoned, and I was terrified. I sought out my father, but he said he couldn't intervene in matters of the Ministry of Justice. I was at my wit's end and nearly frantic. Her words were sincere, evident from the beads of sweat still glistening on her forehead. Zheng Chao placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and smiled. It's nothing serious. I was merely assisting with an investigation. After parting ways with Ding Muhua, Zheng Chao walked alongside Talon. After a moment's contemplation, Talon remarked, no one has visited. Just as Zheng Chao was about to express his confusion, Talon continued, after you left that day, I sought out the esteemed General Han Jiping of the military academy. Zheng Suo was taken aback. It appeared that his protector was none other than the esteemed military academy instructor, Han Jiping. He had not anticipated that this connection would prove vital. Since entering the military academy, he had seldom encountered this prominent figure. Although Han Jiping held the rank of Major General, equivalent to that of Tang Ning, it seemed unlikely that his esteemed position alone could secure his safety. Simultaneously, Zheng Suo recalled that Tulane had been a gift from Lu Zhan. The fact that Tulane could reach Han Jiping indicated that Lu Zhan's true intention in presenting Tulane was to act as an intermediary between him and Han Jiping. This revelation rendered the situation comprehensible. As a mere second lieutenant, Lu Zhan could not possibly regard him with such favor. The recommendation letter and the gift of a concubine merely served as a fade, under which he was but a pawn concealed within the capital. The true piece on the board was Tulane, enabling her to exist unobtrusively in the capital as the attendant of a military academy student, ensuring that no one would pay her any heed. Zheng Suo could not help but admire Lu Zhan's intricately concealed strategy, a labyrinth of layers that he had only now begun to unravel. Upon arriving at the military academy, he approached the instructor's office and gently knocked on the door, greeted by the familiar, gentle voice from within. Zheng Suo clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, I am profoundly thankful for your life-saving intervention, Master Han. Han Jiping set down his pen and looked up, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Are you truly not involved in the demise of Instructor Lands? Zheng Suo hastily replied, Master, I beseech you to see clearly. That night, I merely returned something to Instructor Lands. He has always shown me kindness, and I am deeply saddened by his unfortunate fate. Han Jiping sighed and remarked, I am not the sole guarantor of your safety this time. Princess Yulia has also vouched for you. If it were solely up to me, the Ministry of Justice would likely still detain you. Zheng Chong was taken aback, as he had not anticipated Princess Yulia would advocate on his behalf. After a moment of contemplation, Han Jiping continued, You must never disappoint Her Highness the Princess or betray her goodwill. Zheng Chong knelt on one knee and bowed deeply, affirming, I assure you, I will not let Her Highness down. I will strive for my country, even at the cost of my life. Han Jiping nodded. If it were solely up to him as the chief instructor of the military academy, it would indeed be challenging to persuade the Ministry of Justice to reverse their decision so swiftly. It was undoubtedly the princess's intervention that made the difference. Zheng Chong felt at a loss for how to express his gratitude towards this noble royal. The rain had persisted for half a month, leading the military academy to temporarily cancel morning exercises to prevent students from catching colds, ironically undermining the intended purpose of strengthening their health. On one particular morning, Zheng Chong and his fellow students from the Huazus class gathered within their classroom, where the autumn rain outside was quite chilly, yet the classroom was equipped with heating, providing a comfortable atmosphere. Suddenly, the instructor rushed in, his expression urgent, and announced, Attention, Huazus class. Prepare yourselves, don your raincoats, as we are to be inspected by His Highness, the second prince. Upon hearing this, a wave of excitement swept through the Huazus class. Zheng Chong's mind raced with realization. The second prince was to lead a campaign to quell unrest in Sodden City, and this inspection signified that the Huazus class would indeed accompany him. It seemed the matter of vengeance would have to be set aside for now, allowing Wilson of the Central Army to live a little longer. With these thoughts in mind, Zheng Chong donned his training armor. The military academy boasts an array of comprehensive facilities, with all cadets removing their armor during theoretical classes and placing it on the racks at the back of the classroom. Once donned, they formed a queue, exited the classroom, and assembled on the parade ground. Only the Huazu class participated in this military review, while the remaining Western classes were absent, signifying the second prince's greater regard for the Huazu class, which filled everyone with excitement. The others remained unaware of their impending conscription into the military. Zheng Chao observed that nearly all the military academy instructors were present, including the chief instructor, Han Jiping, alongside a lady, Princess Yulia, who had unexpectedly arrived as well. At that moment, Ding Muhua tugged at Zheng Chao's armor and whispered, "Could it be that what my father mentioned is truly coming to pass?" When Ding Rulong had shared this news with them, it had been uncertain and casually spoken. Now, however, the reality seemed undeniable. Zheng Chao nodded in response. Ding Muhua sighed, falling silent, for he knew that his classmate harbored a deep aversion to taking lives. Yet, once on the battlefield, killing was an inevitable reality. This conscription of the Huazu class undoubtedly included him as well. Perhaps it was fate's cruel jest, a reluctant alchemist entering the military academy, ultimately unable to escape the grim destiny of being compelled to kill. At that moment, the group had approached the Huazu class, and the young man leading them, Xiao Chun, had been seen at Lance's funeral. He was one of the two young men standing beside the regent, presumably the second prince. Up close, the second prince appeared remarkably gallant, his noble countenance imbued with a hint of scholarly elegance. With golden hair and azure eyes, broad shoulders, he embodied the quintessential Western handsome. Beside him, Han Jiping held an umbrella for the second prince, accompanying him closely. At that moment, Her Highness the Princess also had an instructor shielding her from the rain, positioned just behind the second prince. As they approached the 22 members of the Huazu class, Yu Changqing, the class leader, stood tall, saluted crisply, and spoke with clarity. The 22 cadets acknowledged the crown prince, proclaiming, "Long live the empire." The other students followed suit, echoing the chant. Han Jiping intended to say something further, but upon seeing the second prince's insistence, he retracted the umbrella. Zheng Chong admired the second prince's theatrical spirit, although he claimed the Huazu class students were getting drenched. They were all clad in raincoats, thus not truly exposed to the rain. In contrast, the second prince, having relinquished his umbrella, stood unprotected, genuinely subject to the elements. As a leader, one must inspire subordinate officers and soldiers by sharing in their hardships. Lu Zhen exemplified this principle, and the second prince too must embody it. Although it was not a true sharing of hardships, those in higher echelons often enjoy significantly more luxury than the soldiers. Putting on such a performance for the troops was no small feat. Standing in the rain, the second prince gazed at the assembly and smiled, saying, "A month ago, I petitioned the emperor to lift the ban on military academies. You are the first group of cadets to be recruited into the Huazu class, all of you young elites from various units, recommended by the leaders of garrisons across the land, distinguished by your martial prowess. Today, I come not only to visit you, but also to convey an important message." Chapter 21. An unexpected appointment. The arrival of the announcement left everyone puzzled. However, Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua were well aware that it pertained to the matter of mobilization. Zheng Suing, nonetheless, was taken aback to learn that the military academy's ban had been lifted, and the establishment of the Huazu class was indeed the brainchild of the second prince. In these turbulent times, as the rebel forces wreak havoc in the imperial city of Sardin, their audacity threatens to undermine the very foundation of our empire. I have sought the emperor's decree and shall lead a grand army to quell the insurrection in Sardin within 5 days. As the inaugural cohort of the Huazu class, you shall accompany us. The future of the Huazu class and its ability to recruit more elite members hinges upon your performance in this mission. The second prince spoke with fervor, igniting excitement among the members of the Huazu class. They rallied with resounding enthusiasm, their voices almost powerful enough to quell the downpour. Yet, Zheng Suing was taken aback by the implication of the second prince's final words. Their conduct in this campaign would determine the fate of the Huazu class, suggesting that this was akin to a graduation examination. Soon, it was Zheng Suing's turn. After a handshake with the second prince, he was greeted by Princess Yulia. During their handshake, Yulia's expression remained stoic, as if she were unfamiliar with him. A wave of disappointment washed over Zheng Suing, and he muttered a quiet, "Thank you, Your Highness." This expression of gratitude was directed towards Yulia for her support. Her demeanor shifted slightly as she nodded and moved on. The instructor addressed the assembly. "Today marks your final lesson. When you join the military, do not bring shame to the academy. strive to set a commendable example for the future generations of Huazu. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Only Ding Muhua appeared to be bereft of spirit, while Zheng Suo remained indifferent. He offered Ding Muhua a faint smile, which Ding Muhua managed to reciprocate with a strained grin. The urgency was palpable. The appointment had already been issued, suggesting that matters were more pressing than anticipated, and it seemed that Sodden City was on the brink of peril. When Yu Changqing's appointment was announced, Zheng Suo exhaled in relief. As he had surmised, they would not be assigned to the Central Army, but rather to the Eastern Garrison. This was indeed fortuitous, sparing them the need to endure the disdainful gazes of the privileged in the Central Army. However, this also implied that the second prince intended to lead the Eastern Garrison against the rebellion, potentially involving a contingent of the Central Army alongside them. Regardless, as long as they were not dispatched to the Central Army, it was a favorable outcome. Yu Changqing, having previously held the rank of major, was now appointed directly as a lieutenant colonel, a rank that signified a mid-level officer. Having enlisted from a young age, he had clawed his way up the ranks, and attaining the position of lieutenant colonel marked him as an outstanding figure among the Huazu military personnel. Subsequently, the remaining individuals received promotions in rank. When it came to Zheng Suo, he paused momentarily. Zheng Suo, report to the Eastern Garrison Vanguard Battalion as a captain. Zheng Suo was taken aback. He had risen 2 ranks in one fell swoop, a distinction that set him apart from the others. After a brief hesitation, he accepted the appointment. Han Jiping remarked, "His Highness holds you in high regard, and he is well aware of your capture of the Demon Kingdom's commander." It was then that Xiao Chun understood that his elevation in rank was a direct result of his successful apprehension of the Demon Kingdom's commander, Agus. Upon returning to his position, the announcements of other appointments continued. Zheng Chong observed that the new group of trainees was arranged in pairs, each assigned to the same department. One as a superior and the other as an assistant. This arrangement likely stemmed from the familiarity among the trainees, minimizing the potential for disputes over decision-making. Ding Muhua's appointment was also announced. Previously without military rank, he was now directly promoted to captain. Following his lackluster performance before the emperor, other members of the Huazu class regarded him with disdain, believing he had secured his position through his father's influence, thus tarnishing the reputation of their class. Ding Muhua, too apprehensive to voice his concerns, remained troubled, knowing he still had to face the battlefield. Once the appointments concluded, Zheng Chong found himself assigned to the same department as Nie Shiqing, with Zheng serving as the superior and Nie as the assistant. Soon after, Han Jiping departed, and the members of the Huazu class began to congratulate one another, with the most accolades directed towards Yu Changqing, who had achieved the rank of major, merely a step away from ascending to the ranks of senior officers. Nie Shiqing approached and clasped his fists, stating, "Brother Zheng, now that we serve in the same department, I shall endeavor to assist you to the best of my abilities, without any slackening." Zheng Chong reciprocated with polite remarks, fostering camaraderie for a while. Meanwhile, Ding Muhua was ignored by the others and left in solitude without even greeting Zheng Chong. Zheng Chong considered pursuing him, but ultimately decided it would be best for Ding Muhua to prepare himself mentally. Upon returning home, Zheng Chong rose the next day and, clutching his appointment letter, promptly reported to the Ministry of War. Upon arrival, he presented his letter and received the official appointment to the East Town Army before departing. Upon stepping outside, Ding Muhua was met by Zheng Suo, who appeared visibly flustered, seemingly at a loss for words. Zheng Suo patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "Given the circumstances, there is no need for you to dwell on it too much. The traitors over there are likely few in number. It won't be long before we can return. When that time comes, you can ask your uncle to assist you in smoothing things over, so that you won't have to remain in the army." However, Ding Muhua shook his head and replied, "Brother Chang'an, you misunderstand me. I have come to terms with the matter of joining the military. It is the will of heaven, and I shall not force it. It is just that." Zheng Suo, noticing Ding Muhua's hesitance, inquired, "Just what?" Ding Muhua continued, "It is merely that I am paired with Feng Guozhang, but he has expressed that I should find someone else to switch with, as he does not wish to remain with me. After much contemplation, I could think of no one but you." Zheng Suo could not help but smile bitterly to himself. Feng Guozhang was a rather rough individual, and this battle presented a prime opportunity for advancement. Being teamed with Ding Muhua, whom he perceived as a burden, would surely not be to his liking. It took considerable resolve for Ding Muhua, a delicate scholar, to utter such words of severance, all in the hope of securing his place and avoiding exclusion. Zheng Suo chuckled. You are overthinking this. We are classmates and friends. How could I possibly disdain you? Here's what we shall do. I will speak with Brother Feng and arrange for you to switch with Nie Shiqing, allowing you to come under my wing as my deputy. Ding Muhua's expression brightened with excitement, and he was immensely grateful, his face flushed with emotion. And had it not been for Zheng Suo's presence, he might have nearly burst into tears. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua awaited Feng Guozhang's arrival. Before long, Feng Guozhang appeared, and upon seeing Zheng Suo, he hurriedly approached with cupped fists, saying, "Brother Zheng, you are here remarkably early." Zheng Su smiled and said, "Brother Feng, I have matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Feng Guozhang cast a glance at Ding Muhua and immediately discerned the nature of the conversation. He sighed and replied, "Brother Zheng, it is not that I am reluctant, but being in close proximity to him is akin to dancing with death. One might find oneself in perilous circumstances." Feng Guozhang presupposed that Zheng Su intended to persuade him to accept Ding Muhua, prompting his remark. Zheng Su chuckled and clarified, "You are mistaken, Brother Feng. I wish to exchange our deputies. Let Nie Shiqing come to your side, while Brother Muhua remains with me." The position of director is the highest official within the 6 ministries, and as the son of the director, Ding Muhua will undoubtedly have ample opportunities for advancement in the future. Zheng Su, recognizing the goodwill behind this arrangement, smiled and said, "There is no need to persuade me further. Brother Muhua has his merits, and I would not retain him without reason." Seeing Zheng Su's determination, Feng Guozhang shot a glare at Ding Muhua and then remarked, "Very well, this is your choice. I shall not dissuade you. Do take care." With that, Feng Guozhang departed. Once he left, Ding Muhua entered to receive his formal appointment letter and then left with Zheng Su. Upon arriving at Zheng Su's residence, he found Turan had already begun to pack Zheng Su's belongings. Zheng Su was engaged in conversation with Ding Muhua about the latest curiosities in alchemy, as Ding Muhua had recently concocted some unusual potions. Suddenly, the door swung open and 2 women entered. The foremost was Yulia. Zheng Su was taken aback. What brought the princess here at this hour? He hastily stepped out with Ding Muhua to greet her. Subsequently, Ding Muhua excused himself and took his leave. This time, Yulia had come without any guards, accompanied only by a maid, indicating that her visit was likely concerning matters of assurance. Zheng Suishing bowed and said, "Captain Zheng Suishing of the Eastern Town Army pays his respects to your highness. I am deeply grateful for your highness's assurance." Yulia looked at Zheng Suishing and replied, "There is no need for your thanks to me. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards my second brother, for it was he who urged me to vouch for you." This statement left Zheng Suishing perplexed. What did it mean? Wasn't Yulia's second brother the second prince? How could the second prince, with whom he was unfamiliar, possibly come to his aid? Yulia continued, "You and your comrades are the elite of the Empire's military whom my brother intends to employ in the future. He holds you in high regard. However, due to his elevated status, he cannot involve himself directly in this matter and has thus entrusted me to intervene on his behalf. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then excel in battle and slay foes for my brother." This further muddled Zheng Suishing's thoughts. They were merely recent graduates from military academy, the most senior among them being Colonel Yu Changqing. In the eyes of a royal such as the second prince, they were inconsequential, mere minnows in a vast sea. Furthermore, as a mere junior officer, Zheng Suishing pondered why the second prince would require the princess herself to intervene when a simple message could suffice to prompt the Ministry of Justice to act. Yulia's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Our father's health is deteriorating day by day, especially after the recent turmoil in Sardin City, which has severely aggravated his condition. My elder brother and second brother have become estranged, their relationship worse than before." Upon hearing this, Zheng Suishing's heart sank as he suddenly grasped the underlying connections and reasons. Chapter 22. New Organization. Onward to Iron Sword Camp. The aging emperor's declining health signifies the commencement of a rivalry between the crown prince and the second prince, both vying for favor. The recent turmoil in Sardin City serves as one of the second prince's strategic tokens in this contest for affection. The military authority of the imperial army resides firmly with the crown prince, compelling the second prince to seek military achievements to elevate his stature and challenge his elder brother. Currently, the central army cannot be relied upon. Thus, he turns his attention to the eastern garrison. Although the eastern garrison can be commanded for the time being, the second prince's influence there is limited. He must swiftly position his loyal supporters within the Eastern garrison and cultivate goodwill among the Huazu class of military academy students, simultaneously nurturing them as his trusted subordinates. This explains the significant attention the second prince bestows upon these Huazu students, as their ranks are likely to ascend rapidly in this forthcoming battle, enhancing his command over them. As for why the second prince refrains from personally intervening with the Ministry of Justice to secure individuals, the reasoning becomes clearer. The current climate is one of intense competition for favor, where errors cannot be afforded. Should the second prince take it upon himself to intercede or enlist a trusted individual for assistance, the head of the ministry, aligned with the crown prince, would undoubtedly inform the emperor. Upon learning of such actions, the emperor would erupt in fury, placing the second prince in a precarious position. Therefore, he delegates the task to Princess Yulia, who shares a bond with Zheng Chong. Her intervention would not implicate the second prince, as it would appear to be a compassionate act stemming from gratitude for a life-saving deed, thus achieving a dual benefit, rescuing those in need while allowing the second prince to remain unscathed by potential troubles. Zheng Chao never anticipated that he would inadvertently become embroiled in the fierce struggle for succession. A chill crept down his spine. The contest for favor had always been an internal affair of the imperial family, and throughout history, the involvement of outsiders in such matters was most unwelcome. Should one emerge victorious in this power struggle, they would achieve renown and etch their name in the annals of history. However, defeat would lead to the annihilation of one's entire lineage, with the specter of total extermination looming ominously. The fact that the second prince considered his own sister as a mere pawn sent shivers down Zheng Chao's spine. Yulia paused momentarily before rising to approach Zheng Chao, casting a furtive glance at Turan, who waited outside the parlor. Zheng Chao found this action perplexing. He had not expected that the princess would concern herself with such matters, which surprised him greatly. As he was to accompany the military, Turan could not follow, which was fortuitous. It meant he would no longer need to use Lu Zhen as a shield. The outcome of Lu Zhen's uprising was uncertain, and any association with her could bring either fortune or disaster. He hastily declared, "Your Highness, please take heed. Lord Lu has entrusted me with my maidservant solely in her capacity as a servant. How could I presume to treat her as a concubine or require her to attend to my bed?" Yulia's previously furrowed brows relaxed, and a hint of delight flickered within her eyes as she nodded in agreement. "Since you have no intimate relations with her, let her remain by my side. Upon your return from the northern campaign, I shall return her to you." Zheng Chao was uncertain of the princess's intentions for Turan, yet the palace was filled with countless skilled maidservants, rendering Turan's services unnecessary. However, given the princess's insistence, he felt compelled to acquiesce. The opportunity for Turan to serve the princess was a stroke of fortune beyond her wildest dreams. Thus, he dared not voice any dissent. Yulia nodded and beckoned Turan to enter, and Turan stepped through the door. Upon hearing the voice, Turan promptly knelt and bowed, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." The rain showed no signs of abating, and the princess took Turan away that very day, leaving Zheng Song alone to face the situation. Early the next morning, Zheng Song, accompanied by Ding Muhua, reported to the military encampment. The Eastern Town Army was stationed across various locations, totaling 60,000 troops, all of whom were of Huaz ethnic descent, 20,000 from Hanjiang Province, 20,000 from Jinchuan Province, and 20,000 from Tieguan Province. However, their group of military cadets was not destined for these three provinces, but rather for the northeasternmost province of the empire, Dansha Province. Upon hearing Zheng Song's inquiry, Ding Muhua chuckled. It seems that before the expedition, the second prince had already mobilized the entire Eastern Town Army to Dansha Province to facilitate the northern campaign against Sodden City. Zheng Song nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dansha Province boasts fertile land and a burgeoning population, serving as the empire's granary. This northern campaign against Sodden City will surely rely on local supplies from Dansha Province. Ding Muhua laughed. "I have heard that the women in Dansha Province are quite tall, even taller than the men here. However, the region is known for its cold climate. Brother Chang'an, have you brought warm clothing?" This time, the military cadets reported individually to receive a griffin from the griffin camp, without any further indication of their status. Zheng Song understood that the first prince, who held military authority, was likely creating obstacles for the second prince, which is why their group of cadets seemed to be treated so insignificantly. Dansha Province was as distant from the imperial capital as the border camp where Zheng Song was stationed, and traveling with a griffin would take approximately 2 days. Upon arriving in Dansha province, the two did not indulge in leisurely wandering. Zheng Suing led Ding Muhua directly to the barracks of the Eastern Town Army. The military presence of the Eastern Town Army was indeed impressive. From the outside, one could faintly observe well-trained sentinels and neatly arranged tents within the camp. Upon reaching the entrance, a young second lieutenant approached and inquired in a clear voice, "Who are you?" Zheng Suing promptly stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute, and replied, "We are graduates of a military academy, here to serve as officers in the Eastern Town Army. We kindly request you inform your superiors." The second lieutenant responded, "Gentlemen, please present your official appointment letters. I shall submit them on your behalf." Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua handed their letters to the young officer, who then said, "Please wait a moment. I will attend to this immediately." As the second lieutenant departed, Ding Muhua whispered, "Brother Chang'an, I find this does not appear to be the Eastern Town Army. Look at their flag." Zheng Suing was taken aback and glanced over. Indeed, the emblem on the Eastern Town Army's flag was not as expected. The flag typically bore the image of a lion's head, while this one displayed an inverted sword. Following the second lieutenant into the camp, Zheng Suing noticed that this peculiar army numbered less than 60,000, judging by the quantity of tents. It seemed to comprise only around 20,000. Soon, they arrived at the central tent, where the young officer announced loudly from outside, "General Lei, I have brought the two gentlemen." A rugged voice resonated from within the tent, "Let them enter." Zheng Su and Ding Muhua entered the tent, where they beheld a dark-skinned officer of the Huazus nationality seated within the central military tent. This individual appeared remarkably slender, with a prominent scar that traversed from his forehead to the right side of his face. Zheng Su promptly saluted, introducing himself as Zheng Su, a military cadet. "Here to submit my orders." Ding Muhua echoed his greeting. The officer nodded and remarked, "I have reviewed your appointment letters. Zheng Su is appointed as the commander of the 1st Vanguard Battalion, and Ding Muhua as the deputy commander. You two may proceed with the individual outside to familiarize yourselves with the battalion." Having received their respective appointments, Zheng Su and Ding Muhua emerged from the tent, with Ding Muhua brimming with excitement, for this marked his inaugural position within the military. The young lieutenant outside was still present, addressing them, "General Zheng, General Ding, please follow me. I shall escort you to the 1st Vanguard Battalion." Although they had been bestowed the title of general, they felt it was a weighty honor that hardly suited them. Yet, considering the courtesy extended, Zheng Su refrained from voicing any objections. As they followed, Zheng Su, driven by curiosity, inquired, "May I ask how to address you, my friend?" The lieutenant, exhibiting a hint of shyness, clasped his fists and replied, "I am Lu Kan, and you may simply refer to me as Xiao Lu." Given that Lu was older than both of them, addressing him as Xiao Lu felt somewhat inappropriate to Zheng Su, who instead straightforwardly asked, "Lu Kan, what title does our commander hold?" Upon hearing these words, Zheng Song was taken aback. The Iron Sword camp was newly established, and its application for independent military status had not materialized, undoubtedly due to its connection with the second prince. This camp was initiated by him, and the first prince, wielding military power, had obstructed its formation, resulting in its affiliation with the Eastern Garrison while stationed in Dansha province. To his surprise, the second prince had begun preparations 2 years ago, indicating his intent to vie for favor against the first prince. However, it was only now, with the emperor gravely ill, that the second prince revealed his hand, commencing the cultivation of his prestige and achievements. Chapter 23. A Sudden Provocation. Commanders, please. After a brief tour, Zheng Song and Ding Muhua were ushered into adjacent large tents. Lu Kan clasped his fists and said, "Generals, this shall be your quarters. I will now proceed to the vanguard to relay your orders for the assembly of troops." With the new commander in position, it was only customary to muster the troops. Zheng Song nodded in agreement, and Ding Muhua also signaled for the young lieutenant to take his leave. The two men entered their respective tents. Zheng Song took a moment to survey the opulence of his quarters, which surpassed even those of the Central Army at his rank. Truly, it was a testament to the second prince's trusted strength, equipped with the finest provisions. After setting down his belongings, Zheng Song emerged, only to find Ding Muhua waiting outside. Appearing somewhat anxious, "Brother Chang'an," he said, "I am mostly unfamiliar with military affairs. When it comes time for you to muster the troops, I shall simply follow your lead." Zheng Chong nodded, leading Ding Muhua towards the training ground. The location was easy to find, within the Iron Sword camp, there lay a vast expanse of cleared land. The ground trampled solid, undoubtedly a site for the soldiers' daily drills. Upon arriving, Zheng Chong nearly questioned if he had come to the right place. For the soldiers assembled in this training area numbered a staggering 1,000, equivalent to the quota of a lieutenant colonel. Just as he turned around, a voice called out from the distance, "General Zheng, General Ding, you have arrived." Lucan approached, saluting, and remarked, "The soldiers of the 1st Vanguard Battalion are lined up and ready for your inspection." Lucan confirmed, "Indeed, the 1st Vanguard Battalion has a quota of 1,000 men." If it weren't for Lucan's affirmation, Zheng Chong would have thought he was dreaming. It was quite absurd that a mere captain was entrusted with the command of a battalion comprising 1,000 soldiers. During his time in the border guards, a border battalion consisted of only 200 men, with a major being the highest rank. Even in the Eastern and Western Town Guard and Central Army, 1,000 men typically required a lieutenant colonel's rank. Fresh from military academy, becoming the commanding officer of 1,000 men left Zheng Chong feeling overwhelmed. Steeling himself, he nodded and said, "Very well, let us proceed." He now understood why he was publicly addressed as General Zheng and General Ding. Commanding 1,000 soldiers indeed warranted the title of general. It seemed that Princess Yulia's assertion of the second prince's high regard for the Huazus battalion was not mere flattery. It appeared that the first prince was obstructing matters, rendering it difficult for the Iron Sword camp to secure competent mid-level officers while unwilling to grant the Huazus battalion students higher military ranks. Thus, the second prince acted accordingly. Lucan remarked, "I must wait at the camp gate for the arrival of other generals to submit their orders. If General Zheng has no matters to attend to, I shall take my leave." Zheng Chui nodded in acknowledgement as Lucan departed. Upon entering the field, Zheng Chui clenched his fists and declared in a resonant voice, "I am Zheng Chui, a student of the Imperial Military Academy, and I shall henceforth serve as the commander of the 1st Vanguard Battalion. I hope that in the days to come, all of you will unite with me in loyalty to the Empire, to uphold the formidable reputation of our Iron Sword Battalion and safeguard our imperial borders." At this juncture, 10 captains stepped forward in unison, clasping their fists in salute, stating, "We have the honor to meet the commander." Each introduced themselves, and these 10 captains were to become Zheng Chui's subordinates. Their weathered faces, marked by time, indicated that they had been drawn from various established military units 2 years prior during the formation of the Iron Sword Battalion. They were the veterans of this unit, having experienced the horrors of battle and taken lives. This realization made Zheng Chui's heart race. After all, he was merely a captain himself, now tasked with commanding 10 officers of equal rank, a challenge that felt daunting. "I am unworthy of this position. For now, I shall serve as your commander, and I implore you to assist me to the best of your abilities," Zheng Chui expressed, offering his gratitude. As he spoke, Zheng Chui noticed a furrowed brow among his 10 subordinates, who clearly harbored a sense of dissatisfaction and disdain. They reluctantly acknowledged his words, while the soldiers around them continued to murmur among themselves. Ding Muhua approached, attempting to articulate a few remarks. However, his elaborate speech, rich in literary flourishes, fell upon the ears of these unschooled roughnecks like a foreign tongue, only deepening their scorn. At this moment, a captain stepped forward, clasping his fists and addressing the 2 commanders. "Gentlemen, you hail from the military academy, the very cradle of imperial warriors. Those who emerge from such esteemed institutions are undoubtedly distinguished by their prowess, adept in archery and equestrian skills, and capable of leading us. Surely, your mastery of arms surpasses our own. I, Luo Zirong, humbly request that you showcase your skills in swordplay and archery to enlighten us all." As anticipated, in the military, when a new officer arrives, the subordinates often harbor doubts and are inclined to issue challenges. Zheng Suo was not taken aback. He had been awaiting this moment. However, the stipulation to include Ding Muhua complicated matters, as Ding Muhua lacked proficiency in both swordplay and archery. Nevertheless, circumstances dictated that this was the sole opportunity to win over these men. Zheng Suo cast a steely gaze and remarked, "Swords are blind. What if someone gets hurt?" At that juncture, a lieutenant signaled to retrieve wooden swords from the training grounds, all intended for practice. "We shall not use real weapons, but rather these training swords, ensuring that no harm befalls the commanders." Luo Zirong presented the wooden swords to Zheng Suo, his tone courteous, yet the atmosphere undeniably confrontational. Should Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua decline this challenge, their authority would be irreparably undermined. Zheng Suo had anticipated their preparations. His earlier remarks were deliberately provocative. After all, should Ding Muhua wield a real sword, he might inadvertently reveal his shortcomings before even engaging in combat. Thus, with wooden swords, Ding Muhua would feel no trepidation. Zheng Suo casually picked up 2 wooden swords, handed one to Ding Muhua, and cheerfully patted his shoulder, saying, "It would be impolite to refuse such a generous invitation. Let us engage in a friendly spar with our comrades." Upon seeing the wooden sword, Ding Muhua's expression brightened considerably. He accepted a wooden sword, clasped his fists, and said, "I am not well versed in the art of blades. I kindly ask that you show mercy during our bout." The soldiers erupted into raucous laughter, and the 10 subordinates displayed faint smirks of derision. However, Luo Zirong reassured him, saying, "It is merely a friendly spar. Rest assured, we shall not inflict harm." Zheng Chao couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, Ding Muhua was quite the bookworm, deflating his own spirit even before the match began. Yet, given the circumstances, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, hoping that Ding Muhua would triumph over both opponents with relative ease. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Luo Zirong selected a wooden sword and, with a respectful bow, declared, "Commander, I, Luo Zirong, shall take my turn opposing you." At that moment, another captain stepped forward, also wielding a wooden sword. He approached Ding Muhua and introduced himself. "I am Han Dang, and I kindly request that you allow me to be your opponent." Zheng Chao interjected, stopping Ding Muhua from departing. "There is no need for that. We shall have a 2-on-2 match, with you both facing us together." Luo Zirong and Han Dang exchanged glances before bowing and responding, "We shall obey your command." Thus, Zheng Chao could ensure Ding Muhua's safety as the 4 of them took their positions, standing 10 paces apart. Zheng Chao whispered, "Brother Muhua, just follow my lead during the match." Yet, Ding Muhua suddenly replied, "There is no need for that, Brother Chang'an. I have contemplated this. You cannot protect me forever. I must endure trials on my own." This revelation left Zheng Suang astounded. Ding Muhua had indeed come to a realization. Consequently, even if Ding Muhua were to face defeat, it would bear little consequence, for as the commanding officer, he possessed the authority to subdue the others. In due course, as the deputy commander, wielding his own orders, these individuals would not dare to defy him. Zheng Suang nodded thoughtfully and gradually advanced, while Ding Muhua leaned to the side, also moving forward at a measured pace. Luo Zirong and Han Dang followed closely, mirroring the strides of Zheng Suang and Ding Muhua. As they drew within 3 steps of one another, Zheng Suang delivered a diagonal strike with his blade, the force of which was tremendous, resonating with a deep hum in the air. Observing this, Luo Zirong raised his wooden sword, positioning it upon his shoulder, and leaned in, intending to collide his shoulder against Zheng Suang's descending blade. The intent was to push Zheng Suang back. However, Zheng Suang had already solidified his stance. The blades met with a dull thud, and at the same time, noticing the impending collision with Luo Zirong's shoulder, Zheng Suang swiftly retracted his blade, pivoting the handle to change its trajectory, ultimately resting the handle upon the opponent's shoulder. This maneuver was executed with considerable force, and Luo Zirong's shoulder, not forged of iron, could not withstand the impact against the iron-embedded handle of the sword, causing him to grimace in pain and stagger backward. Once steady, Luo Zirong's eyes reflected astonishment, undoubtedly surprised by the capabilities of this young man emerging from military school, leading him to hesitate in launching a reckless attack. Meanwhile, Han Dang took the initiative, striking at Ding Muhua with his blade. Ding Muhua raised his sword to parry, retreating rapidly, nearly losing his footing and flushing crimson. Han Dang, having been tempered in the heat of battle, possessed a strength far superior to that of Ding Muhua. Although Ding Muhua had practiced with blades and firearms in military school, his technique was sound. The disparity lay solely in sheer power. 1,000 soldiers erupted into laughter, pointing fingers at Ding Muhua. With Ding Muhua having spoken so boldly, Zheng Chong found it difficult to intervene, forced to watch as Ding Muhua faced defeat. As Han Dang landed a successful blow, his confidence surged. He advanced with quick, light steps, leaping high to strike down with his blade. In the realm of battle, such a leap is typically ill-advised, as it exposes one's body entirely to the opponent, leaving no place for stability midair. Should the adversary possess sufficient speed to evade this strike and launch a sudden counterattack, it could spell disaster. However, having gauged the vast disparity between him and Ding Muhua, Han Dang felt no trepidation regarding a potential counter. At that moment, rather than retreating, Ding Muhua reached into his bosom, swiftly producing a small vial and pouring its contents into his mouth. What? Just as Han Dang's blade approached the crown of Ding Muhua's head, the latter astonishingly vanished without a trace, a living person disappearing in broad daylight, a phenomenon utterly unfathomable. Chapter 24. A false alarm and an unexpected invitation. They were all members of the Hua clan, and thus unfamiliar with the concept of alchemy, yet Zheng Chong understood, his heart swelling with joy. No wonder Ding Muhua had spoken as he did earlier. He possessed an invisibility potion. With this, the assurance of victory was within reach. No matter how formidable these individuals were, they were rendered inconsequential in the face of such an elixir. Even Luo Zirong found himself momentarily at a loss. Glancing over at Han Dang, "Brother Han, you have lost." At that moment, a voice rang out, as Ding Muhua's wooden sword rested against Han Dang's throat, his form materializing, a hint of triumph gracing his features. Han Dang was taken aback as he beheld the suddenly reappeared Ding Muhua. After a moment of hesitation, he knelt on the ground, discarding his wooden sword, and proclaimed, "General Ding, your extraordinary skill leaves me in awe. I, a humble subordinate, concede defeat with utmost respect. Please accept my bow." Ding Muhua, feeling somewhat bashful at such praise, replied, "This is merely a clever trick. In terms of true strength, Brother Han, you far surpass me. Please rise." As Ding Muhua assisted Han Dang to his feet, the latter, blushing, retorted, "General, do not jest at my expense. Your prowess is indeed unparalleled. No matter how strong I may be, I would still fall before your blade." On the other side, upon witnessing Ding Muhua's victory, Zheng Shui felt his worries dissipate. There was no longer a need to prolong the confrontation. Otherwise, the onlookers might erroneously believe themselves inferior to Ding Muhua. Setting aside his burdens, Zheng Shui hurriedly advanced, swiftly reaching Luo Zirong. With a sudden thrust of his blade, Luo Zirong attempted to evade by sidestepping, only to find that Zheng Shui's strike unexpectedly altered its trajectory, transforming into a horizontal slash. Luo Zirong, taken aback, realized that it was too late to counterattack and could only focus on defense. He quickly positioned his wooden sword across his waist in an attempt to block the impending strike. As Zheng Shui's blade neared and made contact with Luo Zirong's wooden sword, he deftly lifted the blade, landing a blow precisely in the armpit. Producing a dull thud, Luo Zirong winced in pain, his wooden sword trembling in his right hand, leaving his defenses grievously compromised. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Shui swiftly withdrew his blade, striking Luo Zirong's right hand at the base of his thumb. The wooden sword clattered to the ground, while Luo Zirong clutched his right hand tightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. With a bruised grip, Luo Zirong knelt, exclaiming, "General Zheng, you are truly a paragon among the military. I, Luo Zirong, am utterly convinced. Please accept my humble bow." Luo Zirong knelt down, and the other lieutenants, witnessing this, promptly followed suit, paying their respects to Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua. The 1,000 soldiers, previously devoid of spirit, now rallied with renewed vigor, casting aside their murmurs to chant a unified slogan, "Long live the Empire! Long live the Empire!" Zheng Suing raised a hand, signaling for silence, and turned to the 10 men prostrate on the ground, declaring in a clear voice, "Bring forth the roster of the 1st Battalion of the Vanguard for Commander Ding." Luo Zirong acknowledged with a nod, while Ding Muhua urged, "Please, rise." Zheng Suing smiled at Ding Muhua, stating, "Though you may not excel in weaponry, your identity as an alchemist proves invaluable. Today, you have displayed remarkable courage in battle." Ding Muhua, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "These are merely trivial skills. In comparison, Brother Chang'an, you and your comrades are the true heroes." Zheng Suing spoke from the heart, realizing that his decision to retain Ding Muhua by his side was indeed sagacious. The alchemist's expertise could very well prove beneficial. With a smile, Zheng Suing noted that this bookish fellow was not entirely ignorant of military affairs, at the very least. He was well acquainted with the rank allocation, knowledge that was not taught in military academies. "I also observed that the Iron Sword camp is likely lacking in officers." Zheng Suing pondered, offering a temporary explanation, for the deeper truths he contemplated must remain unspoken. Otherwise, Ding Muhua would surely be terrified. The power struggle between the 1st and 2nd princes was a matter best left unknown to those of their lower ranks. Ding Muhua nodded, and soon after, Luo Zirong presented the roster of officers. General Zheng, here is the roster of our Vanguard Battalion's officers, complete with their positions and titles. Zheng Chui nodded and perused the document, astonished to discover that the Vanguard Battalion boasted 50 dragon riders, a sight never before witnessed among the Hua clan, not even in the esteemed Eastern and Western garrison armies. The second prince truly had invested heavily. After reviewing the list, Zheng Chui handed it to Ding Muhua, who glanced over it and queried with intrigue, "Does the Hua clan also possess dragon riders?" Upon hearing Ding Muhua's inquiry, Luo Zirong beamed with pride and replied, "While other Hua clan armies may lack them, our Iron Sword Battalion certainly does, and the Central Army has 100 Hua clan sorcerers." At this juncture, Luo Zirong turned to Ding Muhua and asked, "General Ding, I noticed your ability to become invisible earlier. You must be a sorcerer as well." Ding Muhua chuckled, "I am not. I am an alchemist." Luo Zirong laughed in response. "During my time in the Eastern Garrison, I had never heard of dragon riders or sorcerers. These past 2 years in the Iron Sword Battalion have truly opened my eyes to their prowess. However, meeting General Ding and learning about alchemy has been enlightening." Zheng Chui managed a wry smile, realizing that the officers of the Hua clan who had established the Iron Sword Battalion were far more knowledgeable than he, making him feel rather naive. "But why have I not seen any dragons ridden by the dragon riders today?" Ding Muhua inquired, to which Luo Zirong offered an awkward smile and responded, "General Ding, are you not aware?" Ding Muhua remained oblivious to the inexperience of his inquiry. Zheng Suo promptly sought to smooth over the situation, stating, "During our time at the military academy in the capital, the Central Army's dragon knights were always accompanied by their dragons." Luo Zirong nodded in agreement, elaborating, "General Ding, our Iron Sword camp is not comparable to the Central Army. Dragons are precious creatures, typically raised separately by designated caretakers. They unite with their riders only in times of battle." Ding Muhua acknowledged this, but Zheng Suo contemplated the considerable investment made by the second prince. Indeed, the Iron Sword camp boasted both dragon knights and a wizard corps, resembling a miniature version of the Central Army. At that moment, an individual burst in. It was Liu Kan, who hurriedly announced, "Your Highness has arrived. General Lei has instructed me to inform both generals to proceed to the camp entrance to receive him." As Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua hailed from the military academy, they were among the few deemed worthy to meet the second prince, and they rose to follow Liu Kan. Upon reaching the camp entrance, they found their fellow academy colleagues had also gathered, 22 in total. Apart from Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua, it seemed that the others had scarcely had time to muster even their soldiers. They exchanged nods of acknowledgement, yet no one paid attention to Ding Muhua. Before long, a procession of carriages and horses approached from a distance, drawn by 8 steeds. The imperial ceremonial protocol was stringent. The emperor traveled with 12 carriages, first-ranking nobility with 8, marquises with 6, while others had 4, and common nobles were limited to 2. Among them, the first prince, being the rightful heir, was entitled to 10 carriages, while the second prince was afforded 8. Thus, it was evident that this individual was indeed the second prince. The carriage and horses came to a halt before them, and the guards on either side slowly parted. Lei Shou, who temporarily held the command of the Iron Sword camp, saluted and proclaimed loudly, "I, Lei Shou, commander of the Iron Sword camp, extend my respectful welcome to His Highness, the second prince." Zheng Tsong and the others followed suit and bowed. As the curtain of the carriage was drawn back, the second prince emerged, his demeanor weary, supported by attendants as he approached. He personally assisted Lei Shou to his feet, saying, "General Lei, there is no need for such formalities." With a wave of his hand, he instructed, "Everyone, please rise." Zheng Tsong and the others stood up, parting to create a path as the second prince entered the main camp, followed closely by Lei Shou, with Zheng Tsong and the others trailing behind under the guidance of Yu Chongqing. The second prince exchanged a few pleasantries with Lei Shou during their walk. Upon reaching the command tent, the second prince took his seat of authority, with Lei Shou standing to his left, for the empire esteemed the left side, while Yu Chongqing stood to his right. Zheng Tsong contemplated that Yu Chongqing's presence likely indicated he was to assume a high-ranking position commanding the Iron Sword camp, and therefore, his presence was entirely appropriate. The second prince cast a glance at Lei Shou and inquired, "General Lei, how have you progressed with the matter I entrusted to you?" Lei Shou glanced at the 22 officers who had arrived from the military academy. The second prince chuckled, "General Lei, there is no need for hesitation. They have all been personally selected by me." The 22 officers, unaware of the task assigned to Lei Shou, were filled with curiosity. The second prince then rose, declaring, "Let us proceed at once. You must make the arrangements immediately. I will discuss the orders with these 22 generals." Receiving the command, Lei Shou hurriedly departed. Zheng Tsong, intrigued by this air of secrecy, pondered what had transpired. Just then, the voice of the second prince resonated within the tent. "All of you are the elite chosen from our military academy. As we embark on this northern expedition to Sardin City, we must unite our efforts and pledge our loyalty to the empire." Zheng Suo found this amusing. It appeared that the second prince was not particularly adept at military leadership. His speech was repetitive, echoing the same few phrases, and as the 22 kneeling soldiers affirmed their commitment, the second prince paused before instructing them to change into civilian attire for a banquet. Zheng Suo and the others rose and exited the grand tent, with Yu Chongqing leading the way, while the rest began to murmur. Who could be so important that the second prince required such a large entourage? It must be a figure of considerable significance. Otherwise, such a grand display would be unwarranted. However, Zheng Suo realized that even the governor of the Eastern Inspection Province would not necessitate such formality. He was curious about the identity of this individual. Upon arriving at the location, Ding Muhua expressed a soft exclamation, still deep in thought. By the time they reached the camp gate, the others had already gathered, and horses had been prepared for them. Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua mounted their steeds, while the second prince traveled in a carriage. Although the Black City in the Eastern Inspection Province was far inferior to the imperial capital, it certainly surpassed Pingyang City in Pingyang Province. Being situated in the prosperous northern region of the empire, abundant in population and agriculture. Chapter 25. The second prince pays homage to the commander. The camp moves north. Upon entering the Black City, they arrived at a tavern, where the prince had changed into casual attire. He alighted from his carriage and entered the tavern first, followed closely by the 22 companions. Upon reaching the second floor, Lei Shou awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing the second prince approach, he bowed and said, "Your Highness, the person is inside." The second prince nodded, adjusted his attire, and then entered, while the remaining 22 lingered at the door. This establishment had been entirely reserved, leaving it devoid of other patrons, thus rendering the atmosphere rather desolate. Zheng Suo was filled with curiosity about who resided within, when suddenly, an aged voice resonated from inside. The elder, unaware of the prince's identity, humbly requested forgiveness for not coming out to greet him. Listening to this, Zheng Suo felt an even greater shock. What kind of individual could elicit such courtesy from the second prince? The others shared his astonishment. At that moment, the second prince's voice echoed within, "General Lei, please usher them in." Lei Shou stepped forward, leading the way as the 22 entered in succession. Upon entering, Zheng Suo beheld an elderly man with a square-shaped face, adorned with wrinkles, of modest height, yet robust, belonging to the Hua ethnicity. At this juncture, the second prince declared with clarity, "Quickly pay your respects to Commander Gu." Even Lei Shou knelt in reverence. While all 22 voices unified in a respectful greeting, "We pay our respects to Commander Gu." The elder then waved his hand and said, "I have retired for many years. I am merely a commoner now, undeserving of the title of commander." The second prince gestured for everyone to rise and promptly added, "Though Commander Gu has retired, you once commanded 80,000 troops of our imperial border forces, safeguarding our realm and ensuring the sanctity of our territory. Your contributions are monumental. If you are unworthy of the title of commander, then who indeed could be?" This indeed constitutes a remarkably high praise. However, at this moment, Zheng Tsong comprehended that the individual before him was none other than Gu Taichun, the commander of the Imperial Frontier Army from a decade ago. It was no wonder that the second prince would treat him with such reverence, for this man undeniably merited such accolades. After all, as a member of the Hua clan, he had been conferred the title of Duke, making him the foremost figure among the Hua in this era. At this juncture, Zheng Tsong realized that the second prince sought to pay homage to the commander. The Iron Sword Camp had been established for 2 years, yet lacked a leader of significant renown. Moreover, the second prince had never commanded troops himself. Thus, it was imperative to have an esteemed veteran at the helm for this expedition. However, the eldest prince wielded military authority and would surely prevent the second prince from selecting a suitable candidate from the active forces. Consequently, the second prince had no choice but to discreetly summon Gu Taichun, who had long since retired to enjoy a life of leisure. At present, he appeared to be the optimal choice. Zheng Tsong found himself somewhat admiring the second prince. The eldest prince would likely never have anticipated that the second prince would enlist Gu Taichun to don his armor once more. Subsequently, the second prince gestured for Gu Taichun to take a seat beside him, with Lei Shou accompanying them, while the remaining 22 individuals arranged themselves on either side. After the second prince raised a toast, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Gu Taichun, which revolved around mundane familial matters, avoiding the topic of the military homage. Once the wine had circulated 3 times and the discourse remained amicable, Gu Taichun began to share some delightful anecdotes about family life. Suddenly, the second prince rose, moved to the center, knelt upon the ground, and implored, "Uncle Gu, while you relish the joys of family life at home, your humble nephew faces imminent peril. I beseech you to save me." The sudden turn of events disrupted the atmosphere within the room, leaving others hesitant to remain seated. Zheng Song swiftly joined Ding Muhua, hurriedly emerging to kneel behind the crown prince, his heart filled with astonishment. He could hardly have anticipated such a rapid change. Gu Taichun hastily set down his cup and approached, kneeling before the crown prince, clasping his fists in respect, and implored, "Your Highness, what troubles you? Please rise." The second prince knelt on the ground, his eyes reddened, and spoke earnestly, "Uncle Gu, to be candid, I have brought you here without your consent, as my situation is dire and I have no alternative." Gu Taichun supported the second prince and insisted, "Your Highness, please speak while standing. I am but an old man unworthy of such honor. As long as I can be of assistance, I shall spare no effort, even at the cost of my life." Yet, the second prince remained on his knees, stating, "Currently, chaos reigns in Sodden City, and with my father gravely ill, I have sought permission to lead a northern expedition against Sodden City. However, my only force is the Iron Sword Camp, composed entirely of new troops. I have never commanded an army and possess no knowledge of military affairs. Therefore, the Iron Sword Camp requires a commander of esteemed reputation. For days now, I have been at a loss, and now, only you, Uncle Gu, can assist me. I implore you to agree." Zheng Song reflected on the second prince's shrewdness in matters of power and favor, despite his lack of military knowledge. At this moment, Gu Taichun found himself ensnared, unable to decline or accept the request. He likely never imagined that even in retirement, he could not escape such entanglements. Had it not been for the second prince before him, he might have succumbed to a fit of exasperation. The second prince gazed silently at Gu Taichun, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "Uncle Gu, should you choose not to acquiesce, I shall not press you unduly. You may depart, and we shall consider this matter as though it had never occurred. However, should my dear nephew's head find itself displayed atop the city walls in the future, I beseech you, Uncle Gu, to grant him a dignified burial, so that he may rest in peace after his demise." Gu Taichun was acutely aware that if he were to rise and exit through that door, the second prince would undoubtedly publicize their clandestine meeting. And when the first prince learned of it, he would surely enact vengeance upon Gu Taichun's entire lineage once he ascended to the throne. Conversely, should the second prince triumph over the first, securing victory in the struggle for succession, Gu Taichun's fate would be sealed in death. Thus, if he stepped beyond that threshold, his demise was inevitable. With a heavy sigh, Gu Taichun knelt and bowed his head, saying, "Your Highness, I am humbled by your regard for an old minister such as myself. Even if I must be laid to rest in a foreign land, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to your cause." The second prince, filled with joy, promptly bowed his head in gratitude and turned to General Lei, exclaiming, "General Lei, swiftly bring forth the commander's insignia of the Iron Sword Camp." General Lei had already procured the insignia and presented it. The second prince accepted it and, with both hands, offered it to Gu Taichun, saying, "Please, Uncle Gu, accept this insignia." As Gu Taichun grasped the insignia, he appeared to age significantly in that moment. The second prince, elated, toasted with Gu Taichun numerous times. As the others began to succumb to inebriation, the second prince rose and declared, "Uncle Gu, these individuals are elite warriors selected from various military ranks and trained at the military academy." Gu Taichun gave a respectful nod towards the assembly, and Zheng Chong and the others promptly rose to pay their respects, introducing themselves one by one. Unexpectedly, the military order was issued so swiftly. With Gu Taichun's arrival, the second prince appeared rejuvenated, shedding the weariness that had previously clouded him. Upon returning to his tent, Ding Muhua remarked, "Allow me to handle these matters, Brother Chang'an. Commander Gu is indeed decisive, Having just assumed command, he has already issued his first military order. Zhang Su was already acquainted with Gu Tiechuan's reputation and chuckled. Commander Gu is notoriously strict in military discipline. I have heard that he once executed 3 generals in a single day for negligence due to drinking, showing no mercy, even including his own son-in-law. We must tread carefully. Should we incur his wrath, not even the heavens could intervene on our behalf. At this, Ding Muhua shuddered and hurried to organize the troop roster, while Zhang Su found amusement in the second prince's distress, though he felt a twinge of melancholy. Being born into a royal family often led to estrangement even among brothers. The following day, after each contingent submitted their rosters to the command tent, Gu Taichun, now the supreme commander, appointed Lei Shou as his deputy, standing beside him, while the second prince shared the seat with Gu Taichun. Gu Taichun turned to him with a fist salute and said, "Your Highness, with the autumn harvest concluded, our provisions are ample. I have just reviewed the roster, and the troops are well prepared. The cold wave from the north is arriving earlier than anticipated. If we delay further, it may hinder our campaign. We must make a decision promptly." On November 7th, in the year 368 of the Empire, the Iron Sword Battalion launched their northern expedition to the city of Sodden. However, only halfway there, news arrived that Sodden had already fallen. The city of Sardin is majestically nestled against the mountains, distinct from the cities of the Southern Empire. While the south boasts vast, fertile plains and flourishing metropolises that rise seamlessly from the ground, the north presents a stark contrast with its towering mountains and winding waters, where most fortifications are perilously constructed upon the heights. The empire initially flourished from the northern territories, where ironclad cavalry vanquished the Huazus, and upon reaching the south, it was deemed more advantageous for the empire's center to be established there, leading to the relocation of the capital from Sardin to its present location. 2 months later, the Iron Sword Battalion arrived 30 miles outside Sardin, setting up camp. During these days of leisure, Zheng Chong accompanied Ding Muhua and others to appreciate the enchanting scenery of the north, which, in comparison to the south, indeed revealed a more captivating charm and unique allure. However, after a few days, the northern weather began to turn cold, testing the patience of the originally exuberant southern soldiers. Upon returning to the main camp, Ding Muhua remarked with a smile, "In truth, I find the northern lands more suited to me. There is an undeniable sense of novelty and adventure here that I prefer over the southern way of life." Seemingly unfazed by the lack of siege activity over the past few days, Ding Muhua appeared to revel in the experience. Chapter 26. The Predicament of the Northern Campaign. The First Battle of the Siege. When the Iron Sword Camp embarked on its northern expedition, the intelligence reports indicated that the disorganized troops had not breached the city. In open battles, the 3 armies fought valiantly, enabling swift resolutions without the necessity for siege equipment. However, midway through their advance, the fall of Sodden City completely derailed the original strategy, resulting in a shortage of siege apparatus. Consequently, as of now, Gu Taichun has yet to issue a command for an assault on the city. Additionally, supplies have begun to dwindle, compounded by the shifting weather conditions, leaving the Iron Sword Camp in a precarious position. "Brother Chang'an, what occupies your thoughts?" Zheng Su smiled, observing Ding Muhua's evident trepidation regarding combat. Such apprehensions were understandable. Yet the second prince would never permit the Iron Sword Camp to retreat without having achieved any merit. Should that occur, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage before the first prince, especially considering it was the second prince who initially sought to alleviate the emperor's burdens. At this moment, Luo Zerong and several others approached hurriedly, clasping their fists in salute. "General Zhang, General Ding, what decision has Commander Gu reached?" The weather has grown increasingly frigid in recent days, and without an assault, the brothers are beginning to voice their grievances. Clearly, these individuals were becoming increasingly impatient. The Iron Sword Camp was newly established, and they had joined with aspirations of distinction and accomplishment, with the enemy merely 30 miles away. Their reluctance to engage after so many days was bound to stir discontent. Zheng Su had dismissed these complaints several times over the past few days, and, finding it difficult to respond this time, sighed and said, "It should be within the next few days." As soon as the words were spoken, a figure hurriedly approached. It was Liu Can, the messenger of the Iron Sword Camp. Upon reaching them, he bowed and urgently said, "General Zhang, General Ding, Commander Gu requests your immediate presence in the tent for a meeting." Upon hearing this, Luo Zirong and the others were filled with excitement as they exchanged glances with Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua. Zheng furrowed his brow and inquired of Lu Kan. What is the matter? Lu Kan shook his head and replied, I am not certain. Please proceed with General Ding. I must inform others. As Lu Kan departed, Luo Zirong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Could it be that Commander Gu plans to launch an assault? The notion of a meeting in the commander's tent suggested as much. He quickly added, You must proceed to prepare the vanguard camp at once. We cannot afford to be negligent. Luo Zirong and the others set off. However, Ding Muhua wore a grim expression, prompting Zheng Suing to jest, Hurry along, or Commander Gu might have your head. Hearing this, despite his reluctance, Ding Muhua quickened his pace to follow Zheng Suing. Upon entering the main tent, they found several individuals already gathered. Aside from the 22 military academy members from the Iron Sword camp, there were also some high-ranking officials from Lei Shou's former troops, such as Zheng Suing, who held the position of commander in the vanguard camp. Given their ranks, Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua naturally seated themselves at the far end of the assembly. After exchanging formal greetings, they found suitable places to sit. Gradually, all 30 or more attendees arrived, each brimming with excitement, with Ding Muhua being the sole exception. Commander Gu cast a glance around before turning to the second prince, who clasped his fists and said, Uncle Gu, please issue your orders. Gu Taichun gazed at the throng of over 30 individuals and proclaimed, Attention, warriors of the Iron Sword camp. We shall commence our siege tomorrow. The moment these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere within the tent ignited with fervor. Hushed whispers and excited discussions erupted among the gathered, their spirits buoyed by the announcement. In the command tent, however, such murmurs were strictly forbidden. Lei Shou, standing nearby, issued a sharp admonition, restoring silence to the assembly. Gu Taichun proceeded to delineate the specifics of the impending siege. The vanguard camp and the supply camp would lead the charge, the dragon cavalry would engage in skirmishing, while the Iron Sword camp would mount the primary assault, supported by the sorcerer's camp. Zheng Suo, listening intently, pondered whether the siege equipment had finally been secured. He discerned that the dragon cavalry held a superior status within the Iron Sword camp compared to the other divisions. Regardless, action was imminent, alleviating him of the daily burden of managing the officers of the vanguard camp. It seemed the other generals had also been troubled by this matter. Upon exiting the command tent, Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua were summoned alongside the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd vanguard camps to the grand tent of the vanguard camp's leadership. The commander, Zhao Yuqing, approximately 40 years of age, despite his military affiliation, bore the demeanor of an intellectual, resembling Ding Muhua in some aspects. Esteemed comrades, our vanguard camp shall assume the lead in the siege tomorrow. I implore you to unite in purpose and uphold the honor of our camp, Zhao Yuqing declared. The assembly responded with fervent affirmations, expressing their resolute determination to capture Sodan City. Zhao Yuqing nodded and instructed, Tomorrow, the 1st vanguard camp will spearhead the assault on the left flank. The 2nd vanguard camp shall take the right, and the 3rd will position themselves centrally. Now, hasten to prepare, let there be no errors. Upon receiving their orders, the group exited the tent, with the remaining for being old classmates of Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua, who enthusiastically proclaimed that their camp would undoubtedly secure the first accolade. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Suing addressed Ding Muhua, saying, Brother Muhua, during tomorrow's siege, I may not have much time to attend to you, so do take care. Ding Muhua's complexion turned pale as he nodded. The vanguard camp was to collaborate with the supply camp, which was responsible for providing siege equipment, and he felt compelled to inspect it. As they left the tent, Zheng Suing led Ding Muhua to the supply camp, where they found the atmosphere bustling with activity. Their old classmates, Lu Ziguan and Lin Xiong, served as the commanding officers of the supply camp. Upon seeing Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua approach, Lu Ziguan and Lin Xiong hurried over, clasping their fists in greeting to Zheng Suing, while they notably ignored Ding Muhua. Having grown accustomed to such neglect from his peers, Ding Muhua felt no resentment. Zheng Suing glanced toward the makeshift siege ladder, which had been assembled from disassembled field equipment. The ladder appeared rudimentary and posed significant challenges for ascent. The gaps between the rungs were excessively wide, making rapid climbing nearly impossible for the soldiers, which could prove fatal during the assault. In disbelief, he exclaimed, Is this truly the siege ladder that will be employed tomorrow? Climbing it seems exceedingly arduous for the soldiers. Lin Xiong sighed deeply, displaying a palpable sense of defeat, and shook his head in resignation. Who could have anticipated that we would face a siege? Lacking proper siege equipment, while you all idled these past few days. We have been overwhelmed with work. Ultimately, this is what we could hastily produce. There was no other option. Zheng Suo stepped forward and lightly kicked the horizontal bar, which immediately loosened. If a soldier were to stand on it, it would undoubtedly collapse underfoot. Lin Xiong, with a wry smile, remarked, "Brother Chang'an, it is not that our logistics unit lacks capability. Rather, the few usable iron nails we salvaged are insufficient. We can only make do, and time is of the essence." He added, "This assault on the city is tantamount to a death wish." Zheng Suo felt a surge of fear at the thought of the impending siege and paused momentarily before expressing, "Why did your logistics unit not report this crude siege equipment to Commander Gu?" Surely, he would not endorse an attack under such hasty and inadequate preparations. Upon perceiving a hint of reproach in Zheng Suo's tone, Lin Xiong felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. He replied, almost melancholically, "Brother Zheng, it is easy for you to voice such opinions without bearing the burden of command. Do you truly believe Commander Gu holds the final say?" The moment those words left his lips, Lin Xiong was abruptly tugged by Lu Ziguan, who instantly made him aware of his indiscretion. He swiftly glanced around to ensure no one else had overheard before he felt at ease. Zheng Suo grasped the implication of Lin Xiong's statement. This was not Commander Gu's decision, but rather that of the second prince. The second prince had undoubtedly coerced Gu Taichun into launching the assault. For Gu Taichun, a seasoned general of the empire, would never commit such a grave oversight of attacking with such rudimentary siege equipment, a decision only the second prince would make. At that moment, Lu Ziguan whispered, "Brother Chang'an, our logistics unit has already reported the situation to Commander Gu, who concurs that the equipment is inadequate for a siege. However, the second prince has issued a stern order for an immediate attack. The two have already argued over this matter several times, and it seems this time Commander Gu can no longer withstand the pressure." Alas, Zheng Song confirmed his thoughts with a wry smile, choosing not to elaborate further, contemplating that the siege the following day would likely be a battle far more brutal than anticipated. The next day, beneath the walls of Sardin, the Iron Sword camp formed its ranks, a sea of 20,000 soldiers sprawling across the landscape, a dark mass under the sun. The vanguard and supply units took the lead, with the central army positioned in the middle, while the dragon riders were stationed separately for ease of maneuverability, their roars echoing through the air. The walls of Sardin, constructed against the mountains, soared to heights exceeding a dozen zhang, layered in 3 tiers both inside and out. Zheng Song and Ding Muhua sat astride their horses, gazing at the densely packed bandits atop the walls, numbering at least 10,000. These bandits were notably short, standing at barely half the height of an average person, their faces adorned with thick beards, yet they were remarkably sturdy. Ding Muhua spoke softly. "These are the mountain tribes unique to the northern regions. They may be short in stature, yet they possess extraordinary strength, and many among them are skilled craftsmen, what I refer to as engineers. You must exercise caution in their presence." Zheng Song found Ding Muhua's seriousness somewhat amusing, despite their diminutive size. He believed their short legs and arms would inherently limit their range of attack. It struck him as ironic that Ding Muhua was now the one urging caution. As silence enveloped the battlefield and a chilling breeze swept through, the signal for the siege sounded. The battle for the city commenced. At the very moment the call rang out, the supply and vanguard units surged forward like a flood unleashed from its dam, thundering forth with an ear-splitting roar that resonated across the land. Chapter 27, A Revelation. The wizard camp moves out. Zheng Song spurred his horse, leading the charge. Though his pace was measured, for it was imperative that the supply units first transport the siege ladders to the foot of the walls. As they charged within 800 paces of the city of Sardin, a colossal machine suddenly emerged atop the city walls. This formidable apparatus consisted of an immense framework supporting a gigantic cylindrical tube, the mouth of which was as wide as a human head. At this moment, the supply battalion had advanced to 600 paces from the city below. Then, with a thunderous roar, a pitch-black projectile was launched from the battlements of Sardin. Before anyone could react, a blinding radiance erupted amidst the ranks of the advancing supply and vanguard battalions. Zheng Chang's ears rang as he beheld dozens of men hurled into the air, their bodies shattered from the force of this luminous explosion. What was this? Zheng Chong was astounded. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Yet, the horses continued their relentless charge, followed by an unending cacophony of thunderous blasts. Countless black projectiles rained down upon the charging throng, igniting the sky in a crimson glow as innumerable soldiers from the Iron Sword Battalion were torn apart, their screams echoing in the chaos. Zheng Chong was nearly paralyzed with shock. What could invoke such terror? Many of the previously fervent soldiers of the Vanguard Battalion now found their once undaunted spirit waning, their pace faltering in fear. At that moment, a familiar voice pierced through the tumult. Everyone charge. Once we are within 300 paces, those devices will be ineffective. This voice acted as a balm for their nerves. And the soldiers of the Vanguard Battalion, who had just hesitated, were instantly infused with newfound courage, galloping forward in pursuit of the horse at the forefront. The voice emanated from the forefront, and upon glancing over, Zheng Su realized it was none other than Ding Muhua. To his astonishment, Ding Muhua was at the very front. As the 1st Battalion of the Vanguard charged within 300 paces of the city, those formidable devices indeed ceased to function. In that moment, Zheng Su felt grateful for having enlisted Ding Muhua into the Vanguard. Had it not been for Ding Muhua's warning, he would have been at a loss against the terrifying lethality of the weaponry atop Sodden City, which would have resulted in devastating losses for the 1st Battalion. Charge with me, Zheng Su bellowed, urging his steed onward. The 1st Battalion surged forth with remarkable speed, Ding Muhua closely beside him. Their horses separated by a mere 20 paces. With flushed faces, they shouted, but the din of the battlefield drowned out their words. As they approached within 100 paces of the city, the powerful, stout tubes atop the walls were toppled down. A throng of mountain tribesmen appeared on the battlements, filling the area and wielding what resembled stout sticks. Zheng Su had no idea what they were, yet he pressed forward. With the bulky tubes now cast down, the pressure significantly lessened, allowing the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, along with the logistics unit, to advance swiftly behind them. 60 paces, 50 paces. The distance to the city wall diminished rapidly. Zheng Su tightened his grip on the reins with one hand while resting the other on the hilt of his side sword. Just as he was about to spur his horse onward when a voice called out beside him. Ding Muhua had somehow maneuvered his horse to within 5 paces of Zheng Su and shouted, "Be cautious, Brother Chang'an." As the words escaped his lips, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from the city walls, while a swift whistling noise filled Zheng Chang's ears, and soldiers of the 1st Battalion fell and rose behind him. What was happening? Zheng Chang could scarcely believe his eyes, suspecting it to be an illusion. Suddenly, a figure lunged at him from the side, knocking him off his horse. As he turned, he realized it was Ding Muhua. Ding Muhua urgently exclaimed, "We can no longer ride." He lay flat on the ground, hastily insisting, "We cannot charge forward. It is a death wish. Brother Chang'an, we must retreat." Retreat? To retreat would be to flee, leading to swifter demise. Given the circumstances, even if it meant courting death, they had to advance. Zheng Chong lifted his gaze towards the city walls, where the diminutive mountain folk brandished their clubs, each impact punctuated by an ominous pause. Observing the cessation of the thunderous sounds, Zheng Chong rose and bellowed, "1st Battalion, follow me into the fray." They had barely covered 10 paces when the mountain folk raised their clubs once more. Zheng Chong quickly shouted for them to take cover. The thunderous noise resounded again. Yet this time, casualties among the 1st Battalion were remarkably few. Ding Muhua steadied himself beside Zheng Chong, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Zheng Chong surmised that perhaps his orderly command had allowed them to evade those peculiar clubs, but this was not the moment for pride. By the second round, the 1st Battalion had learned to respond with disciplined precision, realizing the effectiveness of their tactics without hesitation. The losses of the Vanguard Battalion's 1st Company have significantly diminished, indicating that the strategy is indeed effective. Zheng Suo let out a sigh of relief, glancing sideways at the 2nd and 3rd Companies of the Vanguard Battalion, who began to emulate the 1st Company. However, the Supply Battalion, hindered by the cumbersome cloud ladders, was moving at a sluggish pace and still suffered considerable losses. The soldiers of the Supply Battalion fought valiantly, yet only 3 of the 10 cloud ladders that had originally accompanied the 1st Company made it to the city walls. Upon hearing Zheng Suo's shout, the soldiers of the Supply Battalion hastily propped the last 3 ladders against the ramparts. The ladders were excessively long, hastily constructed, and of poor quality, swaying precariously in the wind as they were set up against the wall. As soon as one ladder was secured, Zheng Suo bellowed, "Ascend the ladders." Yet, in response to his command, no soldier dared to raise their gaze, still ensnared in the lingering dread of earlier moments. These soldiers of the Hua ethnicity had never encountered such peculiar weaponry, Those who had once eagerly anticipated the glory of storming the city now likely regretted their fervor. After all, the Iron Sword Battalion was newly formed, with few seasoned veterans among them. The recruits had initially perceived battlefield combat as a noble endeavor, only to discover the harsh reality once they arrived, where death loomed at every instant, extinguishing their lofty aspirations. Observing the situation, Zheng Suo sprang forward, ascending the ladder, which seemed on the verge of breaking under his weight, swaying violently. Yet, at that moment, he alone could set an example. Otherwise, they would merely await their demise at the foot of the walls. Upon witnessing the scene, Ding Muhua's complexion turned ashen, and he clenched his teeth resolutely, seeking out a nearby ladder to begin his ascent. Although fear gripped him, he understood that both he and Zheng Suo were the commanders of the vanguard battalion. If they succumbed to fear, the soldiers would certainly follow suit. He recognized that Zheng Suo had been the first to ascend, embodying the principle that officers of their rank must lead by example. Only within the vanguard battalion's presidential system was it permissible for leaders to refrain from personally charging into battle. As the soldiers of the 1st Regiment observed their two commanders ascend the ladder, their trepidation was replaced by fervor, and they erupted in a unified roar, rising to follow suit. The ladder, though rudimentary, had at its apex 2 exposed iron spikes, once positioned against the battlements. The immense weight would ensure the spikes embedded firmly into the wall, making it arduous for those above to dislodge them. Zheng Suo had climbed a few rungs when a sudden roar from the battlements caught his attention. He looked up to see several dwarves hoisting massive stones above him, preparing to unleash a barrage. There was no time for shouting a warning. Once the stones fell, Ding Muhua would undoubtedly be crushed beneath their weight. With a swift motion, he drew his standard-issue saber, his left hand gliding along the blade, which gleamed with a radiant golden light. With all his strength, he hurled the blade. The resounding impact reverberated through the air as the descending boulder was struck by the flying golden blade, shattering into fragments that scattered below. Ding Muhua, momentarily oblivious, found himself showered in stone debris, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He cast a glance at Zheng Suo, who exhaled a sigh of relief and shouted, "Hurry up!" Having alerted Ding Muhua, Zheng Suo intended to continue his climb, but as he looked up, a dark, massive stone plummeted towards him with a deafening rush, and he realized he was now without his saber. In an instant, Zheng Suo leaped forward, deftly grasping a beam protruding from the city wall at half its height, hanging precariously above. This beam, akin to the timber used in ancient fortifications, served a similar purpose to modern steel reinforcements in construction. The sight of wooden stakes jutting from the heights of city walls is a familiar one. Suspended in midair, Zheng Suo found himself immobilized, while below, soldiers were crushed by the falling boulders, resulting in numerous fatalities and anguished cries. If this continued, the vanguard's 1st Battalion would likely suffer devastating losses. Anxious, Zheng Suo glanced aside, noting the dire state of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, which had already incurred greater losses during the initial assault. Now, at the foot of the wall, their ability to mount an effective siege was nearly extinguished. The ground beyond was littered with corpses, and the blood seemed poised to stain the earth crimson. Suddenly, Ding Muhua shouted with joy, "Look, Brother Zheng, the Mage Battalion has mobilized." Chapter 28. The Little Bird Amidst the Black Smoke, an Aerial Assault. Indeed, it was the Mage Battalion, capable of invoking natural disasters. What a calamity this was, Zheng Suo mused. Concurrently, colossal silhouettes appeared on the horizon. The formidable dragon riders had also taken to the skies. The dragons, majestic and imposing, soared above, their presence awe-inspiring as they approached with great speed. With the dragon riders and the Mage Battalion joining the fray, it was time for a swift advance. Given the heavy casualties incurred by the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, which rendered them incapable of scaling the wall effectively, it was the 1st Battalion, having sustained lesser losses, that was able to breach the gap from their position. Although the wizard camp could unleash calamities, the number of wizards was, after all, too limited to bring down the entire city wall. They could only concentrate their efforts on breaching a single point. At this moment, Ding Muhua had already lowered the siege ladder and gazed up at the dragon knights that circled menacingly above Sodden City. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from within the city, echoing in waves. Zheng Suo was momentarily taken aback, and everyone looked up at the city wall, only to witness an astonishing sight. A multitude of small flying creatures ascended into the sky, emitting plumes of black smoke. Each creature was no larger than a bed. and upon their emergence, they produced a deafening sound that threatened to render one's ears numb. What was this? The soldiers of the vanguard camp were left utterly astonished by the sights they beheld during the siege. A thunderous noise erupted from the foremost of these small creatures when it was still over 30 yards away from the circling dragon knights. The dragons had yet to reach their attack range, thus rendering them unable to retaliate. This resounding blast was accompanied by a brilliant glow emanating from the creature's wings. And soon after, a dark projectile was launched, striking a massive dragon, enveloped in searing flames. The enormous beast let out a series of anguished cries before plummeting to the ground. However, it was not this event that left Zheng Suing in shock. Rather, it was the terrifying capability of these small creatures. Although significantly smaller than the dragons, their attack range was astonishingly vast. Capable of slaying a dragon knight with a single strike, an utterly incomprehensible feat, Zheng Suing stared up in bewilderment at the small creatures that did not flap their wings, enveloped in black smoke. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were not living beings, but rather constructs made of wood encasing dark iron. How could something devoid of life achieve flight? Zheng Suing found it beyond his imagination. At this moment, nearly 100 of these small birds soared through the sky with remarkable speed, heading directly towards the main quarters of the second prince. This was dire. They intended to launch an assault on the stronghold. Ding Muhua shouted, and Zheng Suo could certainly discern the impending threat. However, their ground position was no match for the swiftness of the aerial foes, rendering them powerless to intervene. Meanwhile, a colossal breach had been torn open in the city wall, clouds of dust swirling around them. As long as the signal had not yet sounded, Zheng Suo and his comrades were obliged to continue their siege. With that, Zheng Suo boldly dashed into the gaping hole. The wall loomed high, and with 3 layers of defenses both inside and out, the dwarves of the mountain tribe, tasked with guarding the city, were predominantly stationed atop the battlements, making it difficult for them to reach the breach in a timely manner. Once the first layer of the wall was breached, there were scarcely any defenders left to contest the assault. Upon entering the opening, Zheng Suo was confronted by a lone dwarf wielding a peculiar staff, poised to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Suo leapt forward, gripping his blade with his right hand while swiftly gliding his left hand across the edge, a flash of golden light illuminating the air. In an instant, the enemy was cleaved in two, blood splattering across Zheng Suo, warm and vivid. At that moment, Ding Muhua and the others surged forward, a chaotic wave propelling Zheng Suo deeper within. Just as they entered, a dark iron plate was rapidly pushed towards them. Realizing the imminent danger, Zheng Suo seized Ding Muhua, who was swept along by the throng, and shouted, "Step back." Barely had the words escaped his lips when sharp blades protruded ominously from the multitude of holes in the ominous iron plate, glinting menacingly. Those at the forefront attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The dark iron plate advanced with astonishing speed, swiftly closing in on the crowd. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as the individuals thrust to the forefront were pierced by the deadly blade, while those in the rear were also caught in its wake. Strung together like candied hawthorn on a skewer, Zheng Chuan shuddered, at that moment finally grasping the true essence of an engineer. The peculiar weaponry wielded by these mountain tribesmen was unfathomable and ever-evolving. Ding Muhua's words rang true. These adversaries were not to be underestimated. Zheng Chuan then discerned that beneath the iron plate were wheels, enabling it to be pushed and maneuvered, and the plate itself was substantial enough to nearly seal the entire gap, preventing others from charging forth. This impasse was untenable. Zheng Chuan released Ding Muhua and bellowed for the crowd to cease their pressing. With that, he vaulted through the throng, landing atop the mound of corpses, the blade in his hand gleaming faintly as he delivered a fierce strike against the edge of the iron plate. Sparks flew as the blade met the metal, curling in response. The thickness of the plate rendered it impervious to his assault. To advance, it was imperative to eliminate those positioned behind it. Yet, the opposition was not without its own constraints. The iron plate, due to its considerable weight, was hindered by the small wheels, and once the ground was strewn with bodies, it could only retreat. With the curved blade in hand, Zheng Chuan leaped onto the corpses with all his might, soaring above the iron plate. Upon landing, he beheld the hunched mountain tribesmen pushing the plate from behind. They too had noticed Zheng Chuan, and in their moment of panic, as they wielded no weapons, they began to pull the plate backward in an attempt to dislodge him. Zheng Su had already anticipated their intentions. With a swift leap, he descended from the iron plate to the rear, his blade glinting as it struck down, claiming the lives of 3 or 4 mountain tribesmen who were pushing the iron plate. Zheng Su let out a roar, and the panicked soldiers at the back, upon witnessing his bold entrance and hearing his fierce shout, realized that he had quelled the imminent danger within. Their morale surged once more. Ding Muhua, who had just been maintaining order, upon hearing Zheng Su's roar, shouted and charged in. The crowd surged through the gaps on either side of the iron plate, entering the space behind it, where they encountered several mountain tribesmen rushing forward wielding black iron hammers. These tribesmen were of modest stature, and the hammers they brandished were nearly as large as their own bodies. Yet, at that moment, Zheng Su dared not underestimate them any longer. However, the soldiers, lacking his trepidation, rushed forward, eager to claim enemy trophies, their blades descending in unison, even as the mountain tribesmen swung their hammers. The air was filled with a series of resounding thuds as the hammers met the blades, followed by anguished cries as several soldiers from the vanguard were hurled backward. It was evident that some of these soldiers had dislocated their arms, while the weapons of those at the forefront were rendered into useless scrap metal by the sheer force of the hammers. Zheng Su was taken aback. He had indeed underestimated them. While he had doubted Ding Muhua's warnings earlier at the city's base, he could no longer afford such disbelief. Just as he prepared to engage, a loud signal echoed from behind. Zheng Su froze momentarily, and Ding Muhua hurriedly called out, "It is the retreat signal." If it had not been for Ding Muhua's shout, everyone would have assumed they had misheard. They had just breached the city of Sardin, so why retreat at this moment? However, military orders are as immovable as mountains. Zheng Suing gritted his teeth and declared aloud, "Retreat." Meanwhile, only half of the dragon riders remained circling in the sky. At that moment, Zheng Suing realized that the commander of the Central Army had been ambushed by those smoke-laden birds, prompting the rear to contemplate a withdrawal, undoubtedly due to severe damage sustained. As they retreated halfway, Zheng Suing glanced around for Ding Muhua and felt a sudden pang of anxiety. He scanned the chaotic throng of retreating soldiers and spotted someone hunched over in the back. Approaching swiftly, he seized Ding Muhua without a moment to spare and hurriedly joined the tide of retreating forces. At this juncture, the 2nd and 3rd battalions of the vanguard were also in retreat, creating a cacophony of disorder. The mountain tribesmen of Sardin did not pursue. Their walls had been partially breached, perhaps out of lingering trepidation. Chapter 29, The Stalemate of War, a Dilemma of Advance and Retreat. Once seated, Zheng Suing waited for a while before noticing a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he discovered a scrape on his arm, his clothing torn, likely from leaping against the city wall. After a time, Luo Zihong and Han Dang, among others, entered and presented the tally of losses to Zheng Suing. He opened the document, and Ding Muhua hurried over, anxious to see the results. The 1st Battalion of the vanguard had suffered 272 casualties, with 35 severely injured, resulting in a casualty rate of nearly 30%. Setting the document aside, Zheng Suing instructed, "Let the brothers rest well. Compile the list of the fallen and present it to me. After the soldiers' demise, the subsequent compensations must also be reported collectively." Luo Zirong and the others nodded dejectedly and departed. Once they had retreated, Zheng Suing rose and declared, "Let us proceed to assess the casualties in the other battalions." In Zheng Suing's estimation, a 30% casualty rate was considered fortunate. The losses in the other 2 battalions of the Vanguard Regiment were likely to exceed 50%. As the two approached the 2nd Battalion, they were met with a harrowing sight. Countless injured soldiers lay scattered on the ground, awaiting assistance amidst the chaos. Ding Muhua found the scene unbearable and averted his gaze. Zheng Suing stepped forward, grasping the arm of a soldier, inquiring, "Where is your commanding officer?" Upon recognizing Zheng Suing's armor and insignia, the soldier mustered a semblance of respect, albeit with a spirit weighed down by despair, and replied, "General, he is in the command tent ahead." Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua proceeded to the command tent of the 2nd Battalion. Upon entering, they were greeted by 2 unfamiliar faces, neither of whom were their classmates from military academy. The 2 approached and saluted upon seeing Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua. Zheng Suing then asked, "Where are your commanding officer and deputy commander?" Exchanging a grim smile, the acting officer, a lieutenant, responded, "Generals Chun and Wu have fallen in battle. We are temporarily assuming command of the 2nd Battalion." The unexpected loss of 2 classmates so early after graduating from military academy left Zheng Suing in shock, while Ding Muhua gasped, his expression growing even more somber. After offering a few words of consolation, they proceeded to the 3rd Battalion, which was in a similarly dire state. The deputy commander, Lan Qi, had also perished. With this, Zheng Suing had now lost 3 classmates. As Ding Muhua emerged from the 3rd Battalion, he sighed and remarked, "I truly do not understand the purpose of war. Is it not better to live in harmony?" This sentiment seemed rather naive, for without the act of warfare, the existence of soldiers would indeed be rendered unnecessary. Zheng Suang escorted Ding Muhua to the logistics camp, where they were met with a scene of utter devastation. In this fierce siege, the logistics camp had borne the brunt of the suffering. Upon entering the tent, they noted that both commanding officers had been replaced. It went without saying that Lin Xiong and Lu Zigong had perished. Out of the 22 graduates from the military academy, 5 were already confirmed lost, and Ding Muhua felt disinclined to witness any more. At that moment, Lu Kan approached them, his countenance grave and hurried. "General Zheng, General Ding, there you are. Quickly, to the command tent. His Highness wishes to convene a council." Zheng Suang and Ding Muhua nodded in acknowledgement and hastened toward the command tent. They had just learned that the 2nd Battalion had suffered a 60% casualty rate, the 3rd Battalion 50%, and the logistics camp surpassed 70%. Such loss was appallingly high. In contrast, the 1st Battalion, as the vanguard, had sustained the least casualties among the elite forces. However, Zheng Suang found himself pondering Lu Kan's words. If His Highness was convening a council, why was it not General Gu who was leading? Upon entering the tent, the 2nd Prince barely acknowledged them. Zheng Suang and Ding Muhua saluted the 2nd Prince, then extended their greetings to the others, who appeared equally despondent. Soon after, the officers attending the council had changed significantly, and Zheng Suang noted that of the 22 Huazus cadets, only 14 remained, the majority of whom had survived due to their position in the rear. As the assembly gathered, all eyes turned toward the 2nd Prince. Lei Shou offered a subtle reminder, prompting the 2nd Prince to address the assembly, his voice nearly faltering. "Esteemed guests, Commander Gu of the Iron Sword Camp has fallen." The news of the commander's demise left the assembly in stunned silence. Zheng Su was particularly taken aback, realizing that even Gu Taichun had perished. The loss of the main commander was undoubtedly the gravest of calamities. After a brief pause, the 2nd Prince recounted the casualty rates. "For the time being, I shall assume the responsibilities of commander. I implore each of you to lend your strength to my efforts. If you possess any strategies to vanquish our foes, please share them." Strategies to defeat the enemy? Zheng Su mused bitterly upon hearing those words. The Iron Sword Camp had begun with a force of 20,000. Yet now over 6,000 had fallen. The Dragon Cavalry had suffered significant losses, and the Sorcerer's Camp had lost nearly a third of its ranks. To speak of defeating the enemy now was but a fanciful delusion. The pressing matters at hand should revolve around regrouping and retreating. For further assaults on the city were now out of the question. The atmosphere within the camp was dismal. After a moment, Zhao Yuqing, the president of the vanguard camp, stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. "Your Highness, the Iron Sword Camp has sustained grievous losses, particularly within the vanguard. While the 1st Battalion remains somewhat intact, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions have both suffered over 50% casualties. I humbly request permission to merge the 2nd and 3rd Battalions." The 2nd Prince nodded solemnly, his expression grim. "Very well." Yet, Zhao Yuqing showed no intention of withdrawing. Kneeling, he implored, "Your Highness, given the dire state of the Iron Sword Camp, particularly following the merger of the vanguard, we are left with only 2 battalions. The prospect of launching an assault on the city is now untenable. Furthermore, as the weather grows colder and morale wanes, I believe that retreat is the most prudent course of action. I beseech you to reconsider." The 2nd Prince did not even lift his gaze, dismissively gesturing for Zhao Yuqing to withdraw. Reluctantly, Zhao Yuqing complied and stepped back. The Logistics Battalion's president, Zhu Zhong, stepped forward and stated, "Your Highness, the combined losses of the 3 battalions have exceeded 70%. Besieging the city is no longer feasible. I believe that retreating is the wisest strategy." At this moment, the 2nd Prince remained silent, and the atmosphere in the tent grew eerily quiet. So much so that one could hear a pin drop. Although generals of Zheng Chao's rank were present, they were not entitled to voice their opinions and could only listen. However, Zheng Chao now believed that retreat was the only viable option. At this juncture, the commander of the Dragon Rider Battalion and the commander of the Sorcerer Battalion stepped forward in unison, pleading, "We request your Highness to issue the order to retreat." The second prince's expression darkened even further. He raised his head, furrowing his brow in anger, and declared, "My mind is made up. We must capture Sardan City. Anyone who speaks of retreat shall face execution without mercy." After a considerable pause, Leisho stepped forward, clasping his fists respectfully, and said, "Your Highness, the generals speak the truth. At this juncture, aside from retreating, we could only move our camp to Luoshur City, which lies 300 miles away, to regroup. Once the weather warms, we may devise a better strategy to breach the city." Luoshur City was a small settlement with low walls and a population of merely 20,000. Yet it was the only city in the vicinity. The second prince, unwilling to retreat, saw this as the only option, a last resort born out of desperation. However, should the Iron Sword Battalion proceed to Luoshur City, it would be incapable of accommodating such a large number of troops. Furthermore, given the dilapidated state of the city walls, should the enemy regroup and surround the city, the Iron Sword Battalion would face annihilation, endangering the lives of the citizens as well. This was why others refrained from discussing Luoshur City. The Crown Prince pondered for a moment, then rose and declared, "Quickly send someone to Luoshur City to negotiate. 3 days hence, the Iron Sword Camp shall retreat to Luoshur City. We will resume our campaign once the weather warms." The second prince, now compelled to order a retreat to Luoshur City, likely never anticipated the formidable strength of the mountain tribes. What was once a promising opportunity for political achievement had transformed into a burdensome dilemma, one he could neither discard nor ignore. Not only the second prince, but even Zheng Suo himself had not foreseen this predicament. With a bitter smile, he exited the tent. The day was overcast, the chill deepening, and light snowflakes were beginning to fall, adding to the second prince's troubles. Upon arriving at Ding Muhua's camp, Zheng Suo observed Ding Muhua standing at a table, examining something. Curiosity piqued, he approached to take a closer look and noticed a peculiar black object set aside. "Is this an item of the mountain tribes?" Zheng Suo inquired, suddenly understanding that Ding Muhua had picked it up from the ground that day. The object possessed immense power, and most of the casualties during the vanguard camp's charge had been inflicted by it. "What do you intend to do with this?" Zheng Suo asked. Ding Muhua replied with a smile, "This object is incredibly powerful. I am eager to discover what it is made of. Perhaps I could replicate it. If this object could indeed be reproduced, it would undoubtedly enhance future siege warfare, significantly reducing losses for the vanguard camp." Zheng Suo exclaimed with delight. "Is it truly possible to replicate it?" Ding Muhua, observing Zheng Chang's exuberance, felt a twinge of restraint and, with a bashful smile, remarked, "Do not harbor excessive expectations. I am merely an alchemist, not an engineer. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. Should it reach the ears of the second prince, who is determined to conquer Sardan City, he would undoubtedly compel me to expedite the replication process. This could impose considerable pressure on me, and failure in replication might even invite dire consequences." Zheng Chong, fully aware of the implications, nodded and reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall not divulge this to anyone." With this assurance, Ding Muhua felt a wave of relief and confided, "In truth, I have already discerned some possibilities, though there are 2 materials about which I remain uncertain." Thus, success in replication appeared to be merely 3 or 4 days away. Zheng Chong nodded and said, "Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know, and I will enlist trustworthy individuals to aid you." Ding Muhua responded with a smile, "That would be splendid. The materials required for this endeavor are numerous, and I had been concerned about the scarcity of such resources." Chapter 30. A misfortune compounded. News from Luoshur City. Zheng Chong recognized that Ding Muhua's concerns extended beyond mere materials. He had disclosed not a whisper, even to his closest friend, fearing the judgment of others who might label him as negligent or unambitious. Perhaps he himself could not fathom the significance of this creation in the context of warfare, comparable to an army of thousands. Patting Ding Muhua's shoulder, Zheng Chong encouraged, "Muhua, you must cultivate confidence. Every individual possesses their own strengths in this world." Ding Muhua felt an overwhelming sense of joy upon receiving Zheng Suo's affirmation. Suddenly, Zheng Suo recalled the ominous pipes wielded by the mountain tribesmen and the ominous birds emitting dark smoke, which sparked a thought in his mind. "Brother Muhua, what are those black pipes and the smoke-breathing birds in the hands of the mountain tribesmen?" This question had lingered in Zheng Suo's heart for quite some time, ever since the profound impact of witnessing them on the battlefield. Upon realizing Zheng Suo's keen interest, Ding Muhua eagerly opened up, saying, the mountain tribesmen are all engineers. They possess an extraordinary ability to create astonishing devices from seemingly mundane materials. All those inventions are the result of engineering prowess. Zheng Suo, now enlightened, could no longer underestimate the mountain tribesmen and had developed a deeper understanding of engineering. Ding Muhua continued, I once read about engineers. And that black pipe is likely referred to as a firearm. Its construction is not particularly complex. As for those flying contraptions, I have not yet explored them, but I am eager to study them. However, I lack any remnants for analysis. Engaging in casual discourse regarding engineers, the conversation veered towards the black iron plate propelled by the mountain tribes. Ding Muhua chuckled and remarked, Brother Chang'an, your Huazu people are not lacking in engineers. They simply bear a different designation. In your culture, engineers are generally referred to as craftsmen, albeit with less regard. The apparatus utilized for ground operations is indeed a forte of your people. I once perused a tome entitled Heavenly Craftsmanship, which recounted the endeavors of a man named Wan Hu, who created a flying contraption that boasted remarkable speed. Tragically, he met his demise due to this invention, and thereafter, no one dared to pursue it further. Another notable figure, Lu Ban, devised numerous practical instruments, among which the saw stands as his masterpiece. While most of his designs were intended for civilian use, many have proven quite effective in military applications as well. Zheng Suo, unaware of these historical figures, was taken aback, realizing that enlisting Ding Muhua was akin to discovering a priceless treasure. After exchanging a few words, Zheng Suo refrained from further interruption. When he exited the tent, night had fallen, and the snowfall had intensified, blanketing the ground in white. He approached the main camp of the vanguard battalion, pushed open the tent flap, and found many soldiers in slumber. He made his way to a particular cot and gently rapped on it. General Zheng, what brings you here? Is there something urgent? Luo Zirong sat up, a look of astonishment on his face. I shall summon the brothers at once. As an officer of Luo Zirong's rank, he did not possess a personal tent and resided among the soldiers of the vanguard battalion. Zheng Suo waved his hand dismissively and replied, no need for that. Just bring together 20 trustworthy individuals and have them come to my tent. After a while, Luo Zirong entered with a dozen individuals, among whom were Han Dang, several officers, and 5 or 6 soldiers. General Zheng, is there something amiss? Zheng Chui glanced outside and inquired. Wasn't the location where His Highness the Second Prince and Commander Gu were attacked marked by those small, black smoke-emitting birds that were shot down? Luo Zirong nodded in affirmation, stating, I have inquired about it. That day, the dragon cavalry managed to bring down a few, but they suffered immense losses. Though those black birds are diminutive, their destructive power is truly formidable. The mere mention of these events sent a tremor of unease through the group. After a brief pause, Luo Zirong, puzzled, asked, what is your interest in this matter? His expression mirrored the bewilderment of the others. You shall go there and exercise caution to avoid any damage, Zheng Chui instructed succinctly. As midnight approached, a shadow stealthily crept into the tent. Zheng Chui was astonished that the plan had indeed succeeded. It appeared the mountain tribes had not ventured far from the battlefield, which was fortuitous. He followed the figure outside. 2 remnants lay at the entrance of the grand tent. As Zheng Chui approached for a closer inspection, he confirmed that the small birds were indeed crafted from wood and wrought iron. Although they appeared relatively intact, they were scarcely more than half complete. How strange. I initially thought they were corpses, only to discover they were merely timber and iron, Han Dang murmured beside him. Observing the scene without discernible insights, Zheng Chui ordered the remains to be dragged to Ding Muhua's tent. Upon entering the tent, before he could utter a word, he was greeted by Ding Muhua's exuberant voice. Brother Chang'an, you have arrived just in time. I have confirmed the formula for this object. He hurriedly approached, holding 2 sheets of paper, and proclaimed, as long as we can acquire these materials, we can commence the trial production. To his surprise, Ding Muhua had already made significant progress. Zheng Su glanced at the 2 formulas. The only difference lay in a singular ingredient. His momentary joy faded as he realized he had lost his composure, and he hastily reined in his excitement, inquiring, Brother Chang'an, do you have matters to attend to at this late hour? Zheng Su smiled and stepped outside the tent, signaling for the remains to be brought in. Ding Muhua added, fortunately, these 2 corpses are each half of a whole. When combined, they should provide some insights. With this revelation, a sense of relief washed over Zheng Su. Luo Zirong and Han Dang, still puzzled, exchanged glances, uncertain of the significance of the remains. General Zheng, General Ding, What purpose do these remains serve? Ding Muhua replied with a smile. This material might allow me to replicate it, potentially benefiting my Iron Sword camp. Luo Zirong and Han Dang were taken aback, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. Really? It was evident that they struggled to believe such a claim. Ding Muhua, scratching his head, said somewhat sheepishly, "It is premature to make such assertions. I cannot guarantee that I will succeed in the replication. This matter must remain confidential." Luo Zirong and the others immediately adopted a serious demeanor, responding in unison, "Rest assured, General, we will remain silent, even if a knife is held to our throats." Zheng Suo found it amusing that, although these individuals had never attended a military academy, they possessed a commendable trait that set them apart from their peers, an ability to appreciate the strengths of others rather than fixate on their shortcomings. However, upon reflection, it was sobering to consider that nearly 30% of their 22 classmates had perished on the battlefield. Regardless of any past animosities towards Ding Muhua, such grievances must have dissipated in the face of such loss. What weighed more heavily on his mind was the fear of his own mortality, for should he fall, the prospect of vengeance would be forever extinguished. In the past 3 days, Zheng Suo had not been idle. He led the troops in search of the materials referenced on the 2 sheets of paper. Most of these materials were related to rocks, a common feature in the northern terrain, making their quest rather convenient. Zheng Suo ordered that the materials be brought to Ding Muhua's tent, which was now in disarray, cluttered with an assortment of items, and the table bore the remnants of their last meal. After placing the materials down, he inquired, "How goes the progress?" Only then did Ding Muhua notice Zheng Suo's entrance, realizing he had not even bothered to wear shoes and appeared to have neglected personal hygiene for days. His hair in disarray, he replied, "We cannot forge iron shells at present. However, we can utilize wooden barrels as substitutes, which will yield similar results." Zheng Suo recalled that Ding Muhua had mentioned the advanced metallurgy of the mountain tribes, who possessed the necessary smelting tools that they lacked, thereby rendering them unable to encapsulate these materials to create explosive devices. Ding Muhua then retrieved 2 wooden barrels from the corner. The tops were tightly sealed, each containing a different formulation. "I have extracted some materials, and now we can proceed to test them." Zheng Suing nodded, but he noticed that Ding Muhua seemed to have transformed entirely, exuding confidence, unlike the scholarly figure he had been during their military academy days. In contrast, he felt as though he had assumed the role that Ding Muhua once occupied. However, upon reflection, Zheng Suing understood that during their time at the academy, he was well versed in military matters while Ding Muhua was a novice. Naturally, he felt more assured. Now, regarding engineering and alchemy, Zheng Suing was a mere outsider, while Ding Muhua was the expert, thus his confidence was warranted. It appeared that the principle of utilizing individuals according to their talents held true, endowing one with boundless charisma. Were he a woman, he might indeed find himself enamored with this earnest and studious individual. After taking a few steps, they spotted Luo Zirong hurrying toward them. Previously, Zheng Suing had asked Luo Zirong to inquire about the departure to Luo Shiqing to avoid any delays. Luo Zirong appeared flustered as he approached the two, exclaiming, "General Zheng, General Ding, we cannot proceed to Luo Shiqing." He sighed and continued, "I just gathered some information. The members of the Dragon Cavalry have reported that Luo Shiqing has rejected the second prince's request. At this moment, the second prince is summoning the generals in a fit of rage, declaring his intention to attack Luo Shiqing and behead the city lord." This news astonished both Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua. It was indeed surprising that such a small place as Luo Shiqing would dare to defy the military orders of the second prince. At this moment, Luo Zirong whispered, "It is said that the capital has issued a decree. The new lord of Luoshi City has been appointed, hailing from the Central Army. A man whose name seems to be Wilson or something akin. His audacity is remarkable, despite his origin from the capital. He cannot simply disregard the military orders of the second prince. The lord of a city in the northern regions of the empire serves as the administrative chief. And since the empire rose to prominence in the north and subsequently defeated the Wazuran to dominate the south, the governance remains inconsistent. The north adheres to the original administrative system of the empire, while the south follows that of the Wazuran. The lord of the north is akin to a prefect in the south, classified as a mid-level civil servant. An official of such standing who defies the military commands of the second prince risks execution at any moment, thus instilling fear in most individuals from acting against it. Upon learning of the unfavorable military situation, The first prince must have anticipated that the second prince would never retreat. Therefore, he has long sought to have the lord of Luoshire City replaced with one of his own, ensuring that this Wilson would certainly refuse to allow the Iron Sword camp to retreat and take residence in Luoshire City. The first prince's maneuver is designed to drive the second prince into a corner, leaving him with no option but to withdraw his troops, thereby diminishing his standing in the struggle for the new imperial throne. However, should the second prince decide to attack Luoshire City, it would likely not only mean withdrawing from the imperial contest, but could also result in a rebellion, rendering him a target for annihilation as a traitor. Currently, retreating to Luoshire City is not feasible, and the supplies brought by the Iron Sword camp are becoming strained. Moreover, the snowfall appears to be intensifying, and should heavy snow seal off the roads, the Iron Sword camp's continued presence here will lead to a critical shortage of provisions. At that point, the second prince, even if he does not retreat, will find himself in dire straits. Hearing the previous conversation, Ding Muhua expressed his concerns, saying, "We cannot reach Luoshire City, nor can we capture Sodding City. The second prince refuses to retreat. Will we be trapped and exhausted here?" Zheng Suing reassured him, believing that despite the second prince's ignorance of military affairs, he would not choose to await death in such a situation and would ultimately opt for a retreat. However, this would complicate any plans against Wilson, who remained far away in Luoshire City, leaving them to consider other targets. Zheng Suing sighed and shook his head, stating, "It will be all right. Commander Lei and the others will persuade His Highness. Experiments of this nature require a spacious area, and fortunately, there were many open spaces available." They eventually found a location with fewer scattered rocks. Ding Muhua carried a bucket over and placed it down, then retrieved a cord-like object from his pocket and inserted it into a small hole at the top of the wooden barrel. Zheng Suing cautioned him to be careful and stepped back several paces. Ding Muhua ignited the fuse with sparks from flint, producing a hissing sound, before swiftly returning to Zheng Suing's side. They watched for a while as the fuse burned down to the bottom, yet no reaction occurred. After quite some time, Ding Muhua shook his head and smiled wryly, saying, "This one has failed." The two men carried another wooden barrel over, repeated the process of attaching the fuse, and ignited it, waiting from a distance for a considerable time. Still, there was no response. This time, Ding Muhua's expression darkened, and he awkwardly remarked, "It seems this is also unsuitable." Zheng Suing could only smile ruefully, realizing that for Ding Muhua, as an alchemist attempting to replicate the work of an engineer, the task proved to be more challenging than anticipated. He gently patted Ding Muhua on the shoulder, offering comfort as he said, "It's all right. It won't be long before we may return home. Once we reach the capital, you can take your time to study." At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and a group of people rushed forward, led by Luo Zirong, with Han Dang and several others in tow. As they approached, their faces were marked by panic. Zheng Chao, puzzled, wondered if they were indeed returning. Luo Zirong, breathless, hastily exclaimed, "General Zheng, it's terrible. The second prince intends to kill." "Killing?" Zheng Chao nodded, ready to inform Ding Muhua, but sensing the urgency, Ding Muhua waved his hand and said, "It's fine. You all go ahead. I will carry these 2 barrels and follow you shortly." As Zheng Chao turned to lead Luo Zirong and the others away, they had only taken a few steps when a sudden, violent explosion rang out. Turning back, they beheld flames soaring into the sky, engulfing Ding Muhua, and then another deafening blast followed. At that moment, it was already futile. Ding Muhua had been reduced to mere fragments, leaving no hope for survival. Luo Zirong and the others stood frozen in shock, having never witnessed such a swift explosion, their eyes glued to the scene, utterly at a loss. Ding Muhua was dead, not fallen in battle, nor slain by an enemy, but rather extinguished by the very thing he cherished most. Zheng Chao stood in a daze, his expression vacant. "Report the casualties. Send someone to collect the remains shortly," he instructed before hastily making his way toward the main camp. Though Ding Muhua had indeed been his dear friend, he had transformed into a cold stone long ago, hardened by the resolve for vengeance and unmoved by friendship or any sentiment. Upon returning to the main camp, Zheng Suing made his way directly to the command tent. As he lifted the curtain, he beheld a group of generals kneeling before the second prince, silent as the grave. The second prince, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "You have rebelled. Summon help at once." Zheng Suing, upon entering, immediately knelt and declared, "This subordinate is present." The second prince, seething with anger, commanded, Take these cowards and execute them publicly. Zheng Suing stood frozen, uncertain of how to act. For these individuals were either his peers or high-ranking officials of the Iron Sword camp. What are you hesitating for? Act swiftly. The second prince shouted again, his face a deep crimson. This is preposterous. Guards, take them all away. Among those included were Zheng Suing, who had not obeyed the command. He knelt as the guards, who had already assembled inside, hesitated to advance. The second prince's complexion had turned pale, and after a couple of coughs, he staggered forward, drawing a standard saber from a guard's waist, poised to enact the grim deed himself. Your Highness, retreat is the only viable option. Even if you slay me, I must speak the truth, Zheng Suing implored. Lei Shou, undeterred, knelt and spoke resolutely. It is better for us to perish than to see the lives of over 10,000 soldiers from the Iron Sword camp lost under the walls of Sodden. At that moment, Zheng Suing grasped that the second prince's declaration of attacking Falling Rock City had been a spur-of-the-moment outburst. Upon reflection, his decision was not to retreat, but to launch a full-scale assault on Sodden City. It was no wonder that the others had fervently dissuaded him, and Lei Shou's words were indeed wise. The second prince, nearly driven to madness, disregarded their counsel entirely. With a swift stroke, a general's head fell to the ground, one of Zheng Suing's classmates from military school. Immediately, the second prince approached another military academy student, raising his blade. This individual was Mo Shaoran, whose complexion had turned pale, his fingers pressing against his waist, clearly demonstrating his intent to resist upon witnessing the second prince's willingness to kill. Ultimately, these individuals were not truly prepared for martyrdom. They merely hoped that a collective act of defiance would render the second prince powerless, compelling him to retreat. Yet, the second prince appeared to have lost his sanity, showing no regard for their plight, ruthlessly executing without hesitation. Hence, resistance became their only recourse. Once the second prince retreated, his aspirations for the throne would be irrevocably dashed. With the eldest prince's ascension, he would find himself on a path to certain death. Thus, he had no choice but to embark on a desperate attack, a decision that underscored his serious intent. However, Zheng Su noticed that although the second prince seemed deranged, he retained a semblance of reason. The first to kneel within the tent were the high-ranking officials of the Iron Sword camp, while the military academy students merely followed suit. The second prince, however, circumvented these officials and directly struck down the academy students, clearly indicating that the students lacked authority within the Iron Sword camp. The death of a few would not incite a rebellion among the soldiers. As the blade descended, Mo Shaoran swiftly drew his own weapon, raising it above his head, resulting in a bright spark as the blades clashed. The second prince, not being a martial officer, was repelled, stumbling back a couple of steps. At that moment, the guards, who had previously hesitated to kill, surged forward, seizing Mo Shaoran from behind. Unable to move, Mo Shaoran was left vulnerable as the second prince, with a furious glare, plunged his blade through him. Subsequently, the second prince approached Zheng Su, marking him as the third target. Alas, the position he had knelt in was utterly inappropriate, and now it was his turn to face the consequences. Zheng Chong was filled with anxiety as he witnessed the blade of the second prince descending. He knew that resistance would only lead to capture by the guards, leaving him with no escape and a certain death. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts swirled in Zheng Chong's mind, yet none could provide a solution to his dire predicament. Just as the blade was about to strike, he gritted his teeth and implored, "Your Highness, grant me 7 days. I possess a clever strategy to seize Sodden City by then." The second prince halted the blade above Zheng Chong's head, panting heavily, his expression cold and menacing. "What scheme do you propose, and why must I wait 7 days?" Zheng Chong clenched his teeth and replied, "I beseech your Highness to allow me to report in 7 days. Should I fail to deliver, you may dispose of me as you wish, and I shall harbor no resentment." Once the second prince had caught his breath, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" Zheng Chong responded, "I am Zheng Chong, commander of the vanguard." The second prince then relented, coldly declaring, "In 7 days. If you do not present a solution, I shall execute your entire clan." Zheng Chong chuckled darkly, "My clan is likely already dead." Chapter 32, The Hand of Fate. Time reversed. Stepping out of the tent, Zheng Chong wiped the sweat from his brow. At that moment, the other generals emerged one by one, yet rather than expressing gratitude, they wore expressions of disdain. In the end, only Yu Changqing remained. He now held the position of president of the Black Wolf camp, standing beside Zheng Song, shaking his head in disappointment. Zheng Song, I misjudged you. I never imagined you to be one who fears for his own life. Your so-called deathly admonitions only endanger our lives. Should we engage in battle, the 10,000 soldiers of the Iron Sword camp would find their graves beneath the city walls, and you would be the one held accountable for the slaughter of these countless lives. At this moment, those around believed that Zheng Song spoke those words out of a desire to save himself. Yu Chongqing scoffed, declaring, as a minister, it is my duty to offer counsel, even at the cost of my life. What does it matter if I perish? I have misjudged you. 1 week from now, I shall see how you explain your actions to His Highness. If you wish to be a coward, then let it be known that Yu Chongqing has never known you. Yu Chongqing suspected that after temporarily placating the second prince, Zheng Song would surely attempt to flee, for they believed that they were trapped in a deadlock with no way out. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. Zheng Song experienced a searing pain in his head, and when he finally opened his eyes once more, everything was serene. Rising from the tent, he encountered Luo Zirong approaching him. Luo Zirong held a dry biscuit in hand and said, General, you are awake. Today marks the 3rd day. Should we not pack up and head for Luoshi City? He rolled up his sleeve and glanced at his wrist, where a red mark indicated the loss of a year of his life. Lowering his sleeve, Zheng Song replied, I am uncertain. Go inquire with the other camps. Luo Zirong departed, and Zheng Song made his way to the soldiers' tents, gathering a group to collect the necessary materials. Zheng Suo, weary of indulging in trivialities, promptly remarked, Brother Muhua, let us lift those 2 wooden barrels and see what we can uncover. With that, Zheng Suo approached the corner and hoisted the barrels with ease. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing his prior experience, instead chuckling. Upon entering, I noticed the presence of 2 additional barrels. Such items necessitate a confined space, which immediately sparked my thoughts. Ding Muhua, convinced by his words, exclaimed in delight, Brother Chang'an, you are truly a genius. I pondered this for an entire night. Yet you seem far more suited to the role of an engineer than I. Zheng Suo could only manage a wry smile, resolving that he could not allow Ding Muhua to take further risks. Luo Zirong, momentarily taken aback, regarded Zheng Suo with astonishment, his confusion palpable. General, what do you know? As he carried the barrels, Zheng Suo replied, Luoshi City has declined the second prince's request, and he is currently in a furious rage, threatening to lay siege to the city. Luo Zirong gasped in shock. General, you have known all along. Your predictions were entirely accurate. It is indeed remarkable. As if you had accompanied me to inquire about this matter. Zheng Suo led Ding Muhua into the wilderness, setting down the barrels. Recalling the earlier events, he remembered that the first barrel contained merely flames, while the second was far more explosive. Clearly, the formula for the latter was the more suitable choice. He placed the barrels down and extended his hand, saying, quickly, retrieve the fuse. Ding Muhua, having just tucked his hands into his coat, looked at Zheng Suo in astonishment. Brother Chang'an, how do you know everything? You even recognize this object in my possession as a fuse. What is your secret? Were it not for our previous acquaintance, I would think you a prophet. Zheng Suo was unaware of what a prophet was. He took a fuse and inserted it through a small hole in the wooden barrel, securing it in place before standing up. Observing this sequence of actions, it seemed as if Zheng Suo were the alchemist or engineer, leaving Ding Muhua at a loss nearby. Brother Chang'an, you cannot possibly be a prophet, can you? Zheng Suo examined the surrounding terrain and gestured for Ding Muhua to step back, casually inquiring, what is a prophet? Ding Muhua hastily explained. A prophet is a type of sorcerer who can foresee events yet to come. There are such individuals in the imperial palace beside our emperor. They can predict what will become of you upon seeing you. However, I have never encountered one myself, so I cannot attest to their authenticity. It is likely just hearsay. Zheng Suo did not dwell on this, and recalling the explosion of the barrel, he cautioned, step back another 20 paces. As Ding Muhua retreated, he remarked, Brother Chang'an, I feel as though you have changed. I scarcely recognize you. Zheng Suo produced a flint and replied with a smile, have I changed for the better or the worse? Ding Muhua seemed unmoved by the jest, letting out a sigh and saying, I once thought you knew nothing of alchemy or engineering. I felt a sense of pride speaking of these matters before you, but now it appears I have underestimated you. You are truly remarkable, learning so swiftly. Zheng Suo managed a wry smile as he ignited the wooden barrel with the flint and quickly retreated to Ding Muhua's side. The 2 individuals observed for a while, yet there was still no movement. Just as Ding Muhua was about to step forward, Zheng Chong recalled the previous circumstances and interjected, Do not rush. Let us wait a moment longer. At that moment, Luo Zerong and a few others arrived as promised, their expressions anxious and breathless, ready to speak. However, as their words fell, a soft explosion erupted, and an extraordinarily brilliant tongue of fire burst forth from the wooden barrel. Akin to a vast mound of dry hay ignited in an instant. The flames then spread to another wooden barrel. A thunderous roar ensued, deafening and shattering, sending snow and massive stones flying into the air, creating a deep pit in the ground. Zheng Chong, having witnessed this before, remained unfazed, while Ding Muhua, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "It worked. I understand now. These two formulas serve different purposes. The first barrel ignites, while the second barrel causes the explosion." Zheng Chong, not comprehending the intricacies, simply recognized the potency of the second barrel and stated, "The second formula is indeed correct." Ding Muhua corrected him, saying, "Brother Chang'an is mistaken. Both barrels are suitable. The formula within the first barrel is intended to ignite the second. The black substance of the mountain folk contains elements of both formulas." Luo Zerong and the others were nearly stunned by the prior explosion, momentarily forgetting their urgent matters. Upon hearing the noise, they quickly nodded and followed Zheng Chong, who had already stepped outside. Zheng Chong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Isn't it premature to be anxious when the kill has yet to occur?" The second prince was still in a rage, and as soon as he entered the tent, he would be poised to take lives, an outcome Ding Muhua certainly wished to avert. He glanced at Zheng Chong and nodded, saying, "Very well, do take care." Ding Muhua discerned that the second prince was not as benevolent as he appeared, and after a brief warning, he departed with Luo Zerong and others. Standing outside the command tent, Zheng Su proclaimed loudly, "I, Zheng Su, commander of the Vanguard Battalion, have arrived late. I beseech your highness to impose punishment." Zheng Su knelt and continued, "Your highness, I have devised a strategy to breach the city in merely 7 days. Sardan City shall fall." Without the previous experiences weighing upon him, Zheng Su understood that prolonging the siege would only result in needless casualties. It was better to speak up now, yet this small revelation would inevitably alter the course of subsequent events, differing greatly from the previous whims of fate. The second prince was taken aback and urgently inquired, "Who stands before me?" "I am Zheng Su, commander of the Vanguard Battalion," came the reply. The second prince, with a look of surprise, questioned, "You just claimed to possess a strategy to breach the city. Is that truly the case?" Zheng Su, still kneeling and clasping his fists, responded, "I would not dare to jest, your highness. There is indeed a strategy, but it requires a span of 7 days. Lei Shou scoffed, expressing his displeasure. "What if the city cannot be breached and we must retreat? General Zheng speaks so lightly. If the city is not taken, we shall lose the lives of the Iron Sword Battalion soldiers. Do you think warfare is merely child's play? Is it not taught in military academies that one must not underestimate a clever scheme?" Chapter 33. All preparations in place. The siege approaches. Zheng Su had not anticipated Lei Shou's unwavering resolve to retreat. Likely, the others shared his sentiment, resolutely determined to withdraw. "Lei Shou, let us hear what he has to say about this clever strategy. If it holds merit, it is worth a trial." The second prince interrupted Lei Shou to question him, and Zheng Chui was well aware that the second prince was determined to breach the city. At this juncture, if he proposed a strategy for breaching the city, even if it seemed to offer only a glimmer of hope, the second prince would undoubtedly listen. Lei Shou relented, and the second prince proclaimed, "General Zheng, please share your ingenious plan." Zheng Chui understood that these individuals lacked knowledge of alchemists and engineers. Should he reveal his thoughts, they would likely dismiss him as a dreamer with fanciful notions, leading to even fiercer opposition. Thus, he chose to remain silent. With this thought in mind, Zheng Chui replied, "Your Highness, this strategy can only be unveiled after 7 days. I hope for your understanding." The second prince displayed a hint of irritation, his expression darkening as he furrowed his brow and retorted, "What if, after 7 days, you fail to present a feasible plan?" Zheng Chui gritted his teeth and declared, "I will offer my head as a token." However, he feared that if he truly failed, he might not even have the opportunity to fulfill that promise. The second prince nodded and stated, "If you cannot deliver, I shall eradicate your entire clan." Zheng Chui fully grasped the ruthlessness of the second prince and nodded in agreement, saying, "This plan requires your highness to inform the other camps for their cooperation. I kindly ask for your consent." At this moment, the second prince had no choice but to gamble on a dying horse, for retreat was out of the question. He called out, "Generals, if General Zheng has any requests, you must do your utmost to cooperate. Do not slacken your efforts." The assembled officers responded affirmatively and exited the tent, casting their gazes upon Zheng Cui outside. Lei Shou, with little regard, coldly remarked, "If General Zheng truly succeeds in breaching Sodden City, I, Lei Shou, would willingly abdicate in favor of another." The others echoed similar sentiments, their tones laden with sarcasm, including those from the military academy. Zheng Xuang was not surprised. He merely smiled and said in a clear voice, "I kindly ask everyone to adhere to His Highness's command and refrain from causing any difficulties." The name Fire Thunder Shell was coined by Ding Muhua himself, aptly describing the explosive wooden barrels. Zheng Xuang reassured, "There is no need for concern. I have already secured authorization from His Highness. All the camps of the Iron Sword Battalion are to collaborate, compile the necessary materials, and disseminate them for collective pursuit. Subsequently, the soldiers of the Vanguard Battalion will work through the night to produce the required quantity." To his astonishment, Zheng Xuang had indeed obtained the second prince's endorsement. Ding Muhuan nodded and inquired, "But what exactly is your scheme?" With confidence, Zheng Xuang replied, "You shall know in due course. By the way, Brother Muhua, are you capable of creating that stealth potion? A modest amount will suffice, enough for 30 individuals." Although Ding Muhua was puzzled by Zheng Xuang's intentions, he nodded affirmatively. "That can be arranged." "Splendid. Time is of the essence. You may find little opportunity to rest in the next 7 days." Zheng Xuang patted Ding Muhua on the shoulder and added, "However, once the battle concludes, I shall treat you to a drink." At this moment, Ding Muhua appeared somewhat bashful and replied, "Brother Chang'an, please do not say such things. To others, I may seem like a mere fool, having attained the rank of captain only through my father's protection. If what I create can indeed aid the Iron Sword Battalion in breaching the city, I shall be thoroughly content." As the formula and materials were disseminated, the leaders of the various camps expressed their dissatisfaction with Zheng Xuang, the captain, issuing commands. Nevertheless, with the second prince's assurance, none dared to neglect their duties. In a span of 2 days, much has been discovered, and simultaneously, the supply camp has crafted numerous wooden barrels, complete with lids. Ding Muhua has not rested for several consecutive days and nights, overseeing the soldiers of the Vanguard camp as they filled the materials he had prepared. Within 4 days, 30 such barrels were produced, significantly larger than the 2 used for experimentation. In the final 2 days, Ding Muhua also concocted a stealth potion, totaling 60 portions. Seated within Zheng Chao's tent, Ding Muhua curiously inquired, "Brother Chang'an, what is your plan? Your silence leaves me in suspense." Zheng Chao replied with a smile, "Everything is in readiness. Now, you and I shall present our matters to the commanding tent to report to the second prince." In recent days, the Iron Sword camp has been rife with speculation, all wondering about Zheng Chao's intentions and the purpose of the items he had procured along with the wooden barrels fashioned by the supply camp. However, most were merely eager to witness Zheng Chao's potential folly. On their way to the commanding tent, Zheng Chao suddenly recalled the purpose behind his use of the Hand of Fate. It was solely to extricate himself from a pressing predicament. Had it not been for the second prince's intent to take his life, he likely would not have resorted to such measures. And Ding Muhua's survival was merely a fortunate byproduct. Though Ding Muhua placed immense trust in him, Zheng Chao could not shake off his own selfishness. He found it difficult to meet Ding Muhua's gaze, turning his head away as he spoke. "Brother Muhua, if you discovered that a friend was not genuinely sincere towards you, but merely sought to exploit you, how would you respond?" Ding Muhua, still pondering Zheng Chao's enigmatic scheme, was taken aback by the sudden inquiry and chuckled, "Brother Chang'an, what prompted this unexpected question?" Zheng Chao forced a wry smile and replied, "Just a casual inquiry." Ding Muhua, unperturbed, replied, "I am aware that knowing the truth will undoubtedly bring me sorrow, yet I shall continue to treat him sincerely. If he can become my closest friend, it is evident that I also possess qualities he relies upon. Is not the essence of human relationships such? They may appear deeply affectionate, yet they are often rooted in an unspoken mutual need. If there were no genuine necessity, how could one forge a heartfelt friendship?" This time, it was Zheng Chao who was taken aback. This seemingly oblivious youth perceived the nature of human connections with remarkable clarity. He spoke the truth. If he did not safeguard Ding Muhua, how could he ever earn such unwavering trust? As the two entered the command tent, Zheng Chao clasped his fists and announced, "Zheng Chao of the Vanguard Battalion seeks an audience with General Ding Muhua." Within the tent, a voice emerged. It was the second prince, whose tone had grown markedly despondent, likely harboring little hope for Zheng Chao's ingenious plans. Zheng Chao approached and said, "Your Highness, I have made all necessary preparations and have come to seek your command. I humbly request your approval." The second prince nodded and replied, "What ingenious strategy do you propose?" "Generals?" Zheng Chao clasped his fists once more and inquired, "Your Highness, do you recall the stout pipes that the mountain tribesmen erected upon the city wall?" The second prince nodded, a sense of dread washing over him as he replied, "What exactly are those pipes used for?" Zheng Chao continued, "While I am unsure of their true purpose, General Ding has successfully replicated the explosive projectiles contained within them." The second prince gasped, leaping from his seat and hurriedly approaching. "Is this true? General Ding, please tell me how many you have managed to replicate and whether they match the mountain tribesmen's arsenal." Ding Muhua knelt and said, "Your Highness, what I have managed to replicate is the fire thunder bomb. It cannot be launched." The excitement of the second prince was abruptly extinguished as he shook his head and replied, "If it cannot be launched, how can we harm the enemy?" Zheng Chao interjected, "Your Highness, the quantity of fire thunder bombs is limited and they cannot be launched. While they may not suffice for killing, we can have men carry the fire thunder bombs to the foot of the city wall to blast an opening. Once we breach the city, close combat is the forte of my Iron Sword Battalion, and the mountain tribes will surely falter." The second prince shook his head, saying, "It is not easy to reach the foot of the city. The mountain tribes possess numerous sorceries, and we may suffer heavy losses before we even arrive." "There is no need for your Highness to worry. I have already devised a strategy," Zheng Chao declared. "General Ding possesses a potion that can render a person invisible, and the mountain tribes will undoubtedly remain oblivious." "Invisible potion?" The second prince was clearly skeptical, eyeing the two with suspicion. Anticipating this, Zheng Chao casually produced a vial and consumed its contents, vanishing within the tent. The second prince stood stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "General Zheng, are you still here?" Though no one was visible, Zheng Chao's voice resonated, "Your Highness, I am right before you." The second prince was nearly frightened out of his wits, retreating a few steps in panic. "General Zheng, please reveal yourself." Seeing this, Ding Muhua took out a powder and sprinkled it into the air. The powder glowed faintly and settled upon Zheng Chao, who instantly reappeared. "This is truly marvelous." The second prince approached, gazing at the now visible Zheng Chao with awe and delight. "With such a miraculous artifact, how can we fear the fall of Sodding City?" It appears that the second prince has successfully persuaded General Zheng Suo, who knelt and declared, "Your Highness, the walls of Sodding City are loose on the inside but firm on the outside. We must detonate them from within. I propose that after we consume the invisibility potion, the dragon cavalry can escort us into the city. Once the walls are breached and a signal is given, the Iron Sword Battalion can commence the assault." At this moment, the second prince was overwhelmed with joy and quickly helped Zheng Suo to his feet, exclaiming, "General Zheng, your wisdom is unparalleled, and General Ding's intuition is extraordinary. With the two of you, the conquest of Sodding City is assured." Regaining his composure, the second prince instructed Zheng Suo and General Ding Muhua to take their seats and commanded the herald to summon the generals to convene a meeting and issue the siege orders. At this juncture, General Ding Muhua, aware of Zheng Suo's strategy for breaching the city, quietly remarked, "Brother Chang'an, the invisibility potion has a limited duration, and jumping down from the dragon may lead to fatalities." Zheng Suo responded with a wry smile, "We can only request the dragon riders to descend a bit lower, and we shall increase our speed." Before long, the others arrived, casting a glance at Zheng Suo before taking their places after paying their respects to the second prince. These individuals showed little inclination to engage with Zheng Suo, who could only hope they would adhere to the commands. Otherwise, they would find themselves on a path to certain death in Sodding City. Upon receiving the order, the group rose to depart, and the second prince did not disclose the intricate details of Zheng Suo's ingenious plan, evidently concerned that a leak within the ranks might lead to failure. In this moment, he truly resembled a competent commander. "General Liang of the Dragon Cavalry, please wait," the second prince said, retaining the commander of the Dragon Cavalry for a private council. Liang Wenzan serves as the commander of the Dragon Cavalry. Though he is of modest height and a compact build, he possesses remarkable strength. His fair complexion suggests he is not a seasoned soldier. The colossal dragons utilized by the Dragon Knights represent vital resources for the Empire, available solely in the imperial capital. To become a Dragon Knight, one must spend ample time in close proximity to these magnificent creatures. It is likely that Liang has long resided in the capital, surrounded by dragons. The soldiers of the dragon cavalry, akin to him, exhibit a similar pallor, attributed to their prolonged companionship with the dragons. In Chapter 34, Infiltrators of Sardin City, complications arise. As the others departed, Liang Wenzan cast a fierce glare at Zheng Chong and knelt, stating, "Your Highness, the dragon cavalry now stands at half its strength. My brothers trust in me. Only then can I temporarily assume the role of commander. Should anyone wish for the dragon cavalry to meet its demise, I would rather lose my head than acquiesce to such a fate." The second prince's expression turned icy as he retorted, "To nurture soldiers for 1,000 days, only to use them for a moment." Liang Wenzan, the dragon cavalry is the elite of the empire. With our territories besieged by invaders, it would be justifiable for your regiment to be entirely decimated. Liang Wenzan felt a sting of humiliation, casting a resentful glance at Zheng Chong. Were it not for the presence of the second prince, Zheng could surmise that Liang might have sought to confront him with hostility. Zheng Chong then rose and assured, "General Liang, do not be concerned. For this battle, we require only 30 valiant soldiers from the dragon cavalry to accompany my vanguard unit into Sardin City. Not a single member of your regiment will be harmed." Liang Wenzan was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Zheng merely intended to use the dragon cavalry to facilitate their entry into the city, rather than to lead an assault. "I implore you, General Liang, to lend your full support," chimed in Ding Muhua from the side. Regaining his composure, Liang Wenzan's expression softened slightly as he spoke. "If you too intend to infiltrate Sardin City, I advise you not to waste your efforts. The city is rife with bandits, and the dragon cavalry is now reduced to merely 50 riders, each accompanied by a single individual. For your vanguard battalion to enter with over 50 men is but a foolish dream. Not only will you be unable to breach the city gates, but even approaching them would amount to a futile endeavor that could cost you your lives." The second prince, growing impatient, interjected, "General Liang, there is no need for further discussion. Simply execute the plan without error." Zheng Chao recognized that Liang Wenzan was acting out of concern, initially harboring resentment towards Zheng Chao. It seemed that his impression had shifted, prompting this warning. Zheng Chao smiled and replied, "Thank you. Early tomorrow morning, I would appreciate it if General Liang could escort us into the city. Should we fail, you may retreat with His Highness at your convenience." Liang Wenzan shook his head and sighed. "The dragon cavalry shall not disappoint you." Upon returning to the camp, Zheng Chao summoned Luo Zirong and a few others. "General, are we to take action?" they inquired, having recognized Zheng Chao's intent to assault the city over the past few days. Naturally, it was time to proceed. Zheng Chao nodded. "Select 30 valiant and robust soldiers from the camp to accompany me to the dragon cavalry at dawn tomorrow." The group acknowledged his command, and just then, the tent flaps were pulled aside as Ding Muhua rushed in, exclaiming, "Brother Chang'an, I wish to join as well. As the deputy commander of the vanguard, how could I possibly shrink back?" Zheng Xuan forced a wry smile, having sent Ding Muhua away to discuss this matter. With the uncertainty of tomorrow's fate looming over him, he was reluctant to involve the young man from the west again. He had already let him down once before, and he was determined not to repeat the mistake. "Brother Chang'an, do you still look down upon me?" Ding Muhua said, his expression unchanging as he extended his hand. "Bring me a sword. I wish to spar with General Zheng." The soldiers within the camp were taken aback, glancing at Zheng Xuan, who was equally surprised by Ding Muhua's resolute demeanor. With a sigh, Zheng Xuan replied, "Brother Muhua, tomorrow's battle is fraught with peril. There is no need to discuss it further." Ding Muhua interrupted Zheng Xuan. Speaking with unwavering conviction, "I have made up my mind since my arrival. As the deputy commander of the vanguard camp, there is no shame in perishing on the battlefield." Unable to dissuade Ding Muhua, Zheng Xuan acquiesced, yet he reflected on how, at this juncture, he seemed less steadfast than Ding Muhua. Perhaps the lingering desire for vengeance weighed upon him, rendering him less at ease than his companion. After a moment, Luo Zihong entered the tent and announced, "Generals, the selection of personnel has been completed." At the break of dawn the following day, before the sun had risen, the snow continued to fall relentlessly, accumulating to nearly a foot in depth. Captain Liang Wenzan of the Dragon Cavalry glanced at Zheng Xuan and the 30 men he had gathered, rubbing his hands together as he inquired, "Are we ready to depart, generals?" Zheng Xuan nodded, instructing everyone to shoulder their explosive projectiles as they approached the great dragon. Standing before the majestic beast, Its grandeur became even more apparent as Zheng Xuan mounted the dragon, which swayed its body in evident reluctance. Clearly sensing the presence of the living, Zheng Suo rode upon the magnificent dragon of Liang Wenzan, who firmly grasped the reins, stabilizing the beast as it exhaled warm breath, melting the snow beneath. Is General Zheng well situated? Zheng Suo felt his breathing grow labored. Casting a sidelong glance, he observed the other dragon riders flanking him, forming a striking formation akin to a flock of wild geese. Although the mountain tribe smoke-spewing birds were formidable, their prowess was limited to low altitudes, a fact uncovered by Ding Muhua through his studies of the remnants. Thus, when the dragon riders ascended to great heights, the mountain tribes found themselves at a loss, enabling them to approach the skies above Sodden City. As the wind howled past him, upon nearing Sodden City, Zheng Suo gazed downward to behold the Iron Sword camp, which had prepared for the siege, their formations sprawling out like a dark mass from above. The sound of a horn echoed, signaling the Iron Sword camp's maneuvers. After a few breaths atop the dragon, Zheng Suo found himself directly above Sodden City, able to observe the inner workings of the fortress. The inner perimeter of the outer city was densely packed with mountain tribesmen preparing for battle, the breach created by the sorcerer camp having been sealed with black iron plates by the mountain folk. Suddenly, the horn sounded again, this time a command from the dragon rider camp, followed by a swift descent of the dragon riders, the rush of wind akin to thunder. As the roaring wind subsided, Liang Wenzan blew the ascent horn, a signal Zheng Suo had heard demonstrated by the dragon rider camp that morning. The altitude of the dragons was about to reach its nadir, prompting the call for ascent, indicating that they were on the verge of leaping down. At this moment, Zheng Suo produced an invisibility potion and swallowed it in one swift motion. Glancing downward, he noted that he was less than 5 zhang in height. With a mighty leap, he plunged directly into the throng of several hundred soldiers defending the mountain tribe below. Looking up, he saw Ding Muhua descending as well, followed by the others who also took to the air. With a resounding crash, a colossal dragon, hindered by its slow ascent, plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The impact instantly crushed a dozen mountain tribe soldiers, while the dragon rider was reduced to mere pulp. Despite being cloaked in invisibility, they were still able to perceive one another. As Ding Muhua landed, Zheng Suo swiftly pulled him up. They cast a quick glance around. Among the 30 who had descended, several soldiers from the vanguard had already been slain by a barrage of black projectiles, lifeless upon landing. A few others had fallen from the high platform, meeting a fatal end. Yet, the invisibility remained intact, and the mountain tribesmen remained oblivious, allowing their infiltration plan to proceed smoothly. At this moment, the dragon riders had ascended to safety, suffering only the loss of one rider and several vanguard soldiers. Initially, they had feared that the potion supply might be insufficient and reported 30 participants. However, they had estimated that merely 20 fire thunderbolts would suffice, rendering the losses insignificant. Zheng Suo glanced around, signaling to the remaining vanguard soldiers to depart swiftly. Currently, they found themselves within the outer perimeter of Sodden City. Following the mountain path with urgency, they arrived at a vast open space in the second perimeter, densely populated with hundreds of small, smoke-emitting contraptions. The mountain tribesmen had begun to enter these smoke-spewing devices. Should they take flight, even if the perimeter were to be breached, the Iron Sword camp would suffer immense casualties during the charge. Upon this thought, Zheng Suing said, "You all proceed to the city wall. I shall follow shortly." The others discerned Zheng Suing's intentions, and Han Dang steadied himself, declaring, "General, you must first detonate the city walls to avert any delay in our strategy. I will take charge here." Zheng Suing glanced around, nodded, and replied, "Very well, General Han. The safety of our mission is paramount. Should it prove unfeasible, we shall abandon it." Han Dang nodded, gestured for 2 companions, and entered the clearing, positioning the firebombs at 3 distinct points. As the flint ignited, a hissing sound emerged, igniting the fuses and emitting sparks. The mountain tribesmen, who had already entered the smoke-filled area, began to shout and rush towards the burning fuses, oblivious to the fact that a mere spark would reveal their location. Witnessing this, Zheng Suing felt a surge of alarm. The wooden barrel required additional time to detonate, and should these 3 perish, the tribesmen would extinguish the barrel, rendering their efforts futile. Suddenly, Han Dang bellowed, grasping one of the lit firebombs tightly while securing one of the small birds. The tribesmen, unable to see the individuals, were startled by the sound. bewildered as to why the firebombs still appeared to move. The other two soldiers from the vanguard followed Han Dang's lead, clutching their firebombs and locking them close to the surrounding smoky birds. Realizing the situation, the mountain tribesmen rushed forward, attempting to remove the firebombs. But the trio held on fiercely, unable to be dislodged, their faces filled with dread. Quickly move. Zheng Suing grit his teeth and softly urged, pulling Ding Muhua away swiftly, with the others following suit. Within moments, 3 resounding explosions echoed behind them, flames illuminating the sky. Zheng Suing felt as though his head had been struck heavily by a wooden club, a relentless buzzing resonating in his mind. Han Dang has perished. And so too have the 2 soldiers. Chapter 35. A critical moment. Hu Zhongshuan's defiance. Zheng Chong felt an indescribable sensation within. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Let us depart." It was as if the preceding events had never transpired, yet all understood that this was not a reflection of Zheng Chong's cold-heartedness. Even if they wished to act, their intentions were futile, for Han Dang was already deceased. Any further action could expose them, leading to their own demise, especially with over 10,000 soldiers from the Iron Sword camp awaiting their signal to breach the city gates. Zheng Chong swiftly led the group towards the outer walls of Sodden City. The grandeur of Sodden City was undeniable, a worthy former capital of the empire. Time was of the essence, for the effects of the invisibility potion were waning. Upon reaching the outer walls, half an hour had elapsed. Numerous mountain tribe soldiers were already prepared beneath the city gates, having fortified their defenses since the last collapse caused by a lightning strike. Many soldiers still occupied the battlements, pushing those fearsome, thick black tubes upward, while the parapets were densely packed with massive stones. Zheng Chong surveyed the scene, deftly maneuvering through the ranks of the mountain tribe soldiers until he reached the gates. The entrance was expansive, with only one suitable spot for the incendiary shells, the crossbeam atop the gate. A tall, slender figure emerged. It was Hu Zhongshuan, the captain of the vanguard battalion, who agilely ascended the crossbeam. He was remarkably nimble, and Zheng Chong instructed the others to pass up the incendiary shells. The width of the crossbeam allowed for a stable arrangement, and in a single line, 20 incendiary shells were successfully positioned. Only a few remained. Once the fire thunder bombs were ignited, they would undoubtedly be discovered. Zheng Chao pondered briefly before raising his head and saying, "Hu Zhongshuan, let us attract their attention while you ignite the fire thunder bombs." Hu Zhongshuan nodded in agreement. Zheng Chao turned around and scanned the surroundings. Noticing a watchtower on the left side of the city wall, he led the group to the narrow passageway that led up to the watchtower. A staircase ascending to the lookout, where only a handful of mountain tribesmen lingered at that moment. He placed the remaining fire thunder bombs down. Now only 3 remained. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Chao instructed, "When the fire thunder bombs explode, Luo Zerong, you lead 3 others to the watchtower and eliminate the enemy there." Luo Zerong immediately selected 2 companions and climbed to the entrance of the watchtower. Zheng Chao inhaled deeply, producing sparks from flint to ignite the fuses of the 3 fire thunder bombs, which emitted a hissing sound and flickered with flames. 1, 2, 3, he silently counted, praying that the fire thunder bombs would not be discovered by the mountain tribesmen before they detonated. He fixed his gaze intently on the burning fuses, fingers resting on the hilt of his dagger at his waist. The mountain tribesmen were bustling toward the city wall, with some heading in the opposite direction, likely having heard the news of the exploding smoke birds and rushing to investigate. Everything transpired as envisioned, until suddenly a deep voice echoed from behind. Although Zheng Chao could not comprehend the words spoken, he understood that the mountain tribesmen at the watchtower had spotted the flickering sparks and were alerting others. Without hesitation, Luo Zerong and the 3 others drew their blades simultaneously, striking down upon the mountain tribesmen, who instantly met a gruesome fate as blood splattered forth. The blood splattered precisely upon the 3 figures of Luo Zerong, immediately revealing their true forms. As one of the mountain tribesmen collapsed, the remaining 2 within the watchtower cried out in alarm, rendering any attempt at a stealthy assault by Luo Zerong and his companions futile. Their shouts drew the attention of the previously chaotic throng of mountain tribesmen below, who turned to gaze upon the watchtower and the trio. A tribesman clad in black armor, presumably a leader of sorts, bellowed in a rapid, unintelligible tongue, likely that of the western tribes, which Zheng Chong could not comprehend. However, he understood their predicament. They had been discovered, and the adversaries were rallying reinforcements. Casting a glance at the fire thunderbolt, Zheng Chong commanded with urgency, quickly, into the watchtower. As he turned, his peripheral vision caught sight of Hu Zhongshuan. The attention of the mountain tribesmen positioned beneath the city gate was directed towards this side, which proved fortuitous. The two mountain tribesmen in the watchtower brandished heavy black iron hammers and charged at Luo Zurong and his companions. Zheng Chong, having witnessed their formidable strength before, knew that Luo Zurong and his fellows would struggle against them. Drawing his blade, he leapt over the defensive stances of Luo Zurong and his companions, landing beside the two tribesmen who were about to strike. With a swift motion, his blade descended. The sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed as both tribesmen were cleaved in two, the blade shimmering with a golden light, drenched in blood. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the spectacle of two foes felled in a single stroke, their astonishment palpable. Zheng Chong had exerted every ounce of his strength and pushed his divine skill to its zenith. Yet, the blood that splattered upon him also betrayed his presence. The mountain tribesmen, who were rushing upwards, were taken aback upon the sudden appearance of an enemy, their voices a flurry of incoherent sounds. At that moment, Ding Muhua called out loudly, "Hurry inside. They are seeking an alchemist to unravel our invisibility." Although Ding Muhua had spent considerable time in the imperial capital and had never ventured into the northern territories, he was well versed in both the Western and Huazus languages, as both were considered official tongues of the empire. Mastery of the Western dialect was a mark of nobility, thus he comprehended their speech. The mountain tribesmen were renowned for their remarkable ingenuity and advanced technological prowess, so the presence of an alchemist was hardly surprising. Hearing Ding Muhua's call, Zheng Su hurriedly turned and dashed into the narrow entrance of the lookout tower, which permitted only one person to enter or exit at a time. The others followed in quick succession, with Ding Muhua bringing up the rear. Through a crevice, Zheng Su glanced down to see that the fuses of the firebolt grenades had already burned out, just as the tribesmen reached the steps leading to them. In the next instant, Zheng Su grasped Ding Muhua with one hand and pulled him inside, both collapsing to the ground. A thunderous roar erupted as a fiery tongue surged through the entrance of the lookout. Zheng Su pressed Ding Muhua down, his ears ringing with a deafening buzz as the world spun around him. The lookout swayed violently, and stones rained down from the walls. The power of 3 firebolt grenades was staggering, and the 20 grenades had been sufficient to obliterate the black iron gates of Sodden City. Regaining his composure, Zheng Su thought that Hu Zhongshuan must have already ignited the signal. He rose swiftly, neglecting to brush off the dust from his clothes, and shouted, "Quickly! Fire the signal flares. The rest follow me to block the entrance." Rushing to the entrance of the watchtower, which had been severely breached, Zheng Suo gripped his blade tightly. He observed a gaping hole, 5 or 6 zhong wide, in the stone steps below, littered with numerous severed limbs scattered across the ground. Evidence of the mountain tribesmen who had perished in the recent explosion, their remains numbering in the hundreds. The destructive power of the thunderous shells was indeed astonishing, leaving Zheng Suo in a state of profound shock. The watchtower stood at a height of 7 or 8 zhong, and with the steps obliterated, the mountain tribesmen could not ascend. A figure resembling an officer among them shouted urgently to the rear. Ding Muhua, standing nearby, surveyed the grim aftermath of the thunderous shells and exclaimed in alarm, "They are fetching ladders. They intend to come up." At this moment, the attention of the mountain tribesmen was entirely focused on Zheng Suo and his companions, while several others began to descend from the city walls, clearly intent on neutralizing these intruders first. Zheng Suo raised his gaze to the 20 thunderous shells ignited on the crossbeam of the city gate. Noticing that Hu Zhongshuan was preparing to descend, remaining undetected for the time being. Had the second prince chosen not to assault the city, their demise would have been inevitable. The soldier who had fired the signal flares approached, and upon witnessing the surrounding horde of mountain tribesmen, totaling in the thousands, completely encircling the watchtower, he could sense their mounting fury over the recent deaths inflicted by the explosion. Suddenly, a roar emanated from the direction of the city gate. Mountain tribesmen had discovered the thunderous shells perched on the crossbeam. A sense of dread filled Zheng Suo as he realized the gravity of the situation. Should those shells be disarmed, the city gate would remain impassable. Yet, standing atop the watchtower, he found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, Hu Zhongshuan descended from the city gate's crossbeam, letting out a fierce cry as he struck down a mountain tribesman who was roaring nearby. However, Hu Zhongshuan's presence was soon revealed. In an instant, a throng of dark-clad mountain tribesmen pivoted, their attention fully directed toward him, completely obstructing his escape route. With the explosion of the fire thunder bomb still a ways off, was failure truly imminent? Zheng Chui sighed inwardly, just as he was about to signal everyone to jump down, when someone behind him shouted, "There is a rope here." As the words were spoken, a rope was handed over, and Zheng Chui deftly secured it below. They had to descend to save lives and protect the fire thunder bomb. With so many mountain tribesmen below, their descent would only lead to certain death, yet they had no choice but to fight desperately. Just as Zheng Chui prepared to leap down, he was abruptly seized by someone. It was Luo Zihong, urgently exclaiming, "General, look!" He intended to prevent the mountain tribesmen from approaching the city gate. But doing so would mean Hu Zhongshuan would either be slain by them or blown to pieces by the fire thunder bomb. He stood resolutely against the mountain tribesmen, having already positioned the barricade. Hu Zhongshuan then dashed toward another barricade, the sounds of explosions echoing around him. As the cacophony intensified, countless holes appeared on his body. Yet he continued to stagger forward, lifting the second barricade and placing it horizontally before the city gate. With two barricades now in position, it would be challenging for the mountain tribesmen to approach the gate in the short term. Zheng Chui felt as though he were being pricked by needles, while the others stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. With a resounding crash, Hu Zhongshuan's body, riddled with countless wounds, finally succumbed to the ground. The mountain tribesmen attempted to shift the barricades, yet their diminutive stature rendered the task exceedingly arduous. It took them a considerable amount of time to move aside two of the barriers. Chapter 36, A Stalwart Defense. The watchtower on the brink of despair. After a thunderous explosion, the entire world seemed to descend into an eerie silence, devoid of even the faintest sound, as if detached from reality itself. Time became an enigma, and eventually, a cacophony began to echo in Zheng Su's ears, gradually becoming clearer. Regaining his composure, Zheng Su rose to his feet and noticed something propped against the entrance of the watchtower, an ominous sight. It was a ladder. In a few swift strides, Zheng Su reached the entrance and forcefully hurled one end of the ladder aside. A chorus of horrified cries erupted, the sounds of the mountain tribesmen plummeting alongside the ladder. This was soon followed by a series of deafening thuds emanating from the black tubes. Zheng Su took several steps back, steadying himself. He understood then that the city gate must have been breached. The Iron Sword Battalion should have arrived at the gate by now. This realization struck Zheng Su like a bucket of cold water. He had assumed that the moment the signal flare was launched, the Iron Sword Battalion would charge forth. Yet the reality was starkly different. He surmised that the commanders of the Iron Sword Battalion were already discontent with his proposal to assault the city. Before the gate was demolished, they remained in a state of indecision. Only upon the gate's destruction would they be inclined to advance. Conversely, if the gate remained intact, the Iron Sword Battalion would likely retreat. The journey from their position to the city below would take at least the duration of half a stick of incense, granting the mountain tribesmen ample time to deal with the infiltrators. As he pondered, an anxious voice reached his ears. It was Ding Muhua. "Brother Chang'an, they are about to ascend, and they have that black tube for cover. We can barely approach the entrance of the watchtower." Upon hearing this, Zheng Chao glanced at the newly constructed ladder at the entrance of the watchtower. Attempting to push the ladder now would be tantamount to courting death. He resolved that no matter how insurmountable the challenges, he could not perish here. He must not die in this place. With determination, Zheng Chao surveyed the watchtower entrance, which, though slightly widened, remained narrow. He shouted, "Let them come up. We will defend the entrance from within, ensuring they do not breach it." This was the sole strategy available. The entrance's constricted nature could only accommodate one or two individuals at a time. A larger number would serve no purpose. By allowing the mountain tribesmen to ascend, the covering black tubes would be restrained from firing recklessly due to the presence of their own kind. Inside the watchtower, the thudding sounds persisted. The ladder, perched on the edge of the entrance, trembled as countless mountain tribesmen climbed. Must they again resort to the hand of fate? Zheng Chao tightened his grip on the blade, uncertain of the extent of the breach outside or when the Iron Sword Battalion would be able to storm through the opening created by the explosion. The duration of their stand remained an enigma. "General, there are long spears here." A voice called from behind, offering a lengthy weapon. In such a confined entrance, a broadsword would be ideal, but at the very least, a combination of long and short weapons was essential for effective defense. Zheng Suing took the long spear. Feeling its weight in his hand, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Though the mountain tribesmen were of short stature, the heft of this spear was considerable. a testament to their formidable strength. Unlike the imperial forces, who opted for wooden shafts to lighten their weapons, the mountain people forged their spear handles from wrought iron. After practicing a few motions with the spear to acclimate himself, Zheng Suing sheathed his sword at his waist, his gaze fixed intently on the summit of the ladder at the entrance. He bellowed, "Two of you step forward with your short blades, the rest switch to long spears and provide support from behind." Zheng Suing was taken aback as Tan Tianqing spoke, his voice tinged with gravity. "General, these are our farewell letters. We each penned a few before our arrival, carrying one with us. Should any of us fall, there will be a letter left behind." The others turned their piercing gazes toward Tan Tianqing. Zheng Suing was astonished to realize that these individuals had already resolved themselves to the possibility of death, which explained why Hu Zhongshuan and the others had been willing to sacrifice their lives to safeguard the thunderous projectiles. Zheng Suing accepted the letters, tucking them into his breast pocket, while another officer presented several more, which he also placed within. Tan Tianqing and another soldier positioned themselves a short distance ahead with their short blades drawn, while Zheng Suing and the others took up long spears, standing resolutely behind them. Outside, the shouts and clamorous calls of the mountain tribesmen echoed, and before long, one of them ascended the ladder, wielding a hammer. With a loud cry, he uttered a string of incomprehensible words. Zheng Suing furrowed his brow, and Ding Muhua urgently remarked, "He demands our surrender. The city walls have been breached, and regardless of the fate of the inhabitants, the Iron Sword Camp will storm in to seize the city. Should they choose to lay down their arms and surrender, they may temporarily preserve their lives, but once the city falls and they are rescued, they may not only receive no accolades, but could very well face execution for their cowardice. The only viable option is to hold their ground and accept fate." Zheng Suing commanded fiercely, "Tan Tianqing, act now." Upon hearing the command, Tan Tianqing swung his blade, flames erupting from its edge, for he possessed a fire lineage, and his concealed attack lineage was likewise of the fire element. Witnessing this, a member of the mountain tribe shouted and swung a heavy iron hammer. The clash sent sparks flying, and Tan Tianqing was forced to retreat. Another individual wielding a sword rushed forward, delivering a fatal blow to the mountain tribesman's chest. As the tribesman fell, Zheng Suing cast a glance at Ding Muhua, who appeared pale. Despite having steeled himself before their arrival, he seemed somewhat unaccustomed to witnessing death firsthand. At this moment, several mountain tribesmen had already ascended the ladder. The ominous sound of their black pipes abruptly ceased, clearly out of fear of harming their own. The mountain tribesmen ceased their use of the black pipes. As these few tribesmen clambered up and clustered together, Zheng Suing, seizing the opportunity, forcefully pushed aside Tan Tianqing and another, thrusting his black iron spear forward. The leading tribesman was unexpectedly pierced by the spear, and with unyielding determination, Zheng Suing thrust forward, sending the lifeless body and the climbing tribesman tumbling from the platform. However, having exerted all his strength, he could not maintain his grip on the spear as it slipped from his hands, taking the body with it as it fell. Zheng Suing was filled with trepidation. Had he not relinquished his spear just moments ago, he might have been reduced to a mere pulp under the onslaught of thousands of mountain tribesmen. Luo Zirong cast a glance and uttered, "General, it's over." Upon hearing this, Zheng Suing swiftly drew the dagger from his waist and retreated 2 paces, allowing Tan Tianqing and another to take the forefront. At that moment, more than a dozen mountain tribesmen began to ascend. Though this time they were far from the previous chaotic rush, they now appeared organized and methodical. Clearly, the earlier tumult had taught them a lesson. The narrow observation post entrance was now occupied neatly, with positions meticulously arranged. The foremost 2 tribesmen brandished iron hammers and charged in with a fierce battle cry. Upon witnessing this, Tan Tianqing and his companion raised their blades to meet the assault. The clash of metal rang out, bright sparks igniting the air. Yet Tan Tianqing and his ally were ultimately no match for the strength of the mountain tribesmen. With that impact, both were forced back a couple of steps. The 2 tribesmen advanced, and should they breach the threshold, the consequences would be dire. Zheng Suing swiftly positioned his blade horizontally behind Tan Tianqing and his comrade, enabling them to regain their footing and strike once more. In that fleeting moment of exchange, several spears thrust forth from the gaps behind the 2 men. The mountain tribesmen, evidently unprepared, had focused solely on the duo wielding daggers in front of them. In an instant, they were pierced by multiple spears thrusting from Tan Tianqing's rear. The 2 tribesmen fell, effectively blocking the entrance, Those behind them surged forward, intent on dragging the bodies away. Observing this, Zheng Suisheng seized the spear from Ding Muhua's grasp and, with a swift jab, pierced through one of the mountain tribesmen. With a swift motion, Zheng Song unsheathed his iron spear and continued to thrust towards another individual dragging a corpse. The mountain tribesman, having sensed the impending danger, abandoned the task of dragging the body and stepped back. The length of the spear was limited, and they could not exit through the opening of the watchtower. Once the spear reached the tribesman, further advancement was impossible. Zheng Song let out a long breath, momentarily feeling secure in the narrow entryway, and urgently inquired, "What are they saying?" Ding Muhua, his face ashen, replied, "We are doomed. They are telling those behind not to come any closer, claiming there isn't enough space. And they are sending someone to fetch something called a smoke bomb to drive us out." The cunning of these mountain tribesmen was evident. Unable to breach their defenses, they resorted to using smoke bombs. Although the exact nature of these smoke bombs was unknown, the name alone suggested they would emit smoke, rendering it unbearable for those trapped inside. Zheng Song, filled with urgency, contemplated for a moment before declaring, "We must push them all off the entry platform." Luo Zirong seized Zheng Song's arm, imploring, "General, if we go out from here, we will be shot dead by those black tubes. We cannot exit." Faced with the prospect of waiting for inevitable death, Zheng Song was resolute, gripping his iron spear firmly. Tan Tianqing, you too, move forward. Tan Tianqing, having already prepared a farewell letter, seemed ready to embrace his fate without hesitation, and he swiftly advanced alongside another. They took the initiative to attack. Zheng Song and the others closely followed, taking a few steps forward until they were within the striking range of the iron spear, allowing them to glimpse the scene beyond the watchtower. At this moment, Tan Tianqing and another individual wielded their blades, the flames dancing fiercely along the edges, casting a crimson glow upon the faces of the nearby mountain tribesmen. Chapter 37, Stand Firm, Do Not Retreat. A desperate encounter. The mountain tribesmen were evidently taken aback by Zheng Suo and his comrades' audacity to charge forward. In a state of panic, they were about to shout when the bodies of the two foremost individuals were cleaved apart by the blades, while the black spearheads that followed swiftly pierced through the two mountain tribesmen. Remarkably, these two remained upright, impaled yet not toppled. The leading Tan Tianqing and his companion stumbled, nearly collapsing onto Zheng Suo and the others behind them. Zheng Suo and his companions felt an overwhelming force push them backward, aware that retreating into the watchtower would invite an onslaught from their adversaries. "Stand firm, do not retreat." Zheng Suo gritted his teeth, a golden radiance emanating from his palm. The formerly obsidian-hued spear's handle shimmered as if coated in gold, the brilliance traveling to the spearhead, which emitted a glimmer of light. With a mighty roar, Zheng Suo thrust his spearhead through the corpse before him, driving it into the mountain tribesmen who were forcefully pushing the lifeless bodies from behind. In an instant, the others exerted their strength, and the spearheads punctured the corpses with a series of muffled sounds, piercing through the remains. At this moment, separated by the dead, Zheng Suo managed to stab through two individuals, while the others also penetrated the corpses, ultimately impaling another tribesman. Zheng Suo's spearhead was now adorned with 3 victims, while the remaining warriors collectively speared 2 more. The mountain tribesmen at the rear were utterly astonished by the formidable strength displayed by Zheng Suo and his allies, rendering them momentarily speechless. They were pushed back. Zheng Suo, with his spear poised, bore the weight of 3 lifeless bodies as he struggled to advance. Yet his strength was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of taking another step. The others, too, exhausted from their previous exertions, found it arduous to muster any additional force. Only Tan Tianqing and another individual, armed with knives, remained unaffected, positioned amidst Zheng Suo's group and the corpses of the mountain tribesmen. They exchanged a glance and, in a decisive moment, relinquished their blades, opting instead to push against the mountain tribesman's body before them. The equilibrium was abruptly disrupted, causing the corpse to gradually recede, eventually being thrust from the entrance. From the observation platform, the remaining mountain tribesmen emitted anguished cries, presumably as they were forced down. As more of their kin were ejected from the platform, the number of surviving tribesmen dwindled, significantly alleviating the pressure on Zheng Suo and his companions. Soon, when the bodies were relegated to the periphery, Zheng Suo and his comrades struggled to maintain their footing, feeling the sudden pull as the corpses threatened to plunge downward. their spears still embedded in numerous mountain tribesmen. Extracting the spears had become a formidable task. Zheng Suo steadied himself, relinquishing his grip on the spear, and the others quickly followed suit. 5 or 6 mountain tribesmen's corpses, along with several spears, tumbled from the elevated platform. With the descent of these bodies, Zheng Suo and his remaining companions found themselves isolated. Yet Tan Tianqing and another individual were perilously close to the edge of the observation platform, exposing them to the lethal range of the tribesmen's black tubes below. A cacophony of sharp sounds erupted as Tan Tianqing and his companion were suddenly pierced by multiple projectiles. Collapsing to the ground, Zheng Song, along with the others, retreated to the lookout tower, staring blankly at the fallen Tan Tianqing and another individual on the platform below. It was over. Their arsenal had dwindled to mere daggers, their long weapons cast aside, leaving only short-handled arms. The door of the lookout tower could no longer withstand the onslaught. Should another wave of mountain tribesmen charge forth, they would undeniably falter. At this moment, curses began to erupt. Damn it, the second prince never intended for us to survive. They initiated the siege prematurely, leading us to this dire predicament. In the eyes of the second prince, we are no more than weeds, unworthy of our loyalty. I refuse to accept this. Some had already begun to weep out of desperation. Indeed, in the eyes of the second prince, they were even less than ants, disposable at any moment. For they belonged to the Huazus people, the most despised class of the empire. The second prince would not hesitate to sacrifice the entire Iron Sword camp for his imperial ambitions. At this moment, he began to understand why the commanders of the Iron Sword camp had chosen to die in protest against the retreat. They were also Huazus, who at least recognized that Huazus lives held value and should not be squandered. Just then, the siege ladder began to tremble, indicating the mountain tribesmen were resuming their ascent. Zheng Song sighed, contemplating the use of his fateful hand. However, a cacophony of shouts emerged from below, and the previously trembling ladder fell momentarily silent. Listening closely, it was the language of the Huazus people of the empire. The once despairing faces of the crowd brightened with astonishment and joy. Someone shouted, "It's our people. The Iron Sword camp has breached through." Zheng Sujing listened intently to the sound, exhaling a sigh of relief. His body suddenly feeling as though it had been drained of all vitality, collapsing onto the ground in a heap. His ingenious plan had succeeded. The city of Sodden had fallen. The snow had ceased, and the skies were alight with flames, chaos reigning throughout Sodden. Though the engineers of the mountain tribes had created numerous technological advancements, the moment the Iron Sword Battalion surged into the city, engaging in brutal close combat, it was clear that the mountain tribes had lost this war. The close combat prowess of the Huazus people was renowned across the lands. In hand-to-hand combat, no one stood a chance against them. In the past, the empire had never granted the Huazus people the opportunity for close combat, instead employing dragon knights, sorcerers, and warlocks to decisively crush them, causing their proud heads to bow in defeat. Zheng Sujing glanced around. Aside from the flames, all he could see was thick smoke, the horizon painted crimson by the inferno, rendering the chill of the snow's cessation imperceptible. The soldiers of the Iron Sword Battalion had already begun to clear away the remnants of the defeated. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he noticed a gash in the armor, inflicted by a blunt object, the flesh beneath oozing with red streaks of blood. The battle had raged for 2 hours, and now he felt utterly exhausted, surrounded by desolation. His companions, Ding Muhua and the others, had joined the fray earlier, each following a small squad of the Iron Sword Battalion. With a deep breath, he made his way to a nearby collapsed wooden plank and sat down. Remembering the letters he had received, Zheng Sujing took one out, tearing it open to read. The content of the farewell letters is exceedingly simple. They express a hope that upon their demise, the empire will relinquish their Huazus identity, allowing their families to be recognized as Shizu, thus enjoying the privileges of nobility within the empire, including the allocation of perpetual assets such as land, and enabling their children to pursue education and careers in the civil service. According to imperial edicts, Huazus individuals are prohibited from owning land or perpetual assets, relegated instead to the role of tenant farmers, struggling to sustain their existence. The remaining letters convey a similar sentiment. These individuals, motivated by a meager accumulation of military merit, have sacrificed their lives to alter the fate and quality of life for their descendants. This, perhaps, encapsulates their previously unwavering resolve in the face of death. not for the sake of some hollow glory associated with the Iron Sword camp, but rather for the tangible betterment of their families. Even if they were to survive, the prospect of ascending to a position that might change their destinies would remain elusive. Unlike Zheng Song, who had the advantage of a military academy background and the support of influential patrons, they believed that if their families could live a better life, their sacrifices would be justified. A sense of national identity held little value for them. As long as there were concrete benefits, their ethnic affiliation was inconsequential. This is a stark reality, reflecting the aspirations of the common folk striving against the odds. Were Zheng Song not driven by the desire for vengeance, he might well share this perspective. Those in positions of power, who proclaim grandiose slogans and deceive the populace with intangible ideals while urging them to fight and die for their cause, will never comprehend the true needs of those struggling at the lowest rungs of society. After folding away the farewell letters and sitting in contemplation for a while, a flash of movement suddenly darted through the distant flames, approaching Zheng Song with the swiftness of lightning. It was an arrow, and there was no time for Zheng Song to draw his sword. Instinctively, he reached out, and with a glimmer of golden light in his palm, he grasped the arrow barehanded. Zheng Song's senses heightened. He quickly rose to his feet and demanded angrily, "Who goes there?" From behind the flickering flames emerged several individuals, soldiers of the Iron Sword camp. It was evident that the arrows had also been shot by members of this camp. As they approached, the foremost among them, a young officer, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" Zheng Suo replied, "I am Zheng Suo, the commander of the vanguard camp. Which unit do you belong to?" The young officer's expression shifted from astonishment to respect as he clasped his fists in salute, stating, "I am Lieutenant Lu Yuancheng of the Iron Sword Camp, Tiger Battalion, 3rd Company." After introducing himself, Lu Yuancheng looked at Zheng Suo with admiration and said, "You are General Zheng. This battle was entirely reliant on your brilliant strategy. Please allow me to pay my respects." The other soldiers followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Without Zheng Suo, it would have been impossible to capture Sardin City. He was undoubtedly the idol of all soldiers in the Iron Sword camp. Zheng Suo gestured for them to rise, his brow furrowing as he questioned, "What are you doing?" Sitting here, he had appeared noticeably diminished in stature, and misunderstandings were inevitable. With the second prince's order to eliminate the remnants, it was only natural for them to seek additional trophies. Zheng Suo felt a surge of indignation, and with a frown, he cautioned, "Be sure of your targets before you act, lest you harm your comrades. You may go now." Upon receiving the order, Lu Yuancheng departed. Zheng Suo glanced at the arrow in his hand, noting the skin on his palm had been scraped. Had it not been for his concentrated mental fortitude, channeling the divine arrow technique into his bare fists, he would have surely met his demise. A chill ran down his spine. He dared not remain in that spot any longer for fear of being mistaken for a remnant. Thus, Zheng Suo proceeded along the now desolate streets, which had been reduced to ruins. The streets of Sardin City ascend and descend, adorned with numerous steps, for it is a city nestled in the mountains. Occasionally, one might encounter soldiers from the Iron Sword camp, forming small squads as they purge remnants of rebellion. At this moment, the citizens of Sardin City have firmly closed their doors, refraining from venturing outside, likely due to an edict from the second prince prohibiting disturbances to the townsfolk. As the inhabitants here are of the Western ethnicity, esteemed nobles of the empire. After taking a few steps, a voice called out nearby, "General Zheng, is that you?" General Zheng, uncertain of Ding Muhua's intentions, inquired, "Is there something of great importance? If not, I must first report to His Highness." Luo Zirong hesitated for a moment before replying. "It seems that General Ding is quite eager. He insisted that I bring you to him at once. It must be something significant." The urgency suggested a noteworthy discovery, prompting Zheng Shui to follow Luo Zirong through the winding steps. Chapter 38. Lei Shou's warning. Certain matters should not be undertaken. Soon, they arrived at a vast stone chamber, for the architecture of the mountain dwellers is predominantly stone, robust and imposing. Looking up, Zheng Shui observed that the stone structure was substantial, with inscriptions in the Western script above, which he could not decipher. Upon entering the stone chamber, he saw Ding Muhua, brimming with excitement as he gazed at the sheepskin parchment on the stone table, akin to a child in a state of wonder. "Muhua, have you made a significant discovery?" Upon noticing Zheng Shui's arrival, Ding Muhua hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Brother Chang'an, you won't believe what I have uncovered at the headquarters of the Mountain People's Logistics Camp." It turned out this was indeed the command post of the Mountain Dwellers Logistics. and the inscriptions outside likely pertain to this very establishment, as the organizational structure of their forces differed slightly from that of the Iron Sword camp. Their military forces are generally divided into logistics troops, main combat troops, and support troops. The commanders hold ranks of squad leader, centurion, and captain. But each of the main combat battalion, logistics battalion, and support battalion has its own commander. These three commanders hold equal standing, and any operational strategy must receive the consensus of all three. What exactly have we discovered? Zheng Chuang inquired with curiosity. Ding Muhua approached the table and picked up a thick stack of cowhide paper, presenting it to Zheng Chuang with excitement. Take a look at this. In both the northern and southern regions, cowhide and sheepskin paper are predominantly used. However, only the nobility can afford cowhide paper. For commoners, having sheepskin paper is already a luxury. After all, whether in the north or south, oxen are an extremely vital resource, significantly impacting the empire's agricultural production. Imperial decrees prohibit arbitrary slaughter. Only oxen that die naturally or accidentally may be skinned. Yet, human ingenuity knows no bounds. The Huazu people of the south have resorted to using tree bark and bamboo as substitutes, which are quite inexpensive. Of course, this comes with its advantages and disadvantages, the main drawback being the inconvenience in preservation and writing. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. The people of the north are not as fortunate. They can only strive to procure cowhide as much as possible. Zheng Chuang held the cowhide paper and flipped through it. The illustrations and text were in Spanish, and he could not comprehend the drawings. Frowning, he remarked, "What on earth is this?" Ding Muhua, upon hearing the inquiry, offered an awkward smile and replied, "I forgot that you are not familiar with Spanish. These documents are the blueprints for helicopter construction. When I arrived, some had already been ignited by the mountain tribesmen. We exerted every effort to salvage these, leaving only a few parts missing. With these, we can manufacture helicopters." What is a helicopter? Zheng Chao, hearing the term for the first time, felt somewhat perplexed. It is that kind of little bird that emits smoke, Ding Muhua quickly clarified. The mountain tribesmen refer to them as helicopters. Understanding now, Zheng Chao grasped the concept of the smoking little bird, which left him quite astonished. Ding Muhua's efforts in imitation had previously yielded no results, yet now they had discovered the blueprints. If the Iron Sword camp could also produce these helicopters, it would be akin to divine assistance. "This is splendid," Zheng Chao exclaimed with enthusiasm, promptly instructing his men to gather all the blueprints. Subsequently, they unearthed designs for cannons and firearms from other filing cabinets. Upon Ding Muhua's explanation of the cannons and firearms, Luo Zerong and the others erupted in excitement. "With these weapons, our Iron Sword camp will surpass the Central Army and emerge as the mightiest force of the empire." Collecting all the blueprints and bundling them together, Zheng Chao declared, "Muhua, accompany me to the command camp to submit the orders. The rest of you, return to formation immediately." The command camp had now relocated to the Lord's mansion in Sardin City, exuding grandeur, with the personal guards of the second prince stationed at the entrance. Upon noticing Zheng Chao and Ding Muhua's approach, a captain from the guard stepped forward and sternly inquired, "Who goes there?" Zheng Chao and Ding Muhua clasped their fists in salute and replied, "Commander Zheng Chao of the vanguard camp, accompanied by Ding Muhua, here to submit orders." The captain of the personal guards and Zheng Suo held ranks of equal stature. Upon hearing their names, he momentarily paused, then swiftly adopted a deferential demeanor, stating, "Generals, please. His Highness has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." This sudden shift in attitude was undoubtedly a reflection of the significant achievements of Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua. As they entered the general's residence, the second prince stood there, brimming with enthusiasm, flanked by Lei Shou and several senior officers, who, of course, were exempt from the aftermath of purging the remnants of the enemy. Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua approached the hall and performed their salutation, saying, "This humble general, Zheng Suo, accompanied by Ding Muhua, has fulfilled his duty and comes to report." The second prince, upon seeing Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua, was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly moved closer to them, extending his hands to assist them to their feet, exclaiming joyfully, "Generals, please rise. The moment we entered the city, I dispatched someone to seek you both. It is indeed a great fortune for my Iron Sword camp that you have survived." Zheng Suo recalled the reaction of the guards at the entrance upon seeing them, which mirrored that of several individuals within the camp. They were first taken aback, likely believing that both he and Ding Muhua had perished. As for the claim of sending someone to look for them, it was probably mere politeness. It is often said that those in elevated positions are the most callous and insincere, and this seemed to hold true. They were likely performing for an audience. After assisting Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua to their feet, the second prince laughed heartily, stating, "The credit for breaching Sodan City belongs solely to you two generals. I shall promptly send someone to the imperial capital to commend your achievements." Reflecting on the commendation, Zheng Suo thought of the soldiers who had fallen during the infiltration of Sodan City and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, replying, "In this endeavor to conquer Sodan City, I dare not claim the credit for myself. It was entirely due to His Highness's astute command and the unwavering dedication of the Iron Sword camp." Ding Muhua exchanged some polite remarks, which greatly pleased the second prince, whose face shone with satisfaction. At an opportune moment, Zheng Suo produced the letters from his bosom and presented them, saying, "Your Highness, these are the farewell letters of the brave soldiers who sacrificed their lives to breach the gates of Sodan City. Their daring acts were instrumental, and I beseech your majesty to honor their requests." Ding Muhua raised his eyebrows at Zheng Suo, who understood the unspoken cue. He then handed over the parchment obtained from the spoils, saying, "Your Highness, these are the blueprints for weapons crafted by the Mountain Tribe's engineers, captured by my vanguard regiment. They would greatly benefit our Iron Sword Battalion." Upon hearing this, the second prince furrowed his brow and, with a wave of his hand, expressed his satisfaction. The ingenious contraptions of the Mountain Tribes pale in comparison to the might of our imperial forces. If their weapons were truly so formidable, I would not be the one seated here in Sodan City. Discard those worthless items. Since the second prince had spoken thus, Zheng Suo found it inappropriate to argue further. He glanced sideways and noticed the expression of disappointment on Ding Muhua's face, who seemed eager to protest. Clearly, the treasures Ding Muhua regarded as invaluable had been dismissed as refuse by the second prince, leaving him somewhat disheartened and determined to offer further counsel. However, the second prince was in high spirits, brimming with confidence, and if he were to utter anything too unorthodox, it might provoke unnecessary complications. Zheng Suo exchanged a knowing glance with Ding Muhua, who immediately ceased his thoughts. Reports destined for the imperial capital were swiftly delivered by griffins. Ensuring a rapid round trip within 2 days was more than sufficient. After Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua bowed and exited, they walked some distance away. Ding Muhua shook his head and remarked, "The engineers of the Mountain Tribes are unparalleled in the world. Their craftsmanship is exquisite and commands admiration. However, the Empire ultimately harbors biases." He sighed deeply and continued, "Brother Chang'an, ever since the Empire dominated the South, your Huazu people have been regarded as inferiors. Yet, this is not a unique circumstance. During the Empire's reign in the Northern Territories, the Mountain Tribes were similarly categorized as lower beings and oppressed, their engineer skills dismissed as trivial." "Is that so?" he mused, recognizing the reason behind the current turmoil instigated by the Barno Brotherhood, predominantly composed of mountain tribesmen. He recalled Lu Zhen's earlier words, contemplating that Lu Zhen might eventually assume the role of the Barno Brotherhood's leader. Suddenly, Ding Muhua exclaimed, "It is said that God is fair, bestowing sharp blades upon your Huazu while granting the mountain tribes nimble hands and command, yet afflicting the Westerners with prejudice. How wonderful it would be if all were treated equally, without regard for status." Zheng Suing fell into deep contemplation when a voice interrupted from behind. Turning around, he saw Lei Shou, who previously held a prejudice against Zheng Suing. They had encountered each other in the command post, where Lei Shou remained silent. But now he had emerged with a purpose. Lei Shou approached and, with a sudden thud, knelt before them, catching both Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua off guard. The two hurried to support Lei Shou as Zheng Suing exclaimed, "Commander Lei, what are you doing? Is it customary for a vice commander to kneel before his subordinate? This truly mortifies me." Lei Shou's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "The words I spoke earlier were said in haste. I ask for your forgiveness, esteemed generals." Lei Shou, with the well-being of the soldiers of the Iron Sword camp in mind, offered his kind intentions. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Suing could not take them to heart. He helped Lei Shou to his feet and replied, "General, you speak too highly of me." After exchanging a few words of apology, Lei Shou sighed and said, "Gentlemen, I truly have grown old, far less vigorous than you young ones." Upon uttering this, Lei Shou's visage appeared significantly more haggard. After a lifetime of service, it seemed the old man was weary. Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua remained silent. Yet Lei Shou suddenly cautioned, Gentlemen, there are matters that must not transpire at the celebration banquet in 3 days. Remember my words." With that, he departed. Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua were left perplexed, pondering the implications of Lei Shou's remarks and what might unfold at the forthcoming banquet. Zheng Suing surmised that it could not bode well. Chapter 39, Confrontation. Ding Muhua's astonishing act in the ensuing 3 days, Zheng Suing found himself at leisure, delegating numerous affairs of the vanguard camp's 1st Battalion to Luo Zirong. He had confidence in these commanders, despite their lack of prominence, as they were competent enough to oversee the battalion's operations. Occasionally, he perused the cowhide documents of the mountain tribes, realizing that acquiring knowledge of Ding Muhua's ingenious techniques would serve him well. He perceived that Ding Muhua had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from a mere callow scholar into a sagacious strategist, one who might soon surpass him. After a time, he rose to inspect the bandaging on his arm. The physician had advised him to return for a change of dressings in 2 days, and the time had come. Stepping out of the tent, the sun cast a warm and comforting glow upon him. Zheng Suing arrived at the logistical medical camp, where he entered to find numerous severely injured soldiers crying out in agony. The commanding officer of the medical camp, named Yu Rong, was tending to a wounded soldier. Changing his bandages, Zheng Suing approached and clasped his fists in greeting. "General Yu." Yu Rong had served in the military for many years, previously with the Jinshi army before being reassigned to the Iron Sword camp. He was a reserved individual, tall and slender, resembling a scholar more than a soldier. Zheng Suing, undeterred by the chaos, took a seat as he was merely nursing a minor injury. The curtains of the medical camp were drawn back, and a soldier hurriedly carried in another wounded comrade, urgency palpable in the air. "Doctor, please attend to my brother," the soldier implored. Yu Rong stepped forward, instructing the medics to take over the injured man and commenced his treatment. After what felt like an eternity, Yu Rong returned, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, and said, "General Zheng, let me tend to your wounds." As he removed the bandages, Yu Rong sighed and remarked, "In addition to the original imperial residents within Soden City, there are also the families of the mountain tribes. His Highness the Crown Prince has ordered the complete expulsion of these families today. These injured souls sustained their wounds during the purge." Zheng Suing was taken aback, astonished that the second prince would extend his ruthlessness to the families of the mountain tribes. Yu Rong quietly added, "In this siege of Soden City, it seems the second prince is still unsatisfied. Yet, those families consist solely of defenseless women and children. Alas." Soon, the bandaging was completed. Zheng Suing bid farewell to the medical camp and stepped outside, only to be greeted by a scene of utter chaos. Suddenly, an individual approached, a second lieutenant from the vanguard camp, whom Zheng Chao recognized. The man's expression was fraught with urgency as he rushed to Zheng Chao's side, exclaiming, "General, we are in trouble. You must come with me at once." Zheng Chao, perplexed by the situation, pondered what could be amiss now that the city of Soden had already fallen. The man continued, "General Ding and the brothers from other camps have engaged in a brawl." The revelation that Ding Muhua was embroiled in conflict astonished Zheng Chao. After all, Ding Muhua was known for his sentimental nature and aversion to violence. How could such a confrontation arise now, amidst the chaos of the city's capture? Without hesitation, Zheng Chao followed the man at a brisk pace. Along the way, he learned that all the soldiers from the 1st Battalion of the vanguard camp had already joined the fray, and Ding Muhua had already inflicted casualties on several adversaries, with the situation continuing to spiral out of control. Upon discovering the cause of the conflict, Zheng Chao found it somewhat understandable that Ding Muhua would take such action, as the soldiers from the other camp were slaughtering the families of the mountain tribesmen in Soden. Ding Muhua could no longer stand idly by. Upon reaching the scene, located in the southern part of Soden, Zheng Chao observed that the area was filled with small tents, while the northern section housed the original residents of the city. The mountain tribesmen had entered Soden and settled their families in the southern area, taking refuge in these tents. Arriving at one particular tent, Zheng Chao could hear Ding Muhua's voice from within, while a considerable number of Iron Sword camp soldiers had gathered at the entrance, facing off against the soldiers of the vanguard camp's 1st Battalion. The tension was palpable, and the situation threatened to escalate further. In a commanding voice, Zheng Chao shouted, "Brothers of the Iron Sword camp's 1st Battalion, this is Zheng Chao. Lower your weapons at once." Upon hearing those words, the soldiers of the vanguard battalion hesitated momentarily. At that juncture, a captain from the vanguard battalion recognized Zheng Chui and exclaimed, "It is General Zheng. Everyone, Sheathe your weapons." Only then did the soldiers comply and put away their arms. The officer hurried over, urging, "General, you must enter and see. General Ding is surrounded in there." Responding to the call, Zheng Chue rushed into the tent, where he beheld Ding Muhua, bloodied blade in hand, standing before several diminutive women from the mountain tribes, their garments disheveled. Before Ding lay two lifeless bodies, while across from him stood his fellow military academy classmate, Tai Xintong, flanked by several soldiers, all wielding weapons and seething with rage. Having graduated, Tai Xintong was assigned to the Central Army's Tiger and Leopard Battalion, comprising soldiers from the Central Army. He continued to berate Ding Muhua. "Do you truly believe that the conquest of Sodden City is solely your achievement? It is the merit of Zheng Chue and the entire Iron Sword Battalion. You have slain my brother. I demand retribution for your blood debt." These colleagues, harboring lingering grievances against Ding Muhua, voiced such sentiments. Had it not been for Ding Muhua's ingenuity in creating the Thunderbolt bomb and concocting the invisibility potion, Zheng Chue's success would have been improbable. In terms of merit, Zheng Chue could not rival Ding Muhua. Yet, it was Ding who had proposed the ingenious strategies, leading many to mistakenly believe the accolades belonged to them. This remark ignited a blend of shame and guilt within Zheng Chue. While Ding Muhua's face flushed crimson as he retorted, "Tai Xintong, they are merely civilians. Do you not possess even a shred of humanity? Is this what you desire? To kill the parents? To ruin the innocent?" Tai Xintong gritted his teeth and declared, "Their husbands have slain our brothers. What is wrong with our actions?" Zheng Suo could no longer bear to listen and stepped forward, stating, "Ding Muhua, lay down your weapon." At that moment, Ding Muhua noticed Zheng Suo, and with a sense of desperation akin to finding a savior, pleaded, "Zheng Suo, please help them. They are but defenseless women." Zheng Suo nodded and urged, "You must first relinquish your weapon." Ding Muhua clutched the knife tightly, showing no intention of yielding, her eyes brimming with tears. Zheng Suo then turned to Tai Xintong, clasping his fists in greeting, "Brother Tai, have you received an edict from His Highness?" Tai Xintong replied coldly, "His Highness has commanded our forces to hunt down the remnants of the Banu Brotherhood. These are merely the families of those wretches and are included in the purge." Zheng Suo responded, "Brother Tai, while the second prince has ordered the eradication of these remnants, they are civilians, defenseless, and without arms. The Empire has explicitly decreed that civilians must not be slaughtered. Would you dare defy the Empire's orders?" Tai Xintong sneered, retorting, "Zheng Suo, I did not anticipate that you would also don the guise of a hypocritical moralist. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? We are merely equals. As for the conquest of Sodden City, it was the achievement of the Iron Sword Battalion, not solely your own. Moreover, who will avenge the fallen brothers of the Iron Sword Battalion?" These words rendered Zheng Suo speechless, as he recalled the many brothers lost during the Iron Sword Battalion's initial assault. Had it not been for Ding Muhua being the deputy commander of the Vanguard Battalion, the soldiers of the Vanguard might very well have directed their blades at her. However, Zheng Suo never anticipated that Tai Xintong would utter such words. It became evident that the bonds of camaraderie among them were exceedingly fragile. In their eyes, what Zheng Suo considered friendship was merely a usurpation of their achievements. A bitter smile crept across Zheng Suo's lips as a sudden, crisp voice emerged from beneath the bed. "Mom, I'm scared." A child, not tall in stature, crawled out and rushed into the embrace of a woman, tears glistening on her face, now cascading down in fresh streams. Tai Xintong let out a cold snicker, seemingly intent on not sparing Ding Muhua. Just as he was about to act, a voice called from outside the tent, "Everyone, cease at once." A figure parted the curtain and entered, the one and only Yu Changqing, their former class leader from military school. Compared to the others, Yu Changqing now held the esteemed position of deputy commander of the Iron Sword camp, surpassing both of their ranks by 2 levels. He glared at those inside the tent and commanded, "Disarm everyone present." A group of soldiers burst into the tent, naturally Yu Changqing's men, and promptly disarmed everyone. In a flurry, Tai Xintong exclaimed, "General Yu, I came at your behest to eliminate the remnants. Yet, Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua have obstructed me at every turn. They have betrayed His Highness and the Empire. I implore you to apprehend them along with their followers immediately." Given that Tai Xintong served in the Central Army, and now stood before its deputy commander, his former class leader, his arrogance swelled. Zheng Suo felt a surge of dread. In comparison to Tai Xintong, their positions in the Vanguard camp paled against the camaraderie shared between Tai Xintong and Yu Changqing. Then Yu Changqing, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Cease your nonsensical claims. General Zheng and General Ding are the foremost contributors to the conquest of Sodden City. How could they possibly betray your highness or the Iron Sword camp?" Tai Xintong, taken aback and momentarily stunned, seemed unprepared for Yu Changqing's declaration. At that moment, Yu Changqing turned to Zheng Shui and Ding Muhua, furrowing his brow as he inquired. "General Zheng, General Ding, General Tai was ordered by me to eliminate the remnants. Why do you obstruct this?" Ding Muhua, in a state of urgency, responded, "General Yu, they have insulted women and indiscriminately slaughtered innocents. You must stand for their justice." Zheng Shui also knelt in reverence, affirming, "What General Ding states is indeed correct. Please, General Yu, discern the truth." Yu Changqing surveyed his three comrades, his brow furrowing as he glanced at the gravely injured soldier on the ground. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Take them to the medical camp for treatment." Some individuals were dispatched to carry away the wounded and a lifeless body, revealing that the earlier lieutenant who had come to inform Zheng Shui had clearly exaggerated the situation. Chapter 40. Zheng Shui remains to discuss. The second prince harbors other intentions in an instant. The crowd bound Tai Xintong, who, caught off guard by the turn of events, shouted, "General Yu, do not heed their slanders. These women are the remnants of the mountain tribes." With Tai Xintong secured, Zheng Shui breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Yu Changqing was still clear-headed. However, a pang of anxiety struck Zheng Shui's heart. Injuring or killing a colleague was a grave offense, and this matter would not be easily resolved. At that moment, Ding Muhua approached, kneeling as he implored, "General Yu, it was my doing. I beseech you to spare these women and children." Yu Changqing coldly replied, "Bind Ding Muhua as well." Upon witnessing the scene, Zheng Chao was about to defend Ding Muhua when Yu Changqing raised a hand to halt him, stating, "General Zheng, do not place me in a difficult position. Everyone has witnessed today's events. The responsibility for concealment and protection is one we may both find insurmountable." Zheng Chao clasped his fists and replied, "I understand." Yu Changqing sighed and added, "If we truly spare Ding Muhua, you must consider whether the brothers of the Iron Sword camp would agree." He then spoke sternly, "To eradicate the remnants, we must strictly adhere to the imperial laws. It is impermissible to insult women and children, for it tarnishes the reputation of our Iron Sword camp." With that, he exited the tent. Having killed a brother of the Iron Sword camp, it was inconceivable that the others would let him go unpunished. Zheng Chao emerged from the tent alone, only to hear the cries of women and children within. After taking but a few steps, he realized that those women and children had already met their demise. Ultimately, he could not save them, but at least they were spared the torment of indignity before their deaths. Yet, with their lives extinguished, the question of dignity became trivial. As he walked on, Zheng Chao suddenly recalled Yu Changqing's words, and his pace quickened considerably until he arrived at the encampment of the Middle Army's Iron Sword camp. A young lieutenant from the Iron Sword camp obstructed his path and inquired, "Who goes there?" Zheng Chao, the commander of the vanguard camp, replied, "Let me in at once." Though he spoke, his feet did not falter. He pressed directly into the command center of the Iron Sword camp, where he was greeted by Zhao Nanqing and Feng Guozhang, the current commander and vice-commander of the Iron Sword camp. Upon seeing Zheng Suo, the two burst into laughter. Zhao Nanqing approached, patting Zheng Suo on the shoulder, and remarked, "Zheng Suo, you have truly brought honor to our Huazu class. Had it not been for you, Sodden City might still be under the control of the mountain tribes." Zheng Suo, however, had no time to indulge in such pleasantries and quickly interjected, "Gentlemen, Muhua has encountered a predicament, and General Yu requires us to hasten to His Highness." As they made their way, he urged, "Please notify the other classmates swiftly. I shall seek out others as well." With that, Zheng Suo turned on his heel and departed with urgency. Earlier, Yu Changqing had expressed a desire to ascertain whether the brothers of the Iron Sword camp would support their cause. Initially, Zheng Suo had not fully grasped the implication, but now it dawned on him that the term brothers referred not to the entire Iron Sword camp, but rather to those within the Huazu class. Should these individuals collectively appeal to the second prince, there might yet be a glimmer of hope. Ding Muhua was not particularly favored among the rest of the class. Although he had amassed considerable merit, it was Zheng Suo who had articulated the ingenious strategy, leading others to attribute all the credit to him. Consequently, the perception of Ding Muhua remained largely unchanged. If he were to suggest that Ding Muhua's troubles stemmed from a conflict with Tai Xintong, it was likely that none would advocate on Ding Muhua's behalf. Thus, he could only obfuscate the truth until they reached the second prince's camp, where, led by Yu Changqing, the others would surely show some respect to their old class leader. Before long, all the surviving leaders of the Huazu class, aside from Tai Xintong, Ding Muhua, and Yu Changqing, had gathered. Inquiries regarding the unfolding situation poured in, yet Zheng Suo remained tight-lipped, insisting they proceed to the prince's command camp. Upon arriving at the camp, Zheng Suo clasped his fists and declared, "Zheng Suo, commander of the vanguard camp, requests an audience." The others also shared their names, and soon a voice filled with the second prince's wrath echoed from within. A throng of individuals turned their gazes towards Zheng Song, who, with a resolute demeanor, led them inside. Upon entering the general's camp, they beheld the second prince's countenance darkened with fury. Tai Xintong had been released from his bindings, while Ding Muhua remained restrained, clearly inciting the second prince's ire. The second prince glared at Yu Changqing, exclaiming, "Although Ding Muhua achieved merit in breaching the city, his obstruction of the central army in executing my orders, coupled with the slaughter of my Iron Sword camp soldiers, warrants capital punishment. This insubordination cannot be tolerated. Severe penalties must be enforced as a warning. There is no need for further discourse." Evidently, Yu Changqing had previously interceded on Ding Muhua's behalf, presenting arguments about the merits of his actions in the conquest of Soding City, likely suggesting a balance of merits and faults. However, the second prince remained unmoved. Yu Changqing continued, "Your Highness, Ding Muhua was originally a student of our empire's military academy from the Huazu class. Now that he has erred, as his class leader, I bear an inescapable responsibility. I implore your Highness to impose the appropriate punishment." Having failed in his plea for mercy, Yu Changqing took the blame upon himself, and Zheng Song felt a surge of gratitude. This class leader still harbored loyalty towards Ding Muhua. At that moment, Ding Muhua, with vacant eyes, resembled a specter. He turned away with a cold laugh, addressing Yu Jianjun, only to be interrupted by Yu Changqing, who commanded, "Silence. This is not a place for you to speak." Ding Muhua, upon hearing this, fell into silence, his face betraying anguish. Should he dare to utter words that would further provoke the second prince, even the mightiest of deities would be of no use. This was the very rationale behind Yu Changqing's admonition. Zheng Suo clasped his fists and spoke, "Your Highness, the remnants of the Banu Brotherhood have yet to be eradicated, and the Iron Sword camp is in dire need of capable personnel. Although General Ding has committed a transgression, it would be prudent to delay his sentencing until the conflict has subsided. It would be far more advantageous to allow him to atone through valorous deeds." The others, bewildered, only knew that Ding Muhua had obstructed the command and slain soldiers of the Iron Sword camp, yet remained oblivious to the reasons behind his actions. When they saw Yu Changqing advocating for Ding Muhua, their respect for this squad leader compelled them to echo Zheng Suo's plea. The second prince, taken aback by the unexpected opposition, hesitated, his stance growing increasingly ambiguous. On the other side, Tai Xintong seemed equally astonished by the extensive connections Ding Muhua had, as his classmates rallied to his defense. Observing Yu Changqing's willingness to shoulder the blame, Tai Xintong held him in high regard. Ding Muhua could perish, but Yu Changqing must not. Kneeling, he stated, "Your Highness, I too bear responsibility in this matter, and I implore you to impose punishment upon me." Zheng Suo discerned that Tai Xintong was appealing to Yu Changqing's reputation. Now, if Ding Muhua would only humble himself and admit his error, he could evade the death penalty. Yet it seemed that at this moment, Ding Muhua would not even bend his knees. Just then, a robust voice resonated from outside. Lei Shou and his companions had arrived. The second prince permitted them entry, and aside from Lei Shou, several high-ranking commanders of the Iron Sword camp entered, including Liang Wenzan, the commander of the Dragon Cavalry camp, and Zhao Yuqing, the chief commander of the Vanguard camp. Should these esteemed individuals speak on Ding Muhua's behalf, their influence would undoubtedly outweigh that of the Huazu class. Upon their entrance, the group knelt upon the ground. Lei Shou clasped his fists and spoke, "Your Highness, General Ding has made significant contributions in this battle. While he may have erred, we must not dampen the spirits of the other soldiers." Liang Wenzan added, "Your Highness, General Zheng speaks the truth. The Iron Sword Battalion is in dire need of capable individuals at this moment. General Ding displayed commendable loyalty by risking his life to infiltrate Sodden City. I implore you to deliberate carefully. It dawned on Zheng Chui that Lei Shou and Liang Wenzan must have overheard the discussions within and had come together to intercede on behalf of Ding Muhua. With their joint appeal, Ding Muhua's life was now seemingly secure. The second prince cast a glance at Ding Muhua, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Ding Muhua, considering your merits in breaching the city and your commendable bravery, I shall permit you to redeem yourself. However, while the death penalty is to be avoided, the punishment for your offense remains inevitable." Upon hearing these words, Zheng Chui felt a pang of anxiety. Though Ding Muhua would not face execution, he was likely to endure 30 strikes of the military staff. Given Ding Muhua's physique, such punishment would render him bedridden for at least half a month. Nevertheless, he had done all he could. After a moment of contemplation, the second prince declared, "You will be confined for 3 days. Take this time for introspection." The leniency of the punishment surprised Zheng Chui, as it was customary for the sentence to be 30 strikes. It appeared that the second prince had heeded the words of those present, recognizing the pressing need for capable personnel and wishing to spare Ding Muhua further injury. Ding Muhua remained motionless. If matters continued this way, no one could save him. At that moment, Lei Shou rose and coldly commanded, "Take General Ding away." Once Ding Muhua was escorted out, the second prince gestured for everyone to rise and inquired of Lei Shou, "General Lei, how are the preparations for the evening banquet proceeding?" Lei Shou clasped his fists and said, "The preparations are complete, and I have come to deliver the orders." The second prince's expression returned to calmness, infused with a hint of spirited enthusiasm as he smiled. "Everyone, please rise. I invite you all to join the celebratory banquet this evening." The assembly stood up, intending to take their leave, with Zheng Song also following suit. "Zheng Song, remain here. The imperial commendation has arrived, and I wish to discuss it with you beforehand." At this moment, all eyes turned to Zheng Song, their expressions brimming with envy, and a few peers even exhibited jealousy. Zheng Song stayed behind while the others departed. He stepped forward and knelt, saying, "Your Highness, my actions merely fulfill the duties of the vanguard camp. The true merit for the conquest of Sodden City belongs to General Ding, who crafted the Thunderfire bombs and the invisibility potion. By attributing all the accolades to Ding Muhua, it would also absolve him of any blame in the eyes of the second prince." The second prince, seemingly indifferent to Zheng Song's words, furrowed his brow in contemplation before raising his head to say, "I am not here to discuss rewards. Take a look at this." Chapter 41. The second prince's performance and his most trusted confidant. The second prince handed over a piece of cowhide inscribed with the script of the Western tribes, resembling a message intended for intelligence transmission. Zheng Song, unable to decipher the Western script, awkwardly replied, "Your Highness, I am not familiar with the Western characters." His words were spoken with a certain fervor, causing the second prince to cough a few times, his face reddening. Zheng Song was momentarily taken aback, but, with a sudden realization, acknowledged that while the second prince might lack military prowess, his talent for theatrics was indeed commendable. The Lord of Lingshire City has been replaced by Major Wilson from the Central Army, who has declined the second prince's prior request to station troops in Lingshire City. The second prince, known for his vindictiveness, cannot simply let matters rest now that Sodden City has fallen. He is determined to exact retribution. The letter accusing treachery is likely a forgery. Whoever becomes the Lord of Lingshire City is likely implicated in this deceit. Although the second prince is aware of its falsity, his outrage is palpable. Had it not been for Zheng Chong's prior knowledge of certain intricacies, he might have been completely deceived by the second prince. "I am indeed inclined towards this course of action," the second prince stated. "How can we honor the fallen brothers of the Iron Sword Battalion if this man remains unpunished?" Zheng Chong harbored a strong desire to eliminate Wilson, recognizing it as an exceptional opportunity. Yet, the second prince lamented, "Alas, I am uncertain if there are truly trustworthy individuals left in the Iron Sword Battalion to whom I can entrust this matter." With a sigh, he gazed intently at Zheng Chong and said, "General Zheng, you have risked your life and demonstrated unwavering loyalty by assisting the Iron Sword Battalion in breaching Sodden City. Your fidelity is beyond doubt. Currently, you are perhaps the one I trust the most." Upon hearing this, Zheng Chong understood that the second prince intended for him to undertake this task. The moment was ripe for action. Kneeling, he declared, "Your Highness, the Iron Sword Battalion stands united. All are trustworthy individuals. If they were to learn of your intentions, they would certainly rally to your cause. Should you require my services, I would willingly face 1,000 deaths." The second prince, upon hearing his words, struck the table decisively and proclaimed, "Excellent, General Zheng. I entrust this matter to you. At the celebration banquet, select a few individuals you can rely on and await my command." Zheng Song was taken aback, realizing that those who had settled the matter in the celebratory banquet were also coming. The second prince had already plotted everything out. At that moment, he suddenly recalled Lei Shou's words, "Some things are not to be done." This was presumably a reminder to Zheng Song regarding this matter. Likely the second prince had informed Lei Shou and others long ago, but they had all found excuses to decline. While the second prince remained unscathed after Wilson's demise, they, as officers, would undoubtedly face retribution from the first prince. Such insignificant figures would become mere pawns in the grand game. Regardless, Zheng Song was determined not to miss this opportunity, nodding and assuring, "Rest assured, Your Highness." Upon returning to the tent of the vanguard camp, Luo Zurong and a few others wore anxious expressions as they approached, asking, "General, is General Ding all right?" Zheng Song let out a long breath, stating, "He has merely been sentenced to 3 days of confinement. During this time, ensure someone delivers his meals." Luo Zurong nodded, aware that the vanguard camp held great trust in both Zheng Song and Ding Muhua. He appeared hesitant to speak further. Sensing this, Zheng Song encouraged, "Speak your mind." Luo Zurong replied, "General, kindness does not suit a commander. General Ding possesses a good heart, but it is unfortunate for our Iron Sword camp. While I too feel that the Central Army has gone a bit too far, we have lost many brothers in our Iron Sword camp. It is not unreasonable for them to vent their frustrations." This statement, though polite, implied that Ding Muhua was unworthy of his military position. Zheng Song sighed deeply, responding, "He is a talent more useful than any of us. In other words, he embodies what it means to be human more than we do." Later, Zheng Suing had Luo Zurong select a few trusted individuals, and then he donned a ceremonial uniform, which was merely the everyday attire of imperial soldiers adorned with rank insignia. Subsequently, Zheng Suing visited the confinement room. This temporary chamber featured 2 small barred windows, providing a relatively spacious environment. Upon arriving at the confinement room, 2 soldiers stood guard. Upon seeing Zheng Suing, they turned and departed without awaiting further instructions. By now, everyone in the Iron Sword camp recognized Zheng Suing, who had achieved notable success in battle and was surely destined for promotion, perhaps even to become their commanding officer in the future. Thus they were keen to show him respect. Peering through the small window, Zheng Suing observed the interior, which contained a bed and various daily necessities, clearly provided by the second prince, who sought to win over this meritorious individual. Furthermore, Ding Muhua was the son of Ding Rulong, the Minister of Revenue, the second prince. In his quest to surpass the first prince, endeavored to cultivate alliances with influential officials. Ding Muhua sat on the bed, engrossed in a piece of parchment, which depicted plans from the mountain tribes. Although the drawings appeared improved compared to earlier versions, his expression still bore traces of weariness and despair. Knocking on the window, Zheng Suing called out, "Brother Muhua, are you well?" Upon recognizing Zheng Suing, Ding Muhua hastily set down the parchment and approached the window, inquiring anxiously, "What has become of those women?" Seeing the look on Zheng Suing's face, Ding Muhua forced a wry smile, saying, "I have already surmised the truth. There is no need to attempt to conceal it from me. His Highness the Crown Prince has issued orders. How could they possibly survive?" Observing Ding Muhua's despondent demeanor, Zheng Suing sought to lift his spirits with good news, remarking, "Brother Muhua, by the time you emerge, you should be poised for promotion." It appears that Ding Muhua has firmly made up his mind, and Zheng Chong understands that he cannot persuade him otherwise, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Ding Muhua suddenly radiated a peculiar brilliance, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Chang'an, I've just realized that the schematics from those mountain tribes contain a design resembling a human figure. How utterly astonishing." Ding Muhua nodded in affirmation. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zheng Chong departed from the confinement chamber, leading a select few towards the banquet hall. Along the way, he observed numerous Iron Sword camp soldiers reveling in merriment, celebrating in units, creating quite a lively atmosphere, likely due to the prince's special permission. After this feast, they would probably seek to confront the mountain tribes once again. Many citizens of Sodden City had also ventured outdoors, finally regaining a semblance of vitality. However, these inhabitants, characterized by their fair hair and blue eyes, exhibited a hint of trepidation towards Zheng Chong and his compatriots of the Huazus ethnic group, instinctively avoiding them. Yet, the children, undaunted, pointed and chased after the black-haired Huazus individuals. The banquet hall of Sodden City, once utilized by the imperial court, though antiquated, still exuded an air of opulence, standing proudly at the highest point of the city. Upon reaching the entrance of the banquet hall, now bathed in the evening light, Zheng Chong arranged his companions in various positions, establishing a secret signal before entering the hall. Inside, several commanders from the Iron Sword camp had already arrived, and Zheng Chong greeted them, naturally becoming the center of attention that day. Approaching Lei Shou, Zheng Chong noticed the latter's gaze filled with regret as he beheld Zheng Chong wielding a blade, softly advising, "General Zheng, think twice." This served as a reminder to Zheng Chong that certain actions were inadvisable. Zheng Chong merely smiled in response, saying, "Commander Lei, one cannot evade fate." Without exchanging a single word, the two individuals parted ways. Zheng Chong found his seat, positioned second to the right, while Lei Shou, as the vice commander, naturally occupied the first seat on the left. Who occupied the first seat on the right? As Zheng Chong pondered this, laughter resonated from the entrance. The second prince entered alongside a robust Westerner, whose sturdy build was accentuated by a rough stubble, rendering his complexion even paler. His eyes were not blue but a rich brown, and his flaxen hair flowed freely. This was Wilson, his adversary. Zheng Cheng's fingers rested on the hilt of his knife as he observed the two men entering. The second prince engaged in lively banter with Wilson, displaying no hint of treachery. Little did Wilson suspect that his life would soon be forfeit. It must be said that the second prince was adept at feigning sincerity. As they entered the banquet hall, the second prince gestured, "Sir Wilson, please take a seat." In Chapter 0042, Yulia raised her glass. "General Zheng, I toast to you." Wilson, a Westerner holding the rank of major and a title of viscount, saluted before taking the first seat on the right, acknowledging Lei Shou with a bow. The second prince, standing, addressed the assembled generals. "It is thanks to your united efforts that the Iron Sword Battalion was able to breach the defenses of Sodden City and drive out the bandits. I raise a glass to honor you all, as well as to commemorate the valiant soldiers of the Iron Sword Battalion who sacrificed their lives." With that, he drank half of his cup, and the others followed suit. Zheng Chong took a sip. Unlike the fiery spirits of the Hua people, this wine possessed an intriguing aroma of kiwi, slightly sweet, and quite pleasing to the palate. However, the vessels for drinking are not as refined as those in the south. They are predominantly coarse ironware. This is one of the reasons why the empire decided to relocate the imperial capital to the southern regions. The southern Huazus possess boundless wisdom, excelling far beyond the northern territories in the development of everyday utensils and the enjoyment of life. Take, for instance, the wine cups. While the north relies chiefly on rough ironware, the south boasts exquisite porcelain. The renowned four great imperial kilns, Jun, Guru, and Ding, are capable of producing uniquely distinctive wine vessels. After partaking in 3 cups of wine, the atmosphere in the hall was filled with joy. The second prince set down his cup and turned to General Zheng Chue, saying, "General Zheng, the imperial capital has issued a commendation decree. Please step forward to receive your accolades." Upon hearing this, Zheng Chue hastily rose and knelt in the center of the hall, reflecting that he was likely the center of attention at this banquet, which filled him with a slight sense of pride. The second prince unfurled a roll of brocade and announced, "General Zheng Chue of the Iron Sword camp, for his remarkable achievements in the Battle of Sodden City, has been promoted to the rank of major following deliberations by the Military Affairs Office." Zheng Chue clasped his fists and replied, "I shall not fail in my mission. I pledge my loyalty to the nation and will lay down my life if necessary." The second prince, placing the brocade aside, declared with solemnity, "I hereby appoint you as the commander of the vanguard camp, and I hope that General Zheng will continue to accomplish extraordinary feats in the future." Subsequently, a few others received commendations, but they were merely awarded items or verbal praises, which naturally paled in comparison to Zheng Chue's substantial recognition. However, in the end, no accolades were bestowed upon Ding Muhua, likely due to the repercussions of his confrontation with Tai Xintong. Reflecting on this, Zheng Chong felt a twinge of shame. In terms of military achievements, he undoubtedly could not rival Ding Muhua. If the highest honor were awarded to Ding Muhua, then despite the implications of the incident with Tai Xintong, the commendation would not entirely overlook him. After the awards were conferred, the second prince, holding a goblet, gazed at the unflinching Wilson below and remarked, "General Wilson, I happen to possess something pertaining to you." Wilson had initially declined the second prince's request for the Iron Sword Battalion to transfer to Luoshi City, yet he now dared to attend the banquet, relying on the protection of the first prince. He could not fathom what it was, only feeling assured that with the first prince's backing, the second prince would not dare to act against him. He rose and clasped his fists, inquiring, "Your Highness, what is it? May I have a look?" The second prince casually picked up a piece of cloth from the table and handed it to a nearby attendant, who then delivered it to Wilson. Zheng Chong observed as Wilson took the cloth, his fingers already resting on the hilt of his dagger, poised to strike should the second prince give the command. At that moment, the assembly was also curious about the contents of the cloth, except for Lei Shou, who remained silent. Knowing that aside from Zheng Chong and the second prince, he alone was privy to the matter. Wilson cast a glance, his expression drastically altered, his countenance ashen. In haste, he rushed into the hall, inadvertently knocking over a wine bottle that shattered with a crisp sound upon striking the floor. Ignoring the commotion, he fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please see clearly." Before he could finish, soldiers burst through both the front and back doors of the banquet hall. These were members of the Vanguard Regiment, led by Luo Zirong, as orchestrated by Zheng Chao. The original signal was for the second prince to toss his cup, but now Wilson had toppled it instead, prompting the Vanguard's ambush to commence prematurely. Zheng Chao recognized the moment had come for decisive action. Rising swiftly, he drew his saber, leaping into the fray, the blade glimmering with a faint golden light. As he descended, Wilson rolled to evade the strike. The rest of the Vanguard Regiment swiftly encircled Wilson, leaving the generals of the Iron Sword camp in a state of astonishment at the unfolding scene. At this moment, several loyal guards had already positioned themselves in front of the second prince. He declared sharply, "Wilson, you have colluded with the Barno Brotherhood in secret. Do you dare to quibble? Speak now, who has instructed you?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Chao's heart raced. The second prince was executing a cunning scheme. Wilson was but a small fish in this vast ocean. The intent was to force Wilson to name the high-ranking officials aligned with the first prince before the entire assembly, thus enabling the elimination of key figures within the first prince's faction. Whether Wilson accused Ludwig, who had been stripped of his military authority, or Tang Ning, still within the Central Army, it would greatly benefit the second prince. Roman was the name of the second prince, and now, armed with the emperor's secret edict, should he waver out of fear of the emperor's command, the situation would shift dramatically, placing Zheng Chao at a significant disadvantage. As the second prince, being the son of the emperor, has now changed his mind, it is evident that he will face no repercussions. The eldest prince merely needs to extend an apology to resolve the matter. However, Zheng Chao, a mere junior officer, will undoubtedly be sacrificed by the second prince to clarify his own position, leading to his execution to quell public outrage. It is only now that he comprehends Lei Shou's warning, yet it is too late for retreat. Before the second prince could make a decision, Zheng Chao commanded sharply, "Act swiftly. This is the legacy of the Lei lineage." Zheng Chao, sensing the urgency, swept his left hand across the blade, which gleamed with a brighter golden light, empowered by the divine blade technique. With a single stroke, the blade cleaved through the darkness, severing Wilson's head from his body. Though Wilson's lightning lineage was formidable, he was helpless against the close-quarter assault from the crowd, and now he lay lifeless, leaving the second prince with no opportunity for remorse. Zheng Chao grasped the severed head and, stepping forward, knelt down, proclaiming, "Your Highness, the traitor has been executed." He handed the head to another soldier of the Vanguard camp and bent down to extract the imperial decree from Wilson's grasp, presenting it with both hands before the second prince. Upon glancing at the document, the second prince discarded it dismissively, stating, "This decree is a counterfeit. Display this traitor's head atop the walls of Sardin City as a warning." Zheng Chao was uncertain of the authenticity of the decree, yet with Wilson's head now severed, the second prince would have to declare it false regardless. Nevertheless, the abruptness of the situation left Zheng Chao with a tinge of regret, as he had yet to learn of Wilson's next enemy, and he passed the head to the remaining soldiers of the Vanguard camp. The second prince nodded as Zheng Suo led a few men from the Vanguard battalion out of the banquet hall. Upon exiting, a chill of dampness crept down Zheng Suo's back, having already been soaked in perspiration. Luo Zirong glanced at the severed head, puzzled, and inquired, "General, is that secret order genuine or not? If it is, we may have just plunged ourselves into great peril." Zheng Suo replied coldly, "The prince has already stated that the secret order is a fabrication. Do you truly believe the prince would deceive us? Hearing this, Luo Zirong dared not press further and took the head with the others away. Who could these individuals be? Zheng Suo wondered. As they moved closer, he could discern the military garb of the approaching figures, and his heart sank in alarm. It was the Central Army. What business could they possibly have here? Could it be that the first prince had anticipated Wilson's imminent misfortune and dispatched someone to thwart the second prince's plans? If indeed they had been ensnared by that fellow's secret order, the situation would become exceedingly difficult to rectify. Zheng Suo drew a sharp breath, and as the figures drew nearer, he was further astonished upon recognizing one of them. It was Her Highness, Princess Yulia. What could she be doing here? Yulia and her entourage arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall, engaging in a brief negotiation with the soldiers of the Iron Sword Battalion stationed there. The two soldiers knelt in respect, and afterward, Yulia approached with her companions. Casting a glance at Zheng Suo, she inquired, "Is the second prince in the banquet hall?" Zheng Suo nodded, responding, "The prince is currently holding a celebration." Yulia gestured for the Central Army members to wait at the entrance. Clad in the uniform of the Central Army, she politely dismissed the need for formalities and, bypassing Zheng Suo, entered the banquet hall. Zheng Suo was perplexed by Princess Yulia's presence, yet he recalled her previous assistance to the second prince, which reassured him of her allegiance. With this thought, he entered the banquet hall, where the attendees had just finished their salutations and were rising. Yulia approached the second prince directly and bowed to him, leaving the crowd in a state of confusion as they observed the interaction between the two. After a moment, the second prince, maintaining his composure, addressed the assembly, stating, "Esteemed guests, Princess Yulia has come to congratulate me on the triumphant victory of the Iron Sword camp and to share a toast with all of you." Naturally, the assembly found it hard to believe that Yulia had come solely for this reason. Yet, since the second prince had proclaimed it, the guests raised their glasses in unison. Zheng Suo lifted his goblet, gazing at Princess Yulia from a distance. Viewed from the side, she exuded a certain gallantry in her military attire, had she been a man. One could easily imagine her leading troops into battle at that very moment. As Yulia approached, she walked past the second prince and came to Zheng Suo, her smile revealing a softness in her azure eyes. "General Zheng," she began, "I have heard from my elder brother of your commendable bravery in the recent conflict, leading your troops into Sardin City and securing a pivotal victory. I offer you this toast." Chapter 0043, A Sudden Decision. The Iron Sword Camp shall depart. Gazing into her cerulean eyes, Zheng Suo felt an unexpected ripple within his heart. He had always believed himself impervious to such sentiments, determined to seek vengeance without distraction. Yet, at that moment, he found himself changing, even contemplating that if revenge were not to be his path, marrying the princess might indeed be a fortunate outcome. Zheng Suo knelt and said, "Your Highness, your praise is undeserved. This achievement is the result of your Highness's astute command and the unwavering unity and cooperation of the Iron Sword camp. It is not solely due to my efforts." Yulia said nothing, finishing the wine in her cup, while Zheng Suo hastily rose to down his drink as well. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the colleagues around them were likely observing this exchange, watching as he shared a drink with Princess Yulia, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He felt no shame in battle, yet found himself flustered by sharing a drink with a woman. After drinking, Yulia extended her cup towards him, prompting Zheng Suo to eagerly fill it, before pouring more for himself. As he poured, he noticed a faint blush gracing Yulia's cheeks, leaving him to wonder whether it was due to her low tolerance for alcohol or the awkwardness of their shared moment. The second prince signaled for everyone to raise their cups, perhaps not having anticipated that Yulia wished to drink exclusively with Zheng Suo, which is why he had originally invited everyone to join in. The second prince then addressed the gathering, stating, "I am not well versed in the art of drinking and shall take my leave. Please enjoy yourselves." With that, he departed, leaving the banquet hall filled with the generals of the Iron Sword camp. At this moment, those who had studied alongside Zheng Suo approached him. "General Zheng, should you rise to prominence in the future, do remember us, your fellow classmates." Zheng Suo smiled and replied, "Gentlemen, this victory belongs to all the valiant soldiers of the Iron Sword camp. I, Chang'an, am unworthy of this honor, and I hope you will not forget me in the days to come." At this moment, Lei Shou approached with the esteemed officials from the other battalions, prompting the students to instinctively step back a pace. Lei Shou remarked with a smile, "General Zheng possesses remarkable charm. He must be the most gallant among us in the Iron Sword Battalion." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuang found himself at a loss for a courteous response. It would be inappropriate to declare that General Lei was both vigorous in age and the most revered figure in the Iron Sword Battalion, as the latter half of that statement could be construed as an insult within military circles. He was puzzled as to why Lei Shou would comment on his appearance, as such remarks often veered into the realm of ridicule in the military. As the evening wore on and the feast concluded, the gathering dispersed. Zheng Xuang, in high spirits after vanquishing his adversary Wilson, found himself restless and wandered to the confinement chamber. Approaching the window, he noticed the guards had succumbed to revelry, leaving the area deserted. He gently tapped on the window and whispered, "Brother Muhua, are you asleep?" A shadow emerged. The confinement chamber was dim, illuminated only by the faint, chilly moonlight that followed a clearing sky. It was Ding Muhua, who appeared much improved and smiled. "Has your celebration concluded?" Zheng Xuang retrieved a parcel wrapped in brown paper from his pocket and, upon unwrapping it, revealed the delicacies from the feast. He passed several pieces of pastry through the iron bars. "I couldn't bring the wine, but I have these," he said, placing them on the window ledge while observing Ding Muhua. "Her Highness the Princess visited today." Ding Muhua took a few bites of the pastries and, upon hearing this, inquired with curiosity, "Princess Yulia? What was her purpose for coming?" Zheng Xuang replied, "I am uncertain, but she spoke with the second prince for a while, then toasted him with 2 cups of wine. Both she and the second prince were unable to withstand the effects of the drink and departed." Ding Muhua was taken aback, shaking his head as he spoke. "That cannot be true. Although I am not well acquainted with Princess Yulia, my father has mentioned that her capacity for alcohol is remarkable, surpassing that of several men." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuang was momentarily stunned. He recalled the rosy blush on the princess's face and the teasing remarks of his colleagues, along with Lei Shou's peculiar comment. It seemed he had misinterpreted the situation. Those individuals were already aware that the princess's flushed complexion was not due to an inability to hold her liquor, but rather a manifestation of her own fanciful thoughts. It appeared that even a princess could entertain such notions. Yet, upon further reflection, he pondered why, despite her noble status, she remained so aloof towards him, just as she was with others. Could it be due to their disparate ranks? Indeed, the princess would never condescend to marry someone of his background. The emperor certainly would not permit a member of the Hua clan to become a favored son-in-law. He couldn't very well confess that he was thinking of the princess. Zheng Xuang chuckled. "I was not thinking of anything. What did you just say?" Ding Muhua, with a hint of displeasure, replied, "I was talking about the helicopter of the mountain clan. They utilize a steam engine, which is exquisitely designed. However, it seems you lack interest. So let us drop the subject." Perhaps lost in thought earlier, Ding Muhua assumed Zheng Xuang was disinterested. Zheng Xuang laughed. "So, Muhua, you can indeed feel vexed. I had not noticed this before." Upon hearing Zheng Xuang's jest, Ding Muhua's expression softened somewhat, and he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "That steam engine can exert force, liberating human effort. It holds great potential. It is a pity that it is so intricate. After studying it for a day, I still grasp only a fraction of its workings." "What is a steam engine?" Zheng Qiuo inquired, astonished. Ding Muhua patiently explained, "According to the design blueprint, the steam engine burns coal to heat water, creating force that powers the helicopter. As the rotor blades are set in motion, they generate lift, allowing the helicopter to ascend." At that moment, Zheng Qiuo recalled the cross-like structures cast from iron at the side and rear of the helicopters, which must be the rotors. While listening to Ding Muhua, a figure approached from the distance. It was Luo Zero. As he drew near, it was evident that he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, his steps slightly unsteady and an expression of urgency on his face. Zheng Qiuo asked, "Is there something amiss?" Banu Mountain served as the stronghold of the Banu Brotherhood and a gathering place for the mountain tribes, who had long resided in the highlands. They were set to embark for the Banu Mountain range the following morning, with the intent of eradicating the Brotherhood once and for all. Zheng Qiuo was taken aback, questioning the haste, as the initial plan had been to recuperate for half a month. While deep in thought, Ding Muhua sighed and remarked, "Perhaps Her Highness the Princess has delivered some critical intelligence, prompting His Highness to expedite the operation." This suggestion illuminated Zheng Qiuo's understanding. The princess's late-night arrival must indeed signify an urgent matter, not merely a celebration of the conquest of Sodden City. Yet, what could compel His Highness to act with such urgency? Ding Muhua nodded, urging, "You should hurry." Just a few steps away, he witnessed 2 soldiers approaching, unlocking the confinement chamber. Zheng Qiuo felt a surge of joy. The Iron Sword camp was mobilizing, and Ding Muhua was being released as well. As he approached, just about to suggest accompanying him to the vanguard camp, the soldier spoke. General Ding, His Highness requests your presence at the commander's office immediately. Zheng Suo was taken aback. What could this possibly entail? Why would the second prince summon Ding Muhua to the commander's office? However, Ding Muhua appeared to anticipate this. His demeanor calm as he stepped forward to clasp his fists before Zheng Suo, saying, Brother Chang'an, I must apologize, but I have decided to become a deserter. I have already submitted my resignation to His Highness. Initially, Zheng Suo had thought that Ding Muhua's intention to withdraw from military service was merely a passing whim. Not expecting such urgency, he patted Ding Muhua on the shoulder and smiled. You are not a deserter. You simply do not fit this role. Remember to come and bid farewell to me and the brothers after you complete your handover. Ding Muhua nodded and turned to the two soldiers, instructing, Please gather my belongings and deliver them to General Zheng. Watching Ding Muhua's departing figure, Zheng Suo felt a twinge of melancholy. This deputy, who embodied the essence of humanity, was about to leave. Luo Zerong was temporarily promoted to the position of deputy. Originally, he was meant to be the commander of the vanguard camp. But with Ding Muhua's resignation and no deputy at hand, he had to be elevated. The commander of the vanguard camp was originally Captain Zhu Zhen. Upon entering the camp, Zheng Suo ordered the vanguard camp to prepare promptly. Yet his curiosity lingered regarding what intelligence the princess had brought. Early the next morning, the Iron Sword Battalion departed from the city, and the officials within organized a farewell. However, the Western tribesmen appeared to harbor a deep-seated fear of the Iron Sword soldiers, resulting in scant participation, likely due to the massacre of the mountain tribesmen's families. When the mountain tribesmen breached the city of Sodden, they did not disturb the empire's citizens but merely arranged for their families to reside in tents within the southern part of the city. They perhaps exhibited a greater camaraderie towards the mountain tribesmen. Upon leaving the city, Zheng Chong felt a pang of disappointment. Ding Muhua had not come to bid farewell to the vanguard battalion, presumably feeling like a coward and unworthy of facing them. The Iron Sword Battalion marched forth, with the vanguard taking the lead. Zheng Chong positioned himself at the front, followed by the command of the Iron Sword Battalion, with the central forces comprising the 5th Battalion and the Dragon Cavalry, along with the Sorcerer Battalion. Presently, the Sorcerer Battalion had become nearly ornamental, as their numbers were insufficient to conjure any calamities. Bringing up the rear were the Supply and Logistics Battalions. General, Commander Ding instructed me to deliver this to you. A young lieutenant from the vanguard, riding close to the command, handed Zheng Chong a torn piece of cowhide parchment. Chapter 0044. The second prince employs a unique stratagem. Which general is willing to go? Zheng Chong pondered, perplexed. For Ding Muhua was supposed to have departed from the Iron Sword Battalion. Moreover, if he had a message to convey, he could have approached Zheng Chong directly the previous night, rather than resorting to an intermediary. Zheng Chong sighed, realizing that perhaps Ding Muhua felt too embarrassed to come himself. When did General Ding give this to you? Zheng Chong casually inquired while mounted on his horse. The lieutenant responded, just now. With a hint of confusion, he added, General, Commander Ding has always been with the Iron Sword Battalion. He is merely stationed at the command now. Hearing the sound, Zheng Suo pondered whether the second prince had temporarily retained Ding Muhua. Nonetheless, this close friend remained within the Iron Sword camp. He waved his hand, signaling the second lieutenant to approach. Zheng Suo unwrapped the cowhide paper, revealing a line of small characters, the ink still fresh. Brother Chang'an, His Highness has rejected my resignation and commanded me to stay by his side as an advisor, assisting him in the creation of thunderous fire projectiles. The princess visited last night, conveying that the crown prince intends to bring the central army to replace the Iron Sword camp, expected to arrive in approximately 3 days. Zheng Suo felt as though struck by lightning. The princess had indeed mentioned this matter. It became clear why His Highness was in such a hurry to head to Banu Mountain. The second prince must capture the Banu Brotherhood within 3 days, leaving the crown prince's arrival as a mere farce. However, to subdue the Banu Brotherhood in just 3 days was no trivial feat. Although the remnants of the Banu Brotherhood were few, the mountain tribe's flying machines posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, according to Ding Muhua, the mountain tribe had plans for creating new beings. The thought sent shivers down Zheng Suo's spine. It seemed many would meet their demise once more. As for Ding Muhua, having witnessed the might of the thunderous fire projectiles, the second prince's strategy to annihilate the Banu Brotherhood in 3 days likely hinged upon Ding Muhua's expertise. It was improbable that he would allow him to depart. Ding Muhua should have also received a promotion by now, as serving as an advisor to the second prince would necessitate at least the rank of major. Zheng Suo couldn't help but chuckle. He had once claimed that the mountain tribes relied on mere tricks and gimmicks. Yet now the second prince found himself dependent on such clever contrivances. The Banu Mountains have been enveloped in heavy snowfall, making the journey arduous for the Iron Sword camp, which progresses at a painfully slow pace. Fortunately, the stronghold of the Banu Brotherhood is not situated deep within the mountains. However, the sight of a colossal city looming 10 miles away atop the mountain startled everyone, and Zheng Chong could not help but feel astonished. The city perched on the summit exuded grandeur, with towering walls reaching several dozen feet high, rivaling the illustrious Sardin city. Leaving no room for comparison, the Banu Brotherhood had indeed constructed a magnificent fortress in these mountains, elevated and commanding a sweeping view, rendering it both defensible and difficult to besiege. It appeared that the mountain tribes had been plotting for many years, while the empire remained oblivious to the rise of this stronghold in the northern mountains, engrossed as it was in southern affairs. As Zheng Chong was lost in thought, a military order arrived, instructing the Iron Sword camp to set up camp in this open terrain, which was quite suitable for a large army. Though he acknowledged the rationale behind the decision, Zheng Chong felt a sense of trepidation in his heart. To breach this city and annihilate the Banu Brotherhood seemed an audacious ambition. Upon reaching the command tent, he found numerous generals already present, exchanging greetings before taking their seats. Zheng Chong took his place slightly ahead of schedule. Just as he settled in, he spotted Ding Muhua, who had indeed been promoted to the rank of major, now positioned even more prominently than Zheng Chong as an advisor. At that moment, the second prince addressed the assembly. "Gentlemen, the bandits find themselves at their wits' end. I have resolved to launch an assault on the city tomorrow. Do any of you have suggestions?" The second prince surveyed the room before proclaiming, "Well, since there are no objections, I shall issue the order." While Zheng Chong pondered the inevitable loss of life that awaited them on the morrow, he could not help but recognize the second prince's increasingly frenzied determination to secure his position as heir apparent. Suddenly, a voice called out his name. It was the second prince. He declared, "Tonight, select a few from your vanguard camp. I have instructed the logistics unit to collaborate with General Ding to hastily produce fire thunder bombs. When the time comes, your vanguard will carry these bombs, and the dragon cavalry will escort you into the city. You must breach the walls without fail." The second prince seemed intent on employing the same tactic as before. Yet the previous attempt had already been executed. The few surviving mountain tribesmen would undoubtedly relay the events of that encounter to their companions here, and this time, the enemy would likely be well prepared. Should they carry the fire thunder bombs into the city, it would only lead to their demise. Realizing this, Zheng Chao said, "Your Highness, one cannot rely on a dubious plan. The enemy has certainly fortified their defenses since our last encounter." The second prince furrowed his brow, retorting sharply, "General Zheng, are you afraid?" Zheng Chao clasped his fists and replied, "This humble soldier is willing to sacrifice himself for the empire without hesitation. However, to pursue a plan that is doomed to fail would only lead to the needless sacrifice of the lives of the Iron Sword camp warriors." The second prince appeared taken aback by Zheng Chao's unwavering resolve. In truth, Zheng Chao was acutely aware that this mission was likely a death sentence, which is why he argued so fervently. There were numerous engineers among the mountain tribes, and they were also aware that the tribes possessed alchemists. Thus, the invisibility potions would no longer be effective. The second prince's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. "Zheng Chao, my mind is made up. If you fear death, I shall not force you. I will choose others instead." At that moment, the second prince proclaimed, "Which general is willing to proceed?" "I, Tai Shintong of the Central Army's Tiger and Leopard Camp, am willing to share your highness's burdens." At this moment, a figure emerged from the corner, kneeling beside Zheng Suo. It was Tai Shintong. Zheng Suo sighed, recalling the last encounter with Ding Muhua and the subsequent animosity with Tai Shintong. The harsh words spoken by Tai Shintong were likely born from his resentment towards Zheng Suo and Ding Muhua, prompting him to seek glory. Yet this path was fraught with peril. With unwavering confidence, Tai Shintong declared, "I shall not fail in my mission. I merely hope that General Ding will act with fairness." Given their previous conflict, this statement inevitably cast suspicion on Ding Muhua, suggesting that the second prince would oversee him to ensure he did not tamper with the artillery shells. The camaraderie of their past had long since dissipated. Only Yu Changqing perhaps still remembered. Zheng Su mused bitterly. Ding Muhua's expression was notably somber, likely disheartened by Tai Xintong's remarks. He clasped his fists and assured, "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall fulfill my duty and do my utmost to assist General Tai." The second prince nodded, not even sparing a glance at Zheng Suo, and smiled at Tai Xintong, saying, "General Tai, please rise and prepare immediately." As Tai Xintong turned, he cast a glance at Zheng Suo, his eyes betraying a hint of smugness, perhaps believing he had secured the accolades for himself. Once Tai Xintong departed, the second prince did not allow Zheng Suo to rise, proclaiming loudly, "Gentlemen, when the city gates open tomorrow, we must unite our efforts and seize this city in one fell swoop." Having spoken, he dismissed the assembly, and Zheng Suo stood, following the others outside. Upon returning to the vanguard camp, Luo Zurong eagerly exclaimed, "General, should we prepare ahead of time? Shall we infiltrate the city tonight?" Zheng Suo was taken aback. Luo Zurong had surprisingly thought of employing the same old strategy once more, although Luo Zurong's military rank had not increased due to this matter previously. His actual authority had significantly grown, and he certainly aspired to achieve remarkable feats once again to ascend further. Yet, they were unaware of the formidable strength of the mountain tribe. It was likely that this time, the odds of facing death were alarmingly high. With a sigh, Zheng Suo inquired, "Luo Zurong, do you truly believe that this clever scheme can succeed again?" Luo Zurong, somewhat bashful, replied, "With you and General Ding by my side, what endeavor is beyond our reach?" Zheng Suo managed a wry smile. Luo Zurong was indeed astute, implying that as long as he followed himself and Ding Muhua, he could attain merit. Regaining his composure, Zheng Suo stated, "There is no need for that. This surprise attack will be led by General Tai from the Tiger and Leopard Battalion. Let the brothers rest. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall assault the city alongside the main force." Luo Zurong felt a tinge of disappointment, but dared not press further and turned away. Zheng Suo gazed at the clear sky and the thick layer of snow outside the tent. If Iron Xintong truly failed to breach the city walls at dawn, the second prince would have no choice but to launch a desperate assault, which would likely result in bloodshed across the land. Before dawn, the biting cold of the ice and snow was piercing. A thick layer of frost had settled on the armor. The Iron Sword Battalion had already formed ranks at the foot of the mountain, and the new city erected by the mountain tribe began to bustle before daybreak. The battlements were teeming with soldiers of the mountain tribe, alongside numerous members of the western faction. The Banu Brotherhood was not solely composed of mountain tribe members, albeit the latter played the leading role. The Zhengxiong vanguard is positioned on the flank, likely due to the displeasure of the second prince regarding Zhengxiong's defiance before the crowd yesterday. Consequently, he has placed the central army in the primary assault position, and everyone is eager to engage. Having experienced the success of the previous surprise attack, the majority are filled with confidence. Zhengxiong, mounted upon his steed, notices a layer of frost on his brows as he glances towards the distant second prince, Lei Shou, and Ding Muhua, who stands beside him. Ding Muhua is perhaps the most averse to warfare among them. He must have expressed his sentiments to the second prince. However, the second prince appointed him as an advisor solely due to his expertise with the Fire Thunderbolt, showing little interest in his input on strategic decisions. As the first rays of sunlight illuminate the towering walls of the new city, the mountain tribesmen emit a thunderous roar in defiance of the Iron Sword camp. With the city gates still closed, the situation appears grim. The expressions of the other commanders of the Iron Sword camp reveal their anxiety, while only those close to the second prince can discern his true demeanor. Following a resounding cry, a pole emerges from the mountain tribesmen's stronghold, affixed with a person and hoisted atop the city walls. A black-armored centurion stands prominently on the battlements, brandishing a dark iron hammer. The battlements are now bristling with artillery, surpassing even the number found in Sardin City, densely arrayed along the walls. A stir ripples through the Iron Sword camp as they speculate about the identity of the person on the pole, yet Zhengxiong is already aware. It is Tai Xintong, and the ambush has indeed failed. In this present moment, the surprise attack has faltered, and it remains uncertain whether the second prince is indeed intent on a forceful advance. Zheng Suing turned his gaze towards the direction of the second prince, who was engaged in conversation with Lei Shou. However, the distance prevented Zheng Suing from discerning the content of their dialogue. After a while, the chieftain of the mountain tribe atop the city wall exchanged his iron hammer for a massive axe. As the axe descended, a head rolled from the mast. The mountain tribesmen erupted in a thunderous roar, as if they sought to fracture the very earth. Iron Shintong paid the ultimate price in his pursuit of glory. Yet Jing Suing felt no sympathy. Though they were once classmates, their bond had never transcended mere acquaintance. Moments later, the horn of the Iron Sword camp sounded, signaling a retreat. Jing Suing commanded sternly, "All troops of the vanguard camp, fall back." Upon returning to the camp, before he could warm himself by the fire, a messenger arrived with orders. "General Zhang, His Highness requests your presence in the command tent for a discussion." Jing Suing acknowledged with a nod, but within his heart, there was no sense of triumph. The clever stratagem had failed, and the second prince would likely be enraged once more. Luo Zhirong approached quietly and remarked, "General, your foresight is truly remarkable." He referred to Iron Shintong's failed scheme. Jing Suing shook his head and replied, "It is not my foresight. Rather, it is your lack of understanding of the mountain tribes." Curiously, Luo Zhirong inquired, "General, you are also of the Huazus ethnic group. How do you understand the mountain tribes?" Jing Suing sighed. "It is all thanks to General Ding, who, despite being of the Western ethnicity, possesses a profound interest in the peculiarities of the mountain tribes." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhirong lamented, "If only General Ding could remain in our vanguard camp." Jing Suing, too, harbored such thoughts. He exited the camp alongside Luo Zhirong, hastening to the command tent, which at that moment appeared rather desolate, with few attendees present. Upon entering, Jing Suing and Luo Zhirong exchanged courtesies and settled into suitable seats. The second prince's countenance bore a grim expression, lost in contemplation and silence. After a brief interval, all present had arrived and taken their places, yet none uttered a word. The second prince rose, surveying the assembly, and addressed them. "The Iron General's ingenious strategy has faltered. Do any among you possess viable plans to breach the city? Speak freely." It seemed the second prince had learned prudence, recognizing the value of collective wisdom, no longer relying solely on his own judgment. The demise of Tai Shintong had indeed borne some fruit. Jing Suing offered a wry smile. This insight was hard-won, and although he held a poor opinion of Tai Shintong, he could not take solace in the circumstance. Liang Wenzan of the Dragon Cavalry stepped forward, stating, "Your Highness, the enemy is now at their wits' end. Why persist in a futile assault? If we merely encircle the city for 3 months, with the Iron Sword camp relying on the ample supplies from Sodden City, the enemy's resources will inevitably dwindle. At that juncture, an assault would be but a trifling matter." The second prince had not disclosed this matter beyond his immediate advisors. Those unaware would voice such opinions. Jing Suing mused that the second prince could no longer keep this concealed. Indeed, the second prince sighed and revealed, to speak candidly, "Esteemed generals, the emperor has decreed that the central army shall replace the Iron Sword camp in the siege, arriving in 2 days." Upon hearing this proclamation, the command tent erupted in a cacophony of indignation. Zhao Yuqing rose and exclaimed, "Your Highness, the Iron Sword camp is currently riding a wave of momentum. Why does the emperor choose this moment to replace them? I fail to comprehend." Zhao Yuqing seemed unaware of the fierce rivalry between the crown prince and the second prince for supremacy. The second prince waved his hand, stating, "There is little benefit in discussing this further. Let us focus on the matter of breaching the city." The assembly fell silent, and after a brief pause, the second prince turned to General Zheng Chue and inquired, "General Zheng, do you possess any astute strategies?" Caught off guard by the sudden attention, Zheng Chue stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. "I believe it is utterly impossible to breach the city within 2 days. General Liang's suggestion is indeed a wise one." Hearing his name, Zheng Chue turned and exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Chang'an, come in and take a seat." However, Ding Muhua did not sit down but whispered, "Brother Chang'an, His Highness the Crown Prince has sent me to summon you." Zheng Chue was taken aback. If he was meant to stay behind, why had this not been communicated earlier? It seemed peculiar for Ding Muhua to come personally to request his presence. Ding Muhua, observing Zheng Chue's expression, shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain as well." Upon re-entering the command tent, the second prince gestured for the personal guards to leave, leaving only Zheng Chue and Ding Muhua inside. The second prince then produced a parcel from behind him and handed it over, saying, "This is a gift from Princess Yulia intended for you, General Zheng." Zheng Chue was astonished. The princess had prepared something for him, and he was both flattered and delighted, eagerly accepting the package. The second prince continued, "She mentioned that it is a new battle robe crafted for you by your maidservant." Upon hearing this, Zheng Chui felt a slight pang of disappointment. It was not a direct gift from the princess herself, but rather a mere transfer of her intentions. Zheng Chao, burdened with his thoughts, suddenly heard the second prince speak. General Zheng, I am aware that you may harbor some resentment towards me due to yesterday's events. Had I not acted in defiance, Iron General would not have met his demise. Yet, in these extraordinary times, I was left with no alternative. As the second prince expressed these sentiments, an icy chill ran down Zheng Chao's spine. He hastily knelt and replied, How could I dare, Your Highness? You speak too gravely. The second prince gestured for Zheng Chao to rise and sighed. Yet the merits of the Iron Sword camp have been appropriated by the Central Army. How can I, in good conscience, face the soldiers of the Iron Sword camp? Zheng Chao mused that the prince was implying that his achievements had been usurped by the eldest prince. However, he replied, I have a thought that I am uncertain whether to voice. The second prince, seemingly at a loss, waved his hand and said, Speak freely. Zheng Chao steadied himself and knelt once more, saying, I believe the eldest prince's central army may not necessarily succeed in capturing the mountain tribe city. If that is the case, it might be prudent to allow the eldest prince's central army to lead the assault. This statement was undeniably audacious, and Zheng Chao risked his life to utter it. The second prince was momentarily taken aback, yet he exhibited no anger. Instead, a glimmer of intrigue danced in his eyes as he hastily inquired, Explain yourself. Why is that? The central army comprises 40,000 troops. It appeared that the second prince genuinely trusted him, and with that understanding, Zheng Chao felt emboldened to speak further. He clasped his hands in respect and continued, The mountain tribes possess advanced weaponry, as the Iron Sword camp has witnessed firsthand. Furthermore, the mountain tribes likely have numerous secret weapons yet to be unveiled. In this battle, the mountain tribes find themselves in a dire situation and will undoubtedly fight with all their might. General Ding is most aware of this. The second prince gazed at Ding Muhua in disbelief and urgently asked, Is this true? Ding Muhua remarked, Every word I say is the truth. He then elaborated on the matters depicted in the captured blueprints. Though the second prince was only vaguely aware of the details, he nonetheless grasped the essence of the situation. Such extraordinary occurrences were indeed beyond comprehension. The second prince was thoroughly astonished and muttered a few words before frowning and asking, Can you create beings? Ding Muhua awkwardly replied, I am but a simple man and have yet to unravel the intricacies involved. Zheng Chui secretly chuckled, realizing that the second prince was quite eager to acquire the peculiar skills of the mountain tribes, perhaps even oblivious to his own contradictions. After a brief pause, the second prince, in a state of indecision, said, Though that may be the case, what if the central army captures this city? Zheng Chui quickly responded, Should the central army show signs of breaching the city, Your Highness could command the Iron Sword camp to assist. Once the battle commences, the outcome becomes unpredictable. Even if the central army wishes to prevent the Iron Sword camp from claiming glory, they will find it impossible. At that point, the Iron Sword camp and the central army will jointly conquer the city, and Your Highness will certainly receive credit for it. However, this endeavor may contradict the Emperor's decree for the central army to withdraw upon their arrival. Zheng Chui skillfully avoided mentioning the eldest prince, referring only to the central army. Upon hearing this, the second prince slammed his palm down on the table and gritted his teeth, declaring, Very well, let it be as General Zheng suggests. As for the decree, it does not specify when the Iron Sword camp must withdraw. As long as we eliminate the bandit forces, my father will not hold me accountable. At that moment, the weight on his heart lifted, and the second prince was filled with inexplicable excitement. He helped Zheng Chui to his feet and patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, General Zheng is indeed a commendable commander. Turan, a mere maid, could hardly afford such fine fabric. Zheng Su suddenly thought of Her Highness the Princess, speculating that this exquisite garment was likely a gift from her, merely attributed to Turan. His heart stirred with excitement as he donned the battle robe, regrettably lacking a bronze mirror in the army to admire his appearance, yet feeling enveloped in warmth. At that moment, Luo Zihong entered and, upon witnessing the scene, exclaimed, General, this battle robe is truly handsome. It exemplifies the adage that one is judged by their attire, akin to a horse adorned with a saddle. I nearly mistook you for a nobleman. Realizing he had spoken inappropriately, Luo Zihong quickly amended, I almost thought you were some distinguished young gentleman from elsewhere. Zheng Su chuckled. It was a gift from someone in the past. I had never worn it until now, but with the cold, I thought to bring it out. If you fancy it. Feel free to try it on. He refrained from mentioning that it was a present from the princess, as he feared gossip would ensue. Although his words were courteous, Jiangsu had no intention of being genuinely generous. Luo Zihong, examining the fabric, remarked, "General, do not feign generosity. The craftsmanship is evidently from a beloved. If I were to wear it away, your beloved would likely curse me." With that, he drew forth his dagger, its blade gleaming in front of Jiangsu. Jiangsu had forgotten to use the dagger as a mirror, but as he gazed into its reflective surface while draping the battle robe over himself, he indeed seemed transformed. "By the way, you must have children by now," Jiangsu casually inquired. Luo Zihong, over 30, beamed with happiness as he replied, "General, I have 4 children, though regrettably, they cannot attend the academy." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Suing recalled the deceased Han Dang and others. Their children are now of an age to attend school, and it is hoped they will lead better lives in the future. Regrettably, they have lost their fathers, a sacrifice made at the cost of their lives. Is this truly worthwhile? Chapter 0046, The Grand Prince's Welcoming Banquet with Swords Drawn for Entertainment. My foolish brother leads the Iron Sword Camp's valiant soldiers in welcoming our royal brother for his expedition. The second prince commands the officers of the Iron Sword Camp, of the rank of major and above, to stand amidst the biting cold wind and pay their respects, royal brother, after your arduous journey. Please allow me to escort you into the camp for rest. 2 days later, the Grand Prince's central army arrived at the Iron Sword Camp. Unfortunately, fortune was not in their favor. The weather turned overcast, and an incessant cold wind swept across the land, lifting the accumulated snow and stinging their faces. As he surveyed the scene, Zhang Suing's brow furrowed. The Central Army boasted a formidable force of 40,000 men, with over 3,000 in the Sky Dragon Cavalry and 5,000 in the Sorcerer's Camp. In contrast, the Iron Sword Camp Sky Dragon Cavalry numbered only a little over 100, with merely 200 sorcerers. Faced with such a formidable Central Army, Zhang Suing's heart raced with uncertainty, even if the mountain tribe's fortresses were robust and their weaponry advanced. The ability to defend the city against such a powerful Central Army remained in question. To his right stood a Westerner, a brigadier general by rank, whom Zhang Suing had yet to meet. As for the Grand Prince, Zhang Suing had glimpsed him from a distance during Han Dang's burial, so he was not entirely unfamiliar. The Crown Prince's eyes glimmered with a cold light, sharp and penetrating. His blue irises harmonized with the weather of the northern regions, perhaps a reflection of his heritage as a Westerner, tracing back to ancestors from the north. His chiseled features, undeniably handsome, surpassed even those of the second prince. Though it might be deemed inappropriate to comment on a soldier's appearance, Zhang Sua could not help but think so, for the prince's striking visage was truly remarkable. As a Westerner, he stood a head taller than the commanders of the Iron Sword Camp. Upon hearing a voice, the Crown Prince remarked, "Brother, there is no need. As the commander of the Central Army, I must first ensure the proper arrangement of our troops, and shall trouble you later." With that, he departed with Ludwig and others. Zhang Sua glanced at Ludwig, who stood beside the Crown Prince. It seemed this plan was likely his conception. As the head of the military academy, the Crown Prince's expertise in military operations paled in comparison to that of the second prince, making it evident that only Ludwig possessed the requisite talent for military management. As he observed the Crown Prince leaving with Ludwig and another individual, the second prince's gaze shifted from gentle to ominous. Returning to the vanguard camp, Zhang Sua remained industrious. Exiting the tent, he surveyed the Central Army setting up camp. This location was relatively suitable for the Iron Sword Camp, which consisted of just over 10,000 men. However, it became somewhat cramped for the 40,000 troops of the Central Army. Consequently, the Central Army arranged 3 tents, strategically positioned with the 2 front camps forming a pincer formation, while the rear camp was established alongside the Iron Sword Camp. Zhang Xuan inwardly lamented the dire situation. Ludwig was indeed a master of strategy. The Central Army, stationed beside the Iron Sword Camp, appeared to be deliberately poised to distract and seize credit from them. Consequently, the Iron Sword Camp would find it impossible to capitalize on any ensuing chaos. It seemed that Ludwig had already anticipated the reason for the Iron Sword Camp's continued presence, a notion that the Crown Prince had failed to conceive. Only Ludwig possessed such acumen. The adage about having no idle men under one's command rang true. At that moment, Luo Zirong approached and remarked, General Ding is here to see you." As soon as Ding Muhua entered the tent, he anxiously whispered, "Brother Chang'an, we are in grave trouble." Observing Ding's agitation, Zhang Xuan reassured him, "Fear not. Luo Zurong is a trustworthy ally. Speak freely. Ding Muhua glanced around and sighed. His Highness just mentioned that if the Central Army successfully captures the Mountain Tribe city and the Iron Sword camp fails to secure any merit, you will be held accountable. It appeared that the second prince had dispatched observers to monitor the Central Army's movements, thus discerning their intentions. Otherwise, he would not have asserted that the Iron Sword camp could not claim any credit. Zheng Xuan offered a wry smile, conceding, in that case, we can only resign ourselves to fate. Ding Muhua, disheartened, pondered for a moment before quietly suggesting, if the Central Army truly succeeds, you should flee, Brother Chang'an. Although the realm is under the sovereign's dominion, the vast and sparsely populated northern territories would offer little difficulty for a concealed existence. Zheng Xuan could not acquiesce to such a notion. Should it come to that, he would have no choice but to embrace the hand of destiny, as he had no desire to hide away in the northern lands for the rest of his days. Later, Luo Zurong remarked, General, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince requests our presence at the banquet. It seemed that the Crown Prince had arrived. Zheng Xuan nodded, and he and Luo Zurong made their way to the banquet hall, which was situated within the tent of the second prince. The tent was already filled with numerous guests, yet its spaciousness allowed for ample accommodation. Zheng Xuan and Luo Zurong surveyed the scene and found a seat near Ding Muhua. Though the prominent positions were already occupied by the Crown Prince's entourage, the officers from the Crown Prince's Central Army attending the banquet held ranks no lower than colonel, making it clear that the lieutenants of the Iron Sword camp could not presume to take precedence and thus settled for a place at the end of the table. As the second and Crown Princes toasted each other, there was no indication that these two were vying for the position of heir apparent. The royal family's ability to maintain composure was truly remarkable. After several rounds of drinks, the Crown Prince cheerfully remarked, in this military gathering, we have no songstresses to provide entertainment, yet all present are the elite of our empire's army, particularly the Iron Sword camp. I have long heard of my younger brother's Iron Sword camp, whose prowess is said to be as formidable as the breaking of gold and stone. Might I request a demonstration today? Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuan instinctively understood that the Crown Prince was attempting to assert dominance over the second prince. Eager to assess the combat skills of the Iron Sword camp, it was likely that a representative from the Central Army would soon emerge to showcase their abilities, which, if superior, would undoubtedly embarrass the second prince. The second prince, fully aware of this subtle challenge, laughed heartily and replied, I beg your pardon, Imperial brother. How could my Iron Sword camp possibly rival the Empire's elite Central Army? However, since you have requested it, how could I dare to decline? He then rose and surveyed the assembly, asking, brave warriors of the Iron Sword camp, who among you wishes to provide entertainment for the Imperial brother? In the Iron Sword camp, individuals such as Lei Shou and Zhao Yuqing had already reached middle age and would naturally refrain from engaging in such activities. Only the military academy students of the Iron Sword camp were eligible to participate in this banquet, namely Yu Changqing, Zheng Su, and Ding Muhua. Yu Changqing rose and clasped his fists, addressing the prince. Your Highness, General Zheng is an outstanding talent among the younger generation of our Iron Sword camp, excelling in both swordplay and strategy. Zheng Su felt a wave of frustration as his old class leader spotlighted him, performing like a dancer for the audience. Zheng Su, however, was not so inclined. His swordsmanship had been honed on the battlefield, lacking any flair for performance. Just as he was about to decline, the second prince smiled and said, General Zheng, why not demonstrate for my elder brother? With the second prince's encouragement, Zheng Su could not refuse without losing face. So he steeled himself and stepped to the center of the tent, clasping his fists once more. Your Highnesses, my swordsmanship is rather rudimentary. If I inadvertently offend, I ask for your forgiveness. The eldest prince raised his hand, about to summon Ludwig to bring a sword, but the second prince intervened, drawing a blade from his waist and tossing it over. Zheng Su caught it deftly. The second prince remarked, This great Xia Longke has accompanied me for many years. You may use it. A gasp resonated throughout the command tent, and then silence fell as if a pin could be heard dropping, all eyes fixated on Zheng Su. He felt an immense weight upon him. The great Xia Longke was a renowned sword, forged by the master craftsman Helian Bobby of the Hua clan. The empire had secured this blade from a famous general of the Hua clan, offering it to the emperor, who in turn bestowed it upon the second prince in this generation. The second prince insisted that Zheng Su must prevail with this blade. Failure would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions from him. The sword's edge was characterized by its rapid and fierce strikes, lacking in aesthetic appeal. The tent was enveloped in a profound silence, and Zheng Su's heart raced, knowing that the eldest prince would soon call for a halt. As anticipated, it was not long before the eldest prince remarked, "General Zheng's swordplay is succinct and clear-cut, enhanced by the prowess of the second brother's great Xia dragon sparrow. Yet it lacks in visual splendor." The second prince's expression soured, and before he could utter a word to halt the proceedings, the eldest prince continued, "In that case, why not have someone spar with General Zheng to showcase his skills? It would surely provide a spectacle." The inevitable had arrived. Zheng Su paused, recognizing that the second prince was likely awaiting this suggestion, or else his loan of the great Xia dragon sparrow to Zheng would seem unnecessary. "Your Highness speaks aptly. However, this is a banquet, and introducing the glint of blades might prove overly perilous, potentially alarming your Highness." The second prince, adopting a strategy of feigned reluctance, replied, "In my view, it would be better to refrain." The eldest prince chuckled, "What, dear brother, are you afraid of blood? If so, let us forego the duel." His words bore a sharp wit, to which the second prince responded with a smile, "Your Highness jests. Since I lead troops in a battle, how could I fear the sight of blood? As you desire. Yet General Zheng is already an outstanding figure in my Iron Sword camp. Should another emerge victorious, the outcome would hardly be in doubt, diminishing the spectacle significantly." The eldest prince interjected, "Though my central army may not be the finest, it is not devoid of skilled swordsmen." He rose and declared, "Which general from the central army wishes to spar with General Zheng for the entertainment of all?" Zheng Su glanced over, noticing that among the numerous commanders of the central army, one was presently fixated on him, none other than the individual standing to the right of the crown prince. This man stood up, stepped forward, and clasped his fists, stating, "I am Ares, a humble officer, eager to seek the esteemed skills of General Zheng." Ares, standing before Zheng Su, towered over him by several inches. With thick eyebrows and large eyes, his golden hair cascading down his back, exuding an air of dashing handsomeness. In Chapter 0047, titled The Renowned Blade of the Great Xia, the Dragon Sparrow, fraught with peril, Zheng Su cast a glance at Ares' waist, where hung a sword typical of the Western nobility. Unlike the elegant and refined blades favored by the Huazus people, this Western sword was notably elongated and slender. The crown prince nodded with a smile, saying, "Very well, General Ares, you shall engage in a friendly contest with General Zheng. Remember, this is merely a spar for entertainment. Should you harm General Zheng, you shall be held accountable." Ares nodded in agreement, and Zheng Su found amusement in the crown prince's unwavering confidence. He returned Ares' salutation. Although Ares appeared to be in his 30s, he had already attained the rank of colonel, 2 ranks above Zheng Su. Thus the bowing was a matter of hierarchical etiquette. Ares merely acknowledged with a nod, alleviating some of the weight from Zheng Su's shoulders, as the weaponry of the Westerners paled in comparison to that of the Huazus. The two retreated to a distance of 3 paces, and Zheng Su remarked, "General Ares, I beg your pardon." With that, a layer of golden light enveloped the great Xia dragon sparrow in Zheng Su's hand, and the blade swiftly slashed downwards. Ares had already drawn his sword, however. As the blade approached, he chose not to parry, allowing his sword to rest upon the ground. As the blade of Zheng Su descended, Ares' slender sword emitted a sharp, whistling sound, akin to a whip, as it lashed against the great Xia dragon sparrow. In the fleeting moment when the weapons clashed, Zheng Su's blade was deflected by the whip-like sword tip. Utilizing the force of the impact, Ares' sword bent and thrust forcefully, aiming directly at the back of Zheng Su's hand. While Zheng Su's great Xia dragon sparrow was formidable and unwavering in its strike, the opponent's slender sword possessed the flexibility to curve, allowing it to reach the back of Zheng Su's hand through a forward thrust. Under normal circumstances, a sword and blade collision would not allow for such an attack on the opponent's hand. If the thrust connected, Zheng Su would have no choice but to abandon his weapon and surrender, with the point merely inches away from his hand. However, at that critical moment, Zheng Su's blade suddenly pivoted, causing the impending thrust of the soft sword to collide repeatedly. The tip of the soft sword danced unpredictably, unable to land its mark accurately. In the next instant, Ares swiftly retreated 3 paces, maintaining a safe distance between them. Zheng Su was taken aback, although Ares hailed from the Western tribes. His swordsmanship was undeniably impressive. He had narrowly escaped defeat due to his earlier overconfidence, a cold sweat trickling down his back, prompting him to exercise greater caution. Ares, with a hint of astonishment in his eyes, was equally surprised by his own ability to counter the earlier thrust aimed at Zheng Sua's hand. In a mere few blinks, Ares took the initiative to attack once more, his feet moving with astonishing speed as he closed the distance to Xiaochun. With a flick of his slender sword, it produced a rustling sound, aimed directly at Zheng Sua's chest. Repeatedly, Ares employed this strategy, failing to land a definitive strike, never committing fully to the thrust, but rather probing for weaknesses. The second and eldest princes within the camp watched intently, aware that the outcome held significant implications for their own reputations. The individual's mastery of swordsmanship is profound. Zheng Su merely adopts a defensive stance, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. After successfully parrying several attacks, Ares' onslaught becomes increasingly relentless, evidently having discerned the rhythm of Zheng Su's techniques. The earlier strikes were merely probes. Now, the attacks come with heightened frequency. Zheng Su wields his blade to block, appearing somewhat flustered to the onlookers. He must seize the chance for a decisive blow, otherwise, given his opponent's swift footwork, any misstep could inadvertently alert the adversary. Thus, Zheng Su remains composed. However, the second prince, unable to maintain his calm, grips his wine cup so tightly that it nearly shatters, his expression fraught with anxiety. While the first prince exudes confidence, seemingly certain of victory. As Ares' attacks grow ever more frequent, the moment for Zheng Su's counterattack arrives. Ares lunges, his thigh moving first, and Zheng Su notices that the speed of his opponent's thigh is synchronized with the thrust of the sword. As the blade is thrust forth, the thigh steps forward in advance. Zheng Su offers his chest to the opponent, simultaneously executing a horizontal slash aimed at Ares' thigh. Just as the sword point approaches Zheng Su's chest, he deftly sidesteps, evading the blade while propelling himself forward, maintaining the horizontal strike. Ares' attack misses its mark, and as he watches the blade arc toward the previously extended thigh, a peculiar smile flickers in his eyes, and he transforms into a whirlwind before Zheng Su. With the wind-born lineage of the Western tribes, Zheng Su suddenly loses sight of his target, his heart sinking in dismay. The prior maneuvers had merely been a ruse. In an instant, Ares, utilizing his wind lineage to accelerate his speed, suddenly appeared on the opposite side of Zheng Sua's body, having shifted his position. With a swift thrust of his slender sword, he aimed at Zheng Sua's chest, the blade's velocity reaching its zenith. A sense of impending doom surged within Zheng Sua. He realized the gravity of the situation. However, his body had already turned sideways to evade the previous strike, leaving him vulnerable to this new assault. The exposed side of his torso lay directly against Ares' blade, rendering any escape impossible. In a fleeting moment, Zheng Sua gritted his teeth and allowed his body to fall in the direction of the earlier slash, grounding the Daxiao Longke against the earth. Ares' sword missed its target, as Zheng Sua reclined almost horizontally, leveraging the Daxiao Longke to keep his body aloft. Ares, evidently confident in his strike, assumed that Zheng Sua would have nowhere to evade while maintaining his balance, thus committing fully to this attack. However, with his thrust having missed, Ares found himself exposed. Zheng Sua, with his face aligned towards Ares, took advantage of the opportunity and retaliated with a swift thrust aimed at Ares' unguarded chest. With a forceful motion, the Daxiao Longke shimmered with golden light, and he forcefully rotated his body. The Daxiao Longke, grounded, suddenly swept upward with great precision. A sharp sound echoed as Ares staggered backward, and after retreating 3 steps, he looked down in disbelief, noticing a white mark etched into the armor covering his chest, a testament to the Daxiao Long's strike. Harnessing the upward momentum from the blade's trajectory, Zheng Sua spun and rose to his feet, seizing the moment of Ares' bewilderment to advance swiftly, positioning the Daxiao Longke upon Ares' shoulder. The outcome had been decided. At this moment, the second prince rose, exclaiming in anger, "Zheng Sua, you are being outrageous." Zheng Su hurriedly knelt upon hearing the voice, and the second prince sternly remarked, "General Ares is an esteemed guest. How can you show such disrespect?" Zheng Su quickly clasped his fists and replied, "This subordinate acknowledges his fault." Nevertheless, he understood that the second prince was likely overjoyed at this moment, though he must maintain the facade of reprimanding him for the sake of the first princess' dignity. With a sigh of relief, the second prince promptly approached Ares, exclaiming, "General Ares, my subordinate is lacking in manners. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him." Ares' countenance was ashen as he clasped his fists in response. "General Zheng's swordsmanship is unparalleled. I am no match for him. Had it not been for General Zheng's mercy, I would have already met a gruesome fate. Please do not hold it against him. The second prince, seated beside the first prince, commented, "Indeed, my elder brother's central army is brimming with talent. It has truly opened my eyes. I raise a toast to my elder brother." After finishing his drink, the first prince's expression shifted between red and pale, likely signaling his lack of desire to remain seated. He stood and clasped his fists, saying, "Second brother, the central army will commence the siege early tomorrow. I shall not impose further." With that, the first prince departed, accompanied by the members of the central army. The second prince, ecstatic, approached Zheng Su and unfastened the Daxiao Lanke, saying, "General Zheng, this blade is of little use to me, so I bestow it upon you. May you wield it to vanquish foes for the empire in future battles." The entire camp gazed in astonishment at Zheng Su, who had anticipated mere verbal commendation from the second prince, never expecting such an honor as receiving the Daxiao Lanke. The second prince laughed heartily. "What is there to be unworthy of? I shall speak to father about it." Zheng Suing, witnessing the earnest demeanor of the second prince, accepted the Daxia dragon sparrow. The second prince, in high spirits, commanded the commanders to indulge in revelry, creating a harmonious atmosphere within the camp. Zheng Suing mused that at this very moment, the first prince was likely reprimanding Ares. Nonetheless, Ares' swordsmanship was indeed remarkable. It was truly commendable for the Western tribes to possess such skills. Suddenly, Luo Zerong inquired with a hint of uncertainty, "General, from the first prince's words, it appears that we are to commence an assault on the city tomorrow. Do you believe the central army can capture the stronghold of the mountain tribes?" The following day, upon awakening from his intoxication, Zheng Suing rose to find Luo Zerong already clad in full armor, standing within the tent. As Zheng Suing emerged, Luo Zerong approached urgently, saying, "General, today the central army will attack the city, and the second prince has gone to observe the battle. Shall we not join them?" Zheng Suing shared this sentiment, for the matter was one of life and death. Should the central army indeed breach the city, they would be compelled to wield the hand of fate. He washed his face, casually stowed some military rations, and departed with Luo Zerong. The other commanders of the Iron Sword camp had already accompanied the second prince, as attendance at the observation was left to the discretion of each camp's leaders. Thus no one had come to inform Zheng Suing. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Iron Sword camp were engaged in morning drills within their respective barracks. Upon exiting the Iron Sword camp, the sounds of the morning call echoed from the nearby encampment of 10,000 central troops, evidently stationed there to prevent the Iron Sword camp from claiming undue glory, and they were not involved in the siege. Mounting his horse, Zheng Suing hastened towards a hilltop where the second prince and others awaited. Dismounting, he clasped his fists and respectfully addressed, "Your Highness, I have arrived late. Please allow me to accept your reprimand." A layer of snow had settled upon the second prince, who appeared to have been standing there for quite some time, his thoughts entirely consumed by the battlefield. He gestured for Zheng Song to rise. Once Zheng Song was on his feet, the second prince furrowed his brow and addressed the assembled generals, inquiring about their opinions. Chapter 0048, Terror. The secret weapon of the mountain tribe Ray Shou stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, I believe that barring any unforeseen circumstances, the 30,000 central army will undoubtedly breach this city." Liang Wenzan also advanced, declaring, "General Ludwig is indeed a renowned commander of the empire. His deployment of troops is both orderly and strategic. The central army's momentum is formidable, and the city's fall should pose no significant challenge." Unbeknownst to them, Zheng Song had previously advised the second prince, which prompted these declarations. Ding Muhua observed the increasingly grim expression on the second prince's face and quickly interjected, "I believe, however, that the mountain tribe is fighting with their backs against the wall. Their morale may not be inferior to that of the central army. Furthermore, their weaponry far surpasses that of the central army, making the siege quite arduous." Although Ding Muhua had played a significant role in the conquest of Sodden City, the others seemed to regard him with disdain, their expressions reflecting skepticism. Zhang Song remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the central army, now arrayed 3 miles outside the city. The 5,000 dragon riders flanked the main force, clearly designated for the primary assault, while the sorcerer camp had begun their incantations. Dark clouds loomed ominously above the great city of the mountain tribe, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Zhang Song mused that he might be the one, aside from the second prince, who most fervently wished for the first prince's failure in the siege. He could only hope that Ding Muhua was correct, and that the mountain tribe would indeed deploy the beings they had created. for he believed that this weapon could be the sole determinant in altering the course of the battle. A prolonged blast of the horn echoed, signaling the commencement of the Central Army's assault on the city. 5,000 dragon knights surged forth from both flanks, their colossal dragons bearing the Central Army's riders as they charged toward the stronghold of the mountain tribes. The wizards' battalion unleashed a torrential downpour of lightning upon the city walls, which soared high into the sky. Despite the thunderous booms resonating from the impact, the formidable walls showed no signs of yielding. Sardin City, constructed by the Western tribes, boasted walls that were evidently sturdier than those erected by the mountain dwellers. The combined might of 3,000 wizards struggling to breach the defenses proved futile in the short term. The sound of the horn transformed into a rallying cry for the entire army, indicating the Crown Prince's unwavering determination to secure victory, compelling the troops to charge forth. Zheng Chong clenched his fists tightly, casting a glance at the second prince, who mirrored his intensity, fixated on the advancing wave of the Central Army. As 2,500 dragon riders ascended over the mountain tribe stronghold, a familiar sound filled the air, the unmistakable hum of helicopters. Even atop the peaks, the noise was unmistakable. The dragon riders would find it exceedingly difficult to gain the upper hand against the aerial forces, provided their numbers were not overwhelmingly disparate. As 1, 2, and eventually nearly 1,000 helicopters appeared above the mountain tribe's citadel, Zheng Chong released his tightly clenched fists. From a distance, the sight of the helicopters was dramatic. Black smoke billowed from their wings while tongues of flame erupted forth. The formidable dragons faced the onslaught of fireballs unleashed from the helicopter wings, and the sky erupted with a cacophony as dragon carcasses plummeted from the heavens. The once orderly dragon riders' camp suffered continual losses as dragons were relentlessly brought down. Yet, the dragons had not even approached the helicopters, whose range exceeded that of the dragons by several multiples, a decisive and irreversible advantage. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of the Vanguard Corps, which obliterated all enemy helicopters, the conquest of Sardin City would have remained an arduous endeavor. Though separated by a significant distance, the fiery clouds on the horizon cast a red hue upon the second prince's countenance, and Zheng Xiong observed as the prince's fists slowly unclenched. At that moment, the central military forces on the ground had encroached upon the artillery range of the mountain tribes. Zheng Xiong silently counted to 10, 1, 2, 3, and as he reached 10, a resounding boom echoed through the air. The ground forces of the Central Army erupted into chaos, flames lighting up the sky, and the anguished cries reverberated for miles. This cacophony made the earth tremble, instilling a palpable sense of dread, as if even the ground itself quaked in fear. A multitude of artillery pieces fired in unison, creating a formidable spectacle. Based on the cadence of the cannon fire, Zheng Xiong estimated that the mountain tribe's stronghold harbored no fewer than 500 cannons, an astounding tenfold increase compared to the 50 that had once besieged Sardin City. The area surrounding the mountain tribe's fortress had transformed into a hellish inferno, with flames illuminating the night sky. Standing in that position, Zheng Xiong could feel the intensity of the battle, his face flushed with heat. He mused that the first prince and Ludwig must be utterly astonished by now. The mountain tribe's weaponry was, after all, far beyond what the Empire could contend with. As the Central Army advanced to within 50 paces of the city, the sharp crack of gunfire rang out incessantly. From afar, one could witness countless soldiers of the Central Army falling like waves of wheat before a relentless tide. At this moment, the Dragon Cavalry Corps in the sky had suffered a depletion of 30%, while the mountain tribe's helicopters appeared to have lost no more than 3 or 4. The Dragon Cavalry was thrown into disarray, becoming easy targets and incurring substantial losses. As the Central Army approached the city, Zheng Qiong gazed into the distance and observed that within 50 paces of the mountain tribe's fortress, the ground had changed hue. Now stained with the color of the Central Army's armor, an expanse littered with corpses, estimated to number close to 3,000. Of the 30,000 troops launched in today's offensive, subtracting the 5,000 from the Dragon Cavalry and 3,000 from the Sorcerer Corps, left merely 22,000. After further removing the 2,000 from the Crown Prince's personal guard, only 20,000 remained. Yet, by the time they reached the city's base, they had already suffered 3,000 casualties, highlighting the ferocity of the conflict. As Ding Muihua had articulated, the mountain tribes were fighting with their backs against the wall. Their determination should not be underestimated. At this juncture, the soldiers of the Central Army's logistics unit had begun to set up a siege ladder at the foot of the city. As the ladder was erected, The ground beneath the city wall was already strewn with corpses, those awaiting the assault and the logistics soldiers. Central Army soldiers began to scale the erected ladder. But boulders fell from the heights, shattering many of the ladders in the process. As time progressed, the dragon cavalry's strength was diminished by more than half, rendering them ineffective in battle. The helicopters of the mountain tribes began to vanish from the sky, presumably in descent. Yet, just as this batch of helicopters disappeared, another wave emerged from atop the city walls, emitting a deafening roar. Zheng Suo, perplexed, turned to Ding Muhua, who stood beside him and whispered, "The steam engine necessitates a substantial amount of materials for combustion. The helicopters are too diminutive, resulting in a limited operational duration. They have likely divided the helicopters into 2 batches, with one completing their mission while the other ascends for action, thus averting any void in the aerial coverage." Zhang Suo then comprehended that helicopters indeed possess vulnerabilities, specifically in sustained combat capability. However, the enemy's strategy of deploying them in 2 waves ingeniously mitigated the risk of fuel depletion. The mountain tribe's ingenuity was undeniable. As he gazed over, the designated helicopters approached the location of the Central Army's wizard encampment, unleashing a relentless barrage of fireballs from their wings, raining down upon the ground. With a thunderous roar, the flames engulfed the wizard encampment like a deluge, transforming the previously orderly array into chaos. At that moment, the last colossal bolt of lightning struck the mountain tribe's battlements, illuminating the dim world as if it were midday. With a resounding crash, a breach finally appeared in the mountain tribe's walls. Central Army soldiers, who were still scaling the ladders, surged towards the newly created opening like a relentless tide. Panic surged through Zheng Suo. Was the fortress about to succumb? His thoughts lingered on Ding Muhua's mention of artificial beings. Without such entities, the mountain tribe's forces would lack the strength for a direct confrontation with the Central Army. The second prince's countenance grew exceedingly grim, reflecting a profound despondency as he averted his gaze from the blown-open breach, allowing his head to droop in despair. Zheng Song has resolved to unleash the hand of fate. At this moment, there appears to be no alternative. With the conclusion of the conflict, the second prince is certain to seek vengeance, and those most at risk are undoubtedly himself and Ding Muhua, the architects of this scheme. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air, drawing the attention of all towards the breached city walls, the second prince included. The soldiers of the Central Army, who had surged through the gap in the walls, were expelled like sesame seeds, hurled into the sky. As they gazed upon the breach, thick black smoke billowed forth, and shortly thereafter, a colossal object emerged from the opening, the smoke swirling ominously from its apex. From a distance, it was evident that this immense machine was adorned with several rotating iron hammers, spinning relentlessly, casting countless Central Army soldiers into the air. The rumors of the creation plan were indeed true. The mountain tribes had successfully constructed such a gargantuan entity. Though it bore little resemblance to a human, its sheer size rendered it an entity akin to a giant. The soldiers of the Central Army began to retreat in a frenzy, as if confronted by a monstrous apparition, while numerous giants continued to pour forth from the breach. Ultimately, their numbers swelled to around 50, resembling a cadre of celestial beings, solidifying the gap as if it were an impregnable fortress. At this moment, all the soldiers of the Iron Sword camp, who had been observing, turned their astonished gazes towards Ding Muhua, their eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. They were likely contemplating how accurately Ding Muhua had predicted this outcome, truly a stroke of divine strategy. The second prince exclaimed with excitement, "Excellent." However, realizing that his exclamation might be inappropriate, he cleared his throat twice, his previous disappointment vanishing, replaced by exuberance. The wizard camp was relentlessly bombarded by the helicopters that had been dispatched, resulting in countless casualties and making it difficult for them to launch an effective natural disaster response. They began to retreat. The airborne dragon riders had also suffered a loss of 60%. The dwarven helicopters did not pursue too far, likely due to concerns about their operational range. After finishing their bombardment of the wizard camp, the helicopters redirected towards the location of the first prince, unleashing fiery, thunderous projectiles above him. The thunderous sounds were so intense that if one were to close their ears and listen closely, it truly felt like the end of the world. Zheng Chao had made the right bet. He glanced at Ding Muhua, who appeared pale at that moment. Ding Muhua clasped his fist and said, "Your Highness, I am feeling unwell. I shall take my leave." With a sorrowful smile, Ding Muhua turned and departed alone. Being of the Western clan, he did not share the same desire as the local Huazus for a catastrophic defeat of the seemingly invincible Central Army. Ultimately, he feared loss of life, whether among Westerners or Huazus, which prompted his early exit. With the artificial beings shielding the breach and the wizard camp already in shambles, the Dragon Riders were no exception. It was clear that the first prince was destined to lose. It was merely a matter of the extent of the losses. Chapter 0049. The first prince's disastrous defeat. The second prince relays Zheng Qiao's strategy. Zheng Qiao felt no inclination to continue observing. He saluted with a fist and said a few words, but the second prince paid him no heed as he turned to leave. Zheng Qiao remarked, "There is no need to watch further. Allow me to accompany you for a while." Ding Muhua nodded, and the two walked a considerable distance, leaving behind the view of the battlefield, which alleviated his mood somewhat. "Brother Chang'an, please do not blame me. Witnessing the deaths of so many, I find myself regretting our counsel to His Highness." Zheng Qiao replied with a smile, "I do not hold it against you. After all, we are not made of wood. Who can remain unmoved? The tragic loss of life is something that would weigh heavily on anyone's heart." In truth, Zheng Qiao found it somewhat amusing that he uttered such words, for while he acknowledged the humanity in them, he felt a peculiar exhilaration at the sight of the Central Army's significant casualties. His words were merely a means to comfort Ding Muhua. With a sigh, Ding Muhua expressed, "At times, I truly do not comprehend why human beings are hierarchically divided, especially amidst such frequent warfare. Is it truly worth it?" Zheng Qiao sighed in response. "That is merely your perspective. Thoughts differ among individuals. If the entire world were composed of people like you, perhaps it would cease to exist. How could people be the same? If that were the case, this world would surely lose its essence." Zheng Qiao recalled the engineered beings, whose remarkable power was undeniable. After inquiring further, Ding Muhua provided detailed explanations. These creations were equipped with steam engines, and within their formidable exteriors, numerous mountain tribe soldiers concealed themselves, capable of inflicting considerable damage with their firearms. However, they had stringent requirements regarding terrain. In complex landscapes, the engineered beings struggled to maintain balance, severely limiting their mobility. As the conversation unfolded, Ding Muhua spoke eloquently, momentarily casting aside the harrowing memories of the battlefield. At that moment, Luo Zirong rushed in, setting aside his weapon, and exclaimed with excitement, General Ding is here. Ha! The mountain tribes are truly formidable." Zheng Qiao, anticipating Luo Zirong's next words, shot him a warning glance. But Luo Zirong seemed oblivious, continuing unabated. "The arrogant Central Army, akin to stray dogs, have been relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by the mountain tribes. I estimate that about 60% of the 30,000 Central soldiers besieging the city have been lost. These Westerners, who usually look down upon us with Zurin, have finally received their just deserts." Ding Muhua's complexion turned pale, and Zheng Qiao sensed the impending trouble. He admonished sternly, "Luo Zirong, enough." Luo Zirong paused, suddenly recalling that Ding Muhua was of the Western tribe, and realizing his slip of the tongue, he hastily knelt before Ding Muhua, saying, "I beg your pardon, General. My previous remarks about the Westerners did not include you. Please do not take it to heart." Ding Muhua remained silent, his face as white as a sheet. Zheng Qiao sighed and said, "Luo Zirong, you may leave." Luo Zirong rose, casting an apologetic glance at Ding Muhua, and remorsefully uttered, "I am sorry." With that, he turned and exited. Zheng Suikai was about to speak when Ding Muhua, with a sorrowful smile, remarked, "Brother Chang'an, the people of the Western tribes hold the Huazu people in disdain, and it is only natural for you to harbor resentment towards them. Yet, as a member of the Iron Sword camp, I am of Western descent myself. Although I did not personally slay those from the Western tribes, I bear an inescapable responsibility. Had I informed the Crown Prince sooner, perhaps this situation could have been averted." At this moment, the most difficult position to be in was undoubtedly that of Ding Muhua. He found himself amidst a camp predominantly composed of Huazu individuals, yet he belonged to the Western tribes, regardless of whether he was among Huazu or Western people. He could not bear to witness any sacrifice. Zheng Suikai was at a loss for words to offer comfort and fell into silence. After a brief pause, he said, "If you seek someone to blame, let it be me. It was my decision to keep this from the Crown Prince, and for that, I apologize." At that moment, Luo Zirong peeked through the curtain at the entrance, seemingly in a hurry. Zheng Suikai was uncertain whether to summon him inside and was about to step out to inquire. Ding Muhua lifted his head and said, "General Luo, please come in. I hold no ill will towards you." Upon entering the tent, they found themselves alone with the second prince, who appeared quite animated. Noticing Zheng Suikai and Ding Muhua, the second prince furrowed his brow and asked, "Where have you two been?" His suspicion was palpable. Ding Muhua clasped his hands and replied, "Your Highness, I was feeling unwell earlier and took my leave in advance." The second prince nodded, dispelling his doubts, and approached Zheng Suikai and Ding Muhua, urging, "Gentlemen, please take a seat." With no one else present, it was evident that the second prince had placed considerable trust in both Zheng Suikai and Ding Muhua, as he intended to discuss forthcoming strategies with them. However, it seemed that Ding Muhua had yet to grasp this realization. He inquired with a hint of confusion, "Your Highness, are we not to convene in the tent? Why have the others not arrived?" The second prince waved his hand dismissively and replied, "The rest are still recovering from last night's revelry. I instructed them to rest. You two may confer with me." Once seated, the second prince looked at the two with delight and remarked, "The Central Army suffered a significant defeat today. I estimate their losses exceed 70%. The mountain tribes, fortified within their stronghold, will find it exceedingly difficult to be besieged by the central forces. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Roland will soon arrive at the Iron Sword camp to request orders. What are your thoughts? Do you have any strategies to propose?" Zheng Chao had already contemplated the situation and rose to clasp his fists, saying, "Your Highness, at this juncture, there are two paths before us." The second prince smiled and replied, "General Zheng and I are of one mind. We may either join forces with my elder brother to seize the mountain tribe's stronghold and share in the glory, or we could refuse his request, compelling him to retreat. However, should we decline my elder brother's request, I fear he may harbor resentment, which could adversely affect the Iron Sword camp's establishment. Yet, I am reluctant to share this merit with him, for it rightfully belongs to the Iron Sword camp. The soldiers of the Iron Sword camp would undoubtedly object. I find myself at an impasse." Zheng Chao secretly chuckled, having anticipated the two options the second prince would propose. With the great prince wielding military authority, the Iron Sword camp was merely a faade maintained by the two brothers to preserve an appearance of harmony. Should the second prince refuse to join forces, it would likely lead to a rupture with the great prince, who could very well retaliate by disbanding the Iron Sword camp altogether. Ding Muhua, with urgency, declared, "The Central Army and the Iron Sword camp both serve as soldiers of the Empire. Even if we allow the Central Army a share of the credit, as long as we can eliminate the bandits in this area, it would not be an unwise decision. Your Highness, please contemplate this carefully." The second prince's countenance darkened. Casting a silent gaze upon Ding Muhua, Zheng Chao hastily clasped his fists and remarked, "Your Highness, the two paths I propose diverge from your own." The second prince turned his attention to Zheng Chao, his expression one of confusion. "General Zheng, please elaborate." The second prince paused, seemingly unable to grasp the reasoning, and curiously inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Zheng Chao, with a respectful bow, responded, "Your Highness, you have already received the Emperor's decree to return the Iron Sword camp. If the eldest prince seeks your aid and you were to refuse him face to face, it would undoubtedly incite his wrath. However, if you state that the Iron Sword camp must return in accordance with the Emperor's orders, even if the eldest prince harbors resentment, he would be powerless to act, thus preventing a rift between you and your brother." The second prince was taken aback, exclaiming, "But if we do so, the mountain tribe's bandits will remain unvanquished, posing a grave threat to the Empire." Zheng Chao stepped forward, clasping his fist once more, "Your Highness, this is the only course of action available. I beseech you to make a decisive choice." Ding Muhua glanced at Zheng Chao, his expression visibly lightening. To him, the mountain tribe bandits were likely seen as subjects of the Empire. As long as they could avoid conflict and loss of life, he would certainly support Zheng Chao's words. Zheng Chao and Ding Muhua rose, and the second prince instructed, "General Zheng, please prepare. I shall bid farewell to Roland shortly." He then turned to Ding Muhua and added, "General Ding, hasten to relay the orders to all camps to prepare for our return, and do so swiftly." Ding Muhua nodded, and the two exited the tent. Ding Muhua clasped his fists and said, "General Zheng, I am grateful to you. Regardless of the circumstances, it is preferable that we do not engage in battle, for the preservation of life is paramount. The mountain clansmen are also subjects of the Empire." Zheng Chui offered a wry smile, pondering that his schemes were not devised to avoid conflict or bloodshed, nor were they for the sake of Ding Muhua. Rather, it was due to Tang Ning's presence in the court that he anticipated a tempest of turmoil and bloodshed. He had initially believed that he would not be able to confront his next adversary, Tang Ning, for a decade. Yet it seemed that the reckoning would arrive sooner than anticipated. With a resigned smile, he reflected on the saying that women often compete openly and covertly in beauty, while men, too, cannot escape the tendency to measure their own handsomeness against one another. Chapter 50. Ares' Temptation. The second prince's ambush. At that moment, Luo Zirong entered, momentarily taken aback before inquiring, "General, what are you planning?" He continued with a hint of confusion, "Are we not to subdue the mountain clansmen?" Upon returning to the camp of the second prince, Zheng Chui clasped his fists and asked, "Your Highness, may we take our leave?" He added, "Your Highness, you flatter me." However, the second prince shook his head, stating, "Though my time in the military has been brief, I have encountered many soldiers. Among the Hua clan, General Zheng is undoubtedly the foremost scholar general." Zheng Chui found himself at a loss for words. The second prince scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly speaking in a soft tone, "Zheng Chui, I hope you can seize this opportunity." Throughout the journey, the second prince remained silent, likely contemplating the farewell he would offer to the first prince. Zheng Chui, amidst the royal guards, stood out distinctly due to his battle attire. Upon entering the central military camp, Zheng Chang's gaze swept across numerous wounded soldiers of the Central Army. The scene before him clearly indicated that the Central Army had suffered a staggering loss of nearly 70%. Were it not for the 1,000 troops of the Iron Sword Battalion left to guard against opportunistic attacks, the Central Army would likely have dwindled to less than 10,000 men. Notably, the Dragon Cavalry Battalion had nearly lost 80% of its strength, while the Sorcerer Battalion had sustained losses of 70%. Conducting an aerial assault would be exceedingly challenging without the Dragon Cavalry in the skies. The Central Army's advance to the city would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Navigating through the various battalions of the Central Army, Zheng Chong arrived at the encampment of the Grand Crown Prince, where he could distinctly hear the Grand Crown Prince's furious voice berating the Central Army officers within. The second Crown Prince smirked slightly, but quickly regained his composure and addressed the entrance of the camp. "Please convey to my elder brother that the commander of the Iron Sword Battalion requests an audience." A nearby attendant hurried inside, and after a brief interval, emerged once more. The sounds of wrath from within had subsided, likely due to the Grand Crown Prince's desire to conceal his loss of composure from the second Crown Prince. The attendant informed him, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. His Highness is currently in a meeting." The second Crown Prince nodded, and shortly thereafter, the Central Army officers emerged, each bearing a countenance devoid of their earlier pride. Their heads hung low. Once all the Central Army generals had departed, the Grand Crown Prince and Ludwig came forth. The Grand Crown Prince had donned a new expression. Greeting with a smile, "Second brother, you have arrived. Please, come in." Ludwig offered a respectful bow to the second Crown Prince, and Zheng Chong reciprocated the gesture to both the Grand Crown Prince and Ludwig. Upon entering the Grand Crown Prince's larger encampment, as soon as they were seated, the Grand Crown Prince remarked with a smile, "Second brother, I was just about to seek you out, and to my surprise, you have come." It seems that Ludwig has just suggested to the Crown Prince that he seek assistance from the second prince, uniting their forces to jointly besiege the city. Zheng Suo had already anticipated this and turned to look at the second prince. The second prince glanced at Zheng Suo and responded with a smile, "If my royal brother has matters to discuss, I shall certainly do my utmost to assist. Please, go on." The Crown Prince sighed, rising to his feet. "As you have witnessed today, the Central Army has breached the walls of the mountain tribes. If we continue our assault, victory is assured. However, this would deprive the Iron Sword camp of their due credit. I had not fully considered this at the outset of the Central Army's arrival, and now I find myself regretting it. I hope you can forgive me, dear brother, and I propose that we join our forces and share this achievement." The second prince's expression remained unchanged, yet Zheng Suo found it quite amusing. The Crown Prince was indeed brazen in his words. The second prince, however, did not hastily take his leave, but inquired earnestly, "Royal brother, may I ask about the Central Army's casualties?" The Crown Prince chuckled, "The losses are considerable, approximately 30%. Yet, the city gates have been breached, and the remaining soldiers of the Central Army are sufficient for the siege." Zheng Suo nearly burst into laughter, struggling to contain himself. The losses were evidently over 70%, yet in the Crown Prince's account, they had been reduced to 30. This was clearly a fabricated battle casualty rate devised to persuade the second prince to ally with him. Nonetheless, the second prince maintained his composure and sighed as he stood. The Crown Prince glanced at Ludwig, who was signaling discreetly. Zheng Suo observed this keenly, but he knew the second prince had already resolved to retreat and would remain unmoved. The crown prince noticed Ludwig's expression and queried, "Brother, do you harbor any doubts? If the Iron Sword camp finds it inconvenient, you need only speak candidly. My central army can besiege the city alone. I shall certainly convey to Father Emperor that it was our combined efforts that vanquished the enemy." The second prince's expression turned despondent as he replied, "Thank you, Brother Emperor. Alas, it seems I lack such fortune. The Iron Sword camp must retreat tonight, for the decree to return has long been issued. I cannot delay any further, lest I incur the sin of defying imperial orders. Please forgive me. I have come solely to bid you farewell." The eldest prince was taken aback, then expressed concern. Is it truly that urgent? Zhang Suaning was enduring great difficulty. It was he who had incited the emperor to issue this military command, yet he now feigned deep concern. The second prince nodded, responding, "Brother Emperor, military orders must not be defied." The eldest prince forced a smile and said, "In that case, I shall not detain my younger brother any longer." After exchanging pleasantries, the second prince led Zhang Suaning out of the camp. As they exited, the eldest prince maintained a light-hearted demeanor. But Zhang Suaning thought to himself that the eldest prince was likely cursing inwardly at that moment. Zhang Suaning clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Your Highness, the Central Army has suffered over 70% losses, with an additional 10,000 troops yet to engage in battle. Only around 18,000 remain. And the losses in the Dragon Cavalry and Sorcerer battalions are even more severe, rendering them incapable of besieging the city." Only then did the second prince feel at ease. Continuing, "General Zheng, Yulia holds you in high regard as well. I hope you will not disappoint her or me." He then sighed deeply, adding, "One must consider, she has reached the age for choosing a suitor." Zhang Suaning's heart raced, as if it might leap from his chest. The second prince's words about Yulia's favorable view of him and her age for selecting a spouse hinted at his own prospects. He clasped his fists and declared, "I assure you, I shall not disappoint your highnesses." Upon returning to the camp, the Iron Sword Battalion was evidently prepared to retreat. Luo Zirong, still troubled, remarked, "I cannot fathom what His Highness is thinking. The Central Army cannot breach the defenses, if only we, the Iron Sword Battalion, proposed a united front. The Crown Prince would undoubtedly acquiesce." Zheng Suing retorted coldly, "The Emperor has commanded the Iron Sword Battalion to retreat. Do you wish for the second prince to defy military orders?" Luo Zirong quickly knelt, exclaiming, "I would not dare. Please forgive me, General." Shortly thereafter, Luo Zirong entered, stating, "General, someone seeks your presence." Zheng Suing surmised it must be Ding Muhua. However, to his astonishment, it was Ares. Ares was covered in snow, appearing rather forlorn. Zheng Suing promptly approached and greeted him, saying, "General Ares, do you require my assistance?" The greeting was merely a clasping of fists. For Ares was not the commander of the Iron Sword Battalion. Ares returned the gesture, saying, "General Zheng, my apologies for the intrusion. May I come in for a moment?" Once inside the tent, tea was promptly served, and Ares sighed, saying, "I came to speak with you, nothing more." Zheng Suing was puzzled as to what they could possibly discuss. Ares managed a wry smile and said, "Surely you are aware that the Central Army has faced considerable setbacks in the siege." Zheng Suing feigned ignorance and inquired, "General Ares, I heard from the Crown Prince that the Central Army's losses are merely 30%. How can that be deemed considerable?" Ares shook his head, replying, "Not merely 30%. In my battalion alone, losses exceed 70%. The Crown Prince remains obstinately self-willed." This statement is profoundly audacious. Yet Ares utters it as if it were the most commonplace remark. Zheng Chao, intrigued, wonders whether this individual fears the repercussions from the Crown Prince once the latter becomes aware. Affecting astonishment, Zheng Chao feigns surprise as Ares suddenly turns and whispers, "The Crown Prince has already sent word to the imperial capital, requesting reinforcements. This battle has incurred considerable losses, but the reinforcements have arrived. This city is destined to fall." Zheng Chao rises, speaking with righteous fervor. "The insurrection of the mountain tribes constitutes an internal calamity for the empire, akin to a thorn in the throat. It must be eradicated at its roots. The Crown Prince's actions are entirely justifiable. I wish him victory in his endeavors." Although Zheng Chao spoke these empty platitudes, he remained oblivious to Ares's true purpose in disclosing such confidential information. However, he surmised that the Iron Sword camp's refusal to unite forces would compel the Crown Prince to summon additional troops. Yet, Ares' candid revelation raises questions about his intentions. Ares gazes at Zheng Chao and continues, General Zheng, you possess exceptional talent. The Iron Sword Camp is too small to accommodate you. If you are willing, I can recommend you to the Crown Prince for a position as a colonel commanding the Central Army. You are destined for greatness. The convoluted path of Ares' suggestion indicates a desire for Zheng Chao to join the Central Army. An unsettling premonition stirs within Zheng Chao, yet he maintains a calm facade as he responds, General Ares, your words are misguided. Wherever I serve, it is for the glory of the Empire. My unwavering loyalty belongs to the Empire. As long as I can defend its territory, I seek no other reward. Ares wore a look of astonishment, likely taken aback by Zheng Chao's swift refusal. At that moment, he could no longer remain seated and rose with a smile, saying, I apologize for the abruptness. General Ding is correct. The Iron Sword Battalion must return. I shall not delay you any further. After bidding farewell to Ares, Zheng Chao's heart surged with tumultuous emotions as he hurried toward the camp of the Second Prince. Before he arrived, he heard his guards shouting, the Second Prince has been attacked. Summon a physician immediately. In this perilous chapter, titled Perilous Situations, a Desperate Predicament, the attack on the Second Prince had already led Zheng Chao to suspect the assailant. He quickened his pace toward the tent, where the guards had formed a tight perimeter. The leader of the guards blocked Zheng Chao's path, stating, General Zheng, His Highness has been injured. No one is permitted to enter. Zheng Chao urgently inquired, have they captured the assailant? The guard replied hastily, General Zhao has dispatched men to pursue the culprit. Zhao Tianxiang served as the captain of the Second Prince's personal guard. Upon hearing that the captain had ventured out, Zheng Chao asserted, I have urgent matters to report to the Second Prince. The guard firmly obstructed Zheng Chao once more, declaring, No, His Highness has issued orders. No one is allowed. Although this guard recognized Zheng Chao, he remained resolute in his stance, indicating that the Second Prince had grown distrustful of all. Nevertheless, recalling Ares' words, Zheng Chao raised his voice, Your Highness, I, Zheng Chao, request an audience to convey urgent news. Inside the tent, the voice of the Second Prince echoed, commanding, Let General Zheng enter. The guards promptly stepped aside, allowing Zheng Su to enter the tent. The Second Prince lay upon the couch, his complexion pallid, his hands trembling. Upon seeing Zheng Su, he hastily exclaimed, General Zheng, someone is attempting to take my life. It was evident that the Second Prince was thoroughly shaken. Zheng Su stepped forward to ascertain that the prince was unharmed, noting only several slashes on his robe, rendering him quite disheveled. He urgently inquired, Your Highness, did you catch a glimpse of their faces? The Second Prince, his lips tinged with a bluish hue, shook his head and replied in a quavering voice, I did not see them, but they must undoubtedly be from the mountain tribes. They seek to leave my Iron Sword Camp leaderless, thus making it impossible for our two armies to unite. After saying this, he flung a firearm from the table towards Zheng Su. Zheng Su, unfazed, knelt and remarked, Your Highness, there are spies among your ranks. He recounted the earlier visit from Ares, prompting the Second Prince, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, to rise in anger, declaring, Roland, we are irreconcilable. However, as the Second Prince regained his composure, some of the fear dissipated from his expression, and he queried, General Zheng, but how can we ascertain if there is a traitor in my midst? Zheng Su clasped his hands and responded, I am but a low-ranking officer, hardly worthy of their attention. Yet Ares has not sought out others, but has come to recruit me, which must indicate that they are aware that those schemes originate from me and not from other high-ranking officials of the Iron Sword Camp. The Second Prince's realization dawned upon him, his face turning a shade darker as he exclaimed, I never imagined Roland could be so despicable as to send someone to assassinate me. Although the Second Prince is not well versed in military affairs, he is not foolish. Upon hearing Zheng Su's words, he is able to infer that the assassins are not from the mountain tribes, but rather the work of the First Prince. As Zheng Su articulates this, a sudden realization strikes him with dread. The enemy is not merely targeting him, but undoubtedly also Ding Muhua. The First Prince aims to lure away all of the Second Prince's trusted confidants. Just as he is about to speak, Ding Muhua requests an audience from outside the tent. The Second Prince permits him to enter, and upon seeing Zheng Su, Ding Muhua is momentarily taken aback, before clasping his fists and saying, Your Highness, General Roger of the Central Army just visited me. Zheng Su inquires urgently, Did he summon you to the Central Army? Ding Muhua is momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard by Zheng Su's deduction. Although he may seem dull, he is not without wit. His expression changes dramatically as he exclaims, "Does that mean there are others with General Zheng?" Zheng Su nods and turns to the second prince. The second prince claps his hands, summoning a personal guard, and frowns as he instructs, "Immediately clear everyone from outside the tent." The guard acknowledges and departs. The second prince then cautiously asks Zheng Su, "Do you have any inkling of what is happening?" Zheng Su ponders for a moment before shaking his head. "At present, I am uncertain, but in a short while, the truth will reveal itself." Both the second prince and Ding Muhua gaze at Zheng Su, puzzled. With these words, the second prince comprehends the situation, his eyes darkening with malice. Ding Muhua glances at Zheng Su, his unease palpable as he cautions, "General Zheng, what if General Zhao arrives only to find that those people have already perished? Would we not be wronging the innocent? We cannot make such assumptions. We must have clear evidence." The second prince retorts with a cold smile, "Better to mistakenly execute than to let the guilty go free." Ding Muhua sighed and cast a glance at Zheng Su, choosing silence thereafter. Zheng Su discerned that Ding Muhua was likely discontented with him at this moment. Regrettably, the crown prince had not anticipated that both he and Ding Muhua would decline the alluring offers of high office and wealth. For other members of the Huazong family, such opportunities would be coveted beyond measure. A colonel's rank was but a step away from that of a major general. Attaining the latter would grant nobility, a dream cherished by many within the Huazong. The second prince, observing General Zhao Tianxiang below, let out a cold scoff and remarked, "General Zhao? How foolish of me to place my trust in you." Zhao Tianxiang, taken aback, lowered his head and replied, "This subordinate is incompetent and has failed to meet your highness's high expectations. I beseech you to impose punishment upon me." The second prince turned to Zheng Su and commanded, "General Zheng, take Zhao Tianxiang out and execute him publicly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianxiang leapt to his feet, indignantly exclaiming, "Your Highness, though I may lack merit by your side, I have toiled diligently. Can you truly be so heartless?" The second prince, with a mocking smile, retorted, "I have nearly fallen for your deception. General Zheng, what are you waiting for? Act swiftly." Responding to the command, Zheng Su drew his Daxiao Long Ke and struck decisively. Yet Zhao Tianxiang was no pushover. He deftly unsheathed his waist dagger. The clash of metal rang out sharply as both Zheng Su and Zhao Tianxiang retreated 3 steps. Zheng Su mused to himself that this adversary possessed considerable strength. Steadying himself, he brushed his left hand over the Daxiao Long Ke, which shimmered with a golden glow. Zhao Tianxiang now faced certain death. If only the royal guards would rush in, all would be well. However, after a prolonged wait, the guards were still conspicuously absent. Zheng Song increasingly felt a sense of foreboding. Although his personal guards had been dispersed, the clamor of battle echoed loudly, indicating that not only Zhao Tianxiang but also the guards had been compromised. These members of the Huazu clan ultimately succumbed to temptation. Han Dang had laid down his life in the hope that his descendants might fare better, while these guards and Zhao Tianxiang, if successful, might even secure their own survival. How could they remain indifferent, especially those personal guards who held no rank? This opportunity, once lost, might never present itself again. The second prince, unaware that his personal guards had been betrayed, shouted desperately to the soldiers. Ding Muhua, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed to the second prince's side for protection, drawing his sword and retrieving the firearm that the second prince had discarded. It was clear that Ding Muhua understood the peril they faced. As the second prince's complexion turned ashen, gripping Ding Muhua's arm tightly. At that moment, the personal guards were likely stationed outside, ensuring the camp was secure. Even if someone approached, they could simply assert that the second prince forbade entry, ensuring their safety. Zhao Tianxiang trembled as he spoke, "General Zheng, do you not desire the wealth and glory laid before you? We are members of the Huazu clan. Enlisting in the military with our lives on the line is in pursuit of such riches. The first prince holds you in high regard. If you and General Ding were to lay down your weapons, I would immediately recommend you to the first prince. Your prospects there would be no less promising than here." As the situation escalated, Zhao Tianxiang was on the verge of tears, not out of concern for Zheng Chao, but for their shared aspirations of wealth and honor. As Zhao Tianxiang articulated, the Hua clan could not retire from service. They could only enlist in the military to earn achievements, hoping to soar to greatness and alter the fate of their descendants. For the majority of the Hua clan, military service served this very purpose. Had Zheng Chao been an ordinary member of the clan, he might have betrayed them without hesitation. However, he was not. He sought vengeance. for his enemies were aligned with the Crown Prince. Tang Ning held undeniable significance for the Crown Prince, who would undoubtedly not forsake Tang Ning for Zheng Chao. His only support lay with the second prince. The atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly tense. The second prince, who had been gripping Ding Muhua's collar, released his hold and retreated a few steps, collapsing into a chair, his complexion ashen. General Zheng, General Ding, do not heed his slanderous words. Roland is a man devoid of integrity. He will surely resort to violence to silence dissent in the future. Zhao Tianxiang's words seemed to instantly sow seeds of distrust in the second prince's mind towards Zheng Chao and Ding Muhua. With a deep sigh, Zheng Chao gritted his teeth and retorted, Zhao Tianxiang, cease your deceitful provocations. Perish. The great Xia dragon sparrow surged forth like a tempest. Observing this, Zhao Tianxiang gritted his teeth, brandishing his blade in an attempt to intercept the great Xia dragon sparrow. Alas, the great Xia dragon sparrow was as sharp as a razor, and bolstered by Zheng Chao's exceptional swordsmanship, it swiftly cleaved through his blade, embedding itself into Zhao Tianxiang's palm. His thumb fell to the ground, and a spray of blood erupted, staining the earth crimson. With a piercing scream, Zhao Tianxiang met his grim fate as Zheng Sua's blade descended relentlessly, cleaving into his skull and splitting him in two. The wail abruptly ceased, just as hurried footsteps approached the entrance. The tent flap was drawn back, and a head peered inside, urgently inquiring, General Zhao, has the task been accomplished? Before the words could fully escape his lips, Zheng Sua's blade fell once more, severing the head of a traitorous attendant, blood splattering forth. Zheng Sua forcefully pulled aside the flap, bellowing, the prince is under attack. Hasten to his rescue. This cry reverberated throughout the Iron Sword camp. The surrounding loyal soldiers, realizing their plot had been unveiled, hastily drew their blades and charged at Zheng Sua. He fervently hoped for the swift arrival of reinforcements. With a dozen adversaries assaulting him, he could not withstand their onslaught for long. He raised the Daxia dragon sparrow to shield himself against the torrent of blades, the sheer force overwhelming him as he staggered back, rolling into the tent once more. Could it be time to invoke the hand of fate? He had never anticipated that so many around the second prince had been corrupted and turned traitor. As he continued to retreat under the relentless assault, Zheng Sua contemplated his dire situation. There was no opportunity to wield the hand of fate now. He must first repel these attackers. Chapter 0052. A desperate struggle. The medic drew his blade to treat the wounded. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Sua abruptly halted his retreat. As a flurry of blades rained down upon him, he bellowed defiantly, the Daxia dragon sparrow radiating with brilliant golden light. The blade's tip carved a funnel shape, spinning wildly and ensnaring the attacking swords, producing a sharp, resonating sound. After a burst of flames, a dozen blades were severed, leaving the guards in a state of astonishment, likely unable to fathom that Zheng Chong possessed such formidable strength to shatter multiple blades in a single strike. Little did they know, had it not been for the Daxia Long Ke, Zheng Chong would have found such a feat exceedingly difficult. To their surprise, amidst his vigorous counterattack, a miraculous result unfolded. Zheng Chong, elated, seized the moment while his foes were momentarily stunned, executing a sweeping motion that resulted in the decapitation of the two nearest guards. Quickly kill him. Just as Zheng Chong intended to shake off one adversary, another leapt forward. Abandoning his weapon to grasp the Daxia Long Ke, his arms drenched in blood as he shouted, Act now. With even the Daxia Long Ke now clutched by the enemy in a desperate embrace, it was apparent they believed that failure would mean certain death, prompting them to gamble everything on a slim chance of survival. At that moment, another assailant seized Zheng Chong's other arm, and 3 individuals managed to restrain him, while 7 or 8 others, witnessing this, raised their broken blades to strike. Zheng Chong exerted all his strength to withdraw his weapon. The Daxia Long Ke was no ordinary blade. With a forceful yank, the blade was liberated, and the individual gripping it had both arms severed, letting out a blood-curdling scream. In the midst of this chaos, an explosive sound erupted. Zheng Chong's personal guard, who had been clinging to his arm, staggered and slowly collapsed. Zheng Chong realized that it was Ding Muhua utilizing his firearm. With his right hand freed, Zheng Chong wielded his sword with one hand, the blade slicing through the shoulder of the guard on his left. The one who had clutched his left arm met a gruesome fate, as the Daxia Long Ke cleaved his head in two, showering Zheng Chong with blood and brain matter. Should another battle ensue, the situation might not be so clear-cut. With this thought, Zheng Suing declared sternly, You have no chance left. Surrender your weapons at once. The remaining few exchanged glances, and one of them cried out, "There is no hope." Zheng Suing gazed at them and said, "Your Highness, these individuals are merely confused in the heat of the moment. I beseech you to grant them clemency." As the others looked at one another, one suddenly wept, "I have parents and a wife and children at home. I do not wish to die." He discarded his broken sword and knelt down. Witnessing this, the rest followed suit, each kneeling in submission. Zheng Suing exhaled in relief and glanced at the short dagger lodged beneath his arm, a remnant of the earlier struggle when one had stabbed him during the scuffle. Had it not been for Ding Muhua's timely intervention, he might have been mortally wounded by that dagger. Wincing from the pain, he gasped, "Quickly, enter the tent and protect His Highness." With that, Zheng Suing relinquished his weapon and took a seat, while the others hurriedly retreated into the tent. Given the second prince's vengeful nature, the surrendering individuals were unlikely to escape death, and his promise of clemency was merely a tactical ruse. Regaining his composure, he noticed that the medical team had arrived. Yu Rong glanced at Zheng Suing and designated a medic, saying, "You stay here to tend to General Zheng's injuries while I check on His Highness." Although Zheng Suing's injuries were more severe, Yu Rong understood the urgency of the situation. Even if Zheng Suing were on the brink of death, he must first ensure the second prince's well-being. The medic inquired, "General, where are you hurt?" Zheng Suing slightly raised his arm and, with a pale complexion, replied, "I was stabbed in the armpit with a dagger." The medic leaned closer to examine. Lifting Zheng Chao's arm higher, a wave of piercing pain surged through him. Zheng Chao grimaced, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Upon inspecting the wound, the medic hastily lowered Zheng Chao's arm, exclaiming, "General, your fortitude is remarkable. I noticed your pallor earlier, yet your breath remained steady. I assumed your injuries were merely superficial." Zheng Chao managed a bitter smile and inquired, "What is the extent of my injuries?" The medic pondered briefly and replied, "The dagger has penetrated deeply. I am unable to treat it. General, you must personally extract it, and you will have to endure a little longer." Zheng Chao nodded, remaining seated as the medic applied some gauze to the edges of the wound to stem the bleeding. After a considerable time, Zheng Chao began to feel slightly dizzy, likely due to excessive blood loss. If General Yu did not arrive soon, he might truly be in peril. "Could you summon General Yu?" he asked. The medic, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly replied, "Please remain seated. General, I will fetch General Yu at once." As the medic departed, Zheng Chao remained in place, noticing the pooling blood beneath him, realizing that his injuries were far graver than he had anticipated. Moments later, voices emerged from within the tent. It was the second prince. "Hurry, go check on General Zheng. We cannot afford to let anything happen to him. I am fine here." It seemed the second prince had only now grasped Zheng Chao's significance, likely recognizing that Zheng Chao had single-handedly thwarted the assassination attempt by so many. Thus, it appeared that the second prince was not entirely devoid of compassion. Clearly, there was an insinuation of blame directed at Zheng Suo. As he spoke, he gently lifted Zheng Suo's arm to inspect it, his brow furrowing in concern. Zheng Suo managed a wry smile and replied, "Your Highness, your well-being is of utmost importance. My injury is trivial." Yu Rong gazed at Zheng Suo, shaking his head with a rueful smile. If anyone else had sustained such an injury, they would have been wailing in agony by now. Yet you remain stoic, as unyielding as iron. He then turned to command, "Go summon a stretcher. We must convey General Zheng to the medical camp for treatment." Just as the volunteer soldier was about to depart, Zheng Suo waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for that. It is not far. Simply assist me as we walk." As Zheng Suo rose, Yu Rong hurried to support him, instructing the medic to carry the medicine box. With a look of astonishment, he remarked, "General Zheng, after years of treating numerous patients, I have encountered many fierce individuals. Yet you are the most resolute I have ever seen, enduring this without uttering a sound." As they made their way, Zheng Suo pondered about the second prince and inquired, "How is His Highness?" Yu Rong replied, "He is unharmed, merely shaken. With a bit of time, he will be just fine." Upon reaching the medical camp, they laid Zheng Suo down, and Yu Rong summoned someone to clean his wound. Then, placing his fingers on the hilt of the dagger, he cautioned, "General Zheng, brace yourself." Just as Zheng Suo was about to assert that he was fine, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his armpit, followed by a disconcerting release of tension, rendering his arm weak. A glance revealed that Yu Rong had already extracted the dagger. The momentary agony was so intense that Zheng Suo nearly lost consciousness. He gritted his teeth, stifling a cry, reflecting on Yu Rong's ruthlessness in taking him by surprise. Yu Rong hastily summoned someone to staunch Zheng Su's bleeding, glancing at the dagger and remarked, "If I were to wait for your preparation, the pain would be considerable, hence I took advantage of your unguarded moment to extract it." He cast the dagger aside, and once the bleeding had ceased, he applied some medicine and bandaged the wound, cautioning General Zheng, "Refrain from exerting your right arm for the time being." Zheng Su committed the restrictions to memory, then picked up the dagger with a smile, saying, "This dagger has wounded me. I shall keep it close. It is a customary superstition among soldiers on the battlefield to carry the instrument that inflicted their injury, believing it will safeguard them in the future." He clasped his fists and declared, "This subordinate, Zheng Su, seeks an audience." From within the tent, the anxious voice of the second prince emerged. "General Zheng, no need for formalities, please come in." Upon entering, Zheng Su observed numerous commanders present, all gazing at him in astonishment, their expressions reflecting their surprise. The second prince then proclaimed, "Had it not been for General Zheng's singular valor in thwarting the assassination attempt, I fear I would have met my demise." Zheng Su then realized that the second prince had informed the assembly of the recent attempt on his life, and they were all astonished by his feat of single-handedly confronting a dozen assailants. Just as Zheng Su prepared to kneel in reverence, the second prince waved his hand, saying, "No need for formalities. Quickly prepare a seat for General Zheng, so he may sit and speak." Lei Shou, hearing this, personally brought forth a seat. As Zheng Su seated himself, the second prince, his face betraying concern, inquired, "General Zheng, how is your injury? Is it severe?" The second prince then nodded with a grim expression, declaring, "Take those 8 men out and execute them." As predicted by Zheng Su, the second prince intended to execute the 8 who had surrendered. These 8 individuals were tightly bound, their faces streaked with tears and snot, continually pleading for mercy, their gazes directed towards Zheng Su. He recalled that it was under duress that he had uttered those words, persuading them to yield. Facing their desperate expressions, Zheng Su ultimately found it difficult to remain unmoved, especially with Ding Muhua also observing him. After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Su rose to his knees and implored, "Your Highness, I had previously promised them clemency. I beseech you to grant this mercy." Whether his plea would bear fruit remained uncertain, as the second prince was clearly enraged, making it improbable for him to spare these men. Zheng Su undertook this act solely to ease his own conscience. At that moment, Lei Shou furiously declared, "To attempt an assassination against His Highness is an unforgivable crime. Take them out and execute them." Chapter 0053, Zheng Su's Intricate Schemes. The second prince plays the flute at this juncture. The second prince nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Ding Muhua, standing to the side, knelt and cautioned, "Your Highness, please reconsider. Should you execute these men today, word will spread, and if you face peril again in the future, those assassins will not relent easily. They will fight to the death." This statement struck a chord with the second prince, who realized that the struggle against the first prince would certainly be fraught with danger. Hesitation crept into his demeanor, for should he encounter assassination attempts again, those involved would likely be desperate men, unwilling to surrender. Contemplating this, the second prince regarded Ding Muhua with a softened expression and inquired, "What do you mean, General Ding?" Ding Muhua hastily remarked, "At present, the Iron Sword camp is in dire need of personnel. Moreover, these individuals are loyal guards with commendable skills. Since they have surrendered, Your Highness might as well extend a gracious favor by integrating them into General Zheng's vanguard unit. After experiencing this ordeal, they will undoubtedly serve Your Highness with unwavering loyalty in the future." The second prince glanced at the 8 men and turned to Zheng Chui, asking, "General Zheng, would you accept them?" Zheng Chui had no objections. It would be advantageous to oblige Ding Muhua. He nodded and replied, "I am indeed in need of personnel, so they shall be incorporated into my vanguard unit." The second prince nodded in agreement, and Zheng Chui rose with a commanding tone, saying, "Hasten to express your gratitude to His Highness." The 8 men hurriedly voiced their thanks to the prince, as well as to General Zheng and General Ding. Zheng Chui instructed, "You may now proceed to report to the vanguard unit." Just as they were about to turn, the second prince suddenly interjected, "Wait." His expression turned notably stern as he declared, "Roland sent someone to assassinate me. I shall demand an explanation from him. I cannot coexist with him. And let these 8 serve as witnesses." Zheng Chui, anticipating the second prince's inclination to confront the crown prince, knelt and cautioned, "Your Highness, this matter cannot proceed. In my humble opinion, it is best to suppress it. The second prince, dissatisfied, retorted, General Zheng, we have witnesses. Are we to fear that Roland would deny it? Zheng Shui continued, Your Highness, the Crown Prince's attempt on your life, regardless of its success, has undoubtedly prepared him to sever ties. Although the Central Army has sustained significant losses, engaging in battle with our Iron Sword camp would likely yield no advantage for them. If the Iron Sword camp were to be annihilated and the Grand Prince were to abolish its formation, the Second Prince would find his sole source of power completely severed. Meanwhile, with half of the Grand Prince's Central Army remaining in the Imperial capital, defeating the Second Prince would be an effortless task. Zheng Chao had meticulously unraveled these intricate matters. Upon hearing these words, the Second Prince immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. His complexion darkened, and his fists clenched tightly, producing a sharp sound. He then remarked, What General Zheng has stated is indeed correct. Let them proceed. The Second Prince gazed at those within the camp, gritted his teeth, and ultimately relented, declaring, We shall return in 1 hour. Everyone, prepare yourselves. As the crowd dispersed, the Second Prince turned to Zheng Chao and Ding Muhua, expressing his despair. General Zheng speaks the truth. Now, Roland eagerly anticipates a confrontation with me. Should that transpire, his strength would far surpass mine, making it all too easy for him to deal with me. I must endure, gather my strength, and await the opportune moment to settle the score with him. Zheng Chao replied, Your Highness is indeed wise. He added with a smile, Brother Muhua has become Your Highness's advisor. Once promoted, he may very well push me aside. Ding Muhua was about to clarify when Zheng Chao interjected with a laugh. Fear not, I bear no grudge against you. Moreover, I find myself in need of capable individuals. As you mentioned, after this ordeal, they will be more devoted than ever to serving the Second Prince. Besides, it was I who promised them clemency. If I were to reject them now, I would be betraying their trust. I owe you my gratitude. Ding Muhua responded joyfully, Thank you, Brother Chang'an. Among the entire Iron Sword camp, you alone do not disdain me. Zheng Suo, however, remained unconvinced, gazing into the distance and remarking, This assertion is misguided. Currently, you are favored by the Second Prince, and others are likely to regard you with newfound respect. Do not belittle yourself unnecessarily. The thwarting of the assassination was not solely your achievement. Ding Muhua played a crucial role as well. Others are undoubtedly aware of this. Furthermore, during the siege led by the First Prince, Ding Muhua accurately predicted the invulnerability of the mountain tribesmen. Those leaders of the Iron Sword camp, who once held disdain for him, have likely cast aside their prejudices and now regard him with admiration. As he spoke, Ding Muhua appeared as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, though Zheng Suo chose not to express this sentiment. He feared that the Second Prince would not easily permit Ding Muhua to retire, for the two of them were now akin to the Second Prince's right and left arms. An hour later, the Iron Sword camp broke camp, marching through the heavy snowfall in a lengthy procession that wound its way through the lofty northern mountains. Zheng Suo rode among the vanguard, as the Second Prince's carriage trailed closely behind. At this moment, the Second Prince placed his trust solely in the vanguard. Suddenly, a voice from a soldier of the vanguard reached him. This soldier was assigned to protect the Second Prince's carriage. General Zheng, His Highness requests that you join him in the carriage. The cold outside is detrimental to your injuries. Upon entering the carriage, which was spacious and lavishly adorned, Zheng Suo bowed and inquired, Your Highness, do you require my assistance? Ding Muhua was already inside, and the Second Prince gestured for him to sit, saying, Please, General Zheng, take a seat. Zheng Su had long anticipated these matters. He glanced at Ding Muhua before stating, Your Highness, with the heavy snow sealing the mountains. When the Central Army arrives to offer support, they will encircle but not assault. It is expected that the stronghold of the mountain tribes will fall in approximately 4 months. Both the Second Prince and Ding Muhua were perplexed. They could understand the implications, yet they wondered about Zheng Su's intent in articulating this. After a brief pause, Zheng Su continued, In 4 months' time, Your Highness will have ample opportunities in the imperial capital. The Second Prince murmured, Zheng Qing, speak plainly. There is no need for restraint. The shift in address from General Zheng to Zheng Qing signified the Second Prince's complete trust in Zheng Su. Zheng Su inquired, Your Highness, how many imperial guards are stationed in the capital? The Second Prince pondered momentarily and replied, The Emperor's imperial guards number 10,000, originally commanded by Roland. Currently, it should be Tang Ning of the Central Army who is acting as the commander of the imperial guards. but he is engaged in suppressing bandits in the northern territories and cannot mobilize the guards. After all, they are the forces safeguarding the imperial capital. Zheng Su nodded. In that case, when 40,000 central troops are withdrawn, only 10,000 imperial guards will remain under Tang Ning's command. Does the second prince not grasp the implications? The expressions of the second prince and Ding Muhua shifted dramatically. The second prince clenched his fist tightly, his demeanor turning cold and stern as he said, "General Zheng, do not speak rashly. The current emperor is my father, and this matter should not be mentioned again." Zheng Su knelt and replied, "Your Highness, what I convey is not as you perceive." The second prince, puzzled, asked, "Then what does General Zheng mean?" Zheng Su knelt and inquired, "Your Highness, do you still recall Wilson? Tang Ning is the left arm and right arm of the crown prince. Upon arriving in the imperial capital, all you need to do is present evidence proving that Wilson acted under Tang Ning's instructions. At that point, devoid of the crown prince's protection, Tang Ning will undoubtedly act desperately when cornered. Consequently, Your Highness could seize the opportunity to eliminate Tang Ning with the Iron Sword camp, and simultaneously eradicate some of the crown prince's confidants within the court. Once the crown prince returns, using Tang Ning as a shield, you can demand the surrender of his military authority. By then, Your Highness, you will stand on equal footing with him, allowing for a balance of power." Upon hearing these words, the second prince rose in delight, almost dancing with joy, exclaiming, "Zheng Qing, your strategy is splendid, intricately interwoven and meticulously planned. Indeed, it is foolproof." Ding Muhua cast a glance at Zheng Su, his brow furrowed with concern, for he understood that even in the imperial capital, they could not escape the specter of violence. Had it not been for his gentle nature, it would have been he proposing such a scheme at this moment. With that, Zheng Su produced a long flute from his bosom and smiled. "In this idle moment, allow me to play a tune for my esteemed lords to alleviate the tedium of our journey." The second prince then covered the flute's holes and began to play, the melodious sound flowing gracefully, a true delight for the ears. Zheng Su and Ding Muhua finally felt their nerves relax. As the performance concluded, the second prince caressed the flute, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy as he remarked, "Let me share some amusing anecdotes with you. I have cherished flute playing since my childhood, yet at that time, my father disapproved of my indulging in such trivial pursuits. Therefore, I would secretly practice, only to play for Yulia afterward, who always listened with rapt attention, utterly entranced." At this moment, the urgent predicament of the second prince had been alleviated, allowing him to express his genuine feelings. Listening to these matters, Zheng Chong felt that the second prince was no longer as aloof as before. Instead, he appeared more approachable. Had he not been born into royalty, he might have become an exceptional musician. It was precisely because he trusted Zheng Chong and Ding Muhua that the second prince could speak so freely, disregarding his status and image. When he spoke passionately, he vividly recounted amusing anecdotes from his childhood, referring to the eldest prince as imperial brother without a trace of hesitation. In their youth, they had engaged in playful scuffles and disagreements, yet they always managed to set aside their grievances and revel in each other's company after a few days. Ultimately, the allure of power had transformed them into their present selves. Once the second prince had finished his reminiscences, he smiled and said, "My dear ministers, do share your childhood stories with me. I would love to be entertained." Upon hearing this, Ding Muhua smiled shyly and replied, "In my youth, I shared some similarities with your highness, as I too enjoyed tinkering with small objects. My father often scolded me for being distracted by trivial pursuits and forbade me from playing with such things. Eventually, I began to secretly read books and discover the art of alchemy, which I gradually grew fond of. However, I was somewhat more fortunate than your highness. Seeing that I had little promise, my father eventually ceased to concern himself with my interests." As Ding Muhua spoke, his face radiated sincerity, prompting the second prince to laugh heartily. "Haha, Ding Aiqing, it seems you were quite the playful child. Now I must regard you with newfound respect. Your research into alchemy holds great promise." Ding Muhua, feeling bashful, appeared to momentarily forget the second prince's status as he replied, "Your highness, I fear my father still sees me as a disappointment, as he hopes I will pursue a career in literature." The second prince then turned to Zheng Chao, smiling as he said, "Aiqing Zheng, do share your past with us." Zheng Chao's expression stiffened at the mention of his past. Endless hatred filled his memories. Since the tender age of 7 or 8, all he could recall were enemies and the flames of his kin's massacre. He was not as fortunate as Ding Muhua or the second prince. "Aiqing Zheng, what occupies your thoughts?" The The second prince inquired, seemingly unperturbed, his face alight with envy. Your words are misguided. Fishing in rivers and exorcising spirits in the mountains, these are the pursuits I yearn for most. Ding Muhua chimed in, indeed. Those are the most joyous activities. In that moment, both of them found themselves wistfully envying their own childhoods. Who does not cherish the carefree days of unrestrained play? Devoid of the burdens of the future? Zheng Chao hesitated, caught between words. The second prince, now open-hearted, gazed at Zheng Chao and asked curiously, What is it you wish to say, General Zheng? Zheng Chao's face turned slightly red as he spoke softly. Does Princess Yulia truly enjoy your highness's flute playing? Is her flute technique equally remarkable? He was eager to inquire about the young woman who stirred his heart, yet hesitated, fearing to be abrupt and unsure of how to broach the subject. So he resorted to discussing flute techniques. The second prince, upon hearing Zheng Su mention Yulia, fixed a gaze upon him, lost in thought. Zhang Suo felt a pang of unease. Had the second prince discerned something amiss and harbored discontent? He hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, I am deserving of death. Your Highness, please forgive my transgressions. The second prince waved his hand, signaling Zhang Suo to rise, and replied with a smile. There is no need for such formality. Since you wish to know about Yulia's childhood, allow me to share. After a brief pause, he continued. Yulia was born of a favored concubine. In her youth, she was quite dark and unattractive, not at all endearing. Zhang Suo was taken aback, astonished by this revelation. The second prince, observing the expressions of Ding Muhua and Zhang Suo, chuckled in resignation. You see, this is something you could hardly imagine. I too never anticipated that the once dark and plain sister would blossom into such a remarkable woman. Addressing General Zhang, he added, You inquired whether she had an affinity for flute playing in her youth. I can assure you, she detested such pursuits. For she was wild by nature and caused quite a stir, leading to her birth mother's banishment to the cold palace by our father. However, her mother, in her benevolence, took her under her wing, and they referred to each other as siblings. Thereafter, her temperament underwent a profound transformation. She became serene, developed a love for literature, yet remained utterly ignorant of musical theory. It was only then that she evolved into the person she is today. Nonetheless, this change granted her a unique perspective on matters of state, and she also took pleasure in martial arts, earning the favor of our father. Whenever my mother speaks of me, she laughs and remarks that Yulia and I must have exchanged our natures. I revel in playing the flute, while she delights in swords and blades. The second prince, upon reaching this point, rose and said, Now that our mother has passed away, and our father's health declines with each passing day, it falls upon me, her brother, to take concern for my sister. I seek nothing more than for her to choose a worthy husband, a role I shall personally oversee. The second prince gazed intently at Zheng Chao, whose heart raced uncontrollably, leaving him at a loss. After a moment, the second prince continued, Zheng Chao, you must establish a remarkable reputation that can shape the heavens and the earth. I trust that with your capabilities, this should not pose a challenge. A flame ignited within Zheng Chao's chest as he knelt, pledging, I shall not disappoint your highness. In the northern regions, heavy snow fell, but by the time it reached the south, the snow had been replaced by the blazing sun. Although there was a chill in the air, it was nothing compared to the harshness of the north. The Iron Sword Battalion advanced with great speed, and approximately half a month later, they had arrived at the capital, stationed 30 miles outside the city. The leaders of the Iron Sword Battalion accompanied the second prince into the capital to present their orders. The battalion had seen a change in leadership, with many of its commanders having perished in battle, particularly Zheng Chao's Huazus squad, which had lost half its number. At the foot of the capital, there were few onlookers. After all, the Iron Sword Battalion was not returning in triumph, so the emperor had not dispatched ministers to greet them. Only a handful of the second prince's trusted confidants came forward. Zheng Chao followed behind, and, upon glancing ahead, he indeed spotted Yulia approaching. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, appearing even more radiant under the sun. This time, she donned feminine attire, lending her an air of gentleness. Suddenly, he recalled the second prince's remark about her being dark and unattractive in her youth, and he couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Suddenly, a hand prodded him from beside, startling Zheng Suo. He turned to see Ding Muhua, who whispered with curiosity, What is it, Brother Muhua? Ding Muhua gazed ahead and quietly remarked, The princess is watching you. It was unclear what the second prince and Princess Yulia were discussing, and after a while, they departed. At that moment, a royal guard approached the second prince and addressed the generals. Your Highness has commanded you to quickly tidy your attire in the city. Later, you are to attend a banquet at Qingfeng Pavilion. Qingfeng Pavilion is a renowned establishment in the capital, frequented by dignitaries and nobility, and it was likely already reserved by Princess Yulia. The group relaxed, forming pairs to stroll through the marketplace. Zheng Suo initially intended to leave with Ding Muhua, but at that moment, Yu Chongqing approached them. Zheng Suo, Ding Muhua, we plan to visit the military academy to see our instructor. Would you care to join us? Zheng Suo nodded. Let us go together. Ding Muhua also agreed, and a group of remaining cadets set off for the academy. Along the way, many classmates expressed their sorrow, reminiscing about those who had fallen in battle. Upon arriving at the military academy, they first paid their respects to the instructors before proceeding to the office of Chief Instructor Han Jiping. At the entrance, the group arranged themselves neatly, and Yu Chongqing, as their representative, stepped forward to knock on the door. Upon entering the office, they were now soldiers, having shed much of their youthful naivety, appearing far more mature than before, no longer required to perform the customary salutes of cadets. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Jiping's gaze settled on Ding Muhua and Zheng Song, and he remarked, among the Hua clan, the most outstanding figures should be Generals Zheng Song and Ding Muhua. I have heard of your exploits, and now the new Hua clan has been established, with many newcomers idolizing you. Zheng Song felt a bit embarrassed, while Ding Muhua awkwardly scratched his head. Unsure of what to say, Han Jiping then suggested, "Come, let me show you the new Hua clan." As they walked, he shared details about the Hua clan. Following the remarkable achievements of the Hua clan leaders in the Battle of Sodding City, the emperor took great notice and specifically approved the expansion of the Hua clan, which now comprises 3 units. Upon arriving at the Hua clan, the instructor called forth the new recruits, organizing them into formation to welcome their seniors. The newcomers regarded the seasoned students with a sense of superiority. Han Jiping stepped forward to address them, stating loudly, "Dear students, these individuals are your seniors. They have just returned from quelling bandits in Sodding City, and I hope you will learn from them in the future." Upon hearing these words, the new recruits began to whisper among themselves, causing Han Jiping to frown. Suddenly, one of the new students stepped forward and boldly declared, "Esteemed General, I believe we are all young talents selected from the military, and in comparison, we are not inferior to them. They merely had better luck." This student's defiance created an awkward atmosphere, and Yu Chongqing and others frowned, while Zheng Song found the audacity of this individual rather shameless. Han Jiping remained silent, and the new student continued, "I humbly request that you seniors engage in a friendly competition with me. Should I prevail, we shall be convinced of your superiority." The words spoken were audacious, and Han Jiping's countenance darkened as he was about to speak. Yet, Yu Chongqing stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, "Teacher, let it be as he suggests." At that moment, one of the emerging students pointed towards Zheng Chong and boldly declared, "General, I dare to inquire. May I receive your guidance?" The finger pointed not to anyone else but Zheng Chong, who was taken aback, pondering why this individual had singled him out. At this juncture, Ding Muhua whispered, "Brother Chang'an, your battle robe is rather conspicuous. They likely presume you are here through connections." Zheng Chong, having worn the battle robe throughout, only then realized its striking nature, and, coupled with his relatively fair complexion, it seemed these students might perceive him as an easy target. Just then, Yu Chongqing coldly interjected, "General Zheng was injured by an assassin while protecting the second prince, and his wounds have yet to heal. He cannot engage in combat. Allow me to take his place." As Yu Chongqing prepared to step forward, Zheng Chong intercepted him, asserting, "General Yu, it is of no concern." At that moment, Zheng Chong's temper flared. If he were to retreat due to his injuries, those students would likely hold him in even lower regard. Yu Chongqing, filled with concern, cautioned Zheng Chong. "Your injuries," Zheng Chong interrupted, "it matters not. It is merely a friendly spar." Seeing Zheng Chong's determination, Yu Chongqing ceased his objections. Zheng Chong advanced and removed his battle robe, revealing that the bandage on his right arm was still stained with blood. Upon seeing this, the multitude of students finally understood that his injuries were indeed genuine. Chapter 55, The Challenge of Marksmanship. General Zheng had inadvertently offended a student who, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Senior, since you are injured, perhaps it would be better to choose someone else. I do not wish to take advantage of your condition." Zheng Chui chuckled and replied, "What advantage could there be in this? On the battlefield, the enemy will show no mercy simply because you are wounded. One must not exhibit undue compassion." The student's complexion darkened, revealing the wear of military training etched upon his rugged, square face, adorned with a scruffy beard. Though not exceptionally tall, his arms bore muscles like twisted steel. Upon hearing Zheng Chui's words, the student flushed and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Zheng Chui found it amusing, realizing that the reverence with which Han Zhiping had spoken of them as idols to the new students was perhaps mere courtesy. These individuals likely had no inkling of their existence as seniors. Han Zhiping, feeling slightly irked by the student's demeanor, questioned sharply, "What do you intend to challenge General Zheng with?" The student glanced at Zheng Chui, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Senior, how about a contest with the lance while mounted?" Though Zheng Chui seldom wielded the lance while on horseback, he recognized it as a viable option, indicating his agreement with a nod. After all, a man of his stature, as the commander of the Iron Sword Camp's vanguard and favored by the second prince, could not afford to be seen as weak. Initially, Han Zhiping was indifferent, but upon observing Zheng Chui's injury, he realized that allowing this to continue could lead to significant trouble. Moreover, should Zheng Chui be defeated by this newcomer due to his injury, it would certainly compromise his standing. Thus, he admonished sternly, "Do not act recklessly." The newcomer resolutely asserted, "Master of the academy, do we not have chalk guns for training at our military school? It is merely a friendly spar. It poses no danger." Observing Zheng Chao's insistence, Han Zhiping cautioned, "General Zheng, should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to speak up. There is no merit in forcing a competition. The essence of victory on the battlefield lies in strategy and planning, not in fleeting displays of bravado." Zheng Chao nodded in acknowledgement. The student, seeing Zheng's agreement, hastily fetched 2 chalk guns. These chalk guns, typically used for training by military students, had their tips sharpened away, leaving only the long handles, which were then wrapped in cloth and coated in chalk. They would leave a white mark upon impact, and victory would be determined by the number of such marks. Soon, 2 horses were brought forth. Zheng Chao accepted one of the chalk guns and twirled it, noting its lightness, which allowed him to wield it without straining his injury. The student then remarked, "General, please choose your steed." Zheng Chao, not one to be rude, casually selected a horse, mounting it to familiarize himself. This horse, unlike those on the battlefield, was more docile and obedient. He turned back and declared, "Very well, let us begin." The student mounted the remaining horse, brandishing the chalk gun, and the two drew apart to a distance of 10 paces, as others cleared a large circle around them. The other Western students, having finished their classes, gathered curiously, whispering among themselves. The students of the Chinese class, eager to impress their Western counterparts, smirked and clasped their fists, saying, "General, I am ready." Zheng Su had yet to nod, when the student from the Huazus class squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, causing the steed to leap forward like a gust of wind. The chalk lance aimed menacingly at Zheng Su. A glance was all Zheng Su needed. He too tightened the reins and urged his horse to spring into action, charging towards his opponent, wielding the chalk lance in his left hand. His eyes fixed intently on the student's figure, he sensed the latter's underestimation of him, compounded by his own injury, yet the student's lance remained unwavering. As the two steeds drew near, the tip of the student's lance surged toward Zheng Su's left shoulder, clearly attempting to avoid his wound. This individual displayed an awareness of the gravity of the situation. Zheng Su had initially intended to unseat him with a single strike, but reconsidered in that instant. He slightly adjusted the trajectory of his lance, colliding it with the student's advancing weapon, simultaneously deflecting the latter's aim. After a gentle tremor, he regained the balance of his lance. The two weapons now pressed closely together. The student's expression soured as he fixated on Zheng Su. Zheng Su, amused, contemplated uttering a few courteous words, anticipating the student would concede gracefully. However, before he could speak, the student gritted his teeth and urged his horse forward in a reckless charge. Unwilling to heed reason, he sought to engage in combat. Zheng Su frowned. If that was the case, he saw no need to extend any courtesy. He raised his lance and spurred his horse to meet the challenge. As the horses closed in, the student's lance aimed directly at Zheng Su's right shoulder, clearly fueled by anger and disregard for any injuries. In the split second before impact, the student's lance quivered violently, the entire shaft shaking with intensity. Zheng Su originally intended to engage his opponent head-on with his chalk spear. However, upon witnessing the current situation, he swiftly retracted the tip of his weapon, deftly evading the adversary's thrust while slightly angling his body to avoid the range of the opponent's spear. The adversary's weapon trembled violently, Should Zheng Sua's spear make contact, the resultant vibrations would be detrimental, especially given his current injury which precluded any exertion of force, thereby compromising his stability. The ferocity of Zheng Sua's astonishment was palpable as he noted the sheer power of the opponent's sweeping strike, which possessed an extensive attack range that left him no choice but to confront it directly, despite his inability to muster strength. In that moment of realization, indignation surged within Zheng Sua. With a cold snort, he leaned back, catching his opponent off guard as he unexpectedly reclined upon his steed. The sweeping strike missed entirely, leaving the student astonished. Executing such a maneuver while mounted is exceedingly perilous, as it necessitates releasing one's feet from the stirrups, thereby forfeiting leverage and risking a fall, an action most would hesitate to undertake. Yet, having engaged in countless skirmishes on horseback during his time on the borders, Xiaoqian had become quite adept at such techniques. Meanwhile, Zheng Sua was not idle. As he leaned back, he thrust the chalk spear backward, perfectly aligning with the moment when their horses moved apart, leaving the opponent's back utterly unguarded. A resounding thud echoed as the student's complexion turned a vivid crimson. Zheng Sua felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards this student, but it was now time to concede. At this moment, even those Western scholars who typically overlooked the Huazus people applauded Zheng Sua's remarkable display. Clearly, he sought to conclude the contest to prevent the student from succumbing to embarrassment and resorting to reckless behavior. Who knows that the student, gritting his teeth and refusing to listen, urged his steed forward with a loud shout, charging toward Zheng Sua. Zheng Sua furrowed his brow. Must this individual learn the hard way? If so, let it be. Zheng Sua spurred his horse, rapidly closing the distance. As the two approached, the student suddenly released the reins, sitting upright upon his mount, and lifted his chalk-white spear, thrusting it directly at Zheng Sua's chest. The force of this strike was formidable. Aimed squarely at Zheng Sua, should he be struck, he would undoubtedly be unseated, rendering his previous victories utterly meaningless. This individual was like a cornered beast, resorting to a desperate gamble. Zheng Sua observed the spear hurtling towards him, its shaft trembling from the immense force behind it. As the spear tip drew near, Zheng Sua swiftly raised his own chalk-white spear, executing two rapid thrusts that struck the student's spear shaft. However, these were merely brief contacts, sufficient to deflect the opponent's weapon without transmitting the full force, thus mitigating his potential injury. The student, exerting tremendous strength, found his attack slightly diverted, necessitating a recalibration of power and accuracy, halting the progression of his thrust. In that very moment, Zheng Sua thrust forward a third time, targeting the student's right shoulder. The student, gripping the spear with both hands but favoring the right, found himself at a disadvantage as Zheng Sua's left-handed grip aligned perfectly with the approaching strike. As Zheng Sua closed in on the right shoulder, the opponent's stance faltered, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against the incoming blow. Just then, the horse shifted, and the sweeping spear shaft struck the student's thigh. Having relinquished the reins earlier, the impact sent the student reeling, causing him to lose his balance abruptly. With a resounding thud, the horse bolted, and the student fell to the ground, covered in dust, appearing quite disheveled and pale. This remark was already quite courteous, as Zheng Sua, mindful of his status, refrained from speaking too harshly. At this moment, the atmosphere was filled with enthusiastic applause. Everyone present, including the new students of the Hua clan and the members of the Shi clan, clapped for Zheng Sua. Even Yu Chongqing and others were not stingy with their commendations. The student approached, kneeling on the ground with clasped fists, and said, "General, I apologize. It was my ignorance earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Your marksmanship is truly admirable." Chapter 0056. A shift in circumstances. The banquet was alive with charming smiles. There stood Her Highness, Princess Yulia, who had arrived unexpectedly. Her gaze was fixed upon him, and Zheng Su couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, believing she must have witnessed his earlier display of skill. Approaching her, he knelt and saluted, saying, "This humble soldier pays his respects to Your Highness." It was only upon seeing Zheng Sua's gesture that the others realized the presence of the princess beside Ding Muhua. He was likely the first to notice her, but it was inappropriate to draw attention in such a setting. Han Zhiping and others came forward to pay their respects, and the remaining students followed suit, murmuring among themselves. Yulia nodded and said, "General Zheng, I have heard that you were injured." Zheng Sua thought that perhaps the second prince had informed her, and replied with clasped fists, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. It is merely a minor injury, nothing serious." Yulia's expression suddenly turned stern, her voice laced with frost as she remarked, "Having sustained an injury, you ought to rest properly. There is no need to display heroism or engage in fierce combat here. You are now an esteemed officer of the Empire, and your well-being is not solely your own." Zheng Chao felt a chill run through him. The princess's temperament was indeed unpredictable. He quickly replied, "I am at fault." However, the others wore smiles, particularly Han Jiping, who reassured, "Rest assured, Your Highness. General Zheng is unparalleled in valor. This is merely a friendly spar. I shall ensure no harm befalls him." Yulia acknowledged Han Jiping with a respectful nod. As a distinguished instructor at the Imperial Military Academy and a major general, he was a significant figure in the Empire, and Yulia engaged him in amiable conversation for a moment before turning to Zheng Chao with a cold tone. "Prepare yourself. You are to accompany General Ding shortly." With that, Yulia departed. Once the princess had left, Han Jiping dismissed the cadets and patted Zheng Chao on the shoulder, saying, "General Zheng, do your utmost." The meaning behind this encouragement puzzled Zheng Chao, who nodded and replied, "I shall not disappoint my mentor." Han Jiping shook his head with a smile. It is not merely about avoiding disappointment. With that, Han Jiping took the others away, leaving only Ding Muhua and Zheng Chao. Ding Muhua remarked, "The princess has been here for quite some time, but she has asked me to keep it discreet." Zheng Chao nodded. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What could be so urgent that the princess called for us?" "We shall see her at the banquet soon." Ding Muhua shook his head. "I am uncertain. The princess has requested us to visit her residence." After a brief pause, Ding Muhua remarked, "Do not hold it against His Highness for rebuking you in front of so many. It stems from his concern for your injuries, a privilege not shared by others." It seemed that Ding Muhua harbored a hint of jealousy. At that moment, Zheng Chong suddenly realized that while she herself had dismissed her injuries, Ding Muhua appeared genuinely concerned. This thought brought a flicker of joy to Zheng Chong's heart. Perhaps she did indeed hold some affection for herself. Talon glanced at Zheng Chong and bowed, to which Zheng Chong nodded in return. Now that Talon had the opportunity to be by the princess's side, it was likely that her circumstances were far superior to those spent in Zheng Chong's company, an outcome that could be deemed her fortune. Upon entering the parlor, they found Yulia seated, and both Ding Muhua and Zheng Chong offered their respects. Yulia regarded them with a hint of worry etched upon her brow and spoke softly, "Generals, my brother has informed me of your dealings with the second prince. This battle relies entirely upon your strategic prowess and martial wisdom." Zheng Chong and Ding Muhua promptly replied, "It is entirely at His Highness's capable command." At this juncture, Yulia continued, "Regarding Tang Ning, I have gathered news about my elder brother. He intends to leave behind 10,000 Central Army troops while mobilizing only 30,000. In addition to recruiting a batch of military academy students to rush to the northern border for assistance. This requires careful deliberation, as he is the supreme commander of both the Central Army and the Imperial Guard. One misstep could have far-reaching consequences. Thus, a detailed strategy is essential to avoid alarming the enemy." Suddenly, the conversation turned to Downing, indicating that the Crown Prince had taken precautions by leaving behind 10,000 Central troops, along with the Imperial Guards, totaling 20,000. This certainly complicated the execution of the original plan. Zheng Suing and Ding Muhua were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Any misstep could potentially lead to upheaval in the imperial capital, thereby shaking the very foundations of the empire. "We shall adhere strictly to your highness's wishes." They both responded with a bow. At that moment, Yulia rose and, picking up a bundle from the table in the hall, handed it to Zheng Suing, saying, "Please see if this attire suits you." After receiving it and expressing his gratitude, Zheng Suing, along with Ding Muhua, escorted Yulia to the entrance. Once the princess had departed, Ding Muhua suddenly remarked with a hint of melancholy, "At times, I find myself envious of you, even to the point of jealousy." Zheng Suing, well aware of the nature of Ding Muhua's envy, jestingly retorted, "As the esteemed son of the Minister of Revenue, do you truly lack such a garment? Perhaps we should exchange outfits." The Qingfeng Pavilion had already been secured by loyal guards, with no idle souls lingering. Upon reaching the entrance, Zheng Suing was greeted by a soldier from the Iron Sword camp, who saluted him. "General Zheng, His Highness is already within." Zheng Suing nodded and was about to enter when he suddenly had a moment of caution and inquired, "Aside from His Highness, are there any others present?" If there were individuals other than those from the Iron Sword camp and Princess Yulia, it seemed unlikely that the banquet would broach any significant matters, allowing for a hearty indulgence in wine. However, If outsiders were indeed present, it suggested that the second prince harbored ulterior motives, and he would need to mentally prepare himself accordingly. The personal guard replied, "Just now, Master Ding Rulong, the Minister of Revenue, and Master Zhou from the Censorate also arrived, along with several others. These civil officials, like Ding Rulong, were of the Western ethnicity, having adopted Huaozhong names purely for the convenience of enacting edicts in the southern regions." Zheng Sui nodded. It appeared that the second prince was beginning to cultivate alliances today. He stepped inside. The banquet was on the second floor, and even before entering, he could hear the sounds of laughter and a plethora of music emanating from within. Upon reaching the second floor, Zheng Sui stood at the staircase entrance and clasped his fists, announcing, "I am General Zheng Sui, here to present my orders." A voice from within the room responded. That of the second prince, "General Zheng, please come in." The personal guard at the entrance promptly pushed the doors open, allowing Zheng Sui to enter. The hall was vast, capable of comfortably accommodating over 100 individuals. Upon scanning the room, he indeed noticed a considerable gathering, as officials from the imperial capital had assembled. However, upon spotting Ding Muhua, Zheng Sui was taken aback. Ding Muhua occupied the second position to the right of the second prince, just below his father, Ding Rulong. Were it not for Ding Rulong's presence, Ding Muhua would likely have claimed the foremost position on the right. It seemed the second prince's regard for Ding Muhua was genuinely sincere. Many gazes turned towards him as the second prince rose, prompting the other officials to stand as well. This display of respect left Zheng Sui astonished, compelling him to kneel and pay his respects in the grand hall. "Your Highness, I have arrived late. Please pardon my transgression," he declared. The second prince smiled and replied, "What crime is there? Today is merely a banquet, not a council for deliberation. Please, take a seat." At this moment, a maid approached and guided Zheng Sui to the second position on the left, a place even more esteemed than that of Ding Muhua. Zheng Sui was not surprised, yet he found it somewhat peculiar. According to Ding Muhua's position, he should have been seated in the first position on the left. Now, in the second position, he wondered who occupied the first. Once seated, the second prince rose and addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this General Zheng is the one who led our Iron Sword camp to victory in the conquest of Sodden City, a prodigious youth." At this, the officials present stood in unison, offering deep bows and respectful greetings, including Ding Muhua's father. Zheng Sui felt a tad out of place. Ding Muhua glanced at Zheng Sui and stifled a laugh, which only made Zheng Sui feel more awkward, thinking to himself how this fellow seemed to revel in his embarrassment. Previously, Zheng Sui had been merely a humble military academy student, far less significant than many of the imperial officials seated here, who were unaware of his identity. Yet today, they rose to greet him warmly. The rapid shift in his circumstances left him somewhat disoriented. After acknowledging each greeting, Zheng Sui took his seat, and the musicians in the hall resumed their performances. He had never felt such fatigue on the battlefield, yet now he was drenched in sweat. It seemed the high-ranking officials from the imperial capital were not faring any better. As Zheng Sui contemplated this, he lifted his wine cup, only to suddenly notice someone entering through the side door behind the second prince. The individual wore a flowing light blue ceremonial robe, and their mere presence rendered everyone in the hall momentarily speechless. It was Yulia, and Zheng Sui was almost entranced. In his memory, he had never encountered such a radiant woman. His heart surged with tumultuous emotions, beating incessantly. The second prince rose and smiled. "Yulia, you have arrived. Please take a seat." The assembly offered their greetings, and Yulia walked directly to Zheng Sui's side, occupying the first seat to the left of the second prince. Once seated, she did not spare Zheng Sui a single glance. It turned out that the first seat to the left belonged to Her Highness the Princess. Zheng Sui turned to observe the royal noblewoman, her gown revealing her delicate shoulders, while her fair neck rendered him utterly captivated. The music continued to play, yet Zheng Sui could not absorb a single note. Instead, he buried his head and drank cup after cup. The officials toasted to the second prince, showering him with flattery. After all, despite the second prince's current lack of influence, who could predict the future? These individuals were adept at navigating the currents of favor. For those present were typically those yet undecided in their allegiance to the first prince. At that moment, a gentle voice floated to his ears. "General Zheng, I heard that my brother spoke of me during my childhood. What did he say?" The voice was melodious and enchanting, rendering Zheng Sui unable to lift his head, fearing that a mere glance at her visage would overwhelm him more than a battalion of soldiers. He kept his gaze lowered, nodded slightly, and replied softly, His Highness mentioned that he had an excellent relationship with you in his youth. At that moment, the lovely voice echoed again. General Zheng, are you unwell? Zhang Su hurriedly kept his head bowed, slightly tilting it as he nodded, and said, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am quite well. As the words escaped his lips, Zhang Su chastised himself internally. Zhang Su, you are truly inept. The very woman of your dreams sits beside you. Yet you lack the courage even to steal a glance. How utterly useless you are. All that bravery of yours seems to have been fed to the dogs. The voice beside him continued. Then why do you not lift your head to speak with me? Today is a feast. You need not hold back. Raise your head. I implore you. This book has but a solitary recommendation. How pitiable. Others boast four as a foundation. I cannot comprehend why I possess merely one collection, devoid of exposure opportunities. Thus far, I can only rely on word of mouth, on the collective efforts of everyone to promote this book, to allow more eyes to behold it. I sincerely beseech you all to help me share it. I cherish you dearly, and thank you immensely. Chapter 57. A sudden change in circumstances, the unexpected Tang Ning. Zheng Suo inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth, thinking, if I must perish, so be it. With a sudden resolve, he lifted his gaze to behold her radiant visage, his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest. Yulia smiled, her beauty more enchanting than ever, and inquired, What else has my second brother said? At that moment, Zheng Suo felt as if he were ensnared by a binding spell, unable to move, fixated upon her face, stammering, Your Highness, he said. Surely, he could not reveal that the second prince had remarked upon her dark and unattractive appearance in her youth. Just then, Yulia interjected. He said I was dark and unattractive when I was little, did he not? Zheng Suo found himself at a loss for words, pondering if she possessed the uncanny ability to see into the hearts of others. Yulia's brows were slightly furrowed in annoyance. Yet her face beamed with a smile as she remarked, He always speaks of me in such a manner. He says the same things to others, which is truly excessive. Upon hearing this, Zheng Su hurriedly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, Your Highness possesses an innate beauty and an ethereal grace. It is likely that the second prince was merely jesting. Zheng Su chuckled, and his previously tense emotions began to dissipate. Interestingly, the second prince had not mentioned this matter to him or Ding Muhua. However, feeling that his laughter might have been inappropriate, he sought to remedy the situation. But Yulia interrupted, saying, I heard from my second brother that during your childhood, you would catch fish in the river and chase ghosts in the mountains. There must be many amusing tales to share. Please tell me one. At this moment, Zheng Su realized that his earlier laughter had indeed alleviated much of his tension, and he understood that the princess was deliberately sharing some light-hearted anecdotes to ease his spirits. Nevertheless, upon hearing her request, he knew that the second prince had likely embellished some entertaining stories about him, filling him with gratitude. Such tales were merely about climbing trees to raid bird nests, activities from his mischievous youth that he feared would amuse the princess too much. With his voice steadied, Zheng Su replied, I shall share them with you. Yulia smiled and encouraged, Do tell, I am eager to listen. Seeing that the princess was insistent, Zheng Su felt compelled to spontaneously concoct some amusing childhood stories, which, while not entirely untrue, did reflect his life before the upheaval he had experienced. Yulia laughed incessantly, while Zheng Suang felt almost intoxicated by the scene before him. He mused on how delightful it would be to witness such moments for a lifetime, yet he knew that such a wish was unattainable. He sought vengeance. Uncertain of how long he might survive, perhaps a year, perhaps 3, or perhaps he might not even see the sun rise tomorrow. As everyone settled into their seats, the musicians retreated upon hearing the commotion. Yulia rose, instantly shedding her earlier approachable demeanor, transforming into an imperious figure. Zheng Suang straightened in response, harboring a tinge of resentment towards the second prince. At that moment, the second prince, flushed from drink, addressed the gathering with enthusiasm. It is my honor to host you all today. Though his words were merely pleasantries, they concealed an underlying intent to win allies. The second prince had begun his maneuvering. Zheng Suang felt a sudden clarity, liberated from the earlier gentleness. A quick glance revealed that at least 80% of the attendees remained indecisive. They would not be swayed by the second prince's impassioned speech. After all, holding a position in the imperial capital was no small feat, and their ambitions were hardly inferior to those of the second prince. Yet, Zheng Suang understood that the second prince was merely laying the groundwork. Once the 30,000 central troops and military students were dispatched to the northern front, and the second prince moved to topple Tang Ning, many would undoubtedly declare their allegiance. As the second prince concluded his remarks, Lei Shou and the leaders of the Iron Sword camp immediately stepped forward to kneel. Observing this, Zheng Xuang hastily rose to join them. They were destined to be the forerunners of the second prince, with no choice in the matter. In unison, they declared, "To serve His Highness is our duty. The Iron Sword camp shall not shirk from responsibility, even unto death." At this moment, the remaining officials exchanged furtive whispers, their gazes shifting. Zheng Su raised his eyes briefly, noticing the second prince furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the assembly, evidently assessing who among them possessed unwavering resolve and could not be swayed. After a considerable pause, one individual rose, advancing to the hall, and knelt, proclaiming, "To serve the nation loyally is a minister's obligation. Ding Rulong shall not disappoint your highness." The first official to step forward was also the most esteemed among those present, for Ding Muhua's father held the esteemed position of the Ministry of Revenue's chief, one of the 6 principal officials, thus commanding a certain gravitas. Soon, several other officials followed suit, pledging their loyalty. At this moment, Zheng Su could not help but admire the second prince. By placing Ding Muhua and his father in such a prominent position, it was clear that Ding Muhua had become the second prince's trusted confidant, and naturally, Ding Rulong would support his son. Ding Rulong served as a catalyst. Seeing him pledge allegiance to the second prince encouraged others, uncertain in their resolve, to cast their lot as well. This exemplified the herd effect. Today was not merely a preliminary measure, but rather a means to solidify a cadre of loyalists more swiftly than Zheng Su had anticipated. Gradually, more individuals emerged, though a few still hesitated. This statement served as a message to those yet to declare, urging them to dispel their doubts and prevent the atmosphere of the gathering from becoming awkward. Just as Zheng Su was about to engage in further conversation with Yulia, he was interrupted by a commotion outside, accompanied by a flurry of hurried footsteps, densely packed. The crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing at the door, pondering the identity of the visitor. The door was soon pushed open, and a pale-faced guard was ushered in, preparing to explain to the second prince when, suddenly, a figure stepped in, followed by several soldiers of the Central Army. The atmosphere of the banquet shifted to one of palpable awkwardness, and the second prince's expression darkened as he rose in anger, demanding to know the identity of the intruder. It was evident that he recognized the gravity of the situation. His fury was genuine, prompting him to assert his authority, not wishing to appear intimidated, especially given that the arrival was clearly aimed at undermining him. Zheng Chao hastily rose, traversing the low table before him to stride directly into the hall, his fingers poised upon the hilt of the Daxiao Longke sword he had brought. The other members of the Iron Sword camp stepped forward, forming a barrier within the hall, as tensions escalated. At that moment, several officials promptly stood up, bowing their fists in salute to the second prince, declaring, "Your Highness, I am unwell and must take my leave." Many departed swiftly, including some who had previously pledged their loyalty. Zheng Chao mused in bewilderment. Who could this person be that instilled such fear in the court officials? The newcomer was clad in the uniform of the Central Army, bearing the insignia of a major general. His pallid complexion, coupled with a pockmarked nose, betrayed his Western origins. He appeared to be around 50 years old, his brow furrowed with an intense malevolence. Towering in stature, he was significantly taller than Zheng Chao, exuding an imposing presence. Suddenly, a thought struck Zheng Chao. This man was Tang Ning, the de facto commander of the Central Army. He had stripped Ludwig of his command and had been entrusted with the leadership of the Central Forces by the first prince. Merely a transfer of power from one hand to another. He is his enemy, the one who murdered his father. Zheng Sua's hand on the great Xia Longke tightened involuntarily. Tang Ning, we finally meet. Only the left and right arms of the Grand Prince, Tang Ning, would dare to be so audacious as to bring the Central Army to the second prince's banquet, clearly intending to disrupt the occasion. Tang Ning gestured for the Central Army to remain where they were, stepping forward a few paces. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing the Iron Sword camp soldiers to feel an immense pressure bearing down upon them. Before the soldiers of the Iron Sword camp, Tang Ning's deep voice resonated. Filled with anger, "Get out of my way." At this moment, Zheng Sua was already drenched in sweat. The man's presence was indeed too formidable. A voice from behind the second prince commanded, "Stand down." The soldiers of the Iron Sword camp then retreated to the sides, and Zheng Sua also stepped aside. Standing among the crowd, he pondered what this man was truly doing here. even if he intended to embarrass the second prince. There should at least be some justification for it. Otherwise, if he came here without reason, the second prince could report him to the emperor, and Tang Ning would not escape unscathed. Tang Ning took a step forward and knelt, stating, "Tang Ning pays his respects to your highness." Only then did the others realize that this was Tang Ning, the renowned general commanding the Central Army in the Imperial City Guard. After all, many present were transferred from other military divisions of the empire, and only a few, like Lei Shou and a couple of elders, recognized him from the start. Not to mention Ding Muhua, who was certainly familiar with him. The second prince, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Tang Ning, what is the meaning of this? Are you rebelling?" Tang Ning remained kneeling and replied, "I dare not, your highness. I apologize for interrupting your banquet. It is a grave fault on my part. However, I have urgent matters to attend to and must act thus. I kindly ask for your highness's understanding." The second prince let out a cold snort and approached Tang Ning, speaking in a frosty tone. "I wish to hear what pressing matter necessitates such a grand display at my banquet, scaring away my guests. If you cannot articulate it, you shall personally explain it to the emperor tomorrow. Should this matter reach the emperor, no amount of heads would suffice for your punishment, unless Jing Chuan harbors genuine concerns, or unless Tang Ning possesses some incriminating evidence against him. In such a scenario, it would be the second prince who stands unjustly before the emperor." Tang Ning rose and surveyed the others in the hall, frowning as he inquired, "Who is Jing Chuan?" At this utterance, all eyes turned to Jing Chuan, who felt a jolt of alarm. It was clear that Tang Ning was directing his attention towards him. Stepping forward, Jing Chuan declared, "I am he." Tang Ning cast a glance at him, his voice icy. "The Ministry of Justice has uncovered a case linked to you." Jing Chuan pondered in distress. Could it be that the border incident has been exposed? Just then, several officers from the Central Army approached the entrance. Chapter 58, Imprisonment, a midnight raid in the capital. At this moment, if Jing Chuan did not resist, falling into Tang Ning's hands would mean the end of everything. Jing Chuan spoke coldly. "Tang Ning, do you intend to persecute me?" This statement was a subtle message to the second prince, who was not a fool and quickly interjected, "Hold on, General Tang. Jing Chuan is a pillar of my Iron Sword camp. Since graduating from military academy, he has served within my ranks, fighting against the rebels in the northern territories. How could he possibly be implicated in any case?" At this point, the second prince's tone had softened considerably, revealing his uncertainty. He looked at Jing Chuan, his eyes wide with astonishment. Jing Chuan understood that the matter must have been exposed. However, at this moment, he could only resolutely deny it. He hastily exclaimed, "Your Highness, do not heed this man's nonsensical words. During my time at the border, there were no murders connected to me." The second prince remained silent, evidently weighing the truth of their statements. If this allegation were indeed accurate, protecting Jing Chuan now and obstructing the Ministry of Justice's investigation would surely incur the emperor's wrath, placing him in jeopardy. Tang Ning frowned and said, "Your Highness, I have urgent matters to attend to today. I beg your pardon." With that, he waved his hand, and several soldiers from the Central Army advanced menacingly toward Shaochun. At that moment, Ding Muhua, who had been standing to the side, stepped forward and declared, "Your Highness, General Zheng is a loyal servant of our empire. We must proceed with caution." The second prince remained mute. Ding Muhua, now interposing himself in front of Jing Chuan, clasped his fists and implored, "General Tang, I beseech you to handle this matter justly and not to wrong an innocent man." At this juncture, Ding Muhua seemed to have lost his bearings, resorting to pleading with Tang Ning. Tang Ning replied coldly, "I come bearing the edict from the Ministry of Justice. Anyone who dares to obstruct me is opposing the empire." The assembly fell into a heavy silence. Jing Chuan realized that he was beyond salvation. He furtively glanced at the princess, whose expression remained unchanged, as if this entire affair were of no concern to her. Were all those previous displays merely for show? Jing Chuan's heart sank. He felt like nothing more than a pawn, scorned by the nobility. Perhaps, indeed, the entire scenario was just an act, piercing his heart with despair. Upon this realization, Zheng Suo abruptly drew forth the great summer dragon sparrow, proclaiming with a resonant voice, "Tang Ning, you have conspired with the mountain tribe. There are those who have exposed your treachery. Do not delay your demise any longer." In this moment, he felt compelled to unveil the second prince's scheme, thereby pressuring him into action to seize Tang Ning and secure his own safety. However, the subsequent scene left Jing Suo utterly despondent. The second prince, in a fit of rage, retorted, "General Zheng, your words are nonsensical. To slander a loyal subject of the empire is a capital offense. It was evident that the second prince had no intention of acting prematurely. Zhang Suo found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, having misjudged this royal scion who had previously shared jovial banter with him. With the great summer dragon sparrow raised, Zhang Suo charged towards Tang Ning, intent on ending his life. Yet, even as he advanced a single step, Tang Ning furrowed his brow, raising a hand. Zhang Suo's body seemed to lose all gravity, lifting into the air, engulfed by excruciating pain as blinding light pierced through him like needles. He soon succumbed, collapsing to the ground. The might of Tang Ning's light lineage was indeed formidable. Zhang Suo felt as though he were being hoisted, his vision clouded in white, rendering everything invisible. While his body remained in torment, he could still hear voices, Ding Muhua pleading for mercy, while the second prince reprimanded him. Eventually, he discerned the second prince offering apologies to Tang Ning. In that moment, the second prince had completely forsaken him, and throughout it all, the presence of that woman remained unheard. Zhang Song felt an emptiness within, as if all the beautiful things from the past had vanished into thin air. Initially, he had arrived in the imperial capital with the seeds of vengeance in his heart, resolved to become a person of unyielding resolve. Yet, he had ultimately been softened by her presence. Now, however, those feelings lay in ruins, mere illusions. Zhang Song's heart ached as if it were bleeding, akin to a soul that had already departed from the body. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. He was acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body. Having been set down unceremoniously, he struggled to open his eyes, his energy gradually returning. When he managed to steady himself, he discerned that his vision had improved. He found himself in a prison cell, specifically the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. As he sat there, allowing his body to recuperate, the sharp pain began to subside. His thoughts drifted to the events that had unfolded in the tavern, and he was suddenly reminded of the woman's cold gaze when he found himself in peril, sending another stab of pain through his heart. However, a bitter smile crossed his lips as he realized he had been indulging in fanciful thoughts. Regaining his composure, he surveyed the desolate cell, which was devoid of life and suffused with dampness, save for a single small window positioned too high to offer a glimpse of the outside world. Should 4 or 5 more hours pass without a glimmer of hope for rescue, he would be compelled to take matters into his own hands. Yet, he mused that the prospect of the second prince coming to his aid was likely a delusion. In his hour of need, the second prince had abandoned him. Thus, after 4 or 5 hours, he would have no choice but to invoke the hand of fate, while still clinging to the hope that perhaps there remained other avenues to pursue, particularly through Lu Jun and Han Jiping. After a period of contemplation, the prison door suddenly swung open, revealing 2 armed guards stationed at the entrance. Moments later, a figure was carried out, and Zhang Suang recognized him distinctly. It was indeed a captain from the Border Defense Forces, lifeless. The truth had been unveiled. The investigation purportedly led by the Border Defense was merely a ruse. The actual inquiry was conducted by Tang Ning's subordinates. Furthermore, it was plausible that an informant, a spy positioned close to the second prince, had alerted the first prince about the precariousness of his standing. Consequently, the first prince had instructed his men to scrutinize Zhang Suang's background, inadvertently exposing these damning details, leading to the first prince's intention to eliminate him. Despite meticulous planning, the presence of numerous spies surrounding the second prince had been overlooked. Zhang Suang watched as the body was taken away, and the door was locked once more, signifying that this spectacle had been deliberately orchestrated for his viewing. Even the intervention of the second prince would be futile, an act designed to plunge him into despair. How ruthless the first prince was, extinguishing even the faintest glimmer of hope. Zhang Suang bitterly smiled to himself. In roughly 2 hours, he would wield the hand of fate. The only uncertainty lay in whether Lu Jun would truly regard him with favor. 2 hours stretched endlessly, akin to an eternity, as Zhang Suang sat in restless anticipation. After what felt like an hour, a commotion erupted outside. Zhang Suang glanced over to see Ding Muhua, adorned in military attire with a red cloth wrapped around his sleeve, accompanied by several others. Zhang Suang was taken aback. It was not Lu Jun or Han Jiping who had come to his rescue, but rather Ding Muhua, this seemingly frail scholar. His sincerity was evident, yet such an act would undoubtedly implicate him. Zhang Suang rose and said, "Brother Muhua, I appreciate your goodwill, but you must leave at once. I have devised a means to extricate myself." Ding Muhua chuckled. "You probably think I came here to rescue you on my own accord." Zhang Suo was taken aback, and Ding Muhua swiftly grasped Zheng Sua's hand to remove the shackles, saying, "Your Highness must act promptly." Zheng Sua was perplexed by the second prince's sudden change of heart. At that moment, Ding Muhua sighed and explained, "Initially, Your Highness had no intention of intervening, but later, Her Highness the Princess strongly recommended it, leading to this shift in decision." Zheng Sua's heart sank as he realized the implications. He had misjudged her intentions. Had she acted sooner, the central army of Tang Ning would have been waiting below, and not only would the rescue have failed, but the second prince would likely have faced repercussions as well. He admired the woman's fortitude. As they conversed, Zheng Sua learned that they had already commenced their operations, with many having taken up positions in ambush. Upon exiting, they found that the head of the Ministry of Justice had already been apprehended. It was now a matter of either succeeding or facing dire consequences. "Brother Chang'an, the horses are ready. We must depart swiftly." With the items returned to their rightful owner, Zheng Sua stowed away the Da Xiaolong and promptly changed into a different attire before mounting his horse, hastening with his companions towards the general's residence of Tang Ning. Upon arrival, they discovered that the general's residence had been fortified, with numerous Central Army soldiers stationed around it. This was likely a precaution due to his earlier remarks in the tavern regarding the second prince's plans to deal with Tang Ning, which inadvertently complicated matters for him. Zheng Suing steadied himself, noticing that the carriages had halted at the corner. He observed the imposing walls of the estate, which appeared formidable and insurmountable. Thus, the only feasible route was through the main entrance. Ding Muhua, feeling a sense of trepidation, gazed at the layers of guards from the Central Army and expressed his concern. "It seems there are around 2,000 men. I fear our numbers may be insufficient to breach their defenses. A direct assault would be futile. Alternative strategies must be devised to counteract their numerical disadvantage." In contrast to Ding Muhua, Zheng Suing excelled in leading troops, which likely explained why the second prince had sent Ding Muhua to initiate his rescue. If Ding Muhua were alone, confronted by 2,000 Central Army guards, he would surely be at a loss for any viable plan. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Suing stepped forward, flanked by 200 men, and approached General Tang Ning's residence. The guards of the Central Army immediately advanced to obstruct Zheng Suing's path. "Who goes there?" they inquired. Zheng Suing raised the Da Xiaolong, proclaiming in a commanding voice, "The second prince bears the emperor's decree. Tang Ning has conspired with the mountain tribes, harboring treasonous intentions. The Iron Sword camp has been dispatched to apprehend him. Step aside." The Da Xiaolong, the second prince's personal blade, was known throughout the imperial city, and only the members of the Iron Sword camp were aware of its bestowal upon Zheng Suing. The Central Army guards were momentarily taken aback, evidently intimidated by Zheng Suing's formidable presence. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Suing thrust forward, handing Ding Muhua a forged piece of evidence and coldly stating, "Do you also wish to conspire against the emperor?" The Central Army guards were rendered speechless. Treason was a grave offense that none could bear. Zheng Suing forcefully pushed past one of them and swiftly entered the estate. Chapter 0059, Seizing the Initiative. The Iron Sword camp breaches the general's mansion. They must strike before their adversaries can react. With a swift push, they entered the premises. The soldiers of the Iron Sword camp trailing closely behind, clad in their military attire, undeterred and unimpeded. Upon entering the courtyard, Zheng Su raised his hand and commanded, "Hurry." Immediately commenced the search. They could not afford to give their enemies a moment to gather their wits. A decisive and swift resolution was imperative. Leading his contingent deeper into the mansion, they were suddenly confronted by a man accompanied by several others in the front courtyard. Any delay would undoubtedly raise suspicions. This housekeeper was no mere bodyguard. Being a confidant of Tang Ning, he was well aware of Tang Ning's allegiance to the crown prince, and the second prince's rivalry with him would render the Da Xiaolong insufficient to intimidate. With this thought lingering, as the housekeeper approached and had yet to utter a word, Zheng Su gritted his teeth, drawing the Da Xiaolong in an instant, and severed the housekeeper's head in a single stroke. "Eliminate the traitors without error, swiftly," Zheng Su bellowed. The soldiers of the Iron Sword camp surged past Zheng Su and into the rear courtyard. The general's mansion was a labyrinth of entrances and exits, and they needed to locate Tang Ning without delay, lest their efforts be in vain. Zheng Su glanced back at Ding Muhua, who appeared utterly bewildered. "General Ding, what are you dawdling for?" Zheng Su's voice was icy as he surveyed the house soldiers, demanding, "Where's the traitor Tang Ning?" Tang Ning had stationed the Central Army outside the residence, totaling approximately 2,000 men, while the interior was occupied with private soldiers. For the central army could not be misappropriated for personal use within the mansion. The few guards appeared to be thoroughly frightened, their faces pale as they gazed at the approaching youth, kneeling and pleading, "We are but humble servants. Please spare us, General." It took them barely a moment, perhaps the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, to realize that a messenger could be dispatched to the Grand Crown Prince's trusted confidants to ascertain the truth. They understood the urgency. Zhang Su stepped into the courtyard, which was already encircled by 1,000 soldiers from the Iron Sword camp. In a cold voice, he commanded, "Secure the back entrance. Under no circumstances must anyone be allowed in, not a single soul." Immediately, 200 men fortified the entrance to the courtyard. Then, Xiao Chun hastened his pace, catching up with the already entered Ding Muhua. But where were the others? Today's operation seemed to involve only him and Ding Muhua. Where were Lei Shou and the others? This was a source of confusion for Zhang Su. Ding Muhua's face was ashen, clearly gripped by fear, as he whispered, "They must have received His Highness's orders. I do not know where they have gone." After taking only a few steps, they suddenly heard a commotion emanating from a hall ahead. Zhang Su realized that Tang Ning had made an appearance. Clutching the great Xia dragon sparrow, Zhang Su rushed into the noisy hall, where he found Tang Ning, clad in nightwear and wielding a western sword, flanked by 7 or 8 guards and a dozen private soldiers, blocking the entrance. Tang Ning likely did not anticipate the audacity of the second crown prince to act on this night. Although he was somewhat prepared, he was still caught off guard, thus still in his nightwear. The hidden attack lineage of Tang Ning's light-based bloodline was enigmatic. Should he rashly advance, it would likely impair his vision, rendering his efforts ineffective. Ding Muhua appeared somewhat anxious, his breaths quickening as he handed something to Zhang Su. Puzzled, Zhang Su listened as Ding Muhua whispered at the banquet, "He could harm your eyes." On a whim, I thought of the goggles worn by the mountain tribesmen on their helicopters. They use them to shield their vision from the fierce winds. I made a few modifications. They should provide protection against bright light. Zhang Su felt a surge of joy. With this, the influence of his light-based lineage on his eyes could be rendered negligible. As for the bodily pain, it would have to be endured through sheer willpower. Donning the goggles, Zhang Su noticed a dimming of his surroundings. The lenses were tinted brown, and given the already poor lighting of the night, the reduced visibility was entirely understandable. Turning his head, Zhang Su saw that Ding Muhua had also equipped himself with a pair, and several junior officers from the Iron Sword camp each possessed one as well. It seemed that Ding Muhua had anticipated Tang Ning's lineage upon his arrival, a testament to his meticulous planning, for failure was not an option. Should they falter, all present would face dire consequences. Taking a step forward, Zhang Su furrowed his brows and declared, "Tang Ning, you have colluded with the mountain tribesmen. Wilson has already confessed. Surrender your weapons at once, and the wise emperor will surely show leniency." At this moment, he aimed to seize the initiative. Zhang Su spoke with fervor, and had it not been for his prior knowledge of the second prince's scheme, even Ding Muhua might have been convinced. The guards exchanged wary glances, clearly taken aback. As they weighed the pros and cons, Zhang Su's voice grew stern. "You treacherous lackeys, do you still wish to conspire with Tang Ning? Surrender your weapons immediately." If Tang Ning were to surrender, Zhang Su would not grant the other party any opportunity to meet the emperor. The events of today are nothing short of absurd. Once the emperor is encountered, the truth will inevitably be revealed. Thus, Tang Ning faces a path of no return, and these loyal soldiers cannot escape this calamity either. Tang Ning proclaimed boldly, "The Iron Sword camp is in rebellion. Let us unite and fight our way out together, and in the future, you shall all be esteemed heroes of the empire." Truly, as a renowned general of the empire, he remained composed and was able to stabilize the situation. Zhang Su felt a twinge of admiration, yet this esteemed general must meet his demise. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Su raised his voice further, coldly stating, "Tang Ning, do you still wish to argue? These men have fought alongside you through life and death. Do you intend to lead them to their doom as well?" Most of these soldiers were trusted companions of Tang Ning from the battlefield. Upon hearing Zhang Su's words, some could no longer maintain their composure. One soldier cast down his standard-issue Empire blade onto the ground and knelt, declaring, "General, surrender. The tide has turned against us." Outside, 2,000 central troops were stationed. Yet the Iron Sword camp advanced without shedding blood. They remained unaware of the situation outside, believing that the 2,000 central troops had been subdued and that they had ultimately lost in the struggle against the second prince. This notion of the tide having turned likely referred to that, rather than an outright confession of rebellion. As one man knelt, others soon followed suit. Zheng Suo let out a sigh of relief and frowned, ordering, "Confiscate their weapons and take them away." Immediately, several members of the Iron Sword camp emerged to drag out those kneeling soldiers. At this moment, one individual remained by Tang Ning's side, a Westerner of similar age. This individual appears to be highly valued by Tang Ning and is unlikely to surrender. Zheng Su frowned and declared, "They are all traitors to the empire. Execute them on the spot. If these individuals are not eliminated, they will surely pose significant trouble in the future. One must eradicate the roots when cutting grass." Zheng Su would show no mercy. The surrendering captains were momentarily taken aback, then erupted in vehement curses, accusing Zheng Su of being untrustworthy, their words harsh and scathing. However, the Iron Sword camp soldiers remained motionless, likely stunned by the turn of events. Ding Muhua hurriedly interjected, "Zheng Su, is this truly necessary?" He seemed genuinely anxious. Directly addressing Zheng Su by name, Zheng Su interrupted, "What are you hesitating for? Act swiftly." This command left Ding Muhua pale with fear, prompting him to take a few steps back. Zheng Su noticed this small gesture from Ding Muhua and gritted his teeth, thinking, "Brother Muhua, I regret this, but I cannot abide by your wishes." As the soldiers of the Iron Sword camp regained their composure, they swiftly executed the surrendering captains, severing their heads. Ding Muhua gazed at the lifeless bodies, his lips turning pale and his body trembling. Had he not been wearing protective goggles, one might have witnessed the profound disbelief and despair in his eyes. Just as Zheng Su opened his mouth to speak, Tang Ning, who had remained silent until now, looked on with a glimmer of insight and said, "As a Westerner among these Huazus people, they will not spare you in the future." Ding Muhua, taken aback by Tang Ning's words, seemed to be deeply affected. Zheng Su sighed softly, acknowledging that Ding Muhua remained a man of compassion, a trait he could never shed throughout his life. At this moment, Tang Ning recognized this quality and sought to sow discord between them. Although Ding Muhua alone could not alter the current predicament, he could at least buy some time. Zheng Su grasped Ding Muhua's arm, furrowing his brow as he glared at Tang Ning, sneering, "Brother Muhua is already the right hand of His Highness, serving the Empire, not merely the Hua clan. Do you think you can deceive him into betraying us with mere words?" Tang Ning's brow furrowed deeply, seemingly ignoring Zheng Su's words as he continued. "Are you the son of Lord Ding Rulong? Lord Ding and I have always maintained a cordial relationship. I held you in my arms when you were a child. You were so young then, you probably don't remember." Zheng Su's heart sank in alarm. It appeared that Ding Muhua was wavering. With this thought, he forcefully pushed Ding Muhua away and declared, "Eliminate the traitors." Zheng Su, wielding the Daxiao Longke, leaped into the air, his movements swift as lightning, reaching Tang Ning's side in an instant. The man beside Tang Ning instinctively raised his sword to block. Yet, as Zheng Su's blade descended, he suddenly retracted it, twisting in midair, and redirected his strike toward the man's other side. Caught off guard, the man attempted to retreat. However, the change in Zheng Su's attack was so abrupt that he was likely unprepared, leaving him too slow to escape. The blade struck his back, blood splattering forth as he staggered back, supported by Tang Ning. "General," he gasped, "I owe you my life. Today, I can only repay you with my death. I will carve a path for you. You must escape, regardless of my fate." The man's back was drenched in blood, soaking his trousers, as he wielded a slender blade with fierce determination. He turned sharply and charged towards the nearest soldier of the Iron Sword camp at the entrance. Fearless in the face of death, the soldiers of the Iron Sword camp began to retreat, creating a significant breach in their ranks. Seeing this, Zheng Suo shouted urgently, "Eliminate him. Those who falter must be dealt with." Upon hearing Zheng Suo's roar, the soldiers halted their retreat and braced their blades for the confrontation. The man, undeterred, surged forward, allowing the thrusting blades to pierce his body. With a swift motion of his left hand, he ensnared the blades embedded in him with his sleeve, binding them together. Then, with a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled the soldiers of the Iron Sword camp away from him. Despite their considerable strength, the soldiers were momentarily paralyzed by the man's reckless audacity. Simultaneously, the man swung his slender sword, compelling the entangled soldiers to abandon their weapons and retreat hastily. Alas, this fearless individual has indeed created a breach, Tang Ning exclaimed, seizing the moment to dash through the opening. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries erupted at the entrance. Their fears were realized as the Central Army had discovered them and was now storming in, engaging in fierce combat with the 200 soldiers of the Iron Sword camp left at the rear gate. As the clamorous sounds filled the air, beads of sweat formed on Zhang Sua's brow, and he urged, "Quickly, eliminate this man." At this moment, a cold smile crept across Tang Ning's face as he spoke in a chilling tone. "In but a few breaths, the Central Army will storm in. At that time, even if you kill me, all here shall perish. I advise you to lay down your arms. This matter does not concern you. I can petition the Emperor for your clemency." These words were directed at the soldiers of the Iron Sword camp, as Tang Ning sought to sway their hearts, his intent being to buy time, for he would show no mercy to anyone present. The soldiers of the Iron Sword camp felt a twinge of fear, glancing at Zhang Suang, who coldly replied, "Treason is a grave sin. Should we fail today, you shall find yourselves on a path to death." Do not be swayed by his words. If we kill him today, all will be well. He hastily rose, retreating to Zhang Suang's side, urging, "Act swiftly. Everyone cherishes their life, and once the Central Army breaks through, as he had just stated, all would meet their end." Ding Muhua ultimately valued his own life dearly, setting aside previous grievances with Zhang Suang. With a clenched jaw, Zhang Suang lunged forward, the Daxiao Longke slicing swiftly in a diagonal arc, the air resonating with a buzzing sound, the blade gleaming with golden light. Seeing this, the other soldiers simultaneously acted, their blades aimed at Tang Ning. As dozens of blades approached, Tang Ning furrowed his brow, raising his palm. A brilliant light erupted from his hand, illuminating the hall as if it were broad daylight. Zhang Suang experienced a brief flicker of light before his vision remained intact, yet his body was overwhelmed by a searing pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. Despite the relentless advance of those around him, all equipped with protective goggles, the stinging sensation proved unbearable, prompting anguished cries. Zhang Sua gritted his teeth, the blade of his weapon descending relentlessly. The pain rendered his body almost unrecognizable, and he resolved that Tang Ning must perish. The clash of metal echoed as the Daxiao Longke met Tang Ning's slender sword, sparks flying in every direction. At this moment, only Zhang Sua's blade was aimed at him. Although wielding a fine sword, Tang Ning exhibited considerable strength, and in the midst of their confrontation, Zhang Sua felt both pain from the blinding light and a numbing sensation in his arm. Should Tang Ning raise his hand again, the blinding light would re-emerge, leaving Zhang Sua with no chance of continuing to resist. He would surely succumb to unconsciousness. Thus, he could not allow Tang Ning the opportunity to strike. With this thought in mind, Zhang Sua swung his blade repeatedly, creating a flurry of striking shadows in the air, dazzling to behold, forcing Tang Ning into a defensive position with no chance to mount an offensive. However, such an approach would not yield a swift victory. If the central forces breached the room, all would be lost. The space within the hall was limited, allowing only a few to enter at once. Thus many remained outside. Zhang Sua, sensing the urgency, called out, "Brother Muhua, allocate half our forces to guard the entrance. Do not let the central troops break through." The pressure on Zhang Sua lessened significantly. Tang Ning was now denied the opportunity to raise his hand and summon his lineage's power, and the influx of those without protective goggles posed little threat. Yet, Tang Ning was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, and the onslaught from their ranks would be hard-pressed to breach his defenses in the short term. Zhang Suing executed 2 swift strikes, retracting momentarily as he lowered his body and swept his blade horizontally towards Tang Ning's legs. With so many assaults aimed at his upper body, Tang Ning had left his lower defenses vulnerable, revealing a critical flaw. The horizontal slash caused Tang Ning's expression to shift dramatically. With a fierce shout, he abruptly dropped into a seated position and thrust his sword towards Zhang Suing, entirely neglecting his upper defenses. It was evident that his greatest concern remained with Zhang Suing. In response, Zhang Suing halted his sweeping motion, positioning the edge of his blade upright, just as Tang Ning's sword met the surface of the Daxiao Longke, sparking a brilliant clash. Meanwhile, the soldiers above simultaneously thrust their blades towards Tang Ning's shoulders and chest, poised to inflict grievous wounds. Suddenly, Tang Ning raised his left hand, sweeping it across, colliding with the oncoming blades, resulting in a cacophony of sharp sounds as those blades shattered into fragments, scattering and embedding themselves into several individuals. A chorus of anguished cries ensued, leaving Zhang Suing astonished. Tang Ning had evidently prepared for this, his palm capable of shattering the blades. The soldiers of the Iron Sword camp outside were equally taken aback. Zheng Suing, now crouched and hindered in movement, found himself increasingly restricted, facing the swift and deadly flicker of the slender blade, akin to a striking serpent. There was no time to retreat, as the fine sword advanced with alarming speed. Ding Muhua, witnessing the imminent peril Zheng Suing faced, was struck with horror, yet from outside, he was powerless to assist, his cry of alarm echoing in vain. A spray of blood erupted, painting the ground crimson. This time, it was Tang Ning who stood in shock, his expression frozen as he gazed at the youth before him. Utterly astonished. At a critical moment, Zheng Song grasped the tip of the slender sword with his left hand. The sword, being supple, bent under his slight tilt, causing its thrust to veer off course. As Zheng Song propelled himself into the air, his other hand wielded the Daxia Dragon Sparrow, which surged towards Tang Ning. In response, Tang Ning raised his left hand, a glimmer of brilliance manifesting in his palm, meeting the Daxia Dragon Sparrow head-on. With gritted teeth, Zheng Song summoned forth the sword's golden radiance, which pierced into the palm of Tang Ning. A sharp sound echoed, reminiscent of the Daxia Dragon Sparrow striking not flesh but steel. Momentarily halted, Zheng Song abruptly released his grip on the sword's tip, seizing the hilt of the Daxia Dragon Sparrow with both hands. Rising to his feet, he angled his body and thrust the blade with force. A dull thud resonated as the blade met flesh, extinguishing the brilliance from Tang Ning's hand, blood splattering onto Zheng Song's chest. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Song let out a roar. The blade plunged directly into Tang Ning's arm, cleaving it in two, causing it to droop lifelessly. After all, it was the Daxia Dragon Sparrow, combined with Zheng Song's divine blade technique, that ultimately shattered his left-handed bloodline attack. Tang Ning staggered back, collapsing onto a chair behind him. His complexion pale as blood trickled down the legs of the chair, pooling onto the ground. Zheng Song gasped for breath, having nearly exhausted all his strength, when suddenly, a blood-soaked soldier from the Iron Sword camp rushed in. "General, we cannot hold them off any longer. There are not just 2,000 central troops outside. There are approximately 5,000. Zheng Suo clenched his teeth and stepped forward, coldly inquiring, "Apart from you, who else remains?" This question eluded the understanding of others. Yet Tang Ning, already aware of the matter at hand, comprehended Zheng Suo's implication. With a bitter smile, he replied, "If you seek vengeance, you may find it unattainable in this lifetime. The list of all individuals is tucked beneath my pillow for you to peruse." Upon hearing this, Zheng Suo raised his foot and pressed it against Tang Ning's chest. Tang Ning, now weakened from excessive blood loss, lacked the strength to lift his right hand. In a swift motion, a blade swept through the air, severing Tang Ning's head from his body. Zheng Suo bent down to retrieve the severed head. Blood splattered across his visage, before turning to exit the hall, followed closely by Ding Muhua and the others. As they reached the rear door, they encountered a throng of Central Army troops, nearly breaching the premises, with the Iron Sword camp suffering significant losses. A Central Army officer cleaved an Iron Sword camp soldier in two, finally breaking through the entrance. Before he could utter a word, a head rolled before him. At that moment, the Central Army outside brandished torches, their flames illuminating the severed head's countenance, and those who entered afterward recognized the visage. Zheng Sun now stood before the officer, a mere 3 paces apart. After taking a deep breath, Zheng Suo declared with authority, "Central Army, heed my command. The traitor Tang Ning has been slain. Do you still wish to incite chaos?" Chapter 0061, A Flawless Plan, The Second Prince's Desires. The previously raucous sounds of battle were silenced by his proclamation, coming to an abrupt halt. Zheng Suing once again raised the blood-soaked Daxia Long K, commanding with a fierce voice, "Central Army, heed my orders. The traitor Tang Ning has conspired with the mountain tribes. I have received a secret edict from the second prince to execute this individual. Now that the traitor is dead, will you not lay down your arms and surrender? Or do you wish to perish alongside the rebel?" With his second proclamation, Zheng Suing was nearly exhausted. His left hand throbbed painfully, nearly incapacitating him. Though Tang Ning had been executed and the Central Army was numerous, their morale had dissipated and they stood in stunned silence. After a moment, the leader of the Central Army lowered his weapon. Seeing this, the remaining soldiers began to drop their arms as well. Zheng Suing let out a sigh of relief, having navigated the crisis without catastrophe. Ding Muhua also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly handed over a small vial containing a healing ointment for external wounds. Zheng Suing applied it to his left hand, though the pain was excruciating. The wound soon vanished. After moving about a bit, he sensed that an old injury beneath his arm had been aggravated, burning intensely, yet he could momentarily endure it. The Central Army required someone to take charge. Ding General, take your men and confiscate the weapons of the Central Army. Temporarily relocate them to another location to maintain control and prevent unrest. Ding Muhua glanced at him, nodded, and promptly led 500 soldiers from the Iron Sword camp to escort over 3,000 Central Army troops away from the general's residence. With Tang Ming's demise, the second prince would soon need to take action. Although Tang Ming's charges were treasonous, the evidence was fabricated. Should the emperor's inner circle investigate, the truth would surface. Thus, it was imperative to establish a legitimate accusation against Tang Ning. Since Yulia dared to counsel the second prince to take action, she must have already devised a strategy. Zheng Suo pondered, recalling what Tang Ning had mentioned about the object beneath the pillow. Upon entering the room, he found a woman curled up on the bed, Tang Ning's concubine. A woman of the Western tribe, her face pale with fear. Zheng Suo cast a glance at her before approaching to lift the pillow. The pillow, crafted from ceramic, shattered upon impact, revealing a silken letter that fell to the ground. Zheng Suo picked it up and tucked it into his bosom. As he exited the room, an officer from the Iron Sword camp inquired, "General, what shall we do about the others?" Zheng Suo recalled the woman and thought of Ding Muhua. Initially, he had deliberately sent Ding Muhua away with the intention of eliminating everyone in the manor, yet he now found himself unable to follow through. Shaking his head, he replied, "Withdraw." Accompanied by the remaining 200 soldiers of the Iron Sword camp, Zheng Suo departed from the general's residence. After stepping outside, he made his way directly to the second prince's residence. However, after only a few steps, he was suddenly met with a conflagration illuminating the sky and the sounds of battle. A conflict was underway at the second prince's abode. Hastening towards the tumult, Zheng Suo beheld thousands of central troops launching an assault, while the second prince's household guards valiantly defended the entrance. If the second prince were to perish, all would be lost. With no time for contemplation, Zheng Suo commanded, "Quickly, go save His Highness." The central troops, caught off guard by the sudden ambush from behind, were thrown into disarray, creating a passageway. Zheng Suo spurred his horse forward at a gallop, leaping down as he reached the entrance. With the 200 Iron Sword camp soldiers holding the line, the pressure at the entrance diminished significantly. Zheng Suo unsheathed his sword and swiftly dispatched the two nearest Central Army soldiers. He seized a nearly deranged household soldier, demanding in a fierce tone, "Where is His Highness?" The household soldiers, blinded by rage, were in a frenzy, and the one Zheng Suo had grasped shouted wildly, his blade flailing uncontrollably. Observing this, Zheng Suo struck the man across the face, instantly bringing him back to his senses, his expression now one of terror. "Are you here to rescue the prince?" Though the individuals surrounding the second prince did not recognize Zheng Suo, they were familiar with the formidable daxiao long ke he wielded. Zheng Suo nodded and inquired again, "Where is His Highness?" The man hastily replied, "His Highness is inside. You must hurry in to protect him." He discarded the severed head he had been carrying, which rolled away, leaving the Central Army soldiers momentarily stunned. Then, a commanding officer from the Central Army bellowed, "We have received orders from the Ministry of War. The Iron Sword camp has taken the second prince hostage and rebelled. We are here to rescue him. Iron Sword camp traitors, surrender at once." Zheng Suo was struck with shock. Could it be that Tang Ning had chosen this very night to strike? Fabricating claims of rebellion by the Iron Sword camp to mobilize the Central Army into the Imperial City? At that moment, he was at a loss. Yet the Central Army surged forward, their assault intensifying. Desperately searching numerous locations within the residence, he found no sign of the second prince. Panic gripped Zheng Suo. Where could the second prince be hiding? As he fretted, the clamor of battle at the entrance grew ever more fierce. The 200 soldiers he had brought from the Iron Sword camp could not hold out much longer, and the household soldiers of the second prince had already suffered significant losses. Was it possible that the second prince intended to perish alongside Tang Ning this very night? The Imperial Guards have also mobilized. Tonight, the capital is exceedingly complex. Zheng Sui remains perplexed as the Imperial Guards engage in fierce combat with the Central Army. In a state of confusion, he is uncertain which side to assist when suddenly a voice calls from behind. "General Zheng, has the traitor Tang Ning been executed?" Zheng Sui steps forward and kneels, stating, "Your Highness, the traitor Tang Ning has been beheaded." The second prince nods, a look of delight illuminating his face, before he strides toward the doorway. At that moment, Yu Changqing assists Zheng Sui to his feet, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "You have worked hard, General Zheng." Zheng Sui swallows nervously, curiosity piqued as he inquires, "What was the discussion between His Highness and you earlier?" Yu Changqing interjects, "The prince's residence has long been prepared. There will be no issues." It then dawns on Zheng Sui why he was unable to locate them earlier. Yet the thought of the Central Army's assault still lingers in his mind. The second prince appears at the entrance, declaring with a commanding voice, "Traitors, surrender at once." The commander of the Central Army, witnessing this, is filled with excitement and rushes to kneel before the second prince, saying, "This subordinate has arrived late to offer assistance. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Zheng Sui, observing this scene, is utterly bewildered, pondering whether the Central Army truly came to provide aid. However, upon further reflection, he realizes that this is the second prince's stratagem. The soldiers of the Central Army and the household troops are unwittingly entangled in the scheme, leading to the earlier confrontation. As the commander of the Iron Sword camp, Zheng Sui naturally incites the Central Army to launch a more ferocious attack. This is indeed the second prince's intricate ploy. It must be said that the wisdom displayed by the second prince at this moment left Zheng Sui utterly astonished, as he audaciously used himself as bait. Although he had already contemplated an escape route, he was still courting immense peril. The soldiers of the Central Army, witnessing their commander being decapitated by the second prince, found themselves bewildered and at a loss, their fighting spirit diminishing significantly. The Forbidden Army seized the moment, and with a single surge, the Central Army disintegrated, falling entirely into their grasp. A commander from the Forbidden Army approached, kneeling and stating, "Your Highness, I have arrived late to your rescue. Please forgive my tardiness." The second prince helped the commander to his feet, smiling as he replied, "General Noah, I am grateful for your timely arrival. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." From a distance, Zheng Sui observed this Noah, a man of the Western tribes. It seemed that the second prince had indeed embedded individuals within the Forbidden Army, and this man was likely a hidden piece placed within the first prince's camp. The second prince handed a list to him, who then retained a portion of the Forbidden Army to oversee the captured Central soldiers before departing with the remaining forces. Zheng Sui speculated that the list contained names of the first prince's closest confidants, intending to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, possibly including the head of the Ministry of Justice. With a sardonic smile, Zheng Sui reflected that the second prince must still be seething from the earlier banquet when he publicly declared Tang Ning a traitor, inadvertently exposing his plan. After all, had he not uttered those words, it was conceivable that Yulia could not have persuaded the second prince to take action, rendering him a savior of sorts. Regaining his composure, Zheng Sui followed suit, positioning himself at the rear. The second prince settled himself, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "Tang Ning has already been executed, and the rebel forces have been subdued. I must hasten to the palace tonight to report to His Majesty and inform him of Tang Ning's treachery. You all may return to your camps, and I command you to remain on standby, ready to heed the Emperor's summons at any moment." Zheng Chao, along with the others, offered their respects, and as dawn began to break in the east, he stepped out of the second prince's residence, feeling the weight of fatigue envelop him. Ding Muhua was already stationed outside the city with the remaining soldiers of the Iron Sword camp. The captives had been taken in by the Imperial Guards, and it was imperative that the Iron Sword soldiers did not linger in the Imperial capital. "Brother Chang'an, the Ministry of Justice has suffered a great fire, and all the documents have been incinerated," Ding Muhua whispered as he rode alongside Zheng Chao. "You need not worry." Zheng Chao glanced at Ding Muhua, a surge of gratitude filling his heart for his friend's remembrance of his own plight, and for the news of the burned records. "Brother Muhua, are you afraid?" he asked, a pang of sympathy for Ding Muhua creeping into his voice. As he recalled the events of the previous night, a chill ran down his spine. Had the Knight's endeavors failed, and the Central Army surged in while Tang Ning still lived, many lives in the capital would have been lost, and the Iron Sword camp would have been branded as traitors, facing certain annihilation. Ding Muhua sighed and replied, "It seems I have also learned the art of evasion. Your intention in sending me away was to ensure the safety of those families, was it not?" Zheng Chao was taken aback by Ding Muhua's understanding of his initial motives and offered a wry smile. "Alas, having spent so much time with you, I too have developed a sense of compassion." Ding Muhua smiled faintly, his face illuminated by the morning light, a radiant testament to the brilliance of humanity. Chapter 0062, The Silent Brocade. The alchemist's extraordinary abilities. The Iron Sword Camp did not utilize its forces extensively during last night's events. Only 1,000 soldiers infiltrated General Tang Ning's residence, while the remainder remained stationed outside the city, poised for immediate entry into the imperial capital, likely in anticipation of a potential palace coup instigated by the second prince. However, as circumstances unfolded favorably, the matter was set aside. After all, should the entire Iron Sword Camp enter the imperial capital, suspicions would inevitably arise in the mind of the emperor, who, although still lucid, was beginning to show signs of weariness. It is presumed that the second prince had already prepared for the eventualities of the situation, ensuring that every detail was meticulously accounted for. Zheng Chao ventured to the medical tent, where Yu Rong redressed his wounds. Thanks to the medicinal treatments, the injury on his hand had healed, sparing him from further complications. Seated within the confines of the tent, Zheng Chao held the brocade he had taken from beneath Tang Ning's pillow. However, he was perplexed by the absence of any identifying marks on the fabric. It emitted a subtle glow, suggesting it was no ordinary cloth. After scrutinizing it for an extended period, Zheng Chao remained baffled as to its true significance. Could it be that Tang Ning was attempting to deceive him? Yet, the expression on Tang Ning's face at that moment did not suggest deceit. With a sigh, Zheng Chao rose, just as someone entered the tent. Ding Muhua stepped in, carrying a small, intricately designed brazier, which was quite convenient for transport. With winter settling over the imperial capital and the first snow beginning to fall that morning, he called out, "Brother Chang'an, if you have no pressing matters today, join me in the tent for a drink. I've procured some fine spirits. At present, there is little of significance occurring. The second prince has instructed the Iron Sword Camp to remain on standby, likely as a precaution, yet no news has emerged thus far, suggesting that matters have been resolved without incident. Consequently, there is no necessity for the Iron Sword Camp to remain alert. It appears that Tang Ning's charges have solidified, and many among the first prince's supporters in the court have likely found themselves embroiled in the turmoil. The imperial capital must be bustling at this moment. With Tang Ning implicated in treason and collusion, he is surely destined for the annihilation of his entire clan. Given that he is a member of the first prince's military, it is probable that the first prince will be compelled to relinquish his military authority. The second prince has gained considerable influence, and many once neutral officials in the capital must now be swaying toward his side. Contemplating this, Zheng Sua nodded and followed Ding Muhua outside. Upon arriving at Ding Muhua's tent, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, prompting Zheng Sua to inquire curiously, "What have you prepared?" Once settled within the tent, Ding Muhua promptly produced some wine and unveiled a pot, releasing an enticing fragrance. "This is prepared using your Huazu methods. When it comes to culinary arts, your Huazu people are second to none." Zheng Sua smiled, acknowledging the truth in the statement, for historically, the Huazu have indeed excelled in gastronomy. Ding Muhua scooped 2 pieces of rabbit meat from the pot and placed them in a bowl. Upon tasting, Zheng Sua found the rabbit meat to be tender and exquisite. "I had not anticipated your culinary skills to be so exceptional." Ding Muhua chuckled. "I have always taken pleasure in engaging in pursuits that do not align with my status, much to my father's chagrin, who has chastised me on numerous occasions." Zheng Sua savored a few more bites, raising his wine bowl to toast with Ding Muhua, and as the spicy liquor coursed through him, the chill of the air dissipated instantly. At this moment, Ding Muhua exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Zheng, come with me to see something." He rose and approached a small cabinet at the side of the tent. Upon opening it, he revealed an array of bottles and jars, the possessions of Ding Muhua as an alchemist. These items were all carried with him. He took out several vials and combined various potions. He then presented a transparent small bottle to Zheng Suing. As he poured the liquid from the bottle, it quickly solidified, taking on a rich iron red hue. While still liquid inside the bottle, once poured out, it immediately hardened. Zheng Suing, intrigued, reached out to touch it. The solid was incredibly hard, and the iron red color transformed into gray within a few blinks of an eye. Zheng Suing inquired, "What is this?" Ding Muhua scratched his head and replied with a smile, "I am not quite sure. I just discovered it and have not yet named it. However, the materials I used were all quite common, and their combination with air yields this effect." Zheng Suing sighed, "What use does this have?" Noticing the skepticism in Zheng Suing's tone, Ding Muhua hurriedly explained, "These materials are abundant and can be collected in large quantities. They could be used for building cities, making the process far more efficient. Moreover, they could be utilized to construct dams. Our empire suffers from annual flooding during the rainy season, causing distress to many of our citizens. With this substance, we could avert such disasters. Zhang Suing nodded, acknowledging the merit in his words. Suddenly, a thought crossed Zhang Suing's mind as he recalled the brocade, and he furrowed his brow, asking, Brother Muhua, is there a way to inscribe words onto the brocade? Ding Muhua, puzzled, paused and responded, What do you mean? Zhang Su explained, I obtained a piece of silk from Tang Ning, but the inscriptions upon it remain invisible to me. I wonder if you possess a means to unveil them. Ding Muhua appeared intrigued and took a seat, inquiring, Are you certain there are words? Zhang Su was uncertain, yet felt compelled to give it a try, nodding affirmatively. There should be inscriptions. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Muhua replied, I can certainly attempt it. Initially, Zhang Su intended to wait until their meal concluded, but Ding Muhua, eager to explore the matter, insisted on trying immediately. With no other option, Zhang Su rose and retrieved the silk from within the tent. Upon examining the silk, Ding Muhua scrutinized it for a moment, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he remarked, Brother Chang'an, this silk is imbued with profound magic. It appears to be the work of a sorcerer who has obscured the text through enchantment. Yet, with a smile, Ding Muhua added, I can give it a try. Zhang Su, filled with excitement, eagerly questioned, Aren't you an alchemist? Can you also manipulate the affairs of sorcerers? Ding Muhua set the silk down and spoke slowly, Brother Chang'an. You may not be aware that, while the principles of sorcerers, alchemists, wizards, and witches may seem distinct, they are fundamentally not so different. All aim to transcend nature, albeit through varying methodologies. Sorcerers, wizards, and practitioners wield powers beyond the natural realm, while alchemists harness existing natural forces to amalgamate them, resulting in new transformations and entities. Thus, I indeed possess a means to assist. As one might say in your Huazus culture, mastery of one method leads to mastery of all. Zhang Su felt a surge of joy, grasping the essence of the explanation, yet content as long as Ding Muhua could accomplish the task. Ding Muhua immediately sprang into action, busily tinkering with the various bottles and jars, while Zhang Song, forgetting to eat, stood by and watched. The nature of those liquids eluded his understanding. After a while, Ding Muhua held up a vial of the prepared liquid, shaking it gently as he said, We should find an open space. This liquid may explode, so it's prudent to exercise caution. Zhang Song nodded, following Ding Muhua out of the tent to seek a clear area, whereupon Ding Muhua carefully poured the liquid onto a piece of silk. After a brief interval, Zhang Song indeed beheld a dazzling light emanating from the silk. He turned to Ding Muhua, who remarked, It should be ready now. Zhang Song swiftly approached to lift the silk, glancing at it to find numerous names inscribed, with the foremost line declaring the words Aoshing Law. Ding Muhua leaned closer, inquiring, What does it say? Such a revelation must not be exposed to Ding Muhua, prompting Zhang Song to hastily conceal it, responding cautiously, It's nothing. Ding Muhua appeared taken aback by Zhang Song's previous demeanor and actions, becoming somewhat flustered, his face flushed, and he awkwardly apologized, I'm sorry. The trust Ding Muhua placed in him contrasted sharply with Zhang Song's constant vigilance, an unsettling reality that would trouble anyone, including Ding Muhua. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Song re-entered, while Ding Muhua remained seated, enveloped in an uncomfortable silence. Taking a deep breath before him, Zhang Song said, Brother Muhua, do you truly wish to see what lies on this silk? Knowing it may invite calamity, it holds immense significance for me. If you genuinely desire to look, then do so. Zhang Suang presented the brocade to Ding Muhua. Upon glancing at the fabric, a smile grazed Ding Muhua's face as he remarked, Brother Chang'an, I am grateful for your trust. However, since I am unable to view it, I shall refrain from doing so. It must be of great significance to you. Observing Ding Muhua holding up the wine bowl before him, Zhang Suang tucked away the brocade, raised his own bowl, and, after clinking them together, downed the contents in one gulp. At that moment, a figure entered, Luo Zero. Zhang Suang, intrigued, inquired, Is there something amiss? With palpable excitement, Luo Zero responded, Generals, news has arrived from the imperial capital. Our Iron Sword Camp personnel are to be promoted. Zhang Suang instantly grasped the implication. The second prince had successfully acquired military authority, allowing him to elevate the ranks of his loyal followers in the Iron Sword Camp. Very well, let us proceed, he affirmed. Generals, please hurry. I shall go ahead. Zhang Suang and Ding Muhua exited the tent and made their way to Lei Shou's quarters. Lei Shou's face radiated with joy. and the atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm as he began to announce the appointments from the imperial capital. Almost everyone received a promotion, with Lei Shou ascending to the rank of Major General, Zheng Xuang elevated to Lieutenant Colonel, and Ding Muhua remarkably promoted to Colonel, drawing envious glances from the members of the Iron Sword camp. Zheng Xuang, however, understood the deeper reasons behind this. Firstly, the second prince required Ding Muhua's unique capabilities. Secondly, as the son of Ding Rulong, the Minister of Revenue, Ding Muhua's elevation was crucial for garnering the support of the ministry, especially now that the second prince wielded military power. Additionally, it was imperative to win over Ding Rulong, hence the exceptional promotion of 2 ranks for Ding Muhua. After the bestowal of titles, the actual power of the individuals remained largely unchanged, as they continued to serve in the Iron Sword camp. Most of the personnel here belonged to the Hua clan, making it impossible for them to enter the Central Army or the Imperial Guard. Transferring to the Western or Eastern Garrison was likewise unfeasible, as the second prince would never assign his trusted aides to distant posts. Moreover, Zheng Song surmised that the command of the Imperial Guard had likely been entrusted to a certain Noah, who had played a crucial role in the operations of the previous night. Chapter 63. The ambitious Han Jiping. After the conferral of titles, a celebratory banquet was promptly organized. The silk scroll not only bore names, but was also marked with numerous fingerprints, among which Tang Ning was prominently featured. However, Zheng Song was taken aback upon seeing the third name. Agus, the commander of the Crimson Flame Army from the Demon Kingdom, was unexpectedly one of the original members. Zheng Song felt as if struck by lightning, momentarily paralyzed, before continuing to peruse the list, even discovering the name of the current emperor. Robeson. This list contained many names, and Zheng Song could scarcely bring himself to read further. The current emperor and the commander of the Demon Kingdom. The instigators of that past event were not solely from the Empire of the Divine, but also included the Demon Kingdom. Presently, Zheng Song recognized only these 2, while the rest were strangers to him. With Tang Ning and the emperor occupying the forefront, he pondered the identities of those listed behind them, feeling as though he were trapped in an icy abyss, sitting in a daze. Early the next morning, before Zheng Song had risen, Luo Zihong entered the room, exclaiming anxiously, "General, have you awakened yet?" Zheng Song, having slept late, stirred at the sound and inquired, "What is the matter?" Luo Zihong remarked, "General, you just visited, requesting that I rouse you as he has matters to discuss." "Yu Changqing has matters?" Zheng Suo was perplexed, nonetheless. Given that Yu Changqing had recently attained the rank of Major General and held the esteemed position of commander of the Iron Sword camp, he could not afford to be remiss. After rising, Luo Zirong had already prepared water for washing, and Zheng Suo promptly stepped outside. Upon arriving at Yu Changqing's tent, he found that Yu and his companions had changed into civilian attire, while Zheng Suo remained clad in military garb. Inside the tent were students from the Military Academy's Huazus class, with the exception of Ding Muhua, who was absent. What could be the purpose of this gathering? Zheng Suo pondered, just as Yu Changqing approached, and said, "General Zheng, you should change into civilian clothing. We are heading to the Military Academy, as the Huazus class is about to graduate, and we hope to attend." Yu Changqing appeared somewhat impatient as he added, "General Ding has other engagements. There is no need for inquiries. Quickly prepare yourself." Sensing Yu Changqing's irritation, Zheng Suo hastened to change into appropriate attire. Soon after, the group mounted their horses and journeyed to the capital. The military academy in the capital exuded an air of tranquility, devoid of any graduation ceremony. Zheng Suo felt a twinge of suspicion regarding their true intentions. Without uttering a word, they proceeded directly to Han Jiping's office and entered unceremoniously. Han Jiping's countenance was grave, and as Zheng Suo stole a glance, his curiosity deepened regarding the nature of their gathering. At that moment, one of the individuals behind him closed the door. "Gentlemen, the purpose of today's summons is not to participate in any graduation ceremony," Han Jiping stated plainly. Zheng Suo's confusion deepened as he observed the expressions of the others, all equally in the dark. Only Yu Changqing maintained an unwavering demeanor, suggesting that he alone understood the true reason for their assembly. Han Jiping gazed at the assembly and spoke, "You are all the distinguished youth of our Huazu lineage. Today, I have summoned you to share a tale." "A tale?" Zheng Shuang expressed his bewilderment. "Why such a grand gathering for merely a story? I suspect there lies a deeper significance within." Han Jiping stood before them, his demeanor grave as he continued. "You are all aware that the second prince currently wields significant military power and enjoys a meteoric rise. bestowing upon you all promotions and titles." At this mention, the crowd erupted in joy. However, Han Jiping's tone shifted as he added, "But do you realize that the true beneficiaries are those of the Western clans? Several advisors from the Second Prince's court have been nominated to fill the vacancies left by the rebels in the court, including positions such as the chief of the Ministry of Justice and the deputy of the Ministry of Rights, along with numerous Western individuals in the Imperial Guard receiving unexpected promotions." This statement implied that the Iron Sword camp was regarded as an unwanted stepchild in the eyes of the Second Prince, lacking proper recognition. Zheng Shuang, having grasped the underlying message after just a few words, reflected on his own situation. He and Ding Muhua were the ones responsible for slaying Tang Ning and should have been prime candidates for significant advancement. Yet, compared to the Westerners mentioned by Han Jiping, their rewards paled in comparison. As Zheng Shuang contemplated this, he overheard a voice remarking, "General Zheng is the foremost contributor to the Second Prince's power grab. Yet he has only been promoted by one rank and remains stationed at the Iron Sword camp, far inferior to Ding Muhua." At that moment, Han Jiping's gaze was fixed intently on Zheng Shuang, having also regarded Ding Muhua as an outsider. Han Jiping smiled and shook his head, saying, "You may not be aware that the only individual of Western lineage in the Iron Sword camp, Ding Muhua, has been nominated by the Second Prince for the position of Deputy Director of the Ministry of Works. Such an appointment signifies a high-ranking official in the imperial capital. Yet this matter is being handled with caution and is likely still under review. By the end of today, the official decree shall be issued." The faces of the Huazus generals in the room reflected a tinge of disappointment as they turned their gazes towards Zheng Song. Zheng Song, taken aback, had not anticipated that the Second Prince would bestow the position of Deputy Director of the Ministry of Works upon Ding Muhua. In comparison to himself, it was evident that the Second Prince favored Ding Muhua, who possessed Western blood. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. Their previous equality in treatment was perhaps due to his prior utility. Nevertheless, Zheng Song felt compelled to advocate for Ding Muhua. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Master, Brother Muhua is resourceful and possesses remarkable skills. During our time in the northern frontier, he made several beneficial innovations that positively impacted the war efforts. His placement in the Ministry of Works is indeed fitting. Perhaps the Second Prince is merely seeking to utilize everyone's talents without prejudice." Zheng Song found himself at a loss for words. Han Jiping's expression remained grave as he continued, "Now, allow me to recount a tale." Sitting back in his chair, he took a sip of tea and began, "Centuries ago, the southern territories were the dominion of our Huazus people. However, the western tribes invaded our homeland, seizing our lands and slaughtering our kin. They wielded sorcery, unleashing plagues that ravaged the south, and instigating earthquakes that left the region in ruins. The blood of our Huazus people stained the southern soil, yet we were powerless to halt their advance. Later, the valiant commander Zheng Yongchang of the Hua clan steadfastly defended the final bastion of the Hua people at Huajiang, halting the advance of the Westerners. At that time, the land was strewn with the corpses of the famished, and the mountains and rivers lay in ruin. Yet, the Hua people vowed never to surrender, thwarting the Westerners' relentless march, who, despite their long journey, could not sustain their efforts indefinitely. Subsequently, the Westerners sent envoys to negotiate with the Hua people. Aware of the shifting tides, Commander Zheng realized that, in a few years, the Hua clan would inevitably face the peril of extinction. To preserve the lineage of the Hua, he consented to the negotiations, ultimately reaching an accord that established an empire with an elected emperor, wherein officials from both the Western and Hua factions shared equal representation. Zheng Sung was unaware of these developments and listened in astonishment, as did the others present. Someone inquired about the subsequent events that led to the current state of affairs, specifically why the Hua people had fallen to a status of third-class citizens. Han Jiping sighed deeply and lamented, Commander Zheng was perhaps too benevolent. In his desire to ensure the survival of the Hua people and avert their annihilation, he acquiesced to the terms of the negotiations, which required the dissolution of the Hua Heavenly Guard, while he himself retired from public office. Little did he know that following the disbandment of the Hua Heavenly Guard, the Westerners would renege on their promises, establishing an empire where the Western Emperor claimed the throne and formed a court, executing Hua officials. Nevertheless, they ultimately refrained from further slaughtering the Hua people, granting Commander Zheng a modicum of respect. His intention was to secure a peaceful existence for the Hua people, free from the turmoil of war. Since the Westerners did not harass the Hua civilians, he chose to endure. retreating to a secluded haven where he and his kin could live in tranquility, detached from worldly affairs. In the ensuing years, the Westerners gradually marginalized the Huazus culture, relegating them to a status of third-class citizens. At this juncture, General Zheng was already in the twilight of his years, his spirit willing but his strength waning. Resigned to this fate. Centuries later, the situation had solidified. The Westerners had indoctrinated the Huazus, stripping them of their erstwhile ferocity and honor, convincing them that the Westerners were inherently superior. The Huazus of today are but a shadow of the proud nation they once were. With knowledge of General Zheng becoming increasingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix among mere sparrows, the room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Han Jiping, suppressing a look of sorrow, suddenly spoke with icy intensity. Yet this tale is far from over. Several years ago, the Westerners discovered the hidden sanctuary of Zheng's descendants and initiated a massacre, leaving no survivors. The entire lineage of General Zheng was annihilated, a calamity that remains unknown to the world. Perhaps General Zheng never anticipated that his descendants would meet such a gruesome fate. A profound silence enveloped the room. These Huazu generals were oblivious to such events. Their interest peaked as they listened intently, their faces flushed with emotion. At that moment, Zheng Su realized that Zheng Yongcheng was none other than his own ancestor, and the massacre recounted by Han Jiping was the very tragedy that befell his parents. It was astonishing that this event was still known. The revelation that his ancestor was the Grand Marshal of the Huazus stirred a tumult of emotions within Zheng Su, causing him to tremble with rage. Their objectives have been achieved. Why then do they continue to slay the descendants of General Zheng? Zheng Chang's voice resonated with indignation and fury, emanating from the depths of his being. He remained perplexed as to why the Westerners would resort to violence against his parents, who were mere commoners. Despite any intentions they might harbor, they lacked the power to challenge the dominion of the empire, rendering such matters inconsequential. Naturally, Zheng Chong refrained from disclosing his identity as the orphan of the Zheng family to those present. He composed himself and explained, "I too bear the surname Zheng. General Zheng shares my lineage, thus he is akin to my kin." The assembly, devoid of suspicion, sighed collectively. Han Jiping, gazing at Zheng Chong, lamented, "Perhaps it is the lingering influence of General Zheng that still instills fear within them." Chapter 64. The glory of the Hua clan. An impending storm loomed. Within Zheng Chong's chest resided a tempest of emotions, which he endeavored to suppress, striving to conceal his turmoil. Uncertain of Han Jiping's intentions, he felt compelled to exercise caution. In this moment, Zheng Chong trusted no one but himself, with a modicum of faith in Ding Muhua, owing to his understanding of her character. Meanwhile, Yu Cha-ching, aflame with anger, proclaimed, "The Westerners have oppressed our Hua clan for centuries. Their audacity knows no bounds." The others echoed Yu Changqing's sentiments, their voices hushed, wary of being overheard. Han Jiping, with piercing eyes, addressed the assembly. "You are now the hope of the Hua clan. The blood of our ancestors flows through your veins. Will you allow the Westerners to forever subjugate you, treating your kin as mere beasts?" The crowd resoundingly expressed their unwillingness. At that moment, one individual inquired, "Teacher, what can we, with our limited strength, truly accomplish?" Han Jiping slammed his palm on the desk, his gaze piercing as he declared, "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. Governor Lu Zhen of Pingyang Province is the pillar of our Huazu. He has quietly mobilized troops toward the imperial capital. I shall not compel you. The decision rests with you." At that moment, Zheng Su realized that Lu Zhen was preparing to take action. Han Jiping was here to persuade these Huazu generals to support Lu Zhen. It is worth noting that these Huazu leaders command the Iron Sword Camp, which lies a mere 30 miles from the imperial capital. This indeed presents the opportune moment for action. Suddenly, Yu Changqing knelt with a resounding thud, proclaiming, "I, Yu Changqing, am willing to follow my teacher and restore the glory of our Huazu." As Yu Changqing knelt, the other generals promptly followed suit, kneeling down as well. Observing this, Zheng Su felt compelled to join them, yet uncertainty lingered in his heart. Although Lu Zhen commanded an impressive force of 60,000 imperial soldiers, supplemented by an additional 10,000 from the Jinshi army, totaling 70,000, the conquest of the imperial capital would be effortlessly achieved. However, Pingyang Province lies at a considerable distance from the capital, with Jiangdong Province as an obstacle along the way, where the Jindong army, numbering 20,000, is stationed, not to mention the unknown strength of the imperial soldiers. A force of 70,000 troops could scarcely avoid detection. Upon reaching Jiangdong province, their movements would surely be revealed. Should Jiangdong province decide to engage in battle, Lu Xun would require no less than 2 months to reach the capital. The imperial capital would undoubtedly take action, perhaps launching retaliatory purges against the Huazus within its walls, including the generals of the Iron Sword camp. The repercussions could extend to other Huazu people, as the capital might issue orders for the slaughter of Huazu individuals across the provinces, leading to a catastrophic upheaval for the Huazu community. Moreover, his intent was merely revenge. Zheng Suo lacked the vast ambitions and lofty ideals of Lu Xun and Han Jiping. He was neither a lieutenant general nor a major general, nor a local lord with aspirations of ruling a territory. He did not contemplate such distant outcomes. If Lu Xun were to fail, he would likely find himself entangled in the repercussions. Yet, at this moment, should he remain standing, he would fear being swiftly dispatched by Yu Chongqing and his associates. After all, the events of the day involved too many individuals and were of such magnitude that they could not allow someone with wavering resolve to learn of the matter and continue living. Zheng Suo had already noticed Han Jiping's fingers resting upon the hilt of his sword, a clear signal that should anyone dissent, immediate action would be taken. The pretense of not forcing anyone and allowing for personal discretion was merely a test. Han Jiping nodded and proclaimed, "Very well. You are all valiant sons of our great Huaxia." At that moment, Yu Chongqing inquired about the fate of the veteran officers in the camp, such as Lei Shou, Zhao Yuqing, and Liang Wenzan. Han Jiping frowned and replied, "When the time comes, you shall apprehend them. Appeal to their emotions and reason. Should they recognize the inevitability of the situation, they will undoubtedly rally in support. If they resist, eliminate them on the spot. For now, refrain from any actions that might leak information." The others nodded in agreement. "You all may leave first. General Zheng shall remain," Han Jiping stated, and the group cast a final glance at Zheng Suo before departing. Once the door closed, Zheng Suo pondered the reason for his solitary stay. Han Jiping approached, patting Zheng Suo's shoulder, and said with a smile, "General Zheng, you are the most outstanding military cadet in the Iron Sword camp. I sense you have some reservations." Zheng Suo was taken aback, realizing that his every action had likely been observed by the other party, who had discerned something. Observing Han Jiping's unwavering grip on the knife's hilt, Zheng Suo knelt and said, "Master, I am merely concerned that if this matter fails, it may endanger the people of the Hua clan." Han Jiping's eyes narrowed into a mere slit as he gazed at Zheng Suo, stating, "In any significant undertaking, is there no bloodshed or sacrifice? It must be so." After a pause, he continued, "I have heard that you share a close relationship with Ding Muhua." Zheng Suo understood that Han Jiping feared he might divulge this matter to Ding Muhua, for they did not trust him. Zheng Suo hurriedly reassured, "Master, please rest assured. The stakes are exceedingly high at this moment, and I am well aware of my limits." Han Jiping nodded, saying, "That is good. I know that even if you do not engage in this endeavor, your future accomplishments will be considerable. Yet, you must understand. The blood coursing through your veins belongs to the Hua clan. Your personal wealth cannot save the entire people." Zheng Suo remained silent. "And then there is the princess. She is a good girl, and you likely cannot let her go, can you?" Initially, when Lu Xun and I devised the plan to establish a Hua clan academy to nurture talents for future uprisings, it was the princess who advocated for me. However, there is no choice. Personal affections must be set aside in the face of national grievances. Zheng Suo had not initially considered Yulia, but upon Han Jiping's mention, a sudden realization struck him. If he were to proceed with this endeavor, it would mean turning against her. The image of Yulia's radiant smile surfaced in his mind, filling him with a bitter sorrow akin to consuming bitter gall. "My relationship with the princess is merely that of a subject. I implore you, master, do not think too much of it." Zheng Su reluctantly uttered these words, feeling an emptiness within his heart as he spoke. Was it merely a relationship of subjects? She must have thought so, yet a glimmer of hope lingered in Zheng Su's mind. "Very well, you may go," Han Jiping remarked, prompting Zheng Su to rise and exit. At that moment, Yu Chongqing approached from outside, patting Zheng Su on the shoulder and whispering, "So, it appears you were also arranged by the teacher." This statement took Zheng Su by surprise, and Yu Chongqing elaborated, "Your furious reaction to that story earlier surpassed even my efforts to rally everyone's emotions." Zheng Su suddenly comprehended. Yu Chongqing was a trusted confidant of Han Jiping. The act of Yu Chongqing kneeling had been orchestrated by Han Jiping to incite the collective anger of the people towards the empire. and Zheng Su's unintended outburst had led to a misunderstanding. Yu Changqing furrowed his brow, shaking his head as he said, I am uncertain. Previously, I heard the teacher mention that the beginning of that story is true, but the authenticity of the latter part is questionable. Zheng Su nodded, realizing that Han Jiping's subsequent words were likely fueled by a fear of the formidable reputation of his ancestors, which was probably fabricated. The true reasons must lie within the enigmatic laws of the divine. At that moment, Zheng Su also understood that the establishment of the Huazu class was merely a ploy by Lu Zhen to secure an insider, and Tulan was genuinely a pawn placed beside him by Lu Zhen, only to be inadvertently taken by Yulia. Lu Zhen likely had not anticipated this small twist of fate. However, now that Tulan was with Yulia, he would surely gain access to more valuable intelligence. Lu Zhen must be quite pleased at this juncture. They fail to comprehend the glory of the Huaz ethnic group. Their sole desire is for themselves and their descendants to lead fulfilling lives. Should this endeavor prove successful, their existence would undoubtedly improve significantly. How swiftly events unfold, Zheng Chong mused. If Lu Zhen's banner of righteousness were to truly succeed, then avenging the emperor would become a rather effortless task. However, contemplating Yulia, the imperial princess, fills Zheng Chong with a sense of moral dilemma. Should the imperial capital fall, it is likely she would also face dire consequences. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice emerged from outside the tent. It was Ding Muhua. Ding Muhua must have received the appointment letter from the capital by now, Zheng Chong surmised as he rose to greet him. Ding Muhua lifted the curtain and entered. Brother Chang'an, where have you been this early? I searched for you everywhere, and it seems no one else is around either. Naturally, he could not disclose the matter concerning Han Jiping. If others were to learn that he had confided in Ding Muhua, it might jeopardize Ding Muhua's safety within the camp. Zheng Chong approached and replied, This morning, General Yu took us out for a stroll. Today marks the day of mourning for our Huaz people, and we needed to pay homage to the spirits. Ding Muhua nodded in understanding, harboring no suspicion. Yet, Zheng Chong felt a pang of guilt. Ding Muhua's unwavering trust in him was evident, devoid of any doubt. If he were to discover the deception, Zheng Chong could only imagine the consequences. Brother Zheng, I have news regarding the resignation letter I submitted today. Ding Muhua exclaimed with delight. The higher-ups mentioned that they will carefully consider my resignation once the new deployment order for the Iron Sword Camp is issued. The Iron Sword Camp is currently stationed 30 miles outside the imperial capital, a situation that cannot endure indefinitely. Now that the second prince has acquired military authority, it is certain that he will seek a more stable base for the Iron Sword Camp's long-term deployment. Chapter 0065. Strategic discussions in the imperial capital. A sudden twist of fate has unfolded. Han Jiping appears not to have deceived himself. Zheng Suo, filled with curiosity, inquires, Isn't the Ministry of Works a perfect fit? With those inventions of yours that you claim can be used for river management, once you join the ministry, you could truly showcase your talents without having to take lives on the battlefield. Ding Muhua responds with a bitter smile, I must decline. If Ding Muhua were to agree to be transferred to the Ministry of Works, he would not need to resign. So Zheng Suo anticipated that this young man might reject such a heavenly opportunity. Yet, he was perplexed. Zheng Suo questions, why do you refuse? Is it not your utmost desire to avoid the battlefield and instead thrive in a place that allows you to showcase your alchemical prowess? With a heavy sigh, Ding Muhua slumps into his chair, his demeanor one of despondency. Initially, I thought it was a blessing. But later I discovered that His Highness intends to assign me as Deputy Director of the Ministry, not for the purpose of building bridges and dams, but to craft weapons, devices of destruction akin to those wielded by the mountain tribes. At this juncture, he gazes at Zheng Suo, his eyes betraying a deep-seated fear. You know I abhor killing. The weapons of the mountain tribes possess immense lethality. If I were to forge such instruments, they would inevitably be used by the military, leading to countless deaths. Though I may not be the one to take those lives directly, the dreadfully lethal machines would have originated from my hands. How could I bear that burden? The second prince now wields significant power, with the Ministry of Works aligning itself with him. It is certain that he intends to cultivate his own elite force, assigning Ding Muhua to weapon manufacturing, rather than allowing him to genuinely engage in bridge and dam construction. Zheng Chao has just grasped this notion. After a brief silence, Zheng Chao remarked with a smile, From your words, it seems that the capital will soon approve your resignation. In that case, there is no shame in living the life of a young master. Ding Muhua nodded with a wry smile. You won't mock me, will you? It is often said that a man should go into battle, achieving remarkable feats to be considered a true man. Yet here I am, willingly choosing to be an idle young master. Zheng Chao shook his head, genuinely admiring his good friend for steadfastly maintaining his principles in the face of the allure of power. How many can truly achieve such integrity in this world? Compared to others, Ding Muhua's unwavering spirit is indeed remarkable. Rest assured, I shall visit you for drinks in the future to admire your inventions, Zheng Chao added. Ding Muhua, filled with excitement, stood up and grasped Zheng Chao's arm, speaking in a flurry, I knew it. Brother Chang'an, you would not disdain me, and your support means everything. At that moment, someone peeked in at the doorway. It was Luo Zirong, his expression somewhat peculiar. Zheng Chao glanced over and inquired, General Luo, is there something you need? If so, please come in. Luo Zirong, now a major, stepped inside, appearing somewhat uneasy. It's nothing of great importance. I noticed General Ding here, so I thought I would speak with you later. With that, Luo Zirong turned to leave. Zheng Chao pondered over the matters entrusted to him by Han Jiping, contemplating whether these affairs had already discreetly reached the ears of other members of the Chinese clan. Otherwise, Luo Zirong would not have regarded Ding Muhua as an outsider. Ding Muhua, not being a fool, discerned the subtlety and remarked with a smile, All right, Chang'an, you all speak. I shall take my leave first. Indeed, the matter had been covertly disseminated among the other officers, spreading with alarming swiftness, so much so that even Luo Zirong within his own regiment was aware of it. Who did you hear this from? Zheng Chao furrowed his brow and inquired. Luo Zirong responded in a hushed tone, It has nearly circulated throughout the camp. I heard it from another regiment. Many brothers in our vanguard regiment are also aware of it. I came to confirm its authenticity. If it is false, we must halt it promptly to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from reporting it to the second prince. Luo Zirong was evidently seeking validation, understanding that the prevailing circumstances dictated that if their vanguard regiment did not act, they might face dire consequences. It was imperative to adhere to Han Jiping's directives. With this thought, Zheng Chao frowned and instructed, disseminate the information, but advised the brothers not to exaggerate it to avoid it leaking from the Iron Sword camp. Upon hearing this, Luo Zirong's face lit up with joy. Excellent. I understand. Rest assured, General, I will ensure the brothers remain vigilant. He turned with excitement and departed. It seemed that Luo Zirong was also quite supportive. Having endured oppression from the Western tribes for so many years, they likely harbored an inexhaustible fury yearning to be unleashed. In the afternoon, Zheng Suo sat idly within the tent, his thoughts drifting to the weapon blueprints seized from the mountain tribesmen. The potential of these weapons had profoundly impressed him. Should they be manufactured, they could indeed lead to significant achievements in the future. He examined the blueprints. Though lacking the foundational knowledge of someone like Ding Muhua, rendering the intricate designs somewhat challenging to comprehend, although he could grasp some of the simpler structures. After studying for a while, he was suddenly interrupted by an urgent entrance. Luo Zirong rushed in, a mix of panic and excitement etched across his face, exclaiming, General, we have a grave situation. Zheng Suo, perplexed, inquired, What is it? Luo Zirong, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, We have just received word that Lord Lu Zhen of Pingyang has launched an assault on the capital of Dongjiang Province, Xinyang City. The situation is dire, and Lei Shou has summoned you for a council. So soon? Zheng Suo had not anticipated that Lu Zhen's forces had already reached Xinyang City in Dongjiang Province. It seemed that when Han Jiping had informed him, Lu Zhen's army was already en route. He hastily abandoned his studies as Luo Zirong presented him with his battle robe, his eyes gleaming with fervor. General, our Wazuran are finally poised to hold our heads high. As Zheng Suo donned the battle robe and adjusted his attire and dagger, he remarked, Zirong, if we are defeated in this battle, your family and all Wazuran will endure even greater atrocities. Have you considered this? Luo Zirong paused, the exhilaration in his expression fading, replaced by a hint of worry. After a moment of despondency, he replied, General, can our current plight as Wazuran truly worsen than it already has? Zheng Suong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luo Zirong would voice such sentiments. Indeed, the current situation was not markedly different, even at its worst. Upon exiting the tent, Zheng Suong made his way to Lei Shou's quarters, where a multitude of attending officers had already gathered. He offered a respectful greeting and took his place among the ranks. Lei Shou glanced around, his brow furrowed, and addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, I have just received a missive from the imperial capital. Governor Lu Zhen of Pingyang Province has raised the banner of rebellion. having already seized numerous cities in Dongjiang province, and Xinjiang city is now in peril. His Highness has commanded us to convene in the capital for deliberations. With that, Lei Shou promptly descended from the platform and exited the tent, followed closely by the others. Outside, horses had been prepared, and the group mounted swiftly, trailing Lei Shou as he galloped ahead. The officers of the Iron Sword camp had no choice but to fall in line behind the Imperial Guards. Zheng Xuang cast a sidelong glance at the second prince, who, having recently acquired military authority, appeared to have lost his resolve, as the circumstances had unfolded too abruptly. The second prince surveyed the assembly and remarked, "You are all aware of the situation. Governor Lu Zhen of Pingyang province has raised the banner of revolt, now besieging Xinjiang city. I have summoned you here to discuss our countermeasures. I invite each of you to express your thoughts freely." It was evident that many within the Iron Sword camp had covertly aligned themselves with Lu Zhen, and thus, it was unlikely they would propose any viable strategies. Zheng Xuang discreetly observed the new commander of the Imperial Guards, Noah. At that moment, Noah knelt and spoke, "Your Highness, forgive my impertinence. But Lu Zhen is of the Huazu ethnicity, and their lingering animosity towards our empire remains. The officers here in the Iron Sword camp are predominantly Huazu. Consulting them may prove unwise." While it was inevitable that the Imperial Guards harbored biases against the Huazu, to articulate such sentiments in the presence of so many Huazu individuals startled Zheng Xuang profoundly. In the Iron Sword camp, Yu Chongqing knelt in fury, declaring, "Your Highness, the Iron Sword camp was established by you alone. The men here have fought alongside you in the north. How can we allow others to question our loyalty?" The second prince seemed to find Noah's words rather excessive and retorted sharply, "General Noah, with a formidable enemy at hand, how can you sow discord among our troops?" The Westerner remained composed, kneeling on the ground, and calmly responded, "Your Highness, I believe there is no need for concern. Even without the Central Army, extinguishing the rebellion is not a formidable task. Lu Zhen boasts an army of 100,000, yet most of them are merely a disorganized rabble of the Huazu people. Once the eastern garrison arrives in half a month, they will hardly stir up any significant turmoil." His disparagement of the Huazu people unsettled the Iron Sword camp soldiers, and Zheng Xuang also felt that his tone was excessively arrogant. Yet with the second prince present, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Just as Noah finished speaking, a man rushed in, sweating profusely, carrying a bamboo tube on his back. He stumbled through the door, and the others parted to make way as he crawled to the feet of the second prince. Zheng Xuang recognized him as a messenger. Clad in the uniform of the Eastern Jiang Provincial Army, news had arrived from Eastern Jiang. The second prince barked, boldly rushing in like this, "What is the matter?" The messenger, realizing he had overstepped, quickly composed himself and raised the bamboo tube above his head, offering it with both hands. "Your Highness, I am utterly remiss." The second prince snorted coldly, took the tube, and opened it, retrieving a piece of leather parchment. He glanced at it a few times, his complexion turning ashen. The letter upon the craft paper evidently conveyed distressing news. Otherwise, the second prince's expression would not have been so grim. Zheng Xuang pondered whether New Sun City had indeed fallen. The second prince steadied himself and tossed the letter before Noah, frowning as he urged, "Take a good look." Noah picked up the craft paper and, upon glancing at it, found his earlier confidence dissipated, his face turning ashen as he knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I am to blame." The second prince, somewhat vexed, averted his gaze from the commander of the Imperial Guards and bitterly remarked, "You all should take a look." The letter was passed around until it reached Zheng Xuang's hands, confirming their fears. New Sun City had indeed succumbed, and the governor of East River Province, Reno, stated that by the time he received this dispatch, he was already a dead man. A heartfelt note to my beloved readers, this Wednesday, November 22nd. My editor Chelan informed me that Odin has been published. Having penned novels for 6 years, I consider myself a seasoned writer. Throughout my literary journey, I have traversed the realms of Fantasy Sword Alliance, 17K, and Zongheng. From an initial monthly remuneration of merely 600 yuan, I have gradually managed to attain a modest livelihood, albeit through arduous efforts. With the passage of time, I find myself no longer youthful. Reflecting upon my current work, it garners a meager collection of 200, a stark contrast to the bountiful collections of others. Despite having a solitary, pitiful recommendation, the Book City boasts 4,000 collections, though the subscription rate remains rather low. Thus, I place my hopes upon the 200 collections here. I earnestly request the support of both those nurturing this work and the readers currently engaged with it. When the time comes for its official release, I kindly ask for your initial commitment, even if it is merely a modest sum of 10 cents. Thank you all. Subscription may evoke a sense of resistance in some readers. However, for me, it represents a modest source of livelihood. With merely 10 cents a day, or 3 yuan a month, you can support my continued writing endeavors. Supporting original content is often a matter of willingness, and I earnestly request that you consider subscribing, particularly during the initial phase. This appeal is contingent upon your genuine appreciation for this work. I have observed the lives of many fellow writers, some of whom have succumbed to illness after years of dedication, passing away prematurely in rented accommodations. Others have faced irreconcilable conflicts with their families due to their writing pursuits, enduring solitude on this challenging path. There are those who, due to financial constraints, have parted ways with loved ones simply because they could not afford a sleeper ticket. These narratives are emblematic of the struggles faced by many writers. If you truly enjoy this book, a mere 10 cents for a subscription can ensure my sustenance. Fortunately, our cherished readers are increasingly recognizing the value of others' labor, and things are gradually improving. I firmly believe that you are all wonderful individuals. For those who may encounter difficulties, you can still support me by casting your free votes daily. I aspire for every admirer of this novel to experience no regrets. To the readers who nurture books, I hope you can take a moment to contribute to the initial subscription. Just the initial contribution would suffice, as it holds immense significance. After subscribing on the launch day, you may continue to support as you wish. Thank you. Now, I will share additional information regarding matters following the launch. 1. Regarding updates after the book's release. 2. Upon the book's debut, if the initial subscriptions exceed 500, I shall provide an additional chapter. For every 200 monthly votes, another chapter will be added. And likewise for every 10,000 recommendation votes, and every 10,000 coins rewarded. This book has been penned with utmost diligence, resulting in a slower writing pace. Each additional chapter requires 3 hours of effort, all for a mere fraction of your subscription fee. As long as you find enjoyment in it, the effort is worthwhile. 3. Concerning the narrative, this book has evolved from its original title, The War God Who Transforms the Fantasy World, to a name that more accurately reflects its essence. It encompasses various ethnic groups and is characterized by a straightforward narrative style, set in a low-magic world infused with elements of technology. This fantasy realm serves as a microcosm of the progression of global civilization, with the protagonist poised to gradually rise to prominence. It is a tale of agricultural fantasy with hints of technological advancement intertwined with magic. 4. On the book's setting, it features dwarven technology, sorcerers, wizards, alchemists, and necromancers, among others. In the later stages, the holy military of the church will emerge, along with forces that transcend the natural order, crafting a story of human triumph over fate. I have noted readers mentioning bloodline bearers. This concept serves as a common supplement. 5. The update originally scheduled for midnight on the 24th has been postponed to noon, as the book will be officially launched at that time. Therefore, around noon on the 24th, 2 chapters will be released, with 2 updates each day thereafter. This concludes all announcements prior to the book's release. I earnestly request everyone to collect, recommend, and subscribe in support. Odin expresses gratitude. November 23, 2017. Chapter 66. Ding Muhua's resignation declined. Yulia's invitation. First update. In the Empire, the majority of provincial governors are appointed from the Western clans, and naturally, Renaud belongs to this lineage. Now, having been vanquished by Lu Zhan, the one most humiliated at this moment is likely the previously confident Noah. Zheng Chui, however, finds a sense of relief in this situation, though he feels a greater admiration for Lu Zhan. Throughout this entire affair, Ding Muhua remains silent, maintaining an unchanging expression since his arrival. He seems genuinely weary of these matters. After a moment, the second prince spoke aloud. General Zheng, do you have any thoughts? Zheng Chui, surprised that the second prince remembered him, finds it amusing, perhaps believing that he is now of use. Stepping forward, he knelt and said, I believe that safeguarding the imperial capital is of utmost importance. Lu Zhan's army is advancing with great momentum, having already captured the Eastern River province. Within 5 days, they will surely reach the gates of the imperial city. The Eastern Town Army, once assembled and on the march, will take more than 10 days to arrive. It seems unlikely that we could rely on them to halt Lu Zhan's advance. Although the Iron Sword camp is eager to combat the enemy, we are outnumbered. Should we recklessly engage in open battle, it may prove futile. What does General Zheng imply? The second prince inquired, frowning as he regarded Zheng Cui. Zheng Cui replied resolutely, "What I mean is to mobilize the Iron Sword camp to enter the imperial capital and join forces with the imperial guards to confront the enemy. Together, the imperial guards and the Iron Sword camp boast over 25,000 troops. Although we may not be suited for open battle, we still have the means to defend the city. If we can withstand the siege for 10 days, reinforcements from the Eastern Town Army will arrive directly at the capital, leaving Lu Zhan besieged on both fronts, forcing him to retreat." The second prince remained silent, seemingly apprehensive about the proposal, clearly harboring some reservations towards the Iron Sword camp. Though he currently wielded military power, the once formidable Iron Sword camp had diminished in significance. Noah, however, spoke coldly, asserting, "This plan is utterly inadvisable. I implore your highness to reconsider." In contrast to the second prince, who had always looked down upon the Huazus, Noah was evidently more resolute, showing little alteration even upon hearing of Lu Zhan's conquest of the East River province. As the one in command of military authority, the second prince could only partake in decision-making. The ultimate decree, of course, would rest with the emperor in the court. His current role was merely to consult others, preparing to recommend to the emperor in the Grand Assembly. As Zheng Su and others emerged from within, Noah and a faction of the Imperial Guards also exited, both sides exchanging not a single word before dispersing. After Noah and his contingent departed, someone angrily remarked, "What airs you put on? In just a few days, you'll be naught but a prisoner." The officer's expression changed drastically, and he quickly stepped aside, refraining from further comment. This thought filled Zheng Su with unease. After much contemplation, he rose and hurried to Ding Muhua's tent. Upon entering, he found Ding Muhua still poring over the maps of the mountain tribes. Noticing Zheng Su's arrival, Ding Muhua stood and inquired, "Brother Chang'an, have you received any news?" Zheng Su shook his head and replied, "Brother Muhua, you might as well go to the imperial capital and ask your father about your resignation." Ding Muhua smiled and said, "There shouldn't be any major issues, should there? What is the matter?" Zheng Suo hesitated to articulate his thoughts, contemplating that if Ding Muhua could secure his resignation, it would be most advantageous. As a commoner, he would likely face no repercussions. It was merely an inquiry, he mused. With concern, Zheng Suo remarked, "Now that war looms over the capital, I fear your resignation might be reconsidered." Ding Muhua let out a bitter smile and shook his head, replying, "If I truly cannot resign, then I shall remain in the Iron Sword camp to face the enemy alongside you." At present, the entire Iron Sword camp was secretly plotting in support of Lu Zhan, with only a few kept in the dark. Early the following morning, Zheng Suo arose to find that the Iron Sword camp had already made preparations to depart for the capital. Shortly thereafter, Ding Muhua entered the tent. "Brother Chang'an, your predictions were accurate. My resignation has been postponed, and I am to continue my duties in the Iron Sword camp, albeit reassigned to the Central Army, no longer serving as an advisor." Ding Muhua held a decree in his hand, his expression grave. Zheng Suo had anticipated this outcome, but now it was confirmed. Thus, Ding Muhua was compelled to remain in the Iron Sword camp. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Suo was about to speak when Luo Zirong entered. "General, Ding General is here as well. Just now, a messenger from Commander Lei informed us that the Iron Sword camp is to depart for the capital." It seemed that his proposal to the second prince had indeed been heeded. Zheng Suo nodded and instructed, "Go and prepare the brothers for departure." Luo Zirong exited, and Ding Muhua remarked, "Then I shall also make my way." Now serving as the deputy to Yu Changqing of the Central Army, Ding Muhua bore significant responsibilities and hurriedly departed. Zheng Su sighed, still hesitating about whether to inform Ding Muhua. Once he divulged the information, he could not predict if she would leak it. 2 hours later, the Iron Sword camp packed up and set forth toward the imperial capital, a formidable force that outnumbered even the imperial guards. Upon entering the city, the imperial guards would stand no chance against the Iron Sword camp. The fall of the capital seemed inevitable. Inside the city, the imperial guards were stationed atop the walls, while the Iron Sword camp was positioned at the south and west gates. The east and north gates were under the jurisdiction of the imperial guards. The military academy students had graduated early and taken their places on the battlements, integrated with the guards. Among them were over 3,000 students from the western tribes. their youthful faces betraying an ignorance of the brutal realities of war, instead brimming with excitement. The vanguard was assigned to the east gate, assisting the central forces in guarding it. After ensuring everything was in order, Zheng Su stood atop the wall, gazing at the sunset. According to Lu Xun's pace, they would likely reach the capital in 2 days. Suddenly, a hurried voice echoed from the battlements. "General Zheng, where are you?" Zheng Su turned to see a familiar maid, Talon, approaching. A few soldiers from the vanguard had stopped her. Zheng Su called out, "Let her pass." As Talon drew near, she said, "General Zheng, His Highness requests your presence." Zheng Su glanced at the well-organized vanguard battalion, reassured by the presence of Luo Zerong overseeing the arrangements. A brief visit would pose no issue. Yet he feared this might be his final opportunity for a tranquil meeting with Yulia. Presently, Talon nodded, and Zheng Su summoned Luo Zerong for a brief discussion before following Talon down from the city wall. The carriage was ready, and as he boarded, a flutter of emotion stirred within him. After traversing a chaotic street, they arrived at the estate's entrance. Zheng Su disembarked and accompanied Talon inside. He paused, watching Talon enter the hall. After a while, Talon emerged and said, "General Zheng, you may go in now." Stepping into the hall, Zheng Su beheld Yulia clad in a deep blue long gown, the fabric characteristic of the Western tribes, leaving her shoulders exposed. Zheng Su cast a glance at her, kneeling as he greeted, "This humble officer, Zheng Su, pays his respects to your highness." Yulia nodded, instructing, "You may rise." Zheng Su stood before her, head bowed, pondering the purpose of her summons. "Take this," she said. "I regret that I cannot partake in this battle. It is truly unfortunate. Keep it for your protection." Zheng Su lifted his gaze to behold a dagger adorned with several exquisite gemstones, clearly a royal artifact intended for a lady. He accepted it, tucking it into his breast. After a moment of silence, Yulia suddenly inquired, "General Zheng, do you believe the empire has indeed fallen into a state of despondency?" Zheng Su quickly replied, "Your Highness need not worry. I shall fight to the death, standing steadfast with the imperial capital." Yulia smiled and suddenly said, "General Zheng, after this battle, I shall likely be in search of a husband. I hope you will shine brilliantly in this endeavor." Though these two matters seemed unrelated at first glance, Zheng Chong understood that Yulia was subtly conveying her intentions. Only if he achieved great merit in this battle and received a promotion would he be deemed worthy of consideration in her matrimonial pursuits. The thought that the princess truly harbored such intentions filled Zheng Chong with euphoric delight. This fortuitous opportunity had arrived so unexpectedly. Yet, amidst his excitement, he was struck by the grim realization that, should the capital fall, he would have to personally avenge his father by killing the emperor. In such a scenario, it was inevitable that the princess would harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him, and furthermore, the Hua clan would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Western princess. Yulia interjected, "You must leave now. I have to go." "Go." Zheng Chong was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the woman before him, utterly perplexed by the meaning of her words. Yulia continued, "This morning, my father decided to abandon the capital. All officials must follow suit, and I am no exception. Thus, even if the capital were to be besieged, the empire would not fall, nor would the emperor be able to exact his vengeance. In such circumstances, he would inevitably expose himself, thwarting any plans for retribution Zheng Chong might harbor." Panic surged within Zheng Chong as he recalled that the second prince had agreed to the Iron Sword Camp's entry into the capital, indicating that precautions were indeed being taken. With a sigh, Yulia urged, "General Zheng, you must go." Throughout the journey, Zheng Chong remained distracted. Should he choose to rebel alongside the Iron Sword Camp, any future hopes of avenging the emperor would hinge on the possibility that Lu Xun could indeed restore the glory of Huaxia. Consequently, this would extinguish any lingering hope he harbored for a future with Yulia. Chapter 67. Surprises. 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 As Zheng Suing ascended the city walls, he soon encountered Yu Changqing. Observing Zheng Suing's troubled demeanor, Yu Changqing inquired softly, "Brother Zheng, you appear restless. What troubles you?" Zheng Suing, glancing at Yu Changqing, quietly recounted the matter that Yulia had just disclosed. Yu Changqing was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "I shall send someone to consult our master." As Yu Changqing departed, Zheng Suing harbored a flicker of hope that the situation might still take a favorable turn. If only Han Jiping were to become aware of the emperor's relocation and the ensuing plan of collaboration, there might still be a chance for redirection. Yet, a sudden realization struck Zheng Suing. Han Jiping was likely already informed. As a court minister, how could he remain oblivious to such significant developments? The absence of any news regarding a change in plans indicated that matters were proceeding as originally intended. Confused yet not overly suspicious, Zheng Suing remained contemplative. After a brief moment, Yu Changqing proposed, "Let us adhere to the original plan. Should any alterations arise, our master will surely inform us." With that, Yu Changqing took his leave. After arranging the defensive measures atop the city walls, Zheng Suing found himself in a state of unease. He sought refuge in a quiet spot, his thoughts in disarray, until the early hours of dawn, when the sky was adorned with stars, a rare sight in the winter's embrace. The commander of the city defense was Noah, with Lei Shou serving as his deputy. Their collaboration, one from the Western tribe and the other from the Huazus tribe, seemed equitable enough. However, compared to Lei Shou, Noah's experience was markedly lacking. It was presumably due to his Western heritage that he was entrusted with the command. As Zheng Suing sat in contemplation, a series of knocks echoed from the entrance. "Brother Chang'an, are you there?" That was the voice of Ding Muhua. Now that the officials from the Ministry of Revenue had departed, and his father had also been reassigned, only Ding Muhua remained, seemingly overwhelmed by solitude. As fate would have it, Zheng Suo was at leisure, and having someone to converse with was a welcome reprieve. Upon entering the courtyard, Zheng Suo opened the door. Ding Muhua, holding a jug of wine in one hand and a small chest in the other, chuckled, "Brother Chang'an, it is rather desolate for me alone. I shall stay with you tonight." Zheng Suo nodded in agreement. Once inside, they settled down and shared a few cups of wine. Ding Muhua opened the small chest and revealed various bottles and jars. Zheng Suo chuckled wryly. "You truly cannot forget about these items, can you?" Ding Muhua smiled mysteriously and then produced a bottle of milky white liquid, whispering, "Brother Chang'an, I have concocted something remarkable. Allow me to show you." With that, Ding Muhua poured a small amount of the liquid into a wine glass and grinned. "Can you guess what this is?" Zheng Suo shook his head, replying, "I cannot." Ding Muhua leaned in closer and said, "This is called the truth serum. Just a sip will compel a person to divulge everything they know." A chill ran down Zheng Suo's spine, and cold sweat trickled down his back. If the wine contained this truth serum, wouldn't he inadvertently reveal that particular matter? Observing Zheng Suo's expression, Ding Muhua reassured him with a laugh, "Fear not, I would never use this serum on anyone. It has side effects. Those who consume it will perish within the span of a single incense stick." This alchemist was indeed extraordinary, and Zheng Suo felt a flicker of fear as he gazed at Ding Muhua before him. Ding Muhua lifted the vial of potion and subsequently retrieved a